Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 533 to Chapter 577. Following behind the young man, Xianxia soon arrived at a vast room. Master-Teacher Pavilion. This was where all of the master teachers in Myriad Kingdom City held meetings. Even before Xianxia arrived, he could already see that it was packed with people. The place was packed with people. Xianxia, please put on your robe and emblem. Walking up, the young man said. This was a gathering of master teachers, so he had to wear something that represented his identity. Otherwise, he would look out of place. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out his robe and wore it. Then, he pinned his emblem to his chest. Ever since he obtained this robe from the Tianwu Kingdom Master Teacher examination, he had never worn it before. It wasn't that he didn't want to wear it, but he was too used to tight clothes in his previous life. Adjusting his attire, Xianxia followed the crowd in. Back when he was at the main hall, he already knew that there were many master teachers here. Now that they were all gathered here, he realized that the number was astounding. There were at least 500 of them, 500 master teachers. Just the sight of it was frightening. However, upon recalling that this was the location of the League of Nations, Xianxia came to a realization. The Master Teacher Tournament had attracted countless experts to spectate, and almost all of the master teachers with a certain level of capability were here. Even though there were still a few who remained behind, they were still the minority. Even if all of them were to be added together, there wouldn't be more than 1,000 master teachers in the entire alliance. In the alliance, there were countless conferred kingdoms, Tier 1 kingdoms, Tier 2 kingdoms, and even unranked kingdoms. The total population definitely exceeded 10 billion, and yet, there were so many cultivators in the alliance for there to be so few master teachers. Going by the ratio, it could be said that the number of master teachers was incomparably low. Since the young man wasn't a master teacher yet, he didn't follow Xianxia. Following the crowd, Xianxia walked into the room. There were several rows of tables and chairs in the room. There were only 20 seats at the very front, and the ones at the back numbered around 70 to 80. It seems like they're seated according to their identity. Taking a look, Xianxia came to a realization. Even though master teachers were all talented, there were still different levels to the 9 stars. Only 4-star master teachers were allowed to sit at the very front, followed by 3-star, then 2-star. Xianxia was only a 2-star master teacher at the moment, so he could only sit at the back. However, this didn't matter to him. In any case, the selection round would be coming soon, and he wouldn't be able to sit for too long. After looking around, he arrived at the 2-star master teacher area and sat down. Why did you summon us so urgently? I don't know either. However, a few days ago, I heard that they're going to select the participants for the tournament in advance. I guess they're going to hold a selection in public. It's possible. I wonder who will be chosen. Isn't that obvious? It must be Fu Shaochen, Fu Shi. That might not be the case. I'm more optimistic about Ruohuan Gongzi. Jun Ruohuan is my idol. As soon as he sat down, he heard the discussions around him. 10 days ago, the hall master had decided to hold a selection, and the news of who would be chosen had spread like wildfire. There were all sorts of speculations, and there were even many places that used it as a wager. Most of the master teachers were acquainted with one another, and each of them had people they trusted and supported. After listening for a moment, Xianxia realized that it was just as Su Shi and Ling Shi had said. The ones who were most discussed were Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Shaochen. It seemed that these two people had an extremely high status in the hearts of the crowd. Following their gazes, they saw a few figures that stood out from the crowd. The one standing at the very front had white teeth and red lips. Holding a folding fan in his hands, he exuded an aura of a noble young master. His eyes carried a brilliant gleam, and with a single look, it was clear that his cultivation wasn't low. It seems like he's Ruohuan Gongzi, Jun Ruohuan. Previously, Xianxia had been perplexed as to why other master teachers would address him as Ruohuan Gongzi instead of Jun Shi. If not for the master teacher robe he was wearing, Xianxia wouldn't have thought that he was a 4-star genius. Instead, he would have thought that he was a scion of a prestigious clan. Not too far away from Ruohuan Gongzi, a young man stood beside him. Even though there were only 3 stars on the emblem on his chest, his disposition didn't pale in comparison. His appearance wasn't outstanding, and there was some baby fat on his face. However, his gaze was sharp, and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was probably at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan as well. This should be the other famous Fu Xiaochen. Just as Xianxia was about to take a look at the other three, a chuckle sounded by his ear. This friend looks unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. May I know which kingdom you are from? Turning around, Xianxia saw a young man sitting down on the seat beside him. He seemed to be in his 30s, and the 2 stars on his chest shone brightly. Tianxian Kingdom. Xianxia replied. Tianxian? What tier is it? The young man scratched his head, seemingly having never heard of it before. It doesn't have a tier, so it can be considered as Unranked Kingdom. Xianxia replied. Unranked Kingdom? The young man was taken aback. After which, he smiled awkwardly. For such a young 2-star master teacher to appear in such a place, it's indeed extraordinary. Knowing that the other party was just being polite, Xianxia chuckled silently. Even though he had passed through Tianwu and Xianyuan, he was still from Tianxian. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't speaking, the young man changed the topic. The Master Teacher Tournament is a grand event, and it's more important than anything else to us master teachers. No matter the price, we have to come and watch it. That's right. Xianxia nodded. It was indeed an unprecedented event for so many master teachers to gather in the Master Teacher Tournament. A gathering of master teachers to discuss and learn from one another was extremely beneficial to their future growth. Most probably, this was the intention behind the tournament as well. Right, who do you think will emerge victorious in the selection round? The young man looked at Xianxia excitedly. Who do I think will emerge victorious? I'm not too sure yet. Xianxia shook his head. That's true. You've just arrived, so it's normal for you to not know. You should have seen their discussion earlier as well. Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Xiaochen are the most popular candidates. Ruohuan Gongzi is born in the Jun clan, the head of the 4 great clans in the city of Myriad Kingdom King. Even Alliance head Zhao's son, Crown Prince Zhao Hui, is inferior to him. Fu Xiaochen and Fu Shi are Elder Hai's direct disciples. If the 2 of them are chosen, their chances of winning are indeed higher. The young man said, however, I think that Elder Feng's student, Feng Masheng, will emerge victorious. Feng Masheng? Indeed. I've met Feng Shi once. He's a humble and low-profile person, but his strength isn't weak at all. 3 years ago, I received his guidance, and at that time, he was already a 3-star pinnacle master teacher. Speaking of Feng Shi, the young man's eyes glowed in reverence. As for the remaining 2, I heard that they came from other kingdoms. One of them is a beautiful female master teacher named Luo Shi, and the other is Du Hu. I don't know much about their strength, but since they were chosen from other kingdoms, they must be extraordinary as well. At this, the young man suddenly lowered his voice, and with a mysterious tone, he continued, right, I heard that there will be 6 of them participating in the selection round instead of 5. The pavilion master announced the selection round 10 days ago, but it hasn't started yet. I heard that he's been waiting for this person. Oh? You know that person? Xianxia asked. My teacher is one of the elders as well. Back then, he attended the meeting, and if I recall correctly, he was recommended by Su Shi and Ling Shi. His name is something. Xianxia. The young man snorted. If it wasn't for this guy, the qualifier would have started long ago. He's made us wait for so long, but he still hasn't appeared. What a fool. Cough cough, fool? Xianxia coughed. To think that that fellow would be late for such an important event like the Master Teacher Tournament, making so many master teachers wait for him. It's one thing if he's truly formidable, but I heard that he's only a 2-star master teacher, and he doesn't seem to be too old either. Not respecting his seniors, what else can he be other than a fool? I heard that if not for Su Shi and Ling Shi protecting him, he would have lost his slot. The young man said disdainfully. All right then. Xianxia scratched his head. To be scolded as a fool to his face, he felt a little helpless. However, back then, Su Shi told him that it would suffice as long as he arrived at Myriad Kingdom City within 3 months. Who could have thought that there would be an earlier selection round? I'm not the only one who thinks so. Everyone else thinks so as well. I wonder what that fellow looks like. If I were to meet him, I'll surely give him a good beating," the young man said ferociously. "If not for this selection round, I would have long gone into seclusion to push for a higher realm. But now, I can only drag it out." Not expecting that he would incur the grudge of so many people for his tardiness, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Lifting his head, he saw Pavilion Master Kong and Susher walking over to the front of the crowd. I believe everyone should have guessed the reason for the ringing of the assembly bell. Pavilion Master Kong waved his hands grandly. Indeed. The selection round before the Master-Teacher tournament will be held today, and the reason why everyone is gathered here is to bear witness to it. It's indeed a selection round. Indeed, looks like I'm right. Does that mean that the Master-Teacher named Xianxia is here? He's here? Where is he? Hearing the confirmation from the Pavilion Master, the crowd began to discuss softly among themselves. The Master-Teacher tournament is the grandest event for the many branches of the Huanyu Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion. I believe I don't need to elaborate on our past achievements. Since we are the host of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, I hope that we can achieve a breakthrough this time around so as to bring out the prestige of our branch. Pavilion Master Kong gestured. Yes. Hearing those words, even though the Master Teachers knew that they weren't qualified to participate in the tournament, their faces still flushed in agitation, and they clenched their fists tightly. As the Master Teachers of the Myriad Kingdom City branch, seeing how their branch, Mingshi Tang, always ended up at the bottom of the tournament, it was unimaginable how stifled they felt. As the host of the tournament, they had to obtain a better ranking. Otherwise, how could they face their predecessors in the Teacher Acknowledgement Hall? All right, the rest of you, come up. After which, Pavilion Master Kong beckoned, and Ruohuan Gongzi, Fu Shaochen, and the others walked up. There was a total of 5 people. Where's Xianxia? Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't with them, Pavilion Master Kong frowned. Hee, the selection round has already started, but that fellow named Xianxia isn't here yet. Let's just hope that the Pavilion Master revokes his slot in a fit of rage. Seeing that Pavilion Master Kong was looking around for Xianxia, the young man harumphed coldly. Shaking his head, he turned to the associate whom he had just met and said, "Right, brother, I still don't know your name." "Me?" With a bitter smile, Xianxia stood up. "It seems like I'm that fellow you spoke of." "Xianxia? Why you are Xianxia and Xianxia?" The young man shuddered, and tears streamed down his face. He nearly fainted on the spot. Even though he said those words in frustration, he knew that for Elder Su and Elder Ling to take a liking to him, this Xianxia wasn't just a simple 2-star master teacher. Just that. Even though they were both 2-star master teachers, the other party was able to enter the selection round while he couldn't. As such, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Thus, when he saw a stranger, he couldn't bring himself to complain. In any case, he didn't know the other party, so he spoke casually to vent his frustration. Yet, who could have thought that he would find the culprit and even call him a fool right in front of him? The heck, aren't you going to participate in the selection round? Shouldn't you be with Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Shaochen? Why are you sitting here instead? The young man felt as though lightning had struck his head, and he even felt like dying. What in the world was this? He found a random person to chat with, and it turned out to be Xianxia whom he had never met before. Wasn't he way too unlucky? Just as he was worried that the other party would cause trouble for him, he saw Xianxia walking to the front of the group. He isn't blaming me? Seeing that the other party didn't say a single word before leaving, the young man's mouth widened in disbelief. Master teachers valued their standing. Insulting the other party to his face was equivalent to shedding all pretense of cordiality. If the other party wanted to cause trouble for him, he could only bear with it. Yet, the other party left without saying a single word. Just this magnanimity wasn't something an ordinary master teacher could possess. I wonder if he will be able to enter the selection round. Suppressing the frustration in his heart, the young man looked forward. He's that Zhang Xian? He seems to be even younger than the rumors say. Indeed. He isn't even 20 yet, and he's only a 2-star master teacher at that. What right does he have to participate in the selection round? That might not necessarily be the case. Even though he's wearing a 2-star emblem, he might not necessarily be a 2-star master teacher. Not everyone likes to flaunt their strength. That's true. If he isn't capable, Sushir and Lingshir wouldn't have recommended him so desperately. But even if he isn't a 2-star master teacher, given his age, he shouldn't be too formidable. Upon seeing the young man walking forward, everyone was in disbelief. He had long heard that Xianxia was only a 2-star master teacher despite his young age. However, upon seeing him with his own eyes, he realized that he was a little too young. Not only did a master teacher have to be capable of discernment, more importantly, they also had to possess knowledge that surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Even if this person was extremely talented, he had 10 years less studying time than others. How much knowledge could he have accumulated? Since everyone is here, let me talk about the rules of the selection. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's arrival, Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. After which, he scanned the surroundings and said, "There are a total of 5 tests in the examination, and each test is based on the various requirements of a master teacher. The first place will get 6 points, the second place will get 5 points, and so on. The last place will get 1 point. After the 5 stages, the 2 people with the highest points will pass the selection and participate in the grand competition organized by the 28 major forces." After which, Pavilion Master Kong gestured grandly, "Everyone, do you still have any doubts?" "No." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Junruo Huan and the others also nodded. "I've already designed the tests with the elders. They will be based on one's soul depth, recognition of cultivation techniques, memory, imparting knowledge, and guidance." Seeing that no one had any doubts, Pavilion Master Kong and the elders at the very front glanced at one another and nodded. "We'll begin the first test now, the test of soul depth. Elder Wu, I'll be troubling you then." "Pavilion Master, you're too polite. This is what I should do." An elder replied with a smile. Then, he stepped forward, flicked his wrist, and a zither appeared in his hands. To think that Elder Wu would be the one to handle the first test. Someone in the hall remarked. "Why? Is there something different about Elder Wu?" A person beside him asked in bewilderment. "Of course. Elder Wu is a 4-star pinnacle master teacher just like the Pavilion Master. However, he has an extremely rare supporting occupation that is extremely helpful in tempering one's soul depth." The first person to speak replied. "Oh? What kind of supporting occupation is useful in tempering one's soul depth?" The second person was perplexed. The most fundamental aspect of a master teacher was their soul depth. The higher one's soul depth was, the easier it would be for one to understand a master teacher. Yet, this Elder Wu actually had an occupation that specialized in tempering one's soul depth. What in the world was it for him to receive such high praise? "Demonic tunist?" The first person replied. "Demonic tunist? The unique occupation that can bewitch one with music?" The second person was taken aback. The first person replied. "Even though demonic tunist is a lower 9-pass occupation, its ability to bewitch one through music is extremely frightening. Our Myriad Kingdom city doesn't have a demonic tunist guild, so Elder Wu's occupation can be said to be one of a kind." Indeed. Just the first test of using a demonic tunist to test one's soul depth is already extremely difficult. The second person remarked. Under normal circumstances, one would use the Enlightenment Jade to test one's soul depth. As long as the value was higher, one's soul depth would be higher. This time around, using a demonic tunist to test one's soul depth was clearly much more difficult. While the duo was conversing, Elder Wu walked to the front of the hall, placed the zither on the table, and glanced at the candidates. The first test is to test one's soul depth. As a master teacher, not only must one's soul depth be high, more importantly, one must be able to resist external disturbances and analyze the situation clearly in the midst of a chaotic environment. I have been instructed by the Pavilion Master to test your soul depth, so naturally, I will do my best. I hope that all of you will be prepared as well." After which, he flicked his wrist, and a few circular metal plates appeared on the table. These are the blank formation plates commonly used by formation masters. Later on, I will play the demonic tune of psychosis, which is used to disrupt one's soul, and all of you can draw on them. At the end of the tune, the one who inscribes the most intricate lines will be the champion. Elder Wu glanced at the crowd and said, "Let me say this first. My demonic tune of psychosis can only work on one person at a time. Which one of you wants to go first?" What a perverse test. I've read about the demonic tune of psychosis in books before. It can cause one's soul depth to fall into chaos, making it hard for one to control themselves. If a normal cultivator were to fall into the demonic tune of psychosis, it would be no different from a drunken stupor. To inscribe something under such circumstances, it would definitely be a mess. Indeed. Under such circumstances, putting aside inscribing lines on palm-sized blank formation plates, it would be hard to say whether one would even be able to stand properly. More importantly, the formation plates that he has taken out are all 3-star blank formation plates. Not only must one control one's soul depth well to inscribe on them, one's control over one's soul depth must be extremely high as well. Otherwise, it could easily shatter. Not only does this test one's soul depth, it also tests one's control over one's soul depth. Difficult, this is simply too difficult. After hearing the content of Elder Wu's first test, the master teachers below couldn't help but gasp in shock. Demonic tunist might be a lower 9-pass occupation, but for it to be so famous, it was bound to be no ordinary occupation. As a cultivator, it was already a feat for them to be able to maintain their composure under the demonic tune of psychosis. Yet, to inscribe on a blank formation plate. That was an extraordinarily difficult task. Putting aside those who were participating in the selection, there were only a handful of 4-star elders who were able to accomplish such a feat. Demonic tunist? Inscribing? In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Xianxia frowned. In the books that he had read previously, there were some records of the demonic tunist occupation. However, it was just a brief mention, and he didn't know much about its specific abilities. He thought that it would be similar to painting, where one's mastery of music would reach the pinnacle. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Hearing Wusher's instructions, Ruohuan Gongzi chuckled softly. He turned to look at his opponents, curious to see their reactions. Fu Xiaochen had a calm expression on his face. He seemed to have known that there would be such a test, and he was currently adjusting his state of mind. The others were also driving their soul depth with a grim expression on their faces. Only a young man had a perplexed look on his face. He was Xianxia, whom they had been waiting for several days. It's obvious that you've never heard of demonic tunists before. Seeing the perplexed expression on the other party's face, Ruohuan Gongzi could tell that the other party had never heard of demonic tunists before. To think that he, as one of the 4 great masters, a 4-star primary master teacher, would be competing with such a fellow. Just the thought of it left him stifled. You're Xianxia, right? Even though you've made us wait for nearly 10 days, since you've come from afar, as a guest, why don't we do it this way? You'll go first for this test. Chuckling softly, Ruohuan Gongzi turned to Xianxia. Me? Xianxia shook his head. There's no need to stand on ceremony. You should go first, I'll take a look first. Even though he didn't have much understanding of demonic tunists, given that it was a unique occupation, it was bound to be something extraordinary. Since he had never come into contact with it before, it would be best for him to take a look first. Take a look first? Ruohuan Gongzi sneered. Are you thinking that Elder Wu is the strongest among us, so the first one to go up would be the first one to eat the crab, resulting in him receiving the most ferocious attack? Since the test is on one's state of mind, one should have the disposition to charge forward bravely. Hesitating over such matters means that one's state of mind is already showing signs of worry and fear. How can one hope to achieve a good result when one's state of mind is already showing signs of weakness? You must be joking. This was a test of one's state of mind, so the first one to go first was also a test of one's state of mind. If one were to hesitate despite knowing that the first one to go would receive the most ferocious attack, it would mean that one's state of mind was already showing signs of weakness. And if one were to show signs of weakness, there was a good chance that the demonic tunist's demonic tune of psychosis would be able to take advantage of the situation. Ruohuan Gongzi understood this logic as well, so he intentionally said those words in order to make Xianxia suffer a little. Since they were competing with one another, it went without saying that the other party was his enemy. He didn't have the habit of holding back for his enemies. Since you're afraid, I'll go first then. After dealing another blow to Xianxia, Ruohuan Gongzi chuckled lightly. He walked up to the table and picked up an empty formation plate. Ruohuan Gongzi, there's no need to rush. Let me do it instead. Another calm voice sounded. Fu Shaochen walked over. He had already adjusted his state of mind. His eyes were calm and his face was impassive. Why? Are you intending to compete with me? Ruohuan Gongzi frowned. Compete? You're thinking too much. Given Elder Wu's strength, regardless of whether it's the first or second, or even the fifth or sixth, the effects of the demonic tune of psychosis would be the same. The means you used on the others are useless against me. Fu Shaochen said impassively. Elder Wu was a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, as well as a 4-star demonic tunist. His control over his strength had already reached the pinnacle. Since it was a fair duel, how could the earlier attacks be stronger than the later ones? Ruohuan Gongzi's words to Xianxia were clearly meant to strike a blow to the other party's confidence. While it might work on someone from a remote background, it was completely ineffective on Fu Shaochen. Since you should know that no one can change my decision. Ruohuan Gongzi said impassively. Same here. Fu Shaochen nodded. Even before the Will of Soul trial began, the two of them were already at odds with one another. Oh? Since that's the case, why don't we have a duel first? The winner will go first. Ruohuan Gongzi said. Sure. What do you want to compete in? Fu Shaochen nodded. The two of them were on par with one another, and they were both popular contenders for the champion seat. Both of them wanted to suppress the other party from the very start so that it would be difficult for the other party to make a comeback later on. Let's compete in. Ruohuan Gongzi pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to say the content of the duel, a sound suddenly sounded by his ear. Ding dong. Turning his head around, he saw that Feng Moshing had already taken a formation plate and was seated cross-legged in preparation. Elder Wu's fingers had also landed on the ancient zither, and he was strumming it lightly. A melody sounded from the zither. The heck? Not expecting that someone else would take the initiative in their duel, Fu Shaochen and Jun Ruohuan's faces turned livid, and they felt like spurting blood. What the heck was this? They wanted to suppress the other party and make him suffer, but who could have thought that the other party would take the initiative instead? Humph. Knowing that there was no point in dwelling on the matter, they flung their sleeves and returned to their seats. Weng weng weng, as soon as they sat down, they saw Wuxia strumming the strings of the zither, and a melody that struck one's soul gushed into their ears like a tidal wave. This music. There's nothing wrong with it? The music stirred one's spirits, but to Xianxia's ears, it was extremely ordinary. There wasn't any difficulty in controlling it, and it didn't seem to have any impact on his soul depth either. However, after taking a look at Feng Mosheng, he immediately knew that things weren't as simple as they seemed. As a 3-star pinnacle master teacher, Xianxia's soul depth had long exceeded 11. 0. Even so, upon hearing the melody of the zither, sweat trickled down his forehead. It seems like there's a limit to the range of the zither attack. Beyond that range, even if I hear it, I won't feel anything at all. His eyes flashed. Just now, Elder Wu had said that only one person could be tested at a time. From the looks of it now, the zither attack had a range. Beyond the range of the zither attack, the sound would return to normal and would not cause any harm. Whoosh, on the other hand, Feng Mosheng, who bore the brunt of the impact, paled. With a flick of his wrist, a carving knife appeared in his hand. Jia. He began carving on the formation plate. The demonic tune of psychosis played by the demonic tunist reverberated in Xianxia's mind, causing him to feel a little drowsy. Unable to focus his attention, the carving knife on the formation plate swayed slightly. As expected, it's not that simple. Xianxia's expression turned solemn when he saw how difficult it was for this genius to carve. As expected of the myriad kingdom cities selection, it was so difficult right from the start, causing countless people to shrink back in fear. Suddenly, a thought popped into Xianxia's mind. Is there a flaw in the demonic tune of psychosis? A martial artist executing a battle technique or a formation master setting up a formation could draw out a book. Since this demonic tunist was executing a demonic tune, it should count as well. Flaw, Xianxia muttered in his mind. As expected, his mind jolted, and a book appeared before him. Wu Su, Elder of Myriad Kingdom Cities Mingshi Tang, 4-star Master Teacher, 4-star Demonic Tunist, Formation Master, Painter, and Tea Master. He specializes in demonic tunes, and of which, the demonic tune of psychosis. Flaws. The book was filled with content. Flipping through a few pages, Xianxia soon found the content regarding the demonic tune of psychosis. I see. After reading for a moment, Xianxia chuckled softly as a glint flashed across his eyes. This demonic tune of psychosis might seem fearsome, but it had quite a few flaws as well. As long as one could exploit them, it wouldn't be too difficult to decipher it. Soon, Xianxia finished reading the book, and an idea popped up in his mind. I should give it a try later. Knowing that this wasn't the time to experiment, Xianxia suppressed his thoughts and continued reading. At this moment, the demonic tune of psychosis was nearing its end. As if drunk, Feng Mashing's body swayed unstably, and he couldn't even sit properly. There were quite a few inscriptions on the formation plate in his hands as well, but due to the distance, Xianxia couldn't see what was inscribed. Weng, with a light pluck, the melody of the zither came to an end, but the melody lingered in the air. Thank you, Wu Shi, for going easy on me. Shaking his head, Feng Mashing stood up, clasped his fist, and passed the formation plate over. He had only experienced a single tune, but he knew that the other party hadn't exerted his full strength yet. Otherwise, given his soul depth, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Wu Shi nodded. Without saying anything, he passed the formation plate over to a master teacher not too far away. Receiving the formation plate, the master teacher counted for a moment before reporting the result. There are a total of 432 inscriptions, and every single slash is of equal weight. More than 400 inscriptions? Incredible. I saw that he was on the verge of collapsing, but to think that not only did he not collapse, he even managed to carve out so many inscriptions of equal weight. As expected of a genius who participated in the selection round. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to carve a single inscription. Don't worry, given your aptitude, Elder Wu can't be bothered to make a move on you. You. Upon hearing the result, the crowd burst into an uproar. The demonic tune of psychosis only lasted for less than 3 minutes. Even if there wasn't a limit on what one could inscribe, it was still difficult for one to carve more than 400 inscriptions within such a short period of time, not to mention, one had to split his attention to withstand the zither melody. More than 400 inscriptions? Seems like I have underestimated that fellow. To think that he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ruohua Gongzi and Fu Shaochen frowned. The number of inscriptions Feng Mashing had inscribed was enough to put them under pressure. Alright, the second one. After reporting Feng Mashing's result, Wu Shi took a few deep breaths to recover his composure. Then, he turned to the crowd once more. Given his current strength, it might have been difficult for him to deal with a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert using the demonic tune of psychosis. However, since he didn't have to fight with these people, it wasn't too difficult for him. Allow me. Fu Shaochen stepped forward. This time, Ruohuan Gongzi didn't compete with Feng Mashing. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but Feng Mashing's result had given him immense pressure. Ding dong, the sound of a zither echoed, and at the same time, the sound of a carving knife cutting through a formation plate could be heard. Soon, Fu Shaochen was done with his examination, and he walked down from the stage. 427 inscriptions, clear inscriptions, no repetitions. The master teacher reported the result. What a pity. Shaking his head, Fu Shaochen's complexion darkened. He thought that given his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to get a slot. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would actually lose out to Feng Mashing in the first round. There was a difference of 5 inscriptions, however, only by experiencing it personally did he understand the fearsomeness of the demonic tune of psychosis. If not for his desire to win growing stronger and stronger, he would have surely been unable to withstand it. Even though my results aren't as good as Feng Shi's, it isn't too far off. It's all up to Ruohuan Gongzi now. Given that his results aren't as good as mine, there's still a good chance that he will get one of the 2 slots. Soon, he calmed down. This was only the first round of the selection round. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to obtain one of the 2 slots. Allow me. The third one wasn't Ruohuan Gongzi but that beautiful master teacher, Luo Shi. In terms of appearance, this lady could only be said to be superior beauty. She was far from matching up to Princess Mou and Xiaoya, needless to say, Xiaoya. However, as a 3-star pinnacle master teacher and a transcendent mortal 3-dan expert, she carried a unique disposition that gave others a unique sense of beauty. Despite her delicate appearance, her soul depth was extremely powerful. She was able to withstand Elder Wu's demonic tune of psychosis. After Luo Shi, it was Du Hu, who was recommended by another kingdom. Both of their results exceeded 400, but they were still a distance away from Fu Shaoqian, needless to say, Feng Masheng. A dark horse. Indeed, I didn't expect Feng Shi to be so formidable. To be able to suppress even Fu Shaoqian. This is something that I didn't expect. I've said before that Feng Shi isn't weak, but you didn't believe me. Seeing that Feng Masheng was still in the first place even after 4 rounds, the master teachers behind him were astonished. Initially, they thought that Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Shi would be the ones to win the slots. They didn't expect Feng Masheng to be so formidable as well. It seemed that Feng Shi had been keeping a low profile all this while, causing many to overlook him. Look, Ruohuan Gongzi is going up. Just as everyone was lamenting, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over. As expected, Ruohuan Gongzi sat down cross-legged and took out a carving knife. Ding dong. Ding dong, the sound of a zither echoed. Frowning, Ruohuan Gongzi moved his carving knife across the formation plate. How fast? As expected. Of Ruohuan Gongzi. It seems like the zither doesn't have much effect on him. Looks like Ruohuan Gongzi is going to be the champion of this round. Seeing his actions, everyone clenched their fists tightly. To be able to maintain such a fast carving speed under the effects of the demonic tune of psychosis, as expected of the most popular Jun Ruohuan, one of the 4 great Gongzi of Myriad Kingdom City, who, soon, the tune came to an end. Ruohuan Gongzi stopped, kept his carving knife into his storage ring, and passed the formation plate over. A total of 431 strokes. The examiner carefully counted the number of strokes before shouting out in disbelief. A stroke less than Feng Shi? How is that possible? That can't be right. He seems to be carving really quickly. Upon hearing the result, a huge commotion broke out. Everyone had seen how Ruohuan Gongzi was carving the formation plate. How could his final result be worse than Feng Shi's? However, the examiner was a renowned figure in the Mingshi Tang Academy. He was an impartial person, so it was impossible for him to be wrong. Ruohuan Gongzi doesn't seem to be disappointed. Just as everyone was perplexed by the result, a voice filled with disbelief sounded. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over, and they saw that something was amiss. Previously, Fu Shi's result was worse than Feng Shi's, and he had a dejected expression on his face. On the other hand, not only did Ruohuan Gongzi not feel defeated, he even had a faint smile on his face. Smile? What was going on? Could it be that he didn't care about losing? That was impossible. There were a total of 5 tests in the selection round, and every single one of them was crucial. Even if Ruohuan Gongzi knew that he would be able to clear the selection round, he couldn't possibly give up just like that. After all, his goal was to become the champion, not just to clear the selection round. Perplexed, Ruohuan Gongzi walked up to Xianxia with a smile and said, "It's your turn now." Only then did the crowd realize that it was finally Xianxia's turn. To be recommended by Su Shi and Ling Shi, he must have some capabilities. What capabilities can he possibly have at such a young age? I'm even worried that this fellow might not be able to last till the end of the tune. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't last till the end of the tune. Indeed. Seeing that the late Xianxia was about to go on stage, the crowd temporarily put aside their doubts about Luohuan Gongzi and turned their attention back to him. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this person. To be late for such an important event like the Mingshi Tang selection round, it was hard to tell if he was arrogant or just confident. Paying no heed to Luo Huangongzi, who was waiting for him to make a fool of himself, Xianxia walked up and picked up a formation plate. Even though he was a quasi-4-star formation master, the only blank formation plate he had come into contact with was the grade 5 spirit gathering formation. This was the first time he had seen such a low-grade one. Holding it in his hand, he could feel that the material on it was much softer than the grade 5 one, and the material was clearly lacking as well. It was a completely different concept. Walking to where the others were seated, Xianxia scanned the surroundings and calculated for a moment. Then, scratching his head, he asked, "Pardon me, but can I fix this formation plate in place?" "Fix it in place?" Elder Wu was taken aback. "As long as it's convenient for you to inscribe it, feel free." The demonic tune of psychosis was a test of one's soul depth. As for the formation plate, it was only used to calculate one's state of mind. It didn't matter whether it was fixed in place or placed in one's hand. "Thank you." Upon receiving the other party's approval, Xianxia took in a deep breath and flicked his wrist. Hung long, the blank formation plate was immediately embedded into the wall not too far away. "I'm ready. Let's begin." Xianxia clapped his hands. "What is he doing?" "I don't know. Isn't the formation plate inscribed in one's hand to exert strength? Why is this guy embedded in the wall?" "I don't know either." Hearing that he was going to fix it, everyone thought that he was going to use some kind of special method to inscribe a formation plate. They didn't expect him to just throw it against the wall. He had seen people carving array discs, but he had never seen anyone carving like this. Besides, the distance from the wall was at least 3 to 4 meters. Would the carving knife be able to reach it? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. This guy. What the hell is he thinking? Ruo Huangongzi and Fu Shaochen glanced at one another, dumbfounded. Only by holding the formation plate in one's hand would one be able to exert one's strength in carving. Only then would one be able to carve out fine lines. To smash it on the wall. Could it be that he thought that he was no match for the others, so he decided to give up just like that? "It's done?" Elder Wu's mouth twitched. "You should know that for the sake of fairness, you can only stand where you are. You can't get close to the wall." Just now, the 5 people were all sitting on the praying mats on the ground. If this guy was near the wall, it would mean that he was at a different distance from the others. He would be suspected of cheating, and it would be unfair. "I know." Xianxia nodded his head with a smile. "Then, if your carving knife isn't able to reach it, how are you going to carve it?" Elder Wu couldn't help but ask. The others had the same doubt as well. Standing 4 meters away from the wall, the carving knife was only half a chi long. No matter how long one's arm was, it was impossible for one to reach the wall. If the carving knife wasn't able to touch the formation plate, how could one carve it? Pavilion Master Kong, Elder Su, and Elder Ling stared at one another in bewilderment. The trio knew that Xianxia was a man of great capability, and there was no way he would mess around. However, the sight before them still left them bewildered, unable to make sense of what was going on. "Oh, I won't be using a carving knife. I'll be using this." Flicking his wrist, a spear appeared in his hands. A grade 5 formation plate required a spirit intermediate tier weapon to inscribe inscriptions. On the other hand, this grade 3 formation plate didn't require such a weapon. A phantom pinnacle weapon would be able to leave a mark on it, and this spear just happened to be of that tier. The spear was 3 meters long. Adding in his arm, a distance of 4 meters was nothing at all. What did he say? That he's going to use a spear to carve the formation plate? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The heck, is there something wrong with that fellow's head? He can't even use a carving knife to inscribe anything, yet he's using a spear. Can this thing really be used to inscribe anything? I don't know either. Seeing that the young man had taken out a spear as a carving tool, everyone nearly spurted blood. Using a spear to inscribe on a formation plate? What in the world was going on? I've seen *T, but I've never seen such *T. The mouths of Ruo Huangongzi, Fu Shaochen, and the others twitched, and their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Susher and Lingshir's bodies trembled, and their vision turned dark. They knew that this fellow wouldn't play by the rules, but this was way too absurd. Using a spear to inscribe, do you have to be so vicious? Can you be any more exaggerated? Let's begin. With a spear in hand, Xianxia looked as though an undefeatable god of war. Ignoring everyone's doubts, he turned to Elder Wu and said, "All right, let's begin. Since you insist on it." "All right then." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Elder Wu nodded in agreement. Since the other party was insistent, there was nothing he could do. Ding dong, his fingers lightly plucked on the zither, and the demonic tune of psychosis sounded once more. Standing before the mat, Xianxia immediately felt a violent aura gushing toward him, stimulating his soul, threatening to tear his head apart. It's indeed different from what I've heard elsewhere. Feeling the bizarre energy stimulating his psyche, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. It was completely different from what he had heard from the outside. When he was outside, he could only hear the music, but he couldn't feel the violent aura at all. However, in this position, it was as though he was a small boat that had fallen into the eye of a storm. No matter how he struggled, he could possibly sink at any moment. It was no wonder why Ruohuan Gongzi, Feng Masheng, and the others found it so difficult to deal with it. Those who were able to become unique occupations were indeed extraordinary. Understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, understanding the emotions of others is writing. Knowing that he might very well lose his mind if he were to continue holding on, he immediately drove his soul depth of 14. 1. Weng, dispelling the false and retaining the true, lucid mind. At this level, one would be able to discern the essence amidst the chaos. With a clearer soul depth, one would be able to analyze matters much more easily. As soon as Xianxia drove his soul depth, the violent aura that stimulated his soul previously immediately weakened to the point where it was almost indiscernible. Elder Wu's soul depth is similar to mine. Even though the demonic tune of psychosis is formidable, it isn't able to affect me much. Looking at the surroundings, Xianxia realized that it wasn't that the other party was going easy on him, but that the other party's means were no longer effective against him. His soul depth was comparable to that of a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, on par with Pavilion Master Kong. No matter how formidable Elder Wu was, he was only on par with him. On top of that, he was a soul cultivator with a powerful soul. It was impossible for a single demonic tune of psychosis to knock him unconscious. Let's begin. Knowing that the other party wouldn't be affected, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a brilliant white glow shot out from his spear toward the blank formation plate on the wall. Ding! As soon as the spear collided with the formation plate, a crisp sound echoed. It wasn't loud, but it was reminiscent of the chiming of a bell, resonating in one's heart. Affected by this sound, Elder Wu's zither melody couldn't help but pause for a moment before flowing smoothly once more. Ding! Just as the zither was flowing smoothly, a sharp collision sounded once more. It happened to be at the right moment when the tune of the demonic tune of psychosis wasn't too high or too low. Under the influence of this sound, the flowing melody was disrupted once more. Elder Wu's face darkened, and his eyebrows shot up. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second time couldn't possibly be so coincidental. The two sounds of the spear tip colliding with the formation plate happened to resound right before the new note of the demonic tune of psychosis was produced and the old note ended. Not only was the normal note disrupted, but even his Xianxia became somewhat chaotic under the interference. As a demonic tunist, he was able to convert his Xianxia into musical notes to attack the other party. Disrupting his voice was equivalent to disrupting the flow of his Xianxia. If this were to continue, not only would he be unable to complete his melody, he might even suffer severe injuries due to the flow of his Xianxia. With a grim expression, Elder Wu stood up and placed his hands on the zither. His Xianxia pulsed intensely, and a melody burst forth. Seemingly sensing the pressure from Elder Wu, the speed at which the spear collided with the formation plate suddenly increased. Ding 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 ding, even though it sounded like a cacophony, it still struck the most awkward part of the demonic tune of psychosis. No. Even though he was exerting his full strength, the other party was still able to strike the most awkward part of his body accurately. This was more than enough to show that the other party was intending to face him head-on. I don't believe that I can't deal with a transcendent mortal one-dan pinnacle cultivator like you. Harumphing coldly, Elder Wu drove the Xianxia in his body, and steam seemed to be rising from his head. In an instant, his aura reached its peak. Hung long, under the impact of the violent energy, the table under the zither could no longer withstand it and directly exploded. As though knowing that such a situation would occur, Elder Wu hooked his feet, and the zither flew up. Hugging it with his left hand, he stroked the zither with his right. Ding 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 ding, the sound of the spear colliding with the formation plate didn't stop either. On the contrary, it was growing louder and louder, as though a surging river, exerting immense pressure on one. If his zither melody was like a tidal wave previously, making it impossible for one to evade it, at this moment, the other party's melody was like a hurricane. No matter how powerful the waves were, one would have to retreat immediately. Damn it! With a pale face, Elder Wu hugged the zither tightly, and his right hand swiftly stroked the strings to maintain the demonic tune of psychosis. Due to the rapid flow of Xianxia in his body, a sound reminiscent of the rumbling of thunder could be heard. At the same time, using a unique movement technique, Elder Wu moved around non-stop. Ancient zither 8 trigram steps, it was a unique formation that complemented the melody of the zither, enhancing the prowess of the demonic tune of psychosis by twofold. What is going on? What is Elder Wu doing? While the battle was going on, the master teachers behind were staring at one another in bewilderment. What was going on? Wasn't Elder Wu still perfectly fine a moment ago? Why was there smoke rising from his head, shattering the table, and now, he was even walking around aimlessly, as though he was executing some kind of formation. Wasn't it just a test of one's soul depth? Was there a need for him to be jumping around like that? Has Elder Wu gone mad? Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone couldn't help but fall silent. It seemed like he was indeed acting as though he had gone mad. He isn't mad, it's the zither 8 trigram steps. Just that. Why would Elder Wu execute this move? A 4-star master teacher frowned. You know of this movement technique? Perplexed, an elder sitting by the side turned to look at the 4-star master teacher. Of course I know of it. This is Elder Wu's strongest offensive technique, a perfect combination of formation and demonic tunes. At this point, the 4-star master teacher paused for a moment before continuing. You should still remember the calamity of 7 swords, right? Of course I do. It's known as the most fearsome calamity in Myriad Kingdom City in the past 100 years. Alliance head Zhao dispatched countless experts, but to no avail. In the end, he had to seek help from Mingshi Tang, and it was you and Elder Wu who dealt with it. The second elder said. The calamity of 7 swords was a vicious incident in Myriad Kingdom City. Every time the murderer made a move, he would leave 7 holes on the bodies of his victims. No matter how powerful the victim was, even if he was a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, he would still be killed in 7 swords. The deaths of more than a dozen transcendent mortal 4-dan experts incited fear in the entire alliance. Alliance head Zhao led a group of experts to surround the culprit, but in the end, the culprit still managed to escape. Left with no choice, he turned to Mingshi Tang for help. Back then, Pavilion Master Kong hadn't succeeded his position yet, so the previous Pavilion Master sent Elder Wu and the 4-star Master Teacher to deal with the culprit. Only with dozens of transcendent mortal 4-dan experts did they manage to kill the culprit. This matter had caused a huge uproar, and most of the elders were unwilling to talk about it. Why would the other party suddenly bring it up? Back then, when I met with the 7-sword killer, the other party's strength was on par with the current Pavilion Master Kong. It was Elder Wu who used the zither 8 trigram steps to launch a sonic attack on the other party to confuse his mind, thus allowing him to emerge victorious. Otherwise, with our strength, it would be impossible for us to keep them here. The first elder who spoke had a solemn expression. The sight back then was still vivid in his mind. If not for Elder Wu executing his demonic tunnist ability at the crucial moment to disrupt the other party's mental state, putting aside killing them, there was a good chance that the entire group would have been wiped out. They wouldn't have been able to harm the other party at all, as the greatest calamity of the Myriad Kingdom City in the past century, the 7-sword massacre wasn't just for show. Even now, just thinking about the 7 phantom-like swords left Xianxia drenched in cold sweat. Using this footwork to deal with the 7-sword kill? Then, the second elder's face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The 7-sword slayer was a peerless figure on par with the Hall Master, and even the zither 8 trigram steps and the demonic tune of psychosis were effective against such a figure. Then, would the young man be able to withstand it? If he couldn't withstand it, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Elder Wu, what's going on? Why would you use such means against a junior? Understanding what was going on, the second elder's face flushed in anger. Even though this Xianxia had arrived late and acted irrationally, he was still a junior. You, Elder Mingshi Tang, a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, were going too far by attacking him so viciously. I have no idea either, but why do I feel that even though he used this move, not only did he not manage to gain the upper hand, he seems to be in a disadvantageous position. The first elder observed the situation for a moment, and a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Disadvantageous position? Taken aback, the second elder turned his gaze over, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed. At this moment, not only was steam rising from Elder Wu's head, his aura was surging furiously, as though he had been thrown into a pot to be cooked. Even though his footsteps didn't slow down at all, every step he took caused him to spurt a mouthful of blood. It was as though someone had used a sledgehammer to strike his chest. The heck? What in the world happened to execute a soundwave attack that even the Seven-Sword Massacre was unable to withstand, and yet, he was spurting blood non-stop? Wasn't the sight before him a little too bizarre? It's that Xianxia, the first elder finally came to a realization, and his voice trembled slightly. Even though the sound of Xianxia striking the formation plate with his spear sounded chaotic, every single strike struck the weakest part of the demonic tune of psychosis, causing the Xianxia in Elder Wu's body to be jolted, resulting in him being injured, the first elder said. There's such a thing? The second elder widened his eyes in shock. As a 4-star master teacher, he had seen many things, but he had never heard of such a situation before. I also find it bizarre, but other than this, I can't think of any other reason. The first elder said with a deep voice. Even he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A transcendent mortal one-dan pinnacle lad using a spear and a formation plate to jolt a 4-star demonic tunist to the point of spurting blood. Was this real? Breaking sound with sound. Seeing this sight, Pavilion Master Kong suddenly recalled something, and his face paled. Breaking sound with sound? Elder Su and Elder Ling couldn't help but look at Pavilion Master Kong. That's how high-tier demonic tunists deal with low-tier demonic tunists. It's similar to a fighter's method of suppressing a low-tier demonic tunist. By using sound to attack the other party's Xianxia, the other party's Xianxia will be thrown into disarray, resulting in severe injuries. Pavilion Master Kong said slowly. Then, I beseech Pavilion Master to save Xianxia. He's likely to represent our Mingshi Tang in the tournament, so we mustn't let anything happen to him, Susher said anxiously. He's in trouble? Pavilion Master Kang's face twitched. The one who's in trouble is Elder Wu, and from the looks of it, he's on the verge of collapsing. Collapsing? Only then did Susher and Lingshi realize that Elder Wu was spurting blood as he walked. Then, Pavilion Master, it's just an examination, there's no need for him to sustain such severe injuries. I beseech you to stop him. Lingshi said. Stop him? Breaking sound with sound is similar to a Xianxia duel. Unless one side loses, there's no way to stop it. If Elder Wu could stop it, he would have done so a long time ago. There's no need for him to execute the Zither 8 trigram steps. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. Demonic tunes were intricately linked to soul attacks, and it was completely different from Xianxia attacks. If one was unable to withstand it, one would at most be injured. However, if one were to stop it, the demonic tunes might assault one's mind, turning the cultivator into a retard. This was precisely the reason why unless one of them was defeated, there was no way it would stop. Isn't this an examination of soul depth? Why, did it turn into a sound wave attack? Susher and Lingshi's faces paled. Isn't this an examination of soul depth? Why did they end up fighting? Not to mention, it turned into a battle of life and death. They knew that this fellow was a troublemaker, but they didn't expect him to cause such a huge ruckus in an examination of soul depth. Susher and Lingshi stared at one another, and they felt frenzied. I don't get it either. Pavilion Master Kang's face was filled with dismay. For the esteemed Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang Academy, the #1 expert of the League of Nations, to be helpless before such a situation, it was indeed depressing. More importantly, even he couldn't understand why such a situation would occur. He was truly speechless. What happened? He's inscribing a formation plate? The other master teachers were dumbfounded. Luo Huagongzi, Fu Shaochen, and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They felt as though their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. Having experienced the attack of the demonic tune of psychosis for themselves, they knew how powerful it was. Even Elder Wu, who was seated on the spot, was unable to withstand it. Now that he was walking on the 8 trigram steps, how could he possibly withstand it? But why? Was the young man standing before him completely fine? After a long moment, Fu Xiaochen suddenly thought of a possibility and said, "That fellow must have obtained some kind of bizarre music and used it to suppress Elder Wu's demonic tune of psychosis." Other than this explanation, he couldn't think of any other explanation. If he wasn't wrong, this fellow named Xianxia must have been lucky enough to learn a music that could suppress Elder Wu, resulting in Elder Wu's current state. So what if he's able to suppress Elder Wu's demonic tune of psychosis? This is an examination of one's soul depth, the number of inscriptions and diagrams one can inscribe on the formation plate. Since he's using the formation plate as a drum, it's useless no matter how well he plays it. Ruo Huan Gongzi harumphed. The others were taken aback for a moment before nodding their heads. Indeed, this was an examination of one's soul depth, not one's fighting prowess. Even if one were to cause Elder Wu to spurt blood, it would still be futile if one didn't leave sufficient inscriptions and diagrams on the formation plate. Don't worry, I can see that his spear is stabbing randomly on the formation plate without any pattern at all. It's just that he's intentionally provoking Elder Wu and causing such a commotion. Waving his hands grandly, Ruo Huan Gongzi continued. No matter how many times one stabs, no matter how powerful one's offense was, it would all be useless. It was just like an examination. If one was asked to answer the question, and one wrote down the reasoning process of the calculus formula, no matter how high one's proficiency was, one's answer would still be wrong. The demonic tune of psychosis is about to end. Just as Ruo Huan Gongzi was harumphing coldly, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Everyone immediately turned their gazes over. At this moment, Elder Wu spurted a mouthful of blood as he advanced forward. He was already less than 3 meters away from Xianxia, and the sound of the battle between the two grew louder and louder. It was so chaotic that it was impossible to tell which was the demonic tune of psychosis and which was the knocking sound. However, based on the time, the demonic tune of psychosis should be ending soon. Let's hope that. Elder Wu is fine. Seeing how Elder Wu had spurted countless mouthfuls of blood and his face was as pale as a corpse, the crowd prayed in their hearts. Just as everyone had guessed, the demonic tune of psychosis was indeed about to end. No matter how long the demonic tune of psychosis was, there was still a time limit. It's done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as his spear trembled non-stop. Previously, he had been too focused on striking the formation plate according to the flaws of the melody, so he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. At this moment, it was almost over. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia flicked the spear in his hand to complete the final syllable. Turning his head around, he saw a pale face before him. Ah! Shocked, Xianxia flicked his spear and whipped it over. This was his first time facing a demonic tunist. Even though the other party's soul depth couldn't be compared to his, the other party's fighting prowess was much higher. Even with his full strength, he was still unable to withstand the other party's attack. As such, Xianxia didn't expect that the pale-faced man before him was Elder Wu. He thought that someone was intending to launch a sneak attack on him. Exerting all of his strength, Xianxia executed the Heaven's Path spear art and charged forward. Elder Wu heaved a sigh of relief, but before he could react, he saw a spear heading straight for him. His eyes narrowed, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He was struck squarely in the chest, and he was sent flying. Pada, his body was plastered onto the wall, forming a big character. The heck? No one could have expected such a turn of events. Their eyes bulged out of their sockets, and their faces reddened. They were on the verge of spurting blood. That was Elder Wu, the only demonic tunist in Myriad Kingdom City, a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, an existence feared by all. Yet, he was plastered onto the wall with a single spear strike. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Elder Wu, why did you follow me? I really didn't do it on purpose. Hearing the shocked cries of the crowd, Xianxia also recognized the other party, and his face reddened in embarrassment. Wasn't this a test of soul depth? Why did you come here? I thought that you were up to no good. Cough cough. Coughing 2 large mouthfuls of blood, Elder Wu finally recovered. He struggled down from the wall with a frenzied look on his face. What the heck was this? The pavilion master told him that this was just a test, and he thought that it would be a simple one. Thus, he came here excitedly. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would nearly lose his life. The other party had been attacking the flaws of the demonic tune of psychosis non-stop, and if he didn't retaliate, his soul would surely be damaged. Thus, he could only step closer and closer to increase the strength of his attacks. Yet, the sound wave that even the hall master feared was nothing more than a toy to the other party. Not only was it completely ineffective, the other party didn't even notice that its might had grown stronger. What the heck? To be able to resist even the demonic sound without being affected in the slightest. What kind of monster did Su Fan and Ling Hingyu find? The intense frustration he felt made him doubt his life. Forget it, I don't blame you. Elder Wu knew that it was impossible for either of them to suppress the other party in a clash of sound waves, and this wasn't the other party's intention either. Taking 2 deep breaths, he adjusted his condition before waving his hand. Even though he was filled with resentment, there was nothing he could do. As an elder, he couldn't possibly go and find trouble with that fellow. Furthermore, he was already in such a miserable state even without looking for trouble. If he were to really go, he was afraid that he might not be able to return alive. It was better to just forget about it. Let's test it. Taking down the formation plate on the wall, Xianxia passed it over to the master teacher in charge of inspecting the formation. Yes. Taking the formation plate, the master teacher carefully counted the lines on it before announcing, 431 strokes. Every single stroke is of equal weight and strength, 431 paintings? Isn't it the same as Ruohuan Gongzi's? It's really, using a spear to forcefully create so many paintings? I thought he was just knocking randomly. I didn't expect him to really knock out the pattern. That's amazing. The same stroke, then, who is the second? We're tied for second place? Upon hearing the results, everyone was stunned for a moment before an uproar broke out. They thought that Xianxia was just randomly knocking on the formation plate to make up the numbers, and they thought that the patterns on the formation plate would be messy and messy. Never in their dreams did they expect that the other party's results would be exactly the same as Ruohuan Gongzi's. Given that the both of them had a stroke less than Feng Moshing's, how could they determine the ranking? It couldn't be that there were 2 second places, right? He also 431 paintings? Not expecting Xianxia to have such a result, Ruohuan Gongzi's face darkened. He detested life and death with his carving knife, and that was why he was able to create so many strokes. On the other hand, the other party was able to create the same number of strokes with his spear. Was this for real? Looks like we've underestimated him. That fellow isn't that simple. Ruohuan Gongzi's eyebrows shot up. When he heard that the other party was only a 2-star master teacher, he didn't think that the other party would be a match for him. However, from the looks of it, the other party was much more formidable than he thought. To use a spear to carve a formation plate several meters away. If it was in the past, he would have never dared to imagine such a feat even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it inconceivable. However, it won't be that easy for him to tie with me. Ruohuan Gongzi sneered coldly. So what if the other party's strokes were the same as his? He still had a trump card in his hands. He didn't think that a country bumpkin from a rural kingdom could compare with him. Incredible. Feng Moshing was impressed as well. Even with his carving knife, he only managed to carve a single stroke more than the other parties. As expected of a figure recommended by an elder, fearsome, he thought that he could be considered as a dark horse in this selection, but compared to the other party, he could only be considered as a black donkey. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the 6 formation plates were placed on the table. They were filled with strokes, reflecting the results of the previous examination. Pavilion Master, please judge them. The master teacher in charge of the examination clasped his fist and bowed to Pavilion Master Kong. Nodding, Pavilion Master Kong, Elder Su, and the others walked up to take a look at the formation plates. I'll now announce the results of the first round. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Pavilion Master Kong announced, Feng Mashing took first place with 432 strokes, Jun Ruohuan and Zhang Xian took second place with 431 strokes, Fu Shachen took fourth place with 427 strokes, Luoshi took fifth place with 411 strokes, and Duhu took sixth place with 407 strokes. To think that Fengshe would take first place. That Zhangshi sure is formidable. To be able to tie with Ruohuan Gongzi as soon as he appeared. Indeed. I thought that he was just a fame-seeking fellow, but to think that he would be so capable. A commotion broke out below. Everyone thought that Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Shaochen would emerge victorious. Who could have thought that the two dark horses, Feng Mashing and Zhang Xian, would appear instead? Alright, the first round is over. Let's move on to the second round. After announcing the results, Pavilion Master Kong scanned the surroundings. Just as he was about to move on to the next round, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Pavilion Master, I think that there's a problem with the results just now. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw Ruohuan Gongzi walking up with a smile on his face. Oh? Pavilion Master Kong turned to look at him. Before the first round, Elder Wu said that the one who carves the most exquisite lines under the influence of the demonic tune of psychosis would be the champion. Ruohuan Gongzi said. May I know if that's true? I did say that. Elder Wu nodded. At this moment, he had already recovered significantly after regulating his breathing. However, his face was still slightly pale, and his spirit was a little sluggish. That's right. You only counted the lines, but you didn't observe them closely. Ruohuan Gongzi chuckled. Observe them closely? Everyone was taken aback. Even Pavilion Master Kong frowned. How was one supposed to observe them closely? Was it to see who could carve the most exquisite lines? This had nothing to do with the depth of the carving knife, not one's state of mind. That's simple. I didn't just carve the lines on the formation plate. Everyone, please take a look. Walking up to the formation plate, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and a carving knife appeared. Then, he began carving several dozen strokes on it. These strokes were extremely simple. All he did was to connect the various lines together. However, the moment he did so, the messy lines on the formation plate immediately changed. Wang, a crisp buzz sounded, and a massive peony flower appeared before everyone's eyes. Surrounded by spiritual energy, it bloomed. To think that, it's a painting. Ruohuan Gongzi actually managed to carve a fifth-level painting under such circumstances. It's no wonder why he was so confident despite having fewer strokes than Fengshe. A fifth-level painting. That's something that only a 3-star painter is capable of. I've long heard that Ruohuan Gongzi is a painter, and from the looks of it, that seems to be the case. Incredible, everyone was in an uproar. Even Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but take a glance at Zhang Xian. To be able to bestow spirit to the flower and create a fifth-level painting under the influence of the demonic tune of psychosis. Ruohuan Gongzi's state of mind had already reached an unfathomable level. It was no wonder why he was so confident. Carving lines was just a simple demonstration of one's ability. On the other hand, to carve lines and form a painting. That was true strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for one to create a fifth-level painting within 3 minutes. Yet, the other party was able to do it under the influence of the demonic tune of psychosis. Be it his talent, ability, or state of mind, all of it was frightening. Not bad, not bad. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head in agreement. His supporting occupation didn't include painting, so he wasn't able to see through Ruohuan Gongzi's ability. However, after seeing the peony flower with his own eyes, he could tell how difficult it was. Ruohuan Gongzi was his direct disciple, and he was gratified to see the other party's outstanding performance. Fengshe only inscribed 432 lines on the painting. The reason why I didn't inscribe enough lines isn't because I couldn't inscribe them, but rather, I managed to create a painting. I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Kong to decide who is better. Ruohuan Gongzi declared confidently. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Then, he scanned the surroundings and asked, may I know the opinions of the other elders? Even though he only lacks a single stroke, but, he managed to create a painting. Clearly, Ruohuan Gongzi is superior. To be able to create a 5th-level painting under the influence of the demonic tune of psychosis, his state of mind is truly admirable. I think that Ruohuan Gongzi should be the first. Soon, the elders expressed their opinions. Jun Ruohuan was the first. None of the master teachers present had any objections to the decision. Even Feng Moshing expressed his agreement. Even though he had inscribed many lines, the other party was much more meticulous than him. Every single stroke had its own purpose. Clearly, the other party was much better than him. Alright, since no one has any objections, I'll announce that Ruohuan is the first, Feng Moshing the second, Xianxia the third, Fu Shaochen the fourth, Luoshi the fifth, and Duhu the sixth. Seeing that no one had any objections, Pavilion Master Kong announced loudly. Ruohuan Gongzi is indeed strong. As expected of a popular contender for the champion seat. He easily obtained the first place in the first round and maintained his advantage. Now, it's time to see the results of the subsequent rounds. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing that he had obtained the first place, Ruohuan Gongzi chuckled softly. Turning to look at Zhang Xian, his eyebrows shot up. Xianxia, I'm sorry, but it seems like I won't be able to share second place with you. Didn't you cause a huge commotion earlier? So what? Didn't you still lose to me obediently and become the third? Not expecting this fellow to trample on him even after obtaining the first place, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Turning to Pavilion Master Kong, he asked, this. As long as I'm more meticulous, my results will be better, right? That's right. Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. That's good then. After which, Zhang Xian turned to look at the formation plate on the table, and his face darkened. It's already been half a day, what are you putting on an act for? Hurry up and get to work. Right after he said those words, the crisp sound of spirit agitation echoed. The formation plate he had just inscribed started operating, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings was drawn in frenziedly, forming a massive vortex. Spirit agitation. This is, a sentient 4-star spirit gathering formation? Elder Wu narrowed his eyes. As a 4-star formation master, Elder Wu had a deep understanding of formations, and he knew how difficult it was to inscribe a formation plate. Even with his strength, it would take him at least a week to inscribe a 4-star spirit gathering formation plate. Yet, the other party was able to inscribe a formation plate in just 3 minutes with a spear. More importantly, it was sentient. This was way too heaven-defying. A grade 3 blank formation plate could only be used to inscribe grade 3 formations. Yet, not only did the other party inscribe a grade 4 formation plate, it even possessed a sentient spirit. How deep was the other party's understanding of formations? At the very least, he couldn't match up to the other party. What was even more frightening was that the other party had done it in the midst of a battle. He had been knocked unconscious from the impact, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. Yet, not only was the other party completely fine, he even managed to inscribe a grade 4 formation plate with sentience. Elder Wu felt incredibly stifled, and his entire body felt unwell. Inscribing a formation plate is extremely complicated. Every step has to be meticulously planned, and not the slightest mistake is allowed. To inscribe it with a spear, Ruohuan Gongzi's 5th-level painting can't even compare to this. Indeed, the difference is simply too huge. Seeing the gathering of spiritual energy, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, as though they had seen a ghost. Ruohuan Gongzi's body trembled uncontrollably, and he was on the verge of going insane. He thought that creating a painting was already an incredible feat, yet, to think that this fellow would be able to create a grade 4 formation, even a 4-star formation master without the demonic tune of psychosis would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Yet, a young lad who wasn't even in his 20s was able to make Elder Wu spurt blood while doing it. This was too heaven-defying. More importantly, the formation plate had a sentience. Even though both of them possessed sentience, his painting was still worlds apart from the other parties. They were two completely different concepts. He was still thinking that he would surely be the champion this time around, but who could have thought that he would be flipped to the ground in the blink of an eye, and even be stepped on several times? Ruohuan Gongzi felt like crying. If only he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have been so smug earlier. He had just said that he couldn't share second place with the other party, but in the end, he was the only one in second place. what a slap to his face. Just as Ruohuan Gongzi was feeling frustrated, the other party's voice sounded, should my formation be considered as exquisite? Cough cough, it should be. Pavilion Master Kang's face reddened. The other party had already inscribed a formation, and yet, he couldn't see through it. How embarrassing, more importantly, to change the results of a single competition twice. What kind of figures were the ones participating in this selection round? For the first round, Xianxia will be awarded 6 points, Ruohuan will be awarded 5 points, and so on and so forth. Knowing that he would only embarrass himself further if he were to continue arguing, Pavilion Master Kong quickly announced the results. Seeing that there were no more objections, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "All right, let's begin the second round of the examination, cultivation." To become a master teacher, one's cultivation is of utmost importance. Master teachers are known to be invincible among their peers. Not only are they able to see through one's flaws, more importantly, they are able to reinforce one's cultivation and enhance one's strength. Of course, one's cultivation is also related to one's resources and the guidance of a master teacher. Given that all of us have different backgrounds and cultivations, it would be unfair for all of us to compete against one another. Everyone nodded. Ruohuan Gongzi, on the other hand, was from the Jun clan, the head of the 4 great clans of Myriad Kingdom City. Furthermore, his teacher was Pavilion Master Kong. As such, he had been given the best conditions from the very start. On the other hand, Luoshi and Du who were from a remote kingdom, and their cultivation conditions were far inferior to his. On top of that, they were slightly younger as well. Thus, it would be unfair for them to compete against them. Thus, after discussing with the other elders, we decided to have Elder Bai suppress her cultivation and battle with them. Under the same level of cultivation, the more rounds one can last, the stronger one is. This way, not only can we assess the other party's cultivation, we can also see the other party's judgment and decision-making when they are in danger. Pavilion Master Kong continued. Suppressing one's cultivation? Since the cultivation of those participating in the selection test is different, it wouldn't be good for them to fight one-on-one. Take Fu Shaochen for example, he has reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. On the other hand, that Xianxia is only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle. Even without a battle, it's clear that there's no doubt who will emerge victorious. Indeed. Having Elder Bai suppress her cultivation and battle with the other party at the same level of cultivation, the one who can last the most rounds will be the victor. This would be fairer. As a 4-star master teacher, Elder Bai's comprehension of battle techniques are far above that of the others. Even if they were to suppress their cultivation to the same level, it would still be impossible for them to emerge victorious. On the other hand, judging the number of rounds one can take to determine one's strength, not bad. Other than Pavilion Master Kong, there's no one who can match Elder Bai's fighting prowess. On top of that, it's fair and impartial. I have no objections to this rule. Hearing the rules of the second round, everyone nodded in agreement. Since the 6 participants were of different cultivation realms, it was impossible for them to compete fairly. Since that was the case, they would have an elder suppress their cultivation and battle with them separately. Suppressing one's cultivation to the same level and determining the ranking based on the number of rounds one can take. This could be considered the fairest method. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Then, he turned to an elder and said, "I'll be troubling you then." "It's nothing much." The elder stepped forward. "Elder Bai Heng. Don't worry. After suppressing my cultivation, I'll give it my all in the battle. I won't go easy on anyone. The number of rounds one can last will be the number of rounds one can take. I, Bai Heng, swear on my dignity as a master teacher that I won't cheat." Walking up to the crowd, Elder Bai's eyebrows shot up, but there was no expression on his face. Elder Bai is a fair and impartial person, we have no doubts about that. Ruohuan Gongzi, Fu Shaochen, and the others hurriedly said. Elder Bai was a reputable elder in the entire Mingshi Tang Academy. With a cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle, he was only slightly weaker than Pavilion Master Kong. He was a fair person, and on top of that, he had sworn on his dignity as a master teacher. There was no way he would go easy on the other party. He was trustworthy. Since there are no objections, then make your preparations. Everyone can use weapons or bare hands. Use the moves that you are most proficient in to fight Elder Bai. However, for the sake of fairness and confidentiality, the battle will be held in a sealed environment. The specific moves will be displayed on the wall using a special formation, and it won't be falsified. Furthermore, the details of the battle won't be revealed to the public. Pavilion. Master Kong continued. Hearing this arrangement, the other master teachers nodded in agreement. Every single master teacher had their own trump card that they didn't wish for others to know about. If they were to display it before the eyes of the crowd, news of it could easily spread. At that time, their trump card would be rendered useless. In a sealed environment, only the moves would be displayed, and it would be much safer. I'll wait for you. Waving his hands, Elder Bai turned around and walked into a small room in the hall. Alright, which one of you wants to challenge first? Seeing that Elder Bai was ready, Pavilion Master Kong turned to the 6 of them. I'll go first. Fu Xiaochen stepped forward. He had the strength to challenge for the championship, but in the end, he only managed to get 4th place in the first round. This left him feeling stifled. In terms of soul depth, he might not be able to match up to Feng Masheng and Ruohuan Gongzi, but he was confident that he wouldn't lose out to any of them. Be careful. Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you for your reminder. Fu Xiaochen walked into the room. The moment he entered, a light flashed on the white wall, and a series of numbers appeared. 1, 2, 3, 10. The numbers continued to climb, and soon, it reached 10. It has already started. Even if he were to suppress his cultivation to the same level as Elder Bai, that Fu Shi is indeed formidable to be able to withstand 10 moves from Elder Bai. Isn't that obvious? Fu Shi is Elder Hai's student, and he has already mastered the Thousand Seas Fist. No matter how invincible Elder Bai is, it would still take him at least 15 moves to defeat him. That's right, the Thousand Ocean Fist, the endless waves, the endless sound of the tide, is indeed powerful. I wonder how many moves he can withstand. Looking at the numbers on the wall, the crowd knew that the battle had already begun, and they clenched their fists tightly in agitation. Even if Elder Bai were to suppress his cultivation, being able to withstand 10 moves from him was already something to brag about. Even if the other party was of the same cultivation as you, their comprehension of battle would be on a completely different level. How could those with lower cultivation possibly win? Before everyone's shocked eyes, the jumping numbers finally came to a halt. 31, following which, the door to the room opened, and Fu Xiaochen walked out. Even though he looked a little unkempt, his eyes were gleaming with excitement. Only after experiencing it firsthand did he realize how powerful Elder Bai was. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, he still wasn't a match for the other party. If not for the fact that he had used all of his trump cards and used all of his strongest moves, it would already be a miracle if he could withstand 20 moves. Even if he couldn't clinch the first place after 31 moves, he would still be able to secure the top 2 spots. Incredible! Looking at the young man walking over, Ruohuan Gongzi's expression turned grim. After fighting for so many rounds before being defeated, even he felt extremely pressured. Ruohuan Gongzi, let me see your results. Walking up to the crowd, Fu Xiaochen looked at Ruohuan Gongzi with gleaming eyes. Alright. Taking a deep breath, Jun Ruohuan gritted his teeth and walked into the room. Not too long later, a series of numbers appeared. How many moves do you think Ruohuan Gongzi can withstand? I'm not too sure about that. His strength is roughly on par with Fu Shi, and since the latter was able to withstand 31 moves, he shouldn't be too far behind. Let's hope so. Seeing the numbers increasing, the faces of the crowd turned grim. Jun Ruohuan and Fu Xiaochen were the 2 most popular contenders in the selection round, and they were idols of the younger generation. Everyone wanted to know who had the greater comprehension of battle. Fu Xiaochen should be the one who lasted longer. Pavilion Master Kong said. Oh? Elder Su turned to look at Pavilion Master Kong doubtfully. Xiaochen's state of mind is stable, and he specializes in defense. On the other hand, Ruohuan's arrogance stemmed from his wealthy background. In the face of danger, he would only resort to more ferocious attacks. Such attacks might be useful against others, but against Elder Bai, they aren't too effective. Pavilion Master Kong analyzed. That's true. Su Shi and Ling Shi nodded in agreement. Jun Ruohuan's title as the head of the four great Gongzi wasn't a mere compliment. He had fought his way up from the younger generation with his fists. It was precisely because he was too strong that he was arrogant. Arrogant people tended to be weaker in defense. Under such circumstances, those of the same cultivation realm might not be able to notice it, but against the experienced elder Bai, he was bound to be at a disadvantage. While the few of them were discussing, the light on the wall slowly faded away, and a series of numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. 30. Just as Pavilion Master Kong had guessed, Ruohuan Gongzi's results were beneath Fu Xiaoqian's. He couldn't withstand 30 moves, a difference of a single move. A difference of a single move? Do you think that, just like in the first round, he might have left some sort of trump card up his sleeves, allowing him to achieve victory despite the difference of a single move? How is that possible? A duel is a real battle. Every single move is a result of a single move. There's no way to resort to trickery. That's true. Just like before, upon seeing the 30 moves, there were some who were doubtful. However, they soon came to a realization. The martial arts competition was different from the previous carving of array discs. One more move was one more move, and there was no way to fake it. Jia, amidst the discussions, the door opened and Ruohuan Gongzi walked out. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly. Even he didn't expect to lose to Fu Xiaoqian despite lacking a single move. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Even though Elder Bai had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as him, his attacks were still relentless. Even if he were to use all of his strength, 30 moves was already his limit. He wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move. A loss was a loss, and it wasn't a loss at all. Allow me. Upon seeing Ruohuan Gongzi walk out, Feng Moshing took in a deep breath and walked in. A light flashed, and a series of numbers appeared on the wall. Not too long later, Feng Moshing walked out with a pale face. The number stopped at 28. Upon seeing his result, Fu Xiaoqian and Ruohuan Gongzi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they turned their gazes to Xianxia. The three of them had already completed the examination, and the one who was most likely to turn the tables around was this fellow. Even though they didn't know how his fighting prowess was, the fact that he was able to drive Elder Wu into a frenzy through music meant that he wasn't a simple figure. However, what disappointed them was that Xianxia was not in a hurry to enter the room. Instead, it was Luo Shi and Du Hu who went in first. What was even more surprising was that Du Hu, who had the worst result the previous time, actually lasted 28 moves this time, the same as Feng Moshing. As for Luo Shi, she fared slightly worse. After all, she was a female, so she was at a disadvantage in terms of stamina. Thus, she only lasted 24 moves before being defeated. It's Xiangxi's turn now. Indeed, I wonder if he'll be able to become the greatest dark horse in the examination, just like in the first round. I don't think so. The closer one's cultivation is to Elder Bai's, the stronger one's comprehension of battle will be, and the longer one can last. That's true. Seeing Xianxia walking into the room, the crowd whispered softly. Suppressing one's cultivation wasn't as fair as one thought. It was much easier for a transcendent mortal 4 Dan expert to suppress one's cultivation to 1 Dan than a transcendent mortal 3 Dan cultivator. It was just like how a graduate student might be able to complete an examination paper for a university student, but it would take some effort. On the other hand, it would be much easier for a transcendent mortal 3 Dan cultivator. Given that Xiangxi's cultivation was the weakest among them, it would be much easier for Elder Bai to suppress her cultivation by 3 cultivation realms. How many moves do you think he can last? Pavilion Master Kong turned to Su Shi and asked. This? I'm not too sure either. However, I'm well aware of Elder Bai's strength. If she were to suppress her cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle, she would be able to kill even a Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Intermediate Stage expert easily. Xiangxia probably won't be able to last long. Su Shi hesitated for a moment before replying. Even though he was confident in Xianxia, the person inside was Elder Bai, a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert. Such a person's control over their strength and comprehension of battle techniques had reached an unfathomable level. Even if they were of the same cultivation realm, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. Given so, it would be difficult for Xianxia to remain undefeated for so long. Indeed, to advance by 3 whole realms in just 20 days, no matter how talented he is, his control over his strength is bound to be a little shaky. If I'm not wrong, he should be defeated within 10 moves. That's right. Pavilion Master Kong analyzed. Sushar had already said that this young man was able to advance from Xianxia realm to Transcendent Mortal One Dan Pinnacle in 20 days. Even if he was a celestial master teacher, his strength would still be a little shaky. Saying that he would be defeated within 10 moves was already the most optimistic estimate. I think so too, but Xianxia has always been a person who can't be judged using common sense. No one can predict what will happen. Lingxia interjected. Even though he felt that Pavilion Master King's analysis wasn't wrong, and under normal circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. But, as long as the results weren't out, no one would be able to guess what Xianxia would do. Look, it's starting. They weren't the only ones who were anxious. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but turn their gazes over as well. A number had appeared on the smooth wall. 1. Why isn't it growing anymore? Upon seeing the number 1, everyone thought that it would grow rapidly and stop after reaching a certain number, but to their astonishment, it seemed to have been imprinted on the wall. It can't be that. The observation formation is spoiled, right? That's impossible. This formation was set up by Elder Wu personally, and it was still working perfectly at the start. How could it be spoiled for no reason? Then, why isn't the number moving? Could it be, recalling something? Everyone froze on the spot in disbelief. He was defeated in a single move? Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists tightly in excitement. On the other hand, Fu Xiaoqian's face lit up in delight as well. The two of them had been worried that this dark horse would amaze the world with a single feat, just like before. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect him to be defeated in just a single move. But that was to be expected. How could a transcendent mortal one Dan lad withstand Elder Bai's attack? They thought that this fellow would be the greatest obstacle to them clearing the selection, but from the looks of it now, they were overthinking things. Isn't his result a little too bad? How can such a person participate in the Master-Teacher tournament? Even though one's strength isn't the crux of the tournament, it's still extremely important. Even Beauty Luo she was able to withstand 24 moves, and yet, he was defeated in a single move. Isn't that a little too fast? Indeed. Without sufficient strength, what's the point of having a strong soul depth? If he were to participate in the tournament, he would be eliminated very quickly. Realizing what was going on, a commotion broke out among the crowd. In the first round, that fellow was so outstanding that even Elder Wu was driven into a frenzy. They thought that even if his performance in the second round wasn't as good as before, they would still be able to leave behind a decent result. Never in their dreams did they expect that it would actually be so bad. Defeated in a single move, putting aside master teachers, even ordinary cultivators would be able to withstand at least a few moves from him. This Pavilion Master Kong, Sushar, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. They had calculated that Zhang Xian wouldn't be able to withstand more than 10 moves, but what the heck did he mean by being defeated in a single move? Xianxia is a person who likes to surprise others. This result is truly surprising, smiling bitterly, Sushar said. Every single time, Zhang Xian seemed to be able to pull off unexpected feats. Just like this moment, they had thought of many possible outcomes, but they didn't expect him to lose in a single move, let alone so thoroughly. Alright, since the results are out, I'll announce the results now. Shaking his head, Pavilion Master Kong scanned the crowd and announced, Fu Xiaoqian is the champion after enduring 31 moves. Ruohuan Gongzi is in second place with 30 moves. Feng Masheng and Du Hu are tied for third place with 28 moves. Luo Shi is in fifth place with 24 moves. As for Xianxia, he only lasted a single move, so he's in. But before he could finish announcing the results of the second round, Jia, the door to the room suddenly opened. Turning around to take a look, Pavilion Master Kang's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The heck? Author's note, I worked overtime until 2 p.m. last night. Damn, I had to hurry home after invigilating the examination at 5 p.m. to edit it. Of the 2 chapters, one of them was added by our Library of Heaven's Path's 29th Alliance head, Meng Hongchen. Also, from tomorrow onwards, I'll be updating at night. The first update will be at 7 p.m. and the second update will be at 9 p.m. Lastly, I'll be begging for monthly votes. I hope that you can vote for me. Thank you. 2 minutes ago. After entering the room, Xianxia looked around. The room was not big, and the first thing he saw was a weapon rack. There were swords, sabers, spears, and all kinds of weapons. Elder Bai stood in the middle and looked at Xianxia calmly. Take out your weapon, use what you're best at. Weapons? Xianxia shook his head. Weapons can easily hurt people. Forget it. The swords, spears, and sabers that he specialized in were all imbued with weapon intent, and their might was astonishing. It was just an examination, so there was no need for it to be so dangerous. You, Elder Bai's face darkened. Weapons can hurt people easily, but do you think you can hurt me? His eyebrows shot up, and his gaze turned cold. What an arrogant fellow. Alright, since you don't want it, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Unable to be bothered to waste his breath on the other party, Elder Bai suppressed his cultivation of mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle to 1 Dan Pinnacle. Now that my cultivation is the same as yours, make your move. Elder Bai raised his arm and gazed at Xianxia coldly. Since the other party wasn't going to use any weapons, as a transcendent mortal 4 Dan cultivator, he couldn't bring himself to use one either. Thus, they could only fight barehanded. Why don't you go first? Xianxia waved his hand. You. Elder Bai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Is this guy confident, or is he a little stupid? I'm strong. Once I attack, you won't even be able to resist. Do you think you can withstand a few more moves? One must know that the previous few had executed their strongest attacks as soon as they arrived, suppressing their opponents like a torrential storm, and yet, they had only managed to take 20 blows from me. Are you sure that you can withstand my attacks? All right then. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, Elder Bai's eyebrows shot up. Stomping his feet on the ground, he charged forward. Voila, his body turned into a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the young man. Lie down. Seeing that the other party was standing motionlessly on the spot, Elder Bai harumphed coldly and pressed his palm downward. Who? Before he could even touch the other party's body, his palm suddenly felt empty. That Xianxia had already disappeared from their line of sight. Oh no, narrowing his eyes, Xianxia hurriedly turned around, only to see the sole of a shoe appearing before him. Before he could even process what was going on, he was already sent flying, crashing into the wall. His condition was even worse than Elder Wu's. A large shoe print could be seen on his face. Elder Bai vomited a mouthful of blood. He was completely dumbfounded. The martial skill he had just used was called Reach and Retrieve, and it had already reached the middle grade spirit level, possessing boundless power. This was especially so for the various transformations and follow-up moves. There were too many of them to count, dazzling one's eyes and making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Xianxia had thought that he would be able to toy around with the other party, making him lose his bearings. Feints, real moves, illusory moves. Yet, who could have thought that the other party would be able to dodge all of his attacks so easily? What made him even more dizzy was that the Ming Men of this technique was different from the armpits, crotch, and back of other ultimate techniques. Instead, it was located at the Qingming acupoint. The Qingming acupoint was located between the eyebrows, and it was the easiest place to find. Hiding the Ming Men there was exposing the most dangerous place to everyone, and no one would expect it. This was supposed to be the most confidential Xianxia circulation route, something that even his closest direct disciple and pavilion master Kong were unaware of. Yet, this fellow actually kicked it. In an instant, Elder Bai's Ming Men was broken, and the Xianxia in his body dissipated. If not for him releasing his cultivation at the last moment, allowing him to return to Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle, he would have been dead by now. The heck, what in the world is going on? I am a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert, and I was suppressing my cultivation to compete with a Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan fellow. Yet, I was kicked in the face and nearly died. I came here to test the other party to see how many rounds the other party could last, but in the end, I didn't even last a single round and nearly died. The more Elder Bai thought about it, the more stifled he felt, and his face turned livid. Just as Elder Bai was about to leap down from the wall to regulate the chaotic Xianxia in his body, the young man suddenly rushed over anxiously and asked, "Elder Bai, are you all right?" Humph. Harumphing coldly, Elder Bai leaped down from the depression on the wall. Before he could even regulate his breathing, he heard the other party muttering to himself. "I thought that you would be able to withstand a few blows from me, but to think that you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Aren't you a little too weak?" Pooh, Elder Bai spurted a mouthful of blood. "That should be my line, right? I came here to test how many blows you can withstand, but in the end, I was severely injured by a single kick from you." "Shut up." The more Elder Bai thought about it, the angrier he got. "Shut up? Does Elder Bai intend to compete with me again?" the voice from the other party continued. Elder Bai was speechless. He felt so stifled that he wanted to cry. The other party's movement was as fast as lightning. If the other party was a transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivator, he would have been able to dodge it easily. But as a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator, it was impossible for him to do so. More importantly, even though the other party's kick from the back seemed despicable, it was indeed impossible for a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator to dodge it. This move seemed to have fused with the nature of the world, and on top of that, it was extremely powerful. On top of that, it was aimed at one's meridian. Putting aside the other party's subsequent moves, just based on these two moves alone, he would surely lose 10 more times. In fact, he even suspected that even if he suppressed his cultivation to transcendent mortal 2-dan, he would still be unable to withstand the other party's attack. Didn't they say that he was the easiest to deal with due to his low cultivation? Easy to deal with your head. Let's go out. Afraid that the other party would say something that would make him spurt blood once more, Elder Bai couldn't be bothered with recovering from his injuries. He stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing how anxious he was, Xianxia also followed him out. Pavilion Master Kang's sudden outburst of expletives caught everyone's attention. Turning their gazes toward the door, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, and they nearly spurted blood. Elder Bai walked out with a hand on his chest. There was a trail of blood by the corner of his lips, and the mark of the sole of a shoe was clearly visible on his face. What happened? Elder Bai is injured? Isn't he here to assess Xianxia? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Elder Bai was here to assess the other party's cultivation, but why did he seem to be in an even worse state than Elder Wu? Look at his face, the sole of his shoe, that face. It's better not to look at it. Otherwise, I might just puke. Elder Bai, what are you? Pavilion Master Kong also turned to look at Elder Bai with a bizarre expression. If there was a hole in the ground, Elder Bai would have dived into it. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master Kong. It's all my fault. I should have gone easy on him, but I didn't expect that. Elder Bai, who had suppressed his cultivation, would be so weak. I lost control of my strength and injured him. This is my fault. Xianxia walked out apologetically. Weak? Lost control of his strength? Injured him? The master teachers on the stage stared at one another with widened eyes, as though they had seen a ghost. Fu Xiaochen and Ruohuan Gongzi, who were gleeful a moment ago, stared at one another with trembling bodies, and they were on the verge of fainting. They thought that Elder Bai wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow before being beaten down, but it turned out that it was true. It was just that the target was Elder Bai. Are you for real? That was a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, the #1 expert other than Pavilion Master Kong. Yet, with a single kick, he was reduced to a pig's head. When they were fighting with Elder Bai previously, they had exerted all of their might, but they only managed to withstand 30 blows. Yet, this fellow actually reduced him to such a state in a single blow. The few of them felt their vision turning dark. They couldn't believe that this was real. This. Pavilion Master Kong, Sushir, and Lingshir also widened their mouths in shock. They hurriedly turned to look at Elder Bai, hoping to hear the news from him. Seeing the other party nod his head helplessly, they felt as though they were being struck by lightning, and they even felt like committing suicide. It was just a moment ago that they said confidently that due to Xianxia's rapid advancement in cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand 10 blows. But now, they realized that it was Elder Bai who was unable to withstand even a single blow, and he was already reduced to such a state. Alright, since the results are out, let's rearrange the rankings. Forced to change his words once more, Pavilion Master Kang's face flushed in embarrassment. First, Xianxia. Second, Fu Xiaochen. Third, Ruo Huangongzi. Fourth, Feng Masheng, Du Hu. The results were announced, and Zhang Xian was once again the dark horse, obtaining the first place. It was impossible for him not to get first place. The others were only able to withstand a few blows under the attacks of their elders, but the other party was able to defeat their elders. The disparity between them was simply too great. Alright, let's proceed to the third test. Knowing that there would be no end to the duel if they were to continue dwelling on this matter, Pavilion Master Kang swiftly swept his gaze across the crowd. In the first 2 tests, we tested our soul depth and cultivation. Even though these 2 factors are important, they are only the foundations of becoming a master teacher. As an outstanding teacher, the most important factor is to conduct a lecture and impart knowledge to others. Thus, the third test is this. Normally, one would have to find an academy, conceal one's name, and conduct a lecture quietly. After a few months or even 2 years, the students would compete with one another to assess the teacher's capability in teaching. However, the Master Teacher Tournament is only 2 months away, and we don't have that much time to waste on such matters. Thus, we thought of a faster and better method to assess everyone's capability in teaching. And that is preservation of spiritual wisdom. Pavilion Master Kang introduced. Preservation of spiritual wisdom? What's that? I'm not too sure either. I only know that it's an ability that only 5-star painters possess. It allows the characters in their paintings to possess spiritual wisdom, allowing them to absorb the spiritual energy in the air and survive for a very long time. Now that you mention it, it's the 6th dan of painting. Indeed. Reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude, spirit creation, and spiritual wisdom. To be able to create a painting of this level, one has already reached the level of a 5-star painter. There isn't a single one of them in the entire Myriad Kingdom city. Since spiritual wisdom is the ability of a 5-star painter, what about preservation of spiritual wisdom? How does one assess one's capability in teaching? Bewildered looks appeared on the faces of the crowd. It seemed like most of them didn't understand what preservation of spiritual wisdom meant. Even Zhang Xian frowned. Only Ruo Huangongzi's face lit up upon hearing the content, and he clenched his fists tightly in excitement. He was a 4-star painter, so the content of the test would surely benefit him. It seems like everyone isn't too clear about it. Allow me to explain it then. Seeing the doubtful looks on everyone's faces, Pavilion Master Kang chuckled. I believe everyone here should know that spiritual wisdom is a level that can only be reached after reaching the 6th level of painting. At this level, the characters in the painting are able to absorb spiritual energy and exist on the paper. By spiritual wisdom, it means conducting a lecture for these people or objects. Conducting a lecture for the characters in the painting? Hearing the explanation, everyone was stunned. Even if the characters in the painting possessed spiritual wisdom, they were formed from spiritual energy. Without it, what was the use of conducting a lecture? Could they understand it? As master teachers, you should know that the lecture of a master teacher contains impartation of heaven's will. The more theories that are acknowledged by the heavens, the more concentrated the spiritual energy will be during the lecture. Pavilion Master Kang said. Everyone nodded. The impartation of heaven's will of a master teacher had the ability to gather spiritual energy. It was said that Emperor Kangshi was able to gather spiritual energy with a single word. Every single time he conducted a lecture, he would be able to create a spirit mountain out of thin air. Putting aside Kangshi, even Hongshi, Hong Qian, who had come to the Hongfeng Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to conduct a lecture a while ago, was only a 5-star primary master teacher of the Hongfeng Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. But even so, he was able to summon spiritual energy through his words, bathing the listeners in the spiritual energy and raising their cultivation. This was the ability of a master teacher. However, due to his low rank, the effects of it were much weaker. Hongfeng Empire was a vassal of the Miryu Empire. Just like kingdoms, empires were divided into conferred, Tier 1, Tier 2, and unranked. Huanyu was a Tier 2 empire while Hongfeng, like Tianxian Kingdom, was an unranked empire. It was on par with Mingxia Empire, Henghai Empire, and the League of Nations. However, master teachers of this level couldn't remain in an unranked empire forever. The moment they appeared, they would be summoned away by the headquarters to study in the higher-ranked Mingshi Tang Academy. The reason why Han Qian was sent here was because he was going to Miryu Empire as well. On the other hand, geniuses who passed the Master Teacher Tournament would be able to enter Huanyu Advanced Academy to study. Even though the spiritual wisdom of a painting can't live on like a living being, it is able to absorb spiritual energy and retain it for a very long time. They are extremely sensitive to the spiritual energy in the world. If their lecture is logical, they will gather spiritual energy and retain it for a longer period of time. On the contrary, it was very easy to dissipate. With this, we can test the capability of a master teacher to ensure that there's no possibility of cheating. Pavilion Master Kong continued. I see. It's the fairest to judge based on this intelligence, only then did everyone come to a realization. Spiritual intelligence only recognized spiritual chi and not people, so it was more fair. Humans have emotions. If you like a teacher's lesson, even if others say that the teacher's lesson is terrible, as long as you like it, you will not change it. On the other hand, if another teacher's lesson is good, you will feel that it is terrible. There was no way to change stereotypes and prejudice. After all, other than Emperor Kongshi, no matter how formidable a master teacher was, there was no way he would be able to win the respect of everyone. Ruohuan Gongzi and Fu Shaochen were famous geniuses of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, so it would be easier for them to gain the trust of others. If so, it would be unfair. This kind of intelligence didn't have its own thoughts, and it wouldn't succumb to fame, nor would it be influenced by gender. It would only look at the fluctuations of spiritual energy caused by the lecture. Coming to a realization, Xianxia nodded his head. Spiritual intelligence was something that would only appear at the 6th level of painting. It would only respond to spiritual energy and nothing else. Even impartation of heaven's will wouldn't work on it. Even for an official painter, unless the painter was the owner of the painting, it wouldn't be effective no matter what he said. Since everyone understands the rules, let's begin the competition. Elder Yun, I'll be troubling you this time. Seeing that everyone beneath the stage had already made up their minds, Pavilion Master Kong said with a smile. Don't worry. An elder walked out from the crowd. I knew it would be Elder Yun. Elder Yun is Mingshi Tang, the only 4-star pinnacle painter in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Naturally, he has the highest authority in the examination. More importantly, his painting of soaring birds is a work left behind by a 5-star grandmaster, and it's most suitable for this examination. That painting is Elder Yun's treasure, and he never takes it out. I've long heard of it, but I've never seen it before. I'll be able to feast my eyes on it this time. Indeed. A 6th-level painting left behind by a 5-star grandmaster is indeed rare. Even in the entire League of Nations, you won't be able to find a second one of it. That might not necessarily be the case. I've heard that the Appraiser Hall has a painting on par with it. However, it's a pity that it's even more difficult to see the works of that place. Upon seeing the elder, the crowd lowered their voices. Elder Yun's supporting occupation was the same as Ruohuan Gongzi's, painter. Furthermore, his level was much higher than the latter, reaching 4-star pinnacle. Even without his identity as a master teacher, a painter of this level could be considered as one of the top in the Myriad Kingdom city. Under the request of the Pavilion Master, I'll be the one to conduct this examination. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Elder Yun walked up to the crowd and glanced at Zhang Xian and the others. With a flick of his wrist, a painting appeared in his palm. This painting of soaring birds was bestowed upon me by my painter teacher. Hula, as Elder Yun spoke, the painting opened up, and a flock of birds flew out from it. Soaring into the sky, their cries echoed in the heavens. These birds were very similar to the real thing. They didn't look like they were spiritualized and only had a simple form. Instead, they left the painting and flew a full 3 feet away. 2 minutes later, they landed and returned to the painting. The person or object in a spiritual wisdom painting is able to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings and float above the painting. However, there's a time limit to it. 2 minutes is the maximum. The person who manages to keep them in the air for the longest period of time will be the champion. Elder Yun stated his requirements as he scanned the crowd. Alright, let the examination begin. Who shall go first? The crowd glanced at one another. Even though they had some understanding of painting, they had never attempted to keep a spiritual wisdom painting in the air before. As such, they had no experience in doing so. Xianxia, why don't you go first? Since you're the champion of 2 examinations consecutively, I believe that your lecture must be extraordinary as well. Why don't you let us take a look and learn from it? Ruohuan Gongzi stepped forward and suddenly stopped. Turning around, he smiled. Previously, his greatest rival was Fu Shaochen. But now, it had become this person before him. Me? Alright. Xianxia nodded his head. You've always been the last to go up every time to learn from the experience of others. Are you going to reject me this time as well? What did you say? Alright? You want to go up? Ruohuan Gongzi thought that the other party would reject him just like he did in the first examination. However, halfway through his words, he heard the other party's words and hurriedly halted. He felt as though he had punched thin air, and he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. Spiritual wisdom, this was a bizarre examination that none of the master teachers had heard of. Shouldn't he have considered how he did in the first examination before making a move? Why did he agree to it so easily? Wasn't this a little too unconventional? Elder Yun, allow me. Paying no heed to the other party's expression, Xianxia stepped forward. Initially, he didn't know much about the examination, so he wanted to see how others would handle it. However, he had been the last for 2 examinations consecutively. Since the rules were clear, there wasn't much of a difference between being the first and being the last. You? Upon seeing this fellow, Elder Yun's mouth twitched. He had seen the previous examination, and this dark horse that had appeared from nowhere had defeated Elder Wu in the first examination. On top of that, Elder Bai had nearly died in the second examination. If there was anyone he feared the most in this examination, it would definitely be this fellow. Who knew what kind of tricks he would pull this time around? However, since the other party wanted to be the first, he couldn't turn him down. Thus, he nodded his head and said, I'll be activating the painting later. You can start lecturing as long as you can draw in spiritual energy. You'll be ranked according to how long you last, and your ranking will depend on whether you can draw in spiritual energy or not. Xianxia nodded his head. The rules were simple, and it wasn't hard to understand. Alright, let's begin. Seeing that the other party had understood, Elder Yun flicked his palm lightly on the painting. Weng, the sparrow from before flew out from here. As expected of a spiritual wisdom painting. The birds absorbed spiritual energy and soared into the air, creating a dazzling sight. Since this is a painting, why don't I start lecturing on it? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia made up his mind. As long as he could draw in spiritual energy during his lecture, it would be fine. Since this was a painting, he would just have to talk about how to paint. There was nothing to be conflicted about. Painting doesn't just have to be realistic. More importantly, one must infuse one's emotions into the painting. Only then can one infuse one's soul into the painting. With a jolt of his mind, the Heaven's Path painting that he had organized previously appeared before him, and he began to slowly explain it according to his understanding. Back when he was in Tianxian Kingdom, he had organized the paintings in Master Lu Chen's residence. After which, he traveled to Tianwu Kingdom, Honghai City, and other places. Among the books he collected, there were quite a few books regarding painting as well. After organizing these books, his understanding of painting had reached a level that even the 4-star pinnacle Elder Yun couldn't match up to. If not for that, how could he possibly raise the appraiser halls, drunken dreams, to the 7th level just by writing a name? Even though the Library of Heaven's Path knew of its flaws, without a certain level of foundation in painting, it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Zhang Xian's voice wasn't fast, and his explanation was simple as well. However, it pointed straight to the great Tao of painting. Just that, he was only talking about the basics, so it didn't sound too profound. To think that this Xianxia's understanding of painting would reach such a level as well. After listening for a moment, Pavilion Master Kong was astonished. He thought that Xianxia would use impartation of heaven's will to lecture him on cultivation, but who could have thought that his lecture on painting would be so profound as well? It seemed like not only did he have a deep understanding of cultivation and cultivation techniques, his understanding of painting wasn't lacking at all. As expected of a master teacher who could beguile even him, incredible. Spiritual wisdom of painting has an extremely high requirement on spiritual energy. Even a 5-star master teacher's spirit-gathering words, lotus spewing, wouldn't last for too long. Just as Pavilion Master Kong was deep in thought, Susher turned to him and asked, "Pavilion Master Kong, in your opinion, how long do you think Xianxia can last?" "I'll say it once more. From today onward, the 2 chapters will be updated at night. The first chapter will be 7 p.m., and the second chapter will be 9 p.m. Also, I would like to thank Xianxia for becoming the 30th Alliance leader of this book. At the same time, I would like to recommend his new book, Sword and Black Bread. Those in the VIP group can take a look." Spiritual intelligence was bestowed with spirituality by a painter. It absorbed the spiritual energy of the world and emerged from the painting. As they weren't living beings, they were more sensitive to spiritual energy, and their requirements for spiritual energy were higher as well. It was nearly impossible to sustain them for long with ordinary spiritual energy. Putting aside 2-star and 3-star master teachers, even the spirit-gathering words of a 5-star master teacher would find it difficult to make it stay for a period of time. This was precisely the reason why the examination wasn't as easy as it seemed. Otherwise, it was impossible for so many master teachers to be unaware of it. In Susher's view, even though this Xianxia possessed some talent in painting, he was only a 3-star painter. He took the examination in Tianwu Kingdom. Furthermore, the content that he imparted was only the most basic of the fundamentals. It would be difficult for the other party to gather sufficient spiritual energy to sustain his spiritual wisdom for a period of time. After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Kong said, if he were to lecture on cultivation, it would probably take around 15 minutes. After all, even Elder Yun can only sustain for 13 minutes. After confirming the contents of the examination, Xianxia had Elder Yun give it a try, and as a 4-star master teacher, he was only able to sustain himself for 13 minutes. Given how this Xianxia was able to convince him with his lecture on cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to surpass this result. However, 15 minutes was the maximum. After all, the more basic the content was, the less likely it was to attract spiritual energy. This is a lecture on painting, and it's such a basic one at that. I'm guessing that it'll be difficult for him to maintain it for 8 minutes. Indeed. Susher nodded. Even though the two of them weren't in the painting profession, they had read quite a few books on the subject. They knew that the young man was only explaining the basics. Furthermore, there weren't any obvious spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings, so it was unlikely for the young man to maintain the painting for a longer period of time. Just 8 minutes? It will be difficult for him to get first place. Ruohuan Gongzi is a 4-star painter and a 4-star master teacher. If he were to conduct a lecture, he would definitely exceed 10 minutes. Lingshi couldn't help but interrupt. The two nodded at the same time. Jun Ruohuan, on the other hand, was a master teacher, so it wasn't difficult for him to maintain his spiritual perception for 10 minutes. On the other hand, if Xianxia could only maintain his spiritual perception for 8 minutes, it would be hard for him to even get second place. Look, its intelligence seems to be shaking. It's about to dissipate. Everyone turned their gazes over, and indeed, the birds that had appeared on the painting were growing softer and softer. Their bodies were swaying uncontrollably, as though they would be extinguished at any moment. It's only been 3 minutes? The results can't be that bad, right? Yeah, even if there's no lecture, it can still last for 2 minutes. What's going on? Everyone furrowed their brows. Even without the spiritual energy from Xianxia's lecture, the spiritual wisdom would still be able to remain in the painting for at least 2 minutes. Yet, it had only been 3 minutes, and it was already beginning to wobble. This could only mean that the content of Xianxia's lecture had little effect on the spiritual wisdom. First place is mine. Ruo Huangongzi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Looking at the current situation, this fellow wouldn't even be able to hold on for 5 minutes. Even if he wasn't in 6th place, he wouldn't be far off. Although his results in the previous 2 rounds were slightly worse, with this opportunity, he could definitely make a comeback and become the first. The master-teacher tournament was a test of one's overall capability. It wasn't a test of one's soul depth and strength. One wouldn't be able to come out on top just because of that. Looks like it's a good thing to let him go up first. Serves him right for being inexperienced. The corners of his mouth curled up. No matter how formidable that fellow was, he was still a person who had ascended from an underworld kingdom. Given that he had retained his intelligence, how could a country bumpkin like him possibly know anything about him? It seemed that if he were to go first in the next assessment, he would definitely not get a good result. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more excited he became. Fu Xiaoqian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the previous 2 rounds, he was ranked 3rd. If he were to allow that fellow to become the champion, he would surely be eliminated. Seeing this situation, he could finally put his heart at ease. It's fortunate that he didn't cause any trouble. Elder Yun rubbed his temples. He thought that the fellow would cause some trouble just like in the previous 2 rounds. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. Perhaps, the other party only knew the basics of painting and wasn't proficient in anything else. Just as Elder Yun was about to wait for the spiritual wisdom to dissipate so that he could tidy up the painting for the next challenger, he suddenly thought of something and froze. Wait a moment. If it's about to dissipate, it shouldn't be able to last for more than a few breaths. Why is it still there? Furthermore, even though the spiritual wisdom is shaking intensely, it doesn't seem to be dissipating at all. Normal spiritual intelligence would dissipate very quickly once it started to sway, and it would only last for a few seconds. Why was it still going on after 2 or 3 minutes? Something is wrong. Why does it seem like it's dissipating, but why does it feel like it's getting stronger and stronger? That's right, just as Elder Yun realized that something was amiss, the others also noticed it as well. When the spiritual wisdom first appeared, they had taken a close look at it. As soon as it started shaking, the spiritual energy that they had painstakingly gathered would dissipate. Yet, as Xianxia's lecture continued, it was shaking as though a feather duster. Even a normal bird would have fallen to the ground if it were to do so. Not only did the ball of spiritual energy not disperse, it even seemed to be growing more and more congealed. The shaking of other spiritual wisdom meant that it was on the verge of dissipating, but the spiritual wisdom before this fellow seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. What was going on? This isn't right, a deep frown formed on Elder Yun's forehead. A few minutes later, just as the spiritual wisdom was about to reach the 10-minute mark, not only did it not dissipate, it even grew brighter and brighter, as though it had come to life. Elder Yun suddenly thought of something and his eyes narrowed. Could it be this? Impossible. He let out a low cry, followed by a frenzied expression. What's wrong with Elder Yun? It can't be that all the elders who are assessing this lad are behaving in such a manner? Seeing the usually composed Elder Yun acting as though he was convulsing just like Elder Wu and Elder Bai, everyone's mouths twitched. The previous 2 examinees ended up spurting blood and sustaining severe injuries. And now, this fellow was behaving in such a manner. Was there something wrong with this lad? Elder Yun. Pavilion Master Kong stepped forward and patted Elder Yun's shoulder. What's wrong? Recovering from his daze, Elder Yun replied, It's nothing. I just thought of something unbelievable. Something unbelievable? Pavilion Master Kong frowned. Look. Elder Yun pointed to the spiritual wisdom before Xianxia and said, The spiritual wisdom has been shaking for more than 10 minutes now, but not only has it not dissipated, it seems to be getting more and more corporeal. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Everyone had seen it too, and they were perplexed as well. Could there be something wrong with it? If I'm not wrong, it isn't dissipating, but, Elder Yun's lips quivered. Rippling of Xianxia, spiritual wisdom transcendence. Transcendence? Do you mean the 7th level of painting? In a painting of such a level, the animals and plants in the painting would seem to have come to life. possessing their own consciousness and flying out of the painting for a very long time without disappearing? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. That's it. Elder Yun nodded. Wait, that's not right. I know that spiritual wisdom transcendence requires a 6-star painter to modify or repaint the painting. How can a lecture possibly work? Pavilion Master Kong widened his eyes in disbelief. A painter who had comprehended the concept of spirit transcendence would be able to easily draw a bird soaring through the sky and into the clouds. It was said that there was once a formidable 6-star painter who painted an immortal crane on a wall. Then, the crane broke through the wall and left with the clouds, leaving behind the legend of an immortal riding on a bird. There was also a grandmaster painter who was assaulted by a spirit beast stampede, and he managed to paint a pinnacle spirit beast. Innumerable spirit beasts fled in fear, not daring to stand against him. Any occupation that reached a high level would possess unfathomable abilities and means. However, this required a 6-star painter at the very least to complete the painting on the spot or to add a brush to the original painting. He had never heard of a spiritual wisdom transcendence through a lecture. The content that Xianxia is imparting is extremely compatible with the spiritual wisdom transcendence. Not only did it cause spiritual energy to gather, it even triggered the impartation of heaven's will, causing the spiritual wisdom transcendence to cultivate involuntarily. If I'm not mistaken, the shaking is to remove the flimsy spiritual energy from the painting so as to make the energy more corporeal. In other words, materialization. Elder Yun said. Materialization? How is that possible? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback, and he nearly fell to the ground. Are you for real? To be talking about spiritual wisdom transcendence in a lecture? Why does it feel like I'm listening to a heavenly book? I find it hard to believe as well, but other than this, there's no other explanation. Elder Yun said. Even if he had guessed it, he didn't dare to believe it. That was why he lost his composure. If that's the case, then the painting is the lair of the spirit intelligence, and the painting is the lair of the spirit intelligence, so it can still return to the painting. On the other hand, if I were to teach the spirit intelligence to transcend mortality, would it still return to the painting? Suddenly, Pavilion Master Kong thought of a problem. Immortals rode on cranes and left. Spiritual intelligence was born from the painting. Even if they broke through to the mortal realm, they would still return to the painting when it was time to rest. But the one in front of him, who had undergone a metamorphosis while listening to the lecture, had no roots and no duckweed. Once it truly took form, turning illusory into reality, where would it go? If he kept flying for a few months and didn't return to the painting, how would he calculate his score? They couldn't just let everyone wait. Ah? Oh no, don't let him continue his lecture. Elder Yun was taken aback for a moment before a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he shouted anxiously. But before he could finish his words, the birds in the painting suddenly stopped moving and let out a long cry. Gee. Chirp 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 chirp, their melodious voices filled the entire hall. It was as if a flock of birds had really arrived, playing and chirping. It was an enjoyable experience. The illusory birds seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis at this moment. Their feathers became more corporeal, and their claws and beaks became thicker, as though they had come to life. After letting out a cry, the birds flapped their wings simultaneously and soared into the sky. Eventually, they flew out of the hall and disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the birds flying away and the empty piece of paper left on the table, Elder Yun was stunned on the spot, and his body swayed. This was the unparalleled painting left behind by his teacher, and he treasured it so much that he had never shown it to anyone. Even his closest friends rarely got a chance to see it. He thought that it was just a test, but who could have known that? The spirit intelligence would actually fly away, the heck? If the spirit intelligence were to fly away, what use would this piece of paper be? He had just heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party wasn't up to something when such a thing happened. Was this fellow here for the selection or to cause trouble? Walking up to Xianxia, Elder Yun glared at the other party furiously. If he could, he would have strangled the other party to death. My bird. Return my bird. My bird, what bird? All of the master teachers in the room hadn't realized that the birds had disappeared without a trace. Thinking that Elder Yun was referring to something else, they glanced at his crotch and felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed like Xianxia had only conducted a lecture. What did it have to do with your bird? Furthermore, it seemed like it was still there. For a 4-star master teacher to ask another person for his bird in public, this was really too embarrassing. The faces of many female master teachers reddened in embarrassment. Elder Yun was an outstanding painter, and he had an elegant demeanor. He looked like a dignified and elegant person, but to think that he was actually a shameless old man. No, Elder Yun might be referring to those birds. Someone realized. Everyone was taken aback. Those birds seemed to have come to life after listening to Xianxia's lecture, and they broke free from the shackles of the painting and flew away. That person reported his discovery. Flew away? This soaring birds painting is made up of birds, and the most valuable part of it is these intelligent birds. Once they fly away, all that's left is a blank piece of paper. Indeed. That's precisely the reason why Elder Yun went berserk. This is a painting that possesses intelligence, and it's worth a fortune. For something as precious as his life to be reduced to a blank piece of paper, anyone would go insane. Only after hearing the explanation did the crowd understand what was going on. Everyone stared at one another, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. By the wall, Elder Wu and Elder Bai also glanced at one another, and their faces warped. They were only injured, and they would recover after recuperating. However, this painting was Elder Yun's lifeblood. For it to be destroyed, it was already a blessing that he didn't tear that fellow apart on the spot. His lecture caused the intelligence to fly away. Ruohuan Gongzi, who was still gleeful a moment ago, thinking that it would be easy for him to obtain the first place, burst into tears. Previously, he had calculated that if he were to conduct a lecture, he would be able to allow the intelligence to survive for more than 10 minutes. But this fellow allowed the intelligence to fly away, never to return. F***ck your lungs, do you need to be so vicious? How can others compete with you if you play like this? If you keep doing this, you won't have any friends left. Cough cough, Elder Yun, calm down, calm down. Seeing that his old friend, who had always been calm, was on the verge of killing someone, Elder Su quickly stepped forward to stop him. Calm down? Calm my ass. This was left behind for me by my teacher, and I was hoping that I could study it every single day so that I could become a 4-star painter. How am I supposed to achieve a breakthrough in my current state? Lowering his head to look at the white paper on the table, Elder Yun gritted his teeth. Who said that it was a test and that it was very simple? Come out, see if I don't beat you to death. Just as Xianxia was on the verge of going berserk, the young man before him suddenly asked doubtfully, I haven't even finished my lecture yet, but you already scared those birds away. How can you tell me the time? In fact, not only was Elder Yun angry, but Xianxia was also a little depressed. This old man was too unreliable. He had imparted the Heaven's Path painting to the spiritual wisdom phantoms to gather their strength. Logically speaking, once their metamorphosis was complete, they would be able to fly freely, and they would be able to stay for as long as they wanted. Who could have known that, before he was done, the fellow would bellow for him to stop, scaring the birds away. Now, the sky is high and the birds are free to fly. I don't even know where I am now. How can the results be calculated? If I were to lose because of this, what a loss it would be. After all, I have put in quite a bit of effort into it. What time? The painting of soaring birds is gone. What time can you tell me? Elder Yun nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Calculate your head. Not only do you not feel the slightest guilt for destroying my treasure, you are even thinking about your own test. Is your heart big, or is there something wrong with your head? Cough cough, Xianxia, you should stop talking. The painting of soaring birds is only valuable to these birds. Now that they have flown away, it means that the treasure has been destroyed. It is only natural that Elder Yun would be in a bad mood. Walking forward, Pavilion Master Kong tried to persuade Xianxia. The treasure has been destroyed? Xianxia shook his head. Since the painting is still here, why don't you just paint the birds on it? What's there to be conflicted about? That is a 6th-level painting, something that only a 5-star painter is capable of producing. There is only one such painting in the Myriad Kingdom City. You sure make it sound easy. Seeing an opportunity, Ruohuan Gongzi clasped his fist and turned to Pavilion Master Kong. Teacher, since the painting of soaring birds has been destroyed, the people behind us won't be able to take the test anymore. Why don't we change the format of the test? Just by lecturing the other party had already achieved spiritual wisdom. If they were to continue with the test, there was no way he would be able to win. Since that was the case, he might as well make use of this opportunity to reject it. That's true. There is only one painting in the Myriad Kingdom city that possesses spiritual wisdom. Now that it has been destroyed, the few of you won't be able to take the test anymore. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. If only he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed that fellow to take the test first. Now that the painting was gone, the people behind him wouldn't be able to take the test anymore. Preserving spiritual wisdom was the best way to conduct the test. Changing it at the last moment was truly a tough nut to crack. If it comes down to it, we can just have our students cover their eyes so that they won't know who we are. In fact, even our voices can't be heard. That should be fair too. Ruohuan Gongzi said. Calm down, let me discuss this with the other elders first. Ah? What's going on? Nodding his head, Pavilion Master Kong rubbed his glabella. Just as he was fretting over how he should proceed, he suddenly caught sight of something and leaped in shock. Teacher, what's wrong? Seeing Pavilion Master Kong lose his composure, Ruohuan Gongzi was taken aback. Following the other party's gaze, he nearly leaped up and fainted on the spot. Unknowingly, the young man whom he had just berated was already standing before the scroll. Holding a brush in each of his hands, the previously blank painting of soaring birds was now filled with the chirping of birds. Have all of the birds returned? His voice was a little hoarse. It's not that they can't return. Rather, Xianxia just painted it. Fu Xiaoqian's throat went dry. Just painted it. Ruohuan Gongzi's body swayed. That was a painting of spiritual wisdom, a masterpiece that only 5-star master painters were capable of producing. To be able to draw it with just a brush. Are you for real? More importantly, even a 5-star grandmaster would require several days of conceptualization and several months of sculpting to create such a painting. Yet, this fellow actually managed to finish it before I even said a word or two. Did he have to be so fast? What kind of brush technique did he use? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Ruohuan Gongzi asked. To be able to finish a painting within dozens of breaths. What kind of technique could be that fast? Dual traversing dragons. Fu Xiaoqian replied. The dual traversing dragons used by street craftsmen. Ruohuan Gongzi nearly fainted. If you had used some kind of profound technique, I would have been in awe. The dual traversing dragons used by street craftsmen to produce a painting of the 6th level. Brother, you aren't a 3-star painter, but a 6-star painter. It was laughable that he nearly leaped in joy upon hearing that the other party had retained spiritual wisdom. If only he had known that the other party was such a formidable painter, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Alright, Elder Yun, I've redrawn your painting for you. It doesn't seem too difficult. Keeping the brush and ink back into his storage ring, Xianxia said impassively. Seeing Elder Yun yelling and shouting, he thought that it was something serious. But wasn't it just a painting? Since the birds had flown away, all he had to do was paint another one. Was there a need to make such a fuss? This. Hurrying forward, Elder Yun lowered his head to look at the painting before him. A moment later, his lips quivered as he stared at the young man before him as though he was looking at a monster. This painting was identical to the one he had drawn previously. If not for the fact that the ink had yet to dry, he would have really thought that he had been dreaming. To be able to replicate it with just a glance, not only was the painting identical, even the amount of ink used, the distribution of ink, and the concept was identical. How in the world did he do it? One must know that every painter had their own understanding of painting, and when imitating another's work, they would usually incorporate their own style into it. As such, it was difficult for them to replicate it perfectly. Yet, not only was the brush strokes and ink of the painting identical, even the concept was flawless. This was already an incredible feat. Not even a 6-star painter would be capable of such a feat. Actually, given Xianxia's current situation, he was still able to replicate a painting. However, if he were to paint, he would only barely be able to produce a painting with spiritual wisdom. It would still be difficult for him to achieve the concept of the painting of soaring birds. After all, even though he had learned quite a few Heaven's Path paintings, his true prowess was only at 4-star pinnacle and 5-star primary stage. The reason why he was able to replicate it perfectly was due to the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight allowed him to see minute changes that were invisible to the naked eye. When the other party took out the painting, Xianxia had taken a closer look at it, and it was easy for him to replicate the details. If not for copying, it would have been difficult for him to do it purely by painting. However, Elder Yun was unaware of this, so he was even more astonished. "How is it?" Pavilion Master Kong walked up. "It's the same as before. You can proceed to the next test now." Recovering from his shock, Elder Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Elder Yun said that there's no problem. Xianxia is already done with the test, so you all can continue. Heaving a sigh of relief, Pavilion Master Kong turned to the crowd. Since the painting of soaring birds had been restored, there was no need for them to go through the trouble of changing the rules anymore. Ruohuan Gongzi was on the verge of tears. In the end, it was all for naught. If only he had known that this would happen. Feeling stifled, Ruohuan Gongzi gritted his teeth and took the test. In the end, due to a problem with his state of mind, his performance went haywire, and he only lasted for 11 minutes before his spiritual wisdom dissipated. Behind him, Fu Xiaochen, Feng Masheng, and the others also took the test. To think that Luo Shi would be able to last for 12 minutes, a result even higher than Ruohuan Gongzi's. Alright, I'll announce the final result. Xianxia, through his lecture, caused his spiritual wisdom to fly out. Even now, it hasn't returned yet. I believe no one has any objections to him taking first place, right? After the test was over, Pavilion Master Kong scanned the crowd. No objections. Everyone's mouths twitched. To cause his spiritual wisdom to fly out while lecturing, and even casually produce a painting of the 6th level. If he wasn't first place, who would dare claim to be first? Alright, 2nd place Luo Shi, 3rd place Ruohuan, 4th place Fu Xiaochen, 5th place Feng Masheng, and 6th place Du Hu. After announcing the results, Pavilion Master Kong continued, "Now, we'll proceed to the 4th test, comprehension of cultivation." A master teacher has to have a deep understanding of cultivation in order to be able to point out the flaws of the examinees. Otherwise, a lecture is nothing more than empty talk. Being able to see through the essence of cultivation and cultivate swiftly is of utmost importance, and it's not inferior to imparting knowledge to others. Thus, after discussing with the other elders, we decided not to stick to the rules for this round. Instead, we've designed a new battle technique. Every examinee will be given an incense's time to study the new battle technique, and it's up to you to comprehend as much as you can. After which, we'll conduct a test to determine your results. Don't worry, this battle technique has never appeared before, so there's no need to worry about the questions being leaked. Pavilion Master Kong scanned the surroundings and chuckled. Leaking the questions? Pavilion Master, you must be joking. Fairness is the most important thing in the master-teacher examination. Otherwise, if it's discovered, one's qualification will be revoked. How can anyone commit such a crime knowingly? Even if it's unfair, Ruohuan Gongzi is Pavilion Master Kang's student, so we have to give him an advantage. It seems like he has suffered a huge blow this time. Indeed. Just look at him. He was the head of the 4 great Gongzi previously, and yet, he looks like a defeated rooster now. Right, Pavilion Master Kong, what kind of battle technique is it? If it were a simple one, given their talents, they would be able to reach minor accomplishment in less than an incense's time. How can they possibly compete with one another? Hearing the rules of the duel, someone couldn't help but ask. Battle techniques could be divided into 5 levels: novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. Novice referred to one's basic understanding of the battle technique, and they were barely able to execute it. At initiate, one would be able to exert strength, but they wouldn't be able to drive it as freely as before. At minor accomplishment, one would have a deep understanding of the battle technique, and they would be able to use it as a trump card. One must know that most cultivators had only reached this level of mastery in their battle technique. As for major accomplishment and consummation, it was impossible for one to reach that level in just a dozen years. If the battle technique was simple, one would be able to reach minor accomplishment in an instance's time. However, given that everyone was of the same level, it would be difficult to determine the victor. Minor accomplishment? Knowing the worries of the crowd, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled. If you all knew who designed this battle technique, you wouldn't say such words. Who designed it? Could it be Elder Hong? Elder Hong, known as the myriad Mingshi Tang, is the person who has the most thorough understanding of martial techniques. In the past 50 years, he has created at least 27 or 28 sets of martial techniques. That's right. The Phantom Fist and Tranquil Consecutive Palm that I practice were both created by him. That's right, I also have 3 sets of martial arts from his lessons, but hasn't Elder Hong been in seclusion for the past 10 years? When did you come out? I don't know either. However, if he is the one who created the battle technique, it would be difficult for him to reach novice within such a short period of time, let alone minor accomplishment. Hearing the Hall Master's words, everyone thought of a legendary figure and couldn't help but start discussing. That's right, the one who designed this martial skill is Elder Hong. Pavilion Master Kong chuckled lightly, unraveling the mystery. Elder Hong has been in seclusion for the past 10 years just for this battle technique. A few days ago, he finally managed to create it. After 10 years of polishing a single sword, one can see how difficult it is. After my evaluation and that of the other elders, it has already reached the peak of spirit middle tier. Peak of middle grade spirit level martial skill? Amazing! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Even a tranquil mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert would find it difficult to comprehend a battle technique of this level. Needless to say, those who were participating in the selection round. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Now, Elder Hong will personally announce the rules of the examination. Come, let's welcome Elder Hong. Pavilion Master Kong chuckled as he scanned the surroundings. All of a sudden, he froze. Ah, Elder Hong, wait a moment. Where are you going? Following the voice, everyone immediately turned their gazes over. Unknowingly, an elder had already walked to the entrance of the hall, and he was just a step away from leaving. Cough cough, I'm just taking a look around. Seeing the sharp gazes of the crowd, the elder hurriedly halted his footsteps, and his face reddened. The 4th examination is about to begin. Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly walked over and pulled him back. Elder Hong's face reddened. Hall Master, why don't you do it instead? Initially, he was confident that he would be in charge of the examination. However, after seeing the pitiful state of the 3 elders before him, he couldn't help but back down. That lad was simply too bizarre. If he were to really assess him, he couldn't imagine what kind of bizarre phenomenon would occur. He didn't want the reputation he had built up his entire life to be ruined because of a single examination. How can that be? You're the one who created this battle technique, and you've cultivated it to major accomplishment as well. Other than you, who else would be able to assess them? Even I am unable to do so. Pavilion Master Kong said. This battle technique was created by Elder Hong, and he had cultivated it to major accomplishment as well. Other than him, who else would have the ability to assess the crowd? At the very least, it was impossible for him to do so. Elder Hong hesitated. Don't worry, no matter how incredible a genius is, he'll only be able to reach novice mastery within an instance's time. There won't be any problems. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Pavilion Master Kong consoled him telepathically. That Xianxia was indeed bizarre, but a battle technique wasn't something that could be learned overnight. He didn't believe that a person could reach major accomplishment within an instance's time. Even the creator of the battle technique, Elder Hong, couldn't match up to him. Thus, there was nothing for him to worry about. All right then. After pondering for a moment, Elder Hong felt that the other party's words made sense. Thus, he returned to the crowd. Pavilion Master Kong has already explained the content of the examination to you, so I'll go through the rules now. This battle technique is known as the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus. I was inspired by the fleeting sight of the Scarlet Lotus. The rules are simple. Later on, I'll impart the sword technique to you, and you'll have an instant's time to study and comprehend it. After which, I'll personally assess your comprehension of the sword technique. Don't worry, the comprehension of this sword technique has to do with one's comprehension of cultivation and talent. As long as one reaches transcendent mortal realm, one will be able to learn it and even execute it. During the examination, it's not that you aren't allowed to use your cultivation, and it's a duel of swordsmanship. If you can execute 3 strikes before me, you'll be considered to have reached novice mastery. If you can execute 6 strikes before me, you'll be considered to have reached minor accomplishment. If you can execute more than 10 moves before me, you'll be considered to have reached major accomplishment. Elder Hong went through the details of the examination. In truth, it was quite similar to the second test. However, one could only execute the newly learned 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus. If one were to exceed the limits of the examination, one would be deemed to have failed the examination. An incense's time was roughly 15 minutes. In such a short period of time, it would be difficult for one to finish looking through the entire battle technique, needless to say, comprehend it and execute it in battle. Speaking of which, this test was much more difficult than the previous 3 tests combined. To ensure fairness, this test will be conducted in a separate room, just like the previous duels. I'll head over first, and you can all enter one by one. At this point, Elder Hong paused for a moment before continuing. Alright, I'll determine your order first. Du Hu will be the first, followed by Luo Shi, Feng Masheng, Fu Shaochen, Jun Ruohuan, and Xianxia. Zhang Xian was an eccentric individual, so he decided to make him the last one first. Otherwise, if he were to enter first and cause an uncontrollable situation, it would be difficult for him to continue the examination. Alright. The crowd nodded. Let's begin. After confirming the order, Elder Hong walked into the room first, and Du Hu followed closely behind. An incense's time later, a light flashed on the wall, and a number appeared. 3. Who would have thought that Du Hu would be able to reach novice within such a short period of time and execute 3 swords before Elder Hong, as expected of a genius recommended by the other elders? He was indeed extraordinary. Next was Luo Shi. She and Du Hu were the lowest ranked of the 6, so knowing that it was impossible for them to be selected, they learned swiftly. An incense's time later, they too reached novice and executed 3 swords. Next was Feng Masheng. As expected of Elder Feng's disciple, his comprehension of martial arts was clearly superior to Du Hu and Luo Shi, who came from the lower kingdoms. In just a short incense's time, he actually managed to surpass novice and reach proficient. He executed a total of 5 swords. Fu Shaochen wasn't weak either, and he executed 5 swords as well. After the 4 of them, everyone's gazes fell on Ruohuan Gongzi. He was a swordsman himself, and he was also the most popular direct disciple of Pavilion Master Kong. As such, they had high expectations for him. Even though he had suffered a huge blow in the previous 3 tests, he was still a 4-star master teacher, and his mental fortitude was exceptional. After this short period of time, Ruohuan Gongzi managed to adjust his state of mind, and he didn't disappoint. An incense's time later, a massive 6 shone brightly on the wall. This proved that his comprehension of battle techniques was the most outstanding among his peers. To be able to execute 6 swords before Elder Hong, this means that he has already reached initiate, and he isn't too far away from reaching minor accomplishment. Indeed, what a genius! I wonder if Xianxia will be able to surpass this record. Xianxia. If I'm not wrong, his weapon of choice should be the spear. Since this is a sword move, he'll be at a disadvantage. That's true. Upon seeing Ruohuan Gongzi walk out of the room, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the dark horse who had suddenly appeared. Previously, no one thought that he would stand a chance. However, after breaking the record for the 3 tests consecutively and becoming the undisputed champion, he already possessed strength that no one dared to underestimate. However, even with that being the case, the crowd was still skeptical of the trial. After all, from the first test, they could tell that the young man before them was skilled in spear arts. It wouldn't be easy for him to learn swordsmanship. Amidst the discussions, Xianxia walked into the room. Soon, an incense's time was up. Why isn't there a number on the wall? Indeed. Based on the situation of the others, a number should have appeared by now. Regardless of whether he has reached novice or initiate, shouldn't there be a number on the wall? What's going on? At the end of the test, not only was there no number on the wall, the room was also abnormally silent. The master teachers in the hall stared at one another in bewilderment. Based on this fellow's behavior in the previous tests, they would still be able to accept it if he were to defeat Elder Hong in a single move. But there was no movement at all, not even a single move. What the heck? Could it be that Elder Hong was unhappy and killed this fellow? Or could it be that this fellow killed Elder Hong? What was going on? Seeing the young man walk in, Elder Hong's mouth twitched. The tragic experience of the previous few elders had already left a deep impression on him, and he couldn't help but feel wary of this fellow. The 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus is a technique that I created with great effort. Pavilion Master Kong only managed to reach initiate within an instance's time, and he's still a distance away from reaching minor accomplishment. No matter how talented this fellow is, it's impossible for him to reach minor accomplishment, so there's no need to worry. Consoling himself, Elder Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed forward and said, "The book on the table before you is the cultivation method for the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus. You have an instance's time to browse through it." After which, he lit the incense beside him, and a cloud of dust drifted into the air, filling the entire room with a faint scent. Xianxia walked up to the table, touched it lightly, and an identical book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. While flipping through the book, Xianxia immersed his consciousness in his mind. 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus, created by Elder Hong Qin of Myriad Kingdom City's Mingshi Tang. There are a total of 9 swords, flaws. After flipping through the book, Xianxia had a bizarre expression on his face. How many flaws are there? And he dares to claim that it's a profound sword art? There were more than 100 flaws in the sword art before him. To claim that it was a profound sword art despite having so many flaws. And ask him to learn it. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder where that fellow's confidence came from. However, after giving it some thought, Xianxia understood. The sword arts and battle techniques that he had learned in the past had been passed down for innumerable years, and they had been modified by innumerable predecessors. As such, the flaws in them were significantly reduced. On the other hand, this sword art had just been created, and it had yet to be put into practice. It was only natural for it to have so many flaws. Heaven's Path Sword Art, Fuse. Speechless, Xianxia willed the Heaven's Path Sword Art and the other sword art manuals that he had obtained in the past to fuse with this book. A new 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus appeared before him, and he hurriedly flipped through it. Soon, Xianxia shook his head. He had collected too few middle-stage spirit-grade sword techniques. It was obviously difficult for him to fuse such a brilliant sword technique with the foundation of sword techniques that he had learned in the past. It was just like how even the best cow dung couldn't match up to gold. Due to the difference in their natures, it was impossible for him to fuse them together with a spirit intermediate stage sword art. There are more than 30 flaws. After flipping through the merged books, Xianxia pulled a long face. Ever since his reincarnation, he had been practicing flawless secret manuals, and to him, it had already formed a perfect consciousness. Even the red dust heaven ascending steps, which had 3 flaws, was something that he had to bear with it. Yet, this sword art which had more than 30 flaws, he couldn't bring himself to practice it. It was just like how one would pinch their nose and find it hard to swallow if they were asked to eat at a roadside stall after being used to the delicacies of a 5-star chef. However, if he didn't cultivate it, it would be impossible for him to clear the trial, resulting in his failure. For a moment, he was so worried that he didn't know what to do. While Xianxia was in a dilemma, Elder Hong's face alternated between redness and paleness. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode, even though he didn't want the reputation that he had built up over the years to be ruined because of this fellow. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. As soon as the other party obtained the book, he began observing it discreetly. It was one thing if he didn't take a look, but the moment he did, he felt an urge to rush forward and tear that fellow into pieces. This 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus was a technique that he created by observing the Scarlet Lotus. He spent an entire 10 years perfecting it, and he thought that it was one of the best battle techniques in Myriad Kingdom City. Yet, this fellow flipped through it as soon as he obtained it, not even bothering to take a good look at it. It was one thing for him to be frowning for a moment, and the next moment, his face was filled with worry. What the heck was that? It looked as if he had come across a pile of feces and was about to vomit at any moment. The heck, is the cultivation technique that I created so disgusting to you? Disgusting to you? Elder Hong was so furious that his beard was about to blow up. He had considered the possibility that the other party didn't know how to cultivate, and he had also considered the possibility of the other party reaching consummation within an instant's time due to his exceptional talent. Never in his dreams did he expect that not only did the other party not cultivate, he even looked as though he was about to vomit. My technique is a spirit intermediate stage pinnacle battle technique. Even Pavilion Master Kong and the other elders were full of praise for it. What do you mean by this? Just as he was about to explode in rage, the young man before him couldn't hold it in any longer. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he said with a resolute expression, "Forget it, if I die, so be it. At most, I won't use it anymore after I finish cultivating it." You. Unable to hold it in any longer, Elder Hong stepped forward and bellowed, "Xianxia, what do you mean by this?" Just as Xianxia was about to start cultivating, the old man suddenly rushed up to him furiously. Perplexed, Xianxia glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong? Is the sword art that I created disgusting to you?" Elder Hong questioned without any reservations. "Actually, it's not entirely disgusting, but there are too many flaws in it, so I don't feel like cultivating it." Xianxia shook his head. You. Elder Hong felt his hair standing on end, and he was about to go insane. If someone else were to ask such a question, no matter how hateful he was, he would still deny it out of consideration for his pride and praise the other party. Yet, this fellow actually admitted to it so shamelessly, it wasn't entirely disgusting. It meant that it was disgusting enough, too many flaws. Too many your head. Do you know how much effort I put into this battle technique? I didn't rest or sleep for 10 years, and I thought that the moment I made my move, the world would know of it. Who would have thought that there were too many flaws in it? May I know where the flaws in my swordsmanship are? Harumphing coldly, Elder Hong suppressed his rage, fearing that he would lash that fellow to death on the spot in a fit of rage. You want my pointers? Fine, I'll give you some pointers then. Watch carefully, I don't have much time, so I'll only say it once. Xianxia nodded. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked forward and said, "Let's talk about the first sword of your 9 swords, blossoming of the red lotus, shaking the 9 provinces." There are a total of 81 transformations in this move, and the sharp glint of the sword pierces through the air. However, when the sword stabs out from the waist, the xinqi flowing through the Huanggu and Wancheng meridians will cause one xinqi to stagnate, making it impossible for one to exert its full might. At this moment, even if I were to use an ordinary wooden stick to attack your Huihai acupoint, how would you defend against it? Attack my Huihai acupoint? Elder Hong was still fuming with rage, but upon hearing those words, the sword moves and attacks in his mind suddenly froze. Blossoming of the red lotus, blossoming of the golden flower. This sword move was extremely dazzling, and it utilized violent sword chi to attack one's opponent. Even though it seemed powerful, it had a fatal flaw. The Huihai acupoint was one of the most important flaws. Putting aside a wooden stick, even if one were to touch it with a finger, the entire sword move would be crippled. Even he wasn't able to notice this flaw, so how could the other party find it just by browsing through the books? No, even if you know that my Huihai acupoint is hard to guard, so what? By the time you notice it, I would have already stabbed you 5 times. How are you going to defend against that? Elder Hong suddenly harumphed. Regardless of whether it was a sword art or a cultivation technique, there were bound to be flaws in it. With flaws, it was impossible to execute it perfectly. So what if the Huihai acupoint was the greatest flaw in this blossoming of the red lotus? When the sword struck out, its aura was unstoppable. It was almost impossible to find the problem in the sword light. 5 stabs? You're wrong. If I were to take 3 steps forward with my left leg and stab the Huihai acupoint, turn around and stab the Luoqiao acupoint, and then stab the Fujiang acupoint. After stab those 3 acupoints, I wonder if you would be able to dodge my attack. Xianxia said calmly. If you were to stab the Huihai acupoint, I would raise my sword and take a step back. If you were to stab the Luoqiao acupoint, I would swiftly return to defend against it. If you were to stab the Fujiang acupoint, the Huihai acupoint would be empty. Why you? Initially, Elder Hong didn't think much of the other party's moves. However, a moment later, his face paled, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. If it was a real battle, 3 consecutive stabs would have been sufficient to defeat his blossoming of the Red Lotus. Not only would he be unable to harm the other party, he would even suffer a backlash from his Xianxia, resulting in severe injuries. Even without using his Xianxia, he would still be injured due to the flaws in his swordsmanship. This is just the first move. Your second move, Crimson Lotus Illumination, is filled with flaws. Against this move, I could have charged straight for Ruohai's Zhonggong acupoint, and you would have retreated. Needless to say, the rest is very simple. Xianxia continued. Knowing the flaws of the other party's moves, it was easy for him to find a way to overcome them. Elder Hong took a step back. The second move, Crimson Lotus Illumination, was a long-range attack. It looked dazzling, but in truth, it was impossible to defend against in close combat. If one were to attack Ruohai's Zhonggong acupoint and Ruohai in close combat, the other party's Xianxia would be thrown into disarray, thus nullifying the other party's attack. If he were to nullify the first move, the other party would only need to stab 4 different directions to defeat him. However, this move would only require 2 moves, and he wouldn't even be able to defend against it. What was going on? Was the swordsmanship that he had created really so weak? That's not right. If I were to stab you with my sword, how could you possibly have the time to execute so many movements? Xianxia pondered for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. Everything the other party said was just theory. In a normal battle, given the speed of his swordsmanship, how could the other party possibly have the time to execute so many consecutive attacks? Lack of time? Xianxia shook his head. Watch carefully. His body blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he had already traversed 3 different directions. At the same time, using his finger as a sword, he tapped forward 3 consecutive times, and the positions he tapped were exactly as he had said. Upon seeing this move, Elder Hong's body twitched, and he nearly fell to the ground. The other party's speed and offense were impeccable. If he were to use his swordsmanship and the other party were to execute this move as well, he would have been knocked down in an instant, unless he gave up on his swordsmanship and suppressed the other party with absolute strength. Otherwise, in terms of swordsmanship, he would surely lose miserably. Cold sweat trickled down Elder Hong's back. He had created so many battle techniques, and he thought that with this move, he would be invincible in Myriad Kingdom City. Who could have thought that his 10 years of hard work would be so weak? May I ask Xianxia if there's a way to perfect this move of mine? Clasping his fist, Elder Hong bowed respectfully. While they were discussing the sword moves, the people outside were already panicking. Pavilion Master Kong, Xianxia has already been in there for 2 hours, and he's still not out yet. It can't be that Elder Hong killed him in a fit of rage. Sushir panicked. It had been close to 2 hours since Xianxia had entered the room, but not only did he not come out, not even a single word had appeared on the wall. As such, he had no idea what was going on. Not only was Xianxia anxious, everyone in the hall was also confused. There's no need to worry. Even if they get into a conflict, as long as they make a move, they will surely make a move. So far, there hasn't been a single number. This means that no one has done so yet. Pavilion Master Kong consoled. But at the same time, a deep frown appeared on his forehead as well. Even if Xianxia didn't know the rules and acted recklessly, Elder Hong wouldn't. How could a person who had lived for more than 200 years possibly make a move on a master teacher over such a small matter? Besides, as long as he made a move, there would be a number displayed. But now, there was no movement at all. It was as if the 2 of them had entered the room and were sleeping soundly. What exactly happened? Hall Master, why don't you go in to take a look? Lingshir asked. Waiting like this wasn't a solution. If they went in and took a look, they could find out what was going on. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Kong nodded. You all wait here. I'll go in alone. If anything happens, I'll be able to resolve it easily. Su Shi and Ling Shi nodded. Taking in a deep breath, Pavilion Master Kong was just about to push the door open when the door opened, and Xianxia and Elder Hong walked out side by side. The two of them were neatly dressed and had smiles on their faces. They didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Everyone looked at each other. After all this time, the two of you didn't fight. Since they didn't fight, why didn't they come out? Making so many of us wait, Elder Wu, Elder Bai, and Elder Yun exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with confusion. Based on their experience, they thought that even if they didn't end up fighting, Elder Hong would at least be in a sorry state. Yet, the two of them were chatting happily without the slightest hint of displeasure. Could it be that this Xianxia had changed? After putting them in such a miserable state, the other party suddenly changed his mind at Elder Hong's place. The trio was deeply suspicious of the matter. Elder Hong, what are you doing? Pavilion Master Kong also looked over with a perplexed expression. Oh, I'm fine. Elder Hong shook his head and turned to look at the young man beside him. Even now, he could not contain the shock and admiration in his heart. Initially, Xianxia thought that Xianxia was only able to see through the flaws in the first two moves, but after the previous conversation, he realized that the other party's understanding of cultivation had already reached a level that was as vast as the ocean. Just a casual pointer from him was enough to benefit him greatly. The 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus that he was so proud of was full of flaws under the other party's analysis. When used in front of an expert of the same level, the effect was not bad. However, when faced with a truly powerful expert, it would definitely be destroyed with a flick of a finger. There was no way to block it. If he were to really use this ultimate move to challenge others, his opponent would probably be fine, but he would be the one to die first because of the backlash. To create a battle technique that could kill oneself. If word of it were to spread out, everyone would probably laugh their heads off. His reputation would go down the drain. Knowing this, Xianxia humbly sought guidance from the other party for close to 2 hours. Through the other party's guidance, he managed to gain a deeper understanding of the swordsmanship, and he benefited greatly from it. If he were to allow the other party to modify the swordsmanship, he was confident that it wouldn't take long before he came up with an even more perfect and compatible ultimate move. Nothing? Then, has the selection come to an end? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak about it, Pavilion Master Kong could only change the topic to the selection. I'll announce the results now. Elder Hong nodded his head and smiled. After my previous test, the results for the 4th stage are out. Luo Shi and Du Hu have blocked 3 swords, so they're in 5th place as well. Feng Masheng and Fu Xiaochen have blocked 5 swords, so they're in 3rd place. Jun Ruohuan has blocked 6 swords, so he's in 2nd place. In 1st place is Xianxia. Xianxia is in 1st place? He's in 1st place again? I thought they didn't cross blows? Hearing this result, everyone was taken aback. Jun Ruohuan and the others had left their results on the wall for all to see. Yet, Xianxia didn't even display a single move, so how could he be in 1st place? I can't accept this. Ruohuan Gongzi stepped forward. If the results on the wall far exceeded his, he could still accept it. But to determine the 1st place without even competing, wasn't this a little unfair? It was just like how if the other party scored 100 in a test, he would have lost. But, the other party didn't even take the test, so how could he be in 1st place? You can't accept this? Elder Hong frowned. That's right. I managed to comprehend the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to initiate Realm Pinnacle within an instance's time, and with just swordsmanship, I managed to block 6 swords from Elder Hong. I would like to ask, what level has he reached in the 1st place? Could it be that he has reached minor accomplishment? At this point, Ruohuan Gongzi turned to the young man and gritted his teeth. I don't believe that you'll be able to comprehend the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to minor accomplishment within an instance's time. Unless you challenge me to a duel right now and defeat me in swordsmanship. Defeat you? Xianxia shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to bully you. The heck? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Hearing his words, everyone stared at one another in shock. No matter what, Ruohuan Gongzi was a 4-star master teacher, a transcendent mortal 4-dan primary stage expert. On top of that, he specialized in swordsmanship. Yet, this fellow actually said that he didn't want to bully him, for a fellow who specialized in the spear to say such words. Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? You. Ruohuan Gongzi's face flushed and paled, seemingly on the verge of exploding. It's fine if you don't want to compete with me. As long as you admit that you have comprehended the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to minor accomplishment within an incense's time, I'll admit defeat. As long as he admitted that he had comprehended the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to a higher level than him, out of trust in the honor of a master teacher, he wouldn't pursue the matter any further. Minor accomplishment, Xianxia shook his head once more. I haven't even practiced a single move of the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus. I haven't even reached novice yet, so how could I possibly have reached minor accomplishment? Haven't practiced it? Ruohuan Gongzi wasn't the only one who was taken aback. Haven't practiced a single move? Then how could he be ranked first? Wasn't this a little too shady? Pavilion Master Kong, Susher, and the others were bewildered as well. They had known Elder Hong for many years, and they knew that he was an upright and impartial person. But Xianxia hadn't even learned the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus, so how could he be ranked first? This was a matter that concerned the selection for the Master Teacher Tournament. Wasn't this taking things too lightly? Could it be that Elder Hong accepted Xianxia as his student? In order for his student to participate in the tournament, he intentionally went easy on Xianxia? Surely that can't be. If that's not the case, why would the both of them stay in the room for 2 hours without even cultivating? The crowd discussed. Initially, Xianxia and Elder Hong didn't know each other, but in the blink of an eye, their attitudes changed drastically. No one would believe that there was no relationship between them. Elder Hong, what's going on? Unable to hold it in any longer, Pavilion Master Kong asked. The others also turned their gazes over as well. Accept him as my student? Hearing the guesses of the crowd, Elder Hong's mouth twitched. You guys sure are daring. Even if you want to accept him as your student, you should have the capability first. Shaking his head, Elder Hong revealed the truth. There's no need for you to make wild guesses. I wanted to acknowledge Xianxia as my teacher, but he didn't agree to it. Acknowledge him as your teacher? He didn't agree to it? Elder Hong isn't joking, right? Everyone's mouths were agape, and a huge commotion broke out in the hall. Elder Hong was known as the #1 expert in Myriad Kingdom City in terms of cultivation techniques and battle techniques. There were quite a few master teachers who had cultivated the ultimate moves he had created. It could be said that, at least half of the master teachers in the hall were his students. Such an incredible figure actually wanted to acknowledge this fellow as his teacher. If that was the case, wouldn't more than half of the people in the hall be his grand student? Furthermore, more importantly, this fellow rejected it. Are you for real? Xianxia possesses exceptional talent, and his comprehension of cultivation has reached an unfathomable level. Even though he hasn't cultivated my 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus, his comprehension of it is unparalleled. Even I am far from being able to match up to him. I have sought his guidance for 2 hours, and I think that I have benefited greatly from it. Elder Hong said with a grim expression. Learn? The crowd stared at one another, and they couldn't wrap their heads around the situation. Didn't you spend a lot of time creating the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus and cultivate it to major accomplishment? To seek guidance from a fellow who had only learned it for an incense's time, and even want to acknowledge him as his teacher, benefiting greatly from it, why does it sound like a joke? Elder Wu, Elder Bai, and the others also widened their eyes in shock. Initially, when they saw the 2 of them coming out safely, they thought that Xianxia wouldn't cause trouble anymore. However, from the looks of it now, they were still too naive. It wasn't that he didn't want to cause trouble, but that he had captured Elder Hong's heart and was intending to acknowledge him as his teacher. At the very most, they would only suffer some injuries. On the other hand, if that fellow were to acknowledge the other party as his teacher, all of his previous fame and standing would vanish into thin air. This tests one's comprehension of cultivation. Ruohuan Gongzi only managed to execute 6 swords under my hands in the same incense's time. On the other hand, Xianxia was able to offer me pointers and become my teacher. Even if he didn't cultivate it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be ranked first, right? Elder Hong turned to Jun Ruohuan and asked. Ruohuan Gongzi's body twitched, and he looked as if he was on the verge of tears. Given Elder Hong's standing, it was impossible for him to lie. In other words, there was a high chance that the other party was telling the truth. Ruohuan Gongzi had only managed to reach initiate in the same instances. Time, and yet, the other party had managed to comprehend it completely and become the teacher of the creator of the technique. The heck, where in the world did this monster pop out from? This was way too monstrous. It was no wonder why he said that he was bullying the other party. Even he could only withstand 6 swords from Elder Hong. If he were to agree to the request of a person who could become the other party's teacher, what else could it be other than bullying? Since the results are out, let's move on to the next test. Seeing that his student was on the verge of collapsing, Pavilion Master Kong could only speak up once more to change the topic. The next test is also the final test of the selection round. It's to point out the flaws in one's cultivation. Just as Pavilion Master Kong was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, he saw Xianxia looking at him. For this test, I forfeit. Forfeit? Everyone turned their gazes over. Having obtained first place in the 4th round, Xianxia had already become the greatest dark horse in this selection round. Why would he choose to forfeit at the final round? I've already participated in the first 4 rounds, and this is the final round. Su Shi hurriedly said. Oh, the 2 winners of this selection round will be chosen to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. Given my current results, regardless of whether I participate in the 5th round or not, I'm already in first place. Since that's the case, I might as well forfeit and give them a chance. Xianxia said calmly. Otherwise, there's no meaning in always getting first place. There's no meaning in always getting first place? The heck, those words sound really satisfying. Indeed. However, Xianxia is right. Having obtained first place 4 times in a row, he has accumulated 24 points. Ruohuan Gongzi has 18 points, followed by Fu Shaochen with 15 points, Feng Moshing with 13 points, Luoshi with 10 points, and Duhu with 7 points. Even if Xianxia were to forfeit this round and end up in the last place, he would still have a total of 25 points. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi, who is in 2nd place, would only have a total of 24 points. Indeed, it doesn't matter whether he participates or not. To be able to get first place without participating in the final round. Incredible. Hearing Xianxia's introduction, everyone came to a realization. Since he had already secured his victory, why should he continue participating and waste his time? This. Coming to a realization, Pavilion Master Kong glanced at Su Shi and the others, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. As expected of Xianxia, he was indeed domineering. Others had to give it their all in every single round, but this fellow managed to secure his victory with just 4 rounds. There was indeed a huge gap between humans. Since that's the case, let's forfeit then. Glancing at the others, Pavilion Master Kong saw that none of them were willing to compete with such a monster. Thus, he shook his head and said, however, Xianxia, I beseech you to stay here for the time being. After you are done with the final trial, I'll discuss the matter regarding the Master Teacher Tournament with you. Xianxia nodded. Without his participation, the final round proceeded swiftly. Not too long later, the results were out. As expected, Ruohuan Gongzi obtained first place and the 2nd slot. Alright, the duel is over. I hereby announce that Xianxia and Jun Ruohuan will be representing the League of Nations in the Master Teacher Tournament. After the examination ended, the Hall Master looked around and announced the results. Hall Master, please wait. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Fu Shaochen stepped forward and said, I don't deny Xianxia's capability, but if I remember correctly, there is a minimum requirement for one to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. One has to be a 3-star Master Teacher or above in order to qualify for the tournament. Xianxia is only a 2-star Master Teacher, so I fear that he might not even pass the first round of examination. Pavilion Master Kong frowned. The other party was right. The Master Teacher Tournament did have a ranking requirement, and not everyone could participate in it. 3 stars was the minimum standard. If he couldn't even do this, how could he stand out in the competition? Even though Xianxia's performance in the previous rounds was dazzling, he was still only a 2-star cultivator. He was still some distance away from the lowest standard. Given how easily Xianxia passed the previous examination, putting aside 3-star, it wouldn't be too much even if he were to apply for the 4-star master teacher examination. Susher interjected. Ruohuan Gongzi was a 4-star master teacher, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia. How difficult would it be for him to apply for the 4-star master teacher examination? Given Xianxia's capability, it isn't difficult for him to apply for the 4-star master teacher examination. However, the minimum requirement to become a 4-star master teacher is to have 4 4-star supporting occupations. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy, Fu Xiaochen said. Initially, if Xianxia hadn't appeared, he and Ruohuan Gongzi would have been the ones to participate in the tournament. But now that the other party had snatched the slot away, he had to find a way to fight for it. And supporting occupations were Xianxia's greatest weakness. In his view, no matter how talented the master teacher before him was, given his age, it was impossible for him to be proficient in all of them. That's true. Just like master teachers, supporting occupations require time and effort to master them as well. Everyone fell silent, and Susher was speechless as well. Indeed, everyone had witnessed Xianxia's talent and capability as a master teacher, but it wasn't easy to become a 4-star master teacher. On top of that, one had to have supporting occupations as well. Even the minimum requirement to become a 3-star master teacher was to have at least 3 3-star supporting occupations. This was the most basic requirement, just like soul depth. If one couldn't reach it, they wouldn't even be qualified for the examination. Xianxia's achievements in painting have definitely reached 4-star or even higher. I can apply for this from the Painter Guild, it's nothing much. Elder Yun stepped forward. The fact that the other party was able to produce a painting of the 6th level meant that the other party's attainment in painting was even higher than his. It was a walk in the park for such a person to apply for a 4-star painter. But that's only one of them, Fu Xiaochen said. Even if he applied to become a 5-star painter, it would only be one occupation. He was still lacking 2 supporting occupations. Weren't that easy to pick up, not to mention, one had to be at least 3-star. Xianxia, do you have any other supporting occupations that have reached 3-star or above? Pavilion Master Kong asked. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, an apprentice suddenly rushed in. Pavilion Master, Hall Master Han of the Beast Hall requests an audience. Hall Master Han? Why is he here? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. He rarely interacted with the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Beast Hall, Han Chong, so why would he suddenly rush over? Invite him in. Even though Pavilion Master Kong was perplexed, he still waved his hands. Even though the Beast Hall was slightly lacking compared to Mingshi Tang, it was still a formidable force. Yes. The apprentice left, and not long later, 2 elders walked in. Zhang Xian turned around and saw Hall Master Han and Master Sai of the Appraiser Hall. Pavilion Master Kong, elders. Seeing so many people in the hall, the duo was astonished. However, as influential figures, they didn't dare to be impolite. Thus, they clasped their fists and greeted the 2 elders. May I know why Hall Master Han and Master Sai are so free to visit Mingshi Tang? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hall Master Han asked doubtfully. Oh, actually, I'm here to look for Xianxia. Hall Master Han chuckled. I heard from Master Sai that you're here, so I rushed over. Xianxia? Pavilion Master Kong blinked his eyes. Everyone turned their gazes over as well. Why are you looking for me? Zhang Xian was perplexed as well. Even though the both of them knew each other, they had only met once. Why would the other party look for him? Oh, it's like this. Xianxia easily tamed the demon sink beast, and I've reported this matter to the headquarters. They made an exception and promoted you to a 4-star beast tamer. The reason why I'm here is to deliver your emblem. Hall Master Han said with a smile. The fact that Xianxia was able to tame the demon sink beast with just a single word meant that his capability in beast taming had already surpassed him. As soon as he returned, he applied for a promotion from the headquarters, and upon receiving a reply today, he immediately rushed over. Under normal circumstances, as an upper 9-pass occupation, beast tamer had a strict requirement on one's cultivation. In order to become a 4-star beast tamer, one had to be at least transcendent mortal 2 Dan. 4-star beast tamer? Xianxia is actually a 4-star beast tamer as well? Hearing Hall Master Han's words, a commotion broke out. Right after he said that he didn't have sufficient supporting occupations, the other party immediately sent him a 4-star beast tamer emblem. Adding the painter emblem from before, he already had 2 supporting occupations. Thank you. Not expecting the other party to help him apply for a 4-star beast tamer emblem, Xianxia nodded his head. Just as he took the emblem in his hands, the apprentice who had left earlier suddenly rushed back and said, Hall Master, the head of Honghai City Formation Master Guild, Guild Leader Xing, and the head of the Physician Guild, Guild Leader Meng, request to meet you. Invite them in. Pavilion Master Kong waved his hands. The duo walked up to the hall. Formation Master and Physician were top-notch occupations of the upper 9 paths, and they were on par with beast tamers. The appearance of the 2 guild leaders left the other master teachers staring at one another in bewilderment. May I know if the 2 of you? Pavilion Master Kong clasped his fist and asked doubtfully. Oh, to be honest, Pavilion Master Kong, I'm here to look for Xianxia. Guild Leader Xing said. You're looking for Xianxia as well? Pavilion Master Kong widened his eyes. Indeed. Guild Leader Xing chuckled. Turning to look at Xianxia, he said, Xianxia, I only gave you a quasi-4-star Formation Master emblem the previous time. After you left, I reported the matter to the headquarters, and they have already approved you as a 4-star Formation Master. That day, Xianxia used a sword, saber, and spear to inscribe a grade 5 spirit gathering formation. Due to his insufficient cultivation, he was unable to become a true 4-star Formation Master. Thus, he gave him a quasi-4-star emblem and reported the matter to the headquarters. A few days ago, he received a reply from the headquarters, and he was promoted to an official 4-star Formation Master. An official 4-star Formation Master? Everyone blinked their eyes in shock. Yet another supporting occupation had appeared. Before they could explain their shock, an elder standing by the side clasped his fist and smiled. Wait a moment, there's still me. The elder chuckled. Xianxia might not recognize me, but I am the guild leader of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Physician Guild, Zhang Mingqi. Paying respects to Guild Leader Meng. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia challenged Tianwu Kingdom's Wall of Dilemma and solved the second princess' innate muscular deficiency. Hall Master Han has also told me about your treatment. Your medical skills are astounding, and it can be said to be a miracle. As such, I specially requested for your appointment from the headquarters, and it was approved. Here is your 4-star physician emblem. Guild Leader Meng chuckled. Back then, after he solved the Wall of Dilemma, he received a reply from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Physician Guild, and they invited him to be an elder of their guild. It was only today that he finally met the other party in person. As expected of a young hero, his disposition was extraordinary. 4 occupations now. Hearing Guild Leader Meng's words, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was especially so for Fu Xiaochen. He nearly knocked his head against the wall to kill himself. It was just a moment ago that he said that even though this fellow was a master teacher, his supporting occupation was lacking, and he was unable to take the 3-star and 4-star master teacher examination. In the end, Hall Master Han, Guild Leader Xing, and Guild Leader Meng presented him with a 4-star emblem. Did they have to be so exaggerated? Even if they wanted to slap his face, they didn't have to do it so quickly. If only he knew that Xianxia possessed such capabilities, he wouldn't have said so much. Just as he was wallowing in sorrow, he heard the chuckling voice of Master Sai, you upper 9 paths occupations sure are troublesome. You even have to apply for a rank from the headquarters. Look at our appraiser hall, we gave Xianxia a 5-star appraiser emblem straight away. There's no need to go through so much trouble. There's even a 5-star appraiser occupation? Put on, Fu Xiaochen fell to the ground. Usually, the upper 9 paths occupations won't be granted a rank. Those who are able to receive such treatment are all unparalleled geniuses. I thought that Xianxia's capability as a master teacher was already outstanding enough, but to think that he wouldn't be lacking in the other occupations as well. Indeed. To be able to reach 4-star in 3 of the most powerful occupations in the upper 9 paths. This isn't something that can be described with the word genius anymore. too incredible. Everyone in the room fell silent. To be able to surpass ordinary people in a single occupation, one could be considered a genius at the very most. To be able to do so in 2 occupations, one could be considered a monster. It was one thing for the young man before them to be so outstanding, but for him to be able to do so in the other occupations as well. It was truly a wonder how he managed to learn all of these. Just the thought of comparing with him made one despair from the depths of one's heart. Since the other occupations can be granted an emblem, why can't our Mingshi Tang school? Xianxia's performance is more than sufficient for him to do so. Su Shi couldn't help but say. Indeed. Ling Shi added. Now that Xianxia possesses 5 occupations that exceed 4-star, even if his cultivation isn't sufficient, I think that he's qualified to be granted a 4-star master teacher identity. A 4-star master teacher not only had to possess 4 4-star supporting occupations, his cultivation had to be at least a transcendent mortal 2 dan. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was still lacking at the moment, if the other occupations of the upper 9 paths were able to grant him an emblem, why couldn't the master teacher pavilion, which served as a model for the masses, do the same as well? This pavilion Master Kong hesitated. Indeed, since the other occupations could be granted an emblem, why couldn't the Mingshi Tang school? After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Kong said, since that's the case, I'll apply to the headquarters right away. Wait a moment. I have so many supporting occupations, but I can't be granted a 4-star master teacher identity. Is it because my cultivation isn't sufficient? Before he could finish his words, Xianxia asked doubtfully. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Since it's so troublesome, I'll just make a breakthrough right away. It's not a big deal, is there a need to be so conflicted over it? Xianxia said. Make a breakthrough right away? Cough cough. Su Shi and Ling Shi were stunned. Even if you are a transcendent mortal 1 dan prolonged longevity realm pinnacle cultivator, it shouldn't be that easy for you to break through to origin energy realm. After all, in this realm, one's Xianxia would be converted into origin energy, thus allowing one's strength to harmonize with nature. Xianxia, don't be anxious. You must be careful when breaking through to the origin energy realm. The higher the quality of your origin energy, the more beneficial it will be to your cultivation in the future. It's best for you to learn more and grasp more knowledge, Pavilion Master Kong advised, but before he could finish his words, the young man before him frowned. Rumble, the sound of an egg cracking could be heard from within Lin Fan's body. His cultivation barrier was broken in an instant. Following that, an overwhelming aura surged out from his body. Origin Energy Realm, Pavilion Master Kang's body trembled, and his words were stuck in his throat. He could clearly sense that the other party had successfully broken through, others would have to find a place to meditate in order to break through to such a realm, and they would have to be protected by all kinds of means to adjust their state of mind. Yet, this fellow actually broke through as soon as he spoke. Did he have to be so ruthless? Alright, there's no need to feel conflicted. I'm already at the Essence Energy realm and have fulfilled the requirements. Upon successfully breaking through, Xianxia said calmly. He was already on the verge of breaking through when he was in the Soul Oracle tomb. Furthermore, he had gathered so many transcendent mortal 2 dan cultivation technique manuals in Pavilion Master Kang's room and compiled them into the correct Heaven's Path divine art. The so-called breakthrough was just a thought away. It wasn't much. Alright then, seeing this fellow breaking through without the slightest pressure at all, everyone in the hall was speechless. Even Fu Xiaochen was trembling so much that he couldn't find a single word to say. Doubting the other party's proficiency in supporting occupations, the guild leader of the upper 9 paths rushed to the headquarters to request for a rank emblem for him. Doubting that the other party's cultivation was lacking. To make a breakthrough right away, one mustn't speak to such a person, or else he would slap him in the face at any moment. Furthermore, it would be the kind of slap that he wouldn't be able to refute. Since everything was sufficient, the rest was simple. Not too long later, an emblem representing his identity fell into Xianxia's hands. The current him was already a 4-star master teacher recognized by the Mingshi Tang Guild. Xianxia and Ruohuan, follow me. I'll explain the details of the master teacher tournament to you. After everything was done, Pavilion Master Kong beckoned the duo over. Leaving the hall, the trio walked into a room. Since the two of you were chosen to participate in the Master-Teacher tournament, I'm sure you know a thing or two about it. Pavilion Master Kong said. The duo nodded. The Master-Teacher tournament is organized by the Mingshi Tang Guild of the Miryu Empire, and the content of each round is different. Those who rank in the top 10 will not only be rewarded with middle-tier spirit stones, they will also be given the opportunity to cultivate at the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy. Pavilion Master Kong said. Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy? Jun Ruohuan's breathing hastened. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Is that academy very famous? Seeing the agitation on the duo's faces, Xianxia asked doubtfully. It isn't just famous, Pavilion Master Kong shook his head with a bitter smile. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was established by the Mingshi Tang Guild of 100 Tier 2 empires under Tier 1 Hongyuan Empire. It's a place for the recruitment and grooming of master teachers, the cradle of 4-star master teachers. If I were to enter the academy to learn from a 6-star master teacher, I would be on my way to becoming a 5-star master teacher. There isn't much to it. A place for the grooming of master teachers? Xianxia was astonished. His disguise as Xianxia made others think that he was a 6-star master teacher. In truth, he had never seen a master teacher of that caliber before. However, even if he had never seen one before, it was clear that those who had reached Xianxia's level would be fearsome. Under the guidance of such a master teacher, one's cultivation and fighting prowess would soar by leaps and bounds. Putting everything aside, Mo Huncheng, who was trapped in the lotus, was already so formidable even though he was only a 6-star soul oracle. Needless to say, a master teacher of that caliber was even more formidable. Previously, I only hoped that our Mingshi Tang Guild would be able to obtain a good ranking. But this time, with Xianxia's participation, I hope that you can fight for a spot in the top 10. Pavilion Master Kong said with a grim expression. In the past, he only hoped that they wouldn't end up in the bottom of the rankings. But after seeing Xianxia's performance today, an uncontrollable hope surfaced in his heart, and that was for the League of Nations to get a spot in the top 10. If he succeeded, his name as the Pavilion Master would surely go down in history. In fact, he might even be transferred to the Miryu Empire's Mingshi Tang Guild and receive better cultivation conditions. Top 10? Ruohuan Gongzi clenched his fists tightly. However, it isn't that easy to get into the top 10. Even though the other powers have come to the capital, they have done a good job of keeping their participants a secret. Even I didn't manage to find out too much about them. Pavilion Master Kong knew how difficult it would be. But based on past experience, one's capability as a master teacher is only a part of the examination. Cultivation is another part of the examination as well. Without the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 4-dan intermediate stage, it is impossible to get into the top 10. Transcendent mortal 4-dan intermediate stage? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Thus, I hope that you all can cultivate diligently in the next 2 months so as to improve your cultivation. Pavilion Master Kong looked at Ruohuan gingerly. Thus, from tomorrow onwards, I intend to bring you all to the Yinyang Lake to cultivate. Yinyang Lake? Teacher, are you referring to the Yinyang Lake in the Origin Flame Glacier Plain? Ruohuan Gongzi asked anxiously. That's right. Other than the Origin Flame Glacier Plain, where else can we find the Yinyang Lake? Pavilion Master Kong nodded. But, aren't the people of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain at odds with our Myriad Kingdom City? Are they willing to lend us the Yinyang Lake to cultivate? Ruohuan Gongzi asked doubtfully. You don't have to worry about that. I've already discussed it with their old ancestor. As long as you all can pass their selection and test, you'll be able to enter the Yinyang Lake to cultivate. The Yinyang Lake contains the attributes of yin and yang. One side is bone-chilling while the other side is as hot as a torch. Cultivating in the Yinyang Lake will allow one to better regulate one's energy, allowing one to comprehend one's cultivation realm more easily. This is especially so for those with unique constitutions like pure yin and pure yang. Pavilion Master Kong said. Right, pure yin and pure yang constitutions. Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, the Yinyang Lake is divided into yin and yang. It can easily awaken those with pure yin and pure yang constitutions, thus allowing their cultivation to surge. It's a pity that these two constitutions are simply too rare. Otherwise, as long as one enters the Yin Lake, one would surely be able to break through the bottleneck and advance swiftly. Pavilion Master Kong remarked. This? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Pure Yin and pure Yang constitutions were indeed rare, but Xiaoya was the former. She had only awakened 20% of her constitution, and she was already so formidable. Since the Yin Lake was so formidable, could it be possible for her to achieve a breakthrough? As for himself, he didn't really mind. After all, as long as he had the Heaven's Path divine art and sufficient spirit stones, cultivating was as easy as eating and drinking for him. Putting aside transcendent mortal for Dan, as long as he had sufficient preparations, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 9 Dan within a day. However, the Yin Lake is located at the southernmost region of the League of Nations, and it is extremely far from here. Even with a 4-star pinnacle aerial savage beast, it would take at least 10 days to complete the journey. On top of that, if one were to cultivate, it would take at least 40 days to complete the journey. Thus, if there aren't any problems, you should set off early tomorrow morning and return before the Master-Teacher tournament. Pavilion Master Kong said with a grim expression. No problem. Xianxia and Ruohuan Gongzi nodded their heads. Pavilion Master Kong had exaggerated the Yin Lake to the point that he wanted to take a look as well. More importantly, since the Yin Lake was of great help to Xiaoya, he wanted to bring her there. Perhaps she might be able to awaken more of her unique constitution and raise her cultivation to a whole new level. Alright then. The two of you should head back and make preparations today. We'll gather here early tomorrow morning. Pavilion Master Kong instructed. Alright. The duo nodded. After leaving the room, Xianxia returned to his residence and called Xiaoya over. I'll bring you to a place tomorrow that will help in awakening your unique constitution. Make some preparations. After instructing the duo, Xianxia returned to his residence. This trip would take up more than a month's worth of time. The most important thing for him to do now was to raise his cultivation to Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. Activating the Spirit Gathering formation, Xianxia sat on it and flicked his wrist. A middle-tier spirit stone appeared before him. Gugugugu, pure spiritual energy flowed into Xianxia's body through his acupoints, and as though 100 streams converging into the ocean, it gushed into his dantian. Driving the transcendent mortal 2 Dan Heaven's Path divine art, Xianxia remained calm, and his aura rose steadily. Origin Energy Realm Primary Stage, Origin Energy Realm Intermediate Stage. If others were to see him cultivating in such a state, they would surely go berserk. The cultivation that they had spent years or even decades in order to raise was as easy as eating or drinking before him. There wasn't the slightest pressure or hindrance to him. In a luxurious residence in Myriad Kingdom City, a young man paced back and forth in front of the courtyard with an anxious look on his face. If Xianxia were here, he would surely be able to recognize him as the tycoon who often bought items from him, Song Chao. When will Elder come out from his seclusion? After pacing around the residence for a while, Song Chao couldn't help but ask the guard standing outside. I'm not too sure either. After meeting Songsher previously, Elder went into seclusion and hasn't come out yet, the guard replied. Alright then. After returning from the herb garden, he brought the grade 7 metal coffin here, only to find out that the Elder was still in seclusion. Left with no choice, he could only wait for several days. Yet, who knew that the Elder wouldn't come out even after several days? He knew that the Elder must have been too engrossed in studying the soulless metal humanoid after obtaining it. Forget it, I'll return first. I'll come back another time. Knowing that he couldn't force his way in if the other party didn't come out of seclusion, Xianxia could only shake his head and leave. However, barely after taking a few steps, the door behind him opened. Haha. Turning around, Xianxia saw the Elder walking out with a smile. Stepping forward, the Elder clasped his fist and bowed. Paying respects to Elder Hu. You came at a good time. This soulless metal humanoid is indeed not bad. After studying it for several days, I have benefited greatly from it. If I can reach Consonant Spirit Realm through it, I'll surely thank you for your help. Elder Hu stroked his beard and smiled. Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Consonant Spirit Realm and 4 Dan Consonant Spirit Realm was a huge hurdle. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 4th layer for many years. he had always wanted to make a breakthrough, but to no avail. Some time ago, this martial soul golden humanoid that Xianxia sent over was immediately studied as a treasure. The soulless metal humanoid was the personal guard of the ancient soul oracles. Even though Xianxia was still unable to decipher how the soulless metal humanoid was formed over the past few days, he had gained a deeper understanding of the soul. This would be of great help to him in his future breakthrough to consonant spirit realm. Elder, you're exaggerating. As long as this thing is useful, it's worth it. Xianxia quickly nodded. N. Hearing his humble words, Elder Hu nodded his head in satisfaction. Why are you looking for me so anxiously? Did something happen? Even though he was in seclusion, this fellow came almost every day, so he still knew a thing or two about it. Xianxia hurriedly nodded his head. I met the person who sold me the soulless metal humanoid a few days ago. This time, he happened to have a level 7 adamantine coffin that was specially used to store metal humanoids. I thought that it might be useful for Elder's research. So I bought it. 7th grade fine gold coffin? A coffin specially forged by a soul oracle for the soulless metal humanoid? Where is it? Quick, let me take a look. Elder Hu's eyes lit up, and his breathing hastened. Due to his inability to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had turned his attention to the study of the soul oracles. Through his years of research, he had learned quite a bit, and he understood the importance of this coffin. If he had obtained this item earlier, he would have surely improved by leaps and bounds. Even if he was unable to reach consonant spirit realm, he would at least be able to strengthen his soul. Yes. With a flick of his wrist, a massive coffin appeared before him. It was the one that Xianxia had sold to him for a middle-tier spirit stone back in the herb garden. To think that it would be a perfectly preserved grade 7 adamantine coffin. Seeing the various inscriptions inscribed on the coffin, Elder Hu's eyes lit up. This kind of coffin was specially forged by a blacksmith for a soulless metal humanoid. It could preserve the soulless metal humanoid for tens of thousands of years, and its value was immeasurable. Based on the introduction of the seller, this coffin is the one used to store the soulless metal humanoid. Xianxia continued. Oh. Elder Hu nodded his head. Walking around the coffin, he raised his head and asked, the person who sold you these 2 items. Where is he now? Did you ask him where he obtained these items from? That. I didn't ask. Xianxia shook his head. Every time they met, he would be rendered completely helpless by the impartation of heaven's will. He would only know how to fork out money obediently, so how could he ask? You didn't ask? Elder Hu frowned. Even though I didn't ask him about this, I know that he has 3 more soulless metal humanoids and at least 3 grade 7 adamantine coffins in his possession. In fact, he might even have a higher tier. Crimson metal coffin. Recalling the words of the young man that day, Xianxia hurriedly replied. You are talking about the crimson gold coffin that is used to store the physical body of a soul oracle? Even a transcendent mortal pinnacle expert is unable to open it, the crimson gold coffin? Elder Hu's breathing hastened as his eyes glowed in excitement. A grade 7 adamantine coffin was only used to store the soulless metal humanoid. On the other hand, the crimson metal coffin was the most important possession of a soul oracle. Even though they were both coffins, the value of the crimson metal coffin was far greater than that of the soulless metal humanoid. That fellow actually had such a treasure? Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. That's great. Where is he? Is he willing to sell this crimson metal coffin? Have you bought it yet? Elder Hu asked anxiously. He said that he was willing to sell the crimson metal coffin, but I don't have enough money on me, so I can't afford it. Let's not talk about other things, just this 7th grade fine gold coffin costs an entire mid-grade spirit stone. Xianxia said. The grade 7 adamantine coffin is forged by a 4-star blacksmith, and it can preserve the soulless metal humanoids for 10,000 years. Not only is a middle-tier spirit stone not expensive, it's actually very cheap. Not bad, not bad. Elder Hu nodded his head. Forged by a 4-star blacksmith, all kinds of rare materials were used, and the secrets of the soul oracles were at stake. No matter how one looked at it, a middle-tier spirit stone wasn't expensive at all. In fact, it could even be said to be a fair price. Hearing that he didn't make a loss, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully, then, Elder Hu, are you intending to buy it? This item is hard to come by, so I will definitely buy it. However, as you know, even though I am an elder, my allowance is limited. The grade 7 adamantine coffin is already worth a middle-tier spirit stone, so the crimson metal coffin should be even more expensive. Even I might not be able to afford it. Even though Elder Hu was agitated, he knew his limits. Even though he was an elder of the sect, his allowance was limited. As such, he didn't have many middle-tier spirit stones in his possession. Right, have you tried buying it with tutelage jade tokens? Elder Hu asked. Tutelage jade token? The seller is a master teacher, and his rank can only be higher than mine. He wouldn't want a tutelage jade token. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Back then, when he bought the Drunken Dreams, the other party refused to sell anything other than spirit stones. After learning that the owner of the suite was Xianxia, he understood the reason. Since he was a master teacher himself, he would surely have a teacher who was even more formidable than him. While tutelage jade tokens were incomparably valuable to other cultivators, to people like them, they didn't care too much about it. It was just like how a gold mine owner hoped to use gold to trade for other items. They wouldn't want to exchange their hard-earned treasures for gold. Master teacher? Elder Hu was taken aback. If one wasn't a master teacher, he could use other means, such as accepting a disciple or offering pointers. However, if one was of the same standing as them, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Mingshi Tang had the responsibility to protect master teachers. If he dared to risk his life for the sake of the crimson metal token, their entire sect might be investigated and punished by the headquarters. How about this, where is he? Bring me to take a look. I would like to know how much the crimson metal coffin is worth. This way, I can prepare it in advance. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Hu said. Since they couldn't snatch it, they could only buy it. It was fortunate that the other party wasn't averse to selling it. He is staying in the guest residence of the League of Nations. Xianxia hurriedly said. In the past few days, not only had he been waiting outside the residence, he had also looked into Zhang Xian's residence. After leaving the herb garden, Zhang Xian didn't conceal his tracks. Given how even Susher and the others were able to find him easily, it wasn't too difficult for him to find him. Alright, prepare the horse and head over to take a look. Elder Hu nodded. Zhang Xian came to a halt. I still don't have enough spiritual energy. He thought that it would be easy for a middle-tier spirit stone to raise his cultivation to Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle, but to think that it wasn't the case at all. Along with the rise in his cultivation, his demand for spiritual energy increased. This middle-tier spirit stone was only sufficient for him to reach Origin Energy Realm Advanced Stage. He was still a long way from reaching Pinnacle. At the very least, I'll need another 2 middle-tier spirit stones to reach Pinnacle. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian shook his head. He had used up all of the spirit stones he had obtained from Hall Master Han to cultivate his soul, and this middle-tier spirit stone wasn't sufficient either. It wouldn't be easy for him to find more middle-tier spirit stones. Zhang Xian thought that he was finally rich, but to think that he would have to worry about the lack of spirit stones once he started cultivating. Furthermore, the soul-roused grass required a lot of spirit stones as well. Based on his calculations, the amount of spirit stones required for it to mature might be even higher than the amount required for him to reach Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. Seems like I'll have to find a way to earn some money. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian stood up. It was easy for him to say, but how was he going to earn money? Even the Alliance head residents of Myriad Kingdom City didn't have many middle-tier spirit stones, needless to say, others. Forget it, I'll head to the Yinyang Lake first. Based on what Pavilion Master Kong said, the spiritual energy there is abundant, making it suitable for cultivation. Perhaps I might be able to raise my cultivation without using spirit stones. A glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Since it was a blessed land for cultivation, perhaps he might be able to raise his cultivation without using spirit stones. But before that, I'll have to get the Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art out of the Yinyang Lake. Only with a cultivation technique would he be able to cultivate. Otherwise, if he were to head to a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy without a corresponding cultivation technique, everything would be for naught. Mingshi Tang must have plenty of such cultivation technique manuals. Now that I'm a 4-star master teacher, I'm qualified to browse through them. If there was a place with the most cultivation technique and battle technique manuals, it would definitely be Mingshi Tang's library. It would be much easier for him to collect books there than elsewhere. Now that he was a 4-star master teacher, he was qualified to browse through the books in the library. Since he was free, he might as well head over to take a look. Thinking so, Xianxia stood up and walked out. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the residence, Song Chao and Elder Hu walked in, and upon hearing that Xianxia had left, their faces were filled with regret. After waiting for a few hours, he still didn't see him. He could only make an appointment to visit another day. While the duo was waiting, Xianxia arrived at Mingshi Tang's book collection vault. As the center of the alliance, Myriad Kingdom City was a thriving economy. On top of that, it was also a hub for the exchange of martial arts. All kinds of secret manuals could be found here. Entering the library, Xianxia immediately saw rows upon rows of books, stretching as far as the eye could see. In terms of quantity, even Honghai City was far from being a match for it. There are so many books here. Even if I were to run, it would take me at least a few days to collect all of them. Xianxia pondered. Even if he were to run, it would take him several days to finish reading all of the books. On top of that, he had to follow Pavilion Master Kong to the Yinyang Lake tomorrow. Forget it, I'll look through the cultivation technique manuals first. Knowing that it was unrealistic for him to browse through all of them, Xianxia walked around the library and found the section for cultivation technique and battle technique manuals. As a 4-star master teacher, he had the authority to browse through all of the books here. Soon, he found the section for Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan cultivation technique manuals. Rows upon rows, there were at least 1,000 of them. Flaws. Muttering, Xianxia swiped his finger across them and collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Not too long later, the Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art appeared before him. Knowing that it would take him a long time to cultivate without sufficient spirit stones, Xianxia continued browsing through the books. If there were any Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan cultivation technique manuals, he would collect them as well. Taking a look around, Xianxia shook his head. There were Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan cultivation technique manuals here, but there were only 100 or so of them. He was still a long way off from being able to compile a Heaven's Path Divine Art. The strongest expert in the League of Nations was only at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan, and cultivation technique manuals of this level were usually in the hands of powerful experts. Only Mingshi Tang had 100 of them. If it were anywhere else, it would be difficult to find so many of them. Let me see if there are any books regarding souls. Xianxia didn't feel discouraged even though he couldn't find it. Instead, he started to search for the secret book of souls. He had inherited Mo Huanxing's heritage, so he possessed the Soul Oracle Soul Art. However, due to the many flaws in it, he was only able to reach Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan. Since there were all kinds of books here, Xianxia decided to see if he could find any books regarding souls and compile them together. Perhaps, he might be able to forge a higher-tier Heaven's Path Soul Art. An increase in soul force was equivalent to one's own strength. Walking along the book collection vault, Xianxia scanned his surroundings. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly came to a halt. Methods to strengthen the soul, consonant spirit realm details, clarifying turbidity realm how to cultivate the soul. These are all notes written by master teachers. He casually brushed past it. The heritage of the soul oracles had gone extinct, so it was impossible for him to find any soul cultivation techniques. However, in order to push for a breakthrough to the consonant spirit realm, there were quite a few experts who had left behind notes regarding soul tempering techniques. Even though they didn't have much to do with the soul, they did touch upon the secrets of the soul, so they could be used to supplement the soul cultivation techniques of the soul oracles. While Xianxia was browsing through the books, it took him 10 to 12 hours before he finally managed to gather several tens of thousands of books regarding the cultivation of the soul. At this moment, he was feeling extremely fatigued and drowsy. Compile. After a moment of recuperation, Xianxia fused the knowledge in the books together with the heritage of the soul oracles. I have Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan and 4 Dan Cultivation Technique Manuals. Taking a look at the compiled books, Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. He hadn't harbored much hope in fusing these books together, but who could have thought that it would be so effective? He had managed to supplement the Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan and 4 Dan Cultivation Technique Manuals. In other words, if he had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, he would be able to cultivate his soul cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, surpassing his current cultivation realm. Not bad. Xianxia's lips curled up. He was still a little frustrated that he hadn't managed to gather the Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Cultivation Technique Manuals, but it turned out that he had managed to gather the Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Cultivation Technique Manuals. To think that I would struggle for an entire night. In the end, an entire night had passed just like that. Walking out of the book collection vault, Xianxia saw the sun rising from the east. Xianxia, you're out. The pavilion master is waiting for you in the backyard. An apprentice walked up to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head. Walking to the backyard, he saw that pavilion master Kong and Ruohuan Gongzi had been waiting for him for quite some time now. Prepare to set off. Upon seeing Xianxia, pavilion master Kong waved his hands, and a massive aerial spirit beast slowly descended. It was a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle aerial spirit beast. Most likely, it was Mingshi Tang's or Pavilion Master Kang's mount. Give me a moment. I would like to bring a student over. Xianxia asked, a student? Pavilion Master Kong frowned. The Origin Flame Glacier Plane doesn't belong to the Myriad Kingdoms Alliance. It's an independent power, and I had to pay a heavy price in order to obtain 2 slots. If it was that easy to bring someone over to the Origin Flame Glacier Plane, he would have surely brought Fu Shaochen and the others along as well. There was no need for him to waste so much time selecting them first. It was precisely because of this restriction that it was so troublesome. Only 2 slots? Not even one more? Xianxia frowned. That won't do. Even the 2 slots have to be tested. If the Origin Flame Glacier Plane was that easy to negotiate with, our Mingshi Tang wouldn't be so far behind in every tournament. Pavilion Master Kong smiled bitterly. Then. How about this? I'll give my slot to my student and have her enter the Yinyang Lake. I won't be going. Xianxia. As long as he had enough mid-tier spirit stones, he would be able to raise his cultivation. He didn't really care much about the Yinyang Pond. Since there were only 2 slots, he might as well let Xiaoya cultivate there. Maybe she would be able to break through the shackles of her constitution and increase her strength. How can we do that? You're the greatest hope of Myriad Kingdom Alliance in this Master-Teacher tournament, how can we give up on you? Hearing the other party's decision, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly shook his head. You must be joking, I'm still waiting for you to break the record. If you don't enter the Yinyang Lake, won't I be going to waste all my efforts? I have to bring my student along. Xianxia nodded. How about this? If the other party insists on making things difficult for you, I can negotiate with them. This. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. You're thinking too lightly of the people of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. If it was that easy to negotiate with them, things wouldn't be so complicated. Actually, you can't blame them for that. There's a limit to the number of people who can enter the Yinyang Lake each time it opens. Even they can't accommodate their own people, needless to say, outsiders. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Having read quite a few books, he knew that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter the Yinyang Lake. If there were too many people cultivating in the Yinyang Lake, it would be easy for the lake to be drained. Thus, the reason why the Yinyang Lake had such a limit was for long-term development. Forget it, you should bring her along for now. If it really doesn't work out, I'll negotiate with them. Seeing the determined attitude of the young man before him, Pavilion Master Kong rubbed his glabella and said, let's play it by ear. Perhaps, we might be able to find a slot. Xianxia nodded. Along the way, he had seen many things, and he had turned the impossible into a possibility. Even if the other party said that the people of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain were difficult to deal with, as long as they were human, he would still be able to find a flaw in them. Having made up his mind, Xianxia had an apprentice call Xiaoya over. Then, the four of them got onto the back of a spirit beast and flew out of Myriad Kingdom City. When he returned to the residence yesterday, he instructed the demon-synced beast to take care of the others. Given its strength and his identity as a 4-star master teacher, no one should dare to cause trouble for him. Not to mention, there was Zhao Feiwu, the princess of the alliance, to look after them. Thus, he wasn't too worried about the safety of Xingyang and the others. As for the Soulrouse grass, it couldn't be placed in a storage ring, so he didn't bring it along. Instead, he left it to Wang Ying and Sun Chong to take care of it. Their departure this time was a secret. Even Mingshi Tang didn't know much about it. Otherwise, if the news were to leak and the other powers were to interfere, it would be troublesome. Of course, the results of the League of Nations had always been poor. Those who were qualified to enter the top 10 were all focused on their opponents. How could they possibly have the time to bother with a power that was ranked at the bottom? The four of them sat in the room on the back of the spirit beast. Looking at Xiaoya, the bizarre expression on Pavilion Master Kang's face grew deeper and deeper. Xianxia, the physical constitution of your student probably isn't simple. After observing for a moment, Pavilion Master Kang couldn't help but ask. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, his eye of discernment was extraordinary. Even though Xianxia had told Xiaoya to conceal her purine body, he was still able to see through it. Pavilion Master, you have a sharp eye of discernment. Xiaoya possesses the purine body. That's why I wanted her to cultivate at the Yinyang Lake. Xianxia didn't deny it. As expected. Pavilion Master Kang's breathing hastened. As the head of Mingshi Tang, he knew how fearsome the unique constitution was. A student with the purine body, and from the looks of it, it seemed like she had already awakened a portion of it. It was no wonder why Xianxia insisted on bringing her to the Yinyang Lake, even going to the extent of wasting his own opportunity. It was indeed worth it to have such a talented student. The purine body is one of the unique constitutions that one possesses. Once awakened, one's body will become flawless, and one's cultivation will soar by leaps and bounds. As Pavilion Master Kang spoke about the uniqueness of the purine body, his eyes lit up. After a while, he turned to Ruohuan Gongzi and said, "All right, there's no need to waste your time. Ruohuan, give your slot to her." What? Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes widened in shock. You all can continue chatting. What does this have to do with me? It wasn't easy for me to get a slot. Yesterday, when I heard that they were going to the Yinyang Lake, I prepared everything. Yet, because he had to bring his student along, he didn't allow me to go? Teacher. Ruohuan Gongzi turned to look at Pavilion Master Kang anxiously. All right, this matter has been decided. Master will not treat you unfairly and will give you a certain amount of compensation. Pavilion Master Kang made up his mind. Xianxia had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, only with sufficient strength could he stand out in the master-teacher tournament. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, he would surely be at a disadvantage in the tournament. The purine body of his student was even more important. Thus, he could only give up on his student. Ruohuan Gongzi burst into tears. Who is the man from the Origin Flame Glacier Plain that you speak of? Ignoring the tear-streaked Ruohuan Gongzi, Xianxia asked. It wasn't that he didn't sympathize with the other party, but he felt that there was a chance for him to make a breakthrough. If there were only 2 slots, he could compensate the other party by offering him some guidance. His guidance would definitely be far more effective than the Yinyang Lake. The Origin Flame Glacier Plain is the name of a powerful organization. Just like the Apothecary Guild and Blacksmith Guild, it controls many powerful spirit veins and treasure lands. This is precisely the reason why even the Hall Master of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion doesn't dare to offend them. Thus, I can only offer them a price. Pavilion Master Kang explained. Spirit veins and treasure lands? Xianxia was astonished. Just this in itself was enough to tell that this organization wasn't simple. Otherwise, given how many formidable occupations there were in the world, how could they possibly hand over such a place to someone else? Indeed. Every branch in the Origin Flame Glacier Plain has a palace master, and I have some personal ties with the current palace master. That's why I was able to get 2 chances to enter the Origin Flame Glacier Plane. To be honest, whether or not you are able to enter the Origin Flame Glacier Plane will depend on your abilities. Pavilion Master Kong said. Good relationship? She was once injured, and I was the one who treated her. Pavilion Master Kong stroked his beard. She's the one who cultivated the great ancient incursion art, and she was injured by a searing sword chi. Oh. Xianxia nodded his head. Yesterday, when he met Pavilion Master Kong, the latter had tested him with a case of a severely injured cultivator attempting to achieve a breakthrough to Transcendent Mortal. The situation was extremely complicated, and it was only natural that Pavilion Master Kong would be able to resolve it. After chatting for a while longer, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the Origin Flame Glacier Plane. This organization controlled a treasure land, and they didn't lack resources. Naturally, they didn't care about wealth. Only master teachers could make them willingly hand over 2 slots. As for the other occupations, they couldn't even dream of it. After chatting for a while longer, the group began cultivating. Without sufficient spirit stones, Xianxia didn't attempt to make a breakthrough. Instead, he focused on reinforcing his cultivation and increasing the amount of Xinqi he could store. After reaching Origin Energy Realm Advanced Stage, Xianxia's strength had increased once more. Previously, it was only 200,000 ding, but now, it had doubled to 400,000 ding. An ordinary Origin Energy Realm Primary Stage martial artist would have a strength of 150,000 ding, Middle Stage 200,000 ding, Late Stage 250,000 ding, and Pinnacle 300,000 ding. Meanwhile, at the Yin-Yang realm, 100,000 ding of strength was a unit of advancement. The initial stage was 500,000 ding of strength, the middle stage was 600,000 ding of strength, the late stage was 700,000 ding of strength, and the pinnacle stage was 800,000 ding of strength. He was only at the Origin Energy Realm late stage, but he already possessed such strength. He was much stronger than those at the peak of the Origin Energy Realm. If he were to augment his soul oracle prowess with his Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle cultivation, he would be able to match even a Yin-Yang Realm Advanced Stage expert. Of course, this was only in theory. True experts didn't just possess overwhelming strength. What was more important was their battle sense and fighting prowess. If it was really as easy as he thought, the Master Teacher Pavilion would surely be more authoritative than him. Even so, he could easily defeat a middle-stage Yin-Yang Realm expert. Along with the increase in his strength, his reflexes and muscles had also improved. Even though it wasn't as obvious as when he first stepped into Transcendent Mortal Realm, his vision had become sharper, and his movement technique had become more nimble. Since I have the time, I should study the Heaven's Path Sword Art, Heaven's Path Spear Art, and Heaven's Path Saber Art. After reinforcing his cultivation for nearly 10 days, Xianxia's Xinqi storage had increased significantly. Thus, he thought of battle techniques. The Heaven's Path Sword Art and Heaven's Path Movement technique that he was executing at the moment were the ones he collected in Tianxian Kingdom. Even though he had added on to them, they weren't sufficient for his current cultivation. He had to reorganize them and fuse them with higher tier moves. Along the way, he had collected quite a few battle techniques, and he had even collected all of the books on Mingshi Tang battle techniques in Myriad Kingdom City. With these, it wasn't too difficult for him to organize them. First, he would organize the Heaven's Path Sword Art. Sword was the king of all weapons, and there was no cultivator who didn't know how to use it. As such, there were many sword art manuals, and it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to find them. It didn't take long for him to compile a complete set of Heaven's Path Sword Art. Due to the narrow space on the back of the beast, Xianxia was unable to execute the sword art. Thus, he could only simulate it in his head, and it didn't take him long to master it. After learning the sword art, he moved on to the saber art, spear art, fist art, leg art, and movement art. After organizing all of the sword art manuals, Xianxia's fighting prowess rose by leaps and bounds. Previously, he could only fight with Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle cultivators with his Xinqi. But now, he could easily challenge Yin-Yang Realm Primary Stage cultivators. On top of that, with his soul cultivation, even a Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Advanced Stage expert would be a walk in the park for him. Of course, Xianxia's strongest trump card wasn't his cultivation but his eye of insight and impartation of Heaven's will. The former allowed him to see through flaws while the latter allowed him to beguile others. With the two of them working together, even Pavilion Master Kong could be easily beguiled, let alone Ruo Huangongzi. While Xianxia had been cultivating, Xiaoya hadn't rested either. After a few days of hard work, she had finally broken through the bottleneck of Jizuan realm and reached half-transcension. In just a few months, she had managed to advance from Fighter 1 Dan to such a realm. If news of this were to spread, countless people would be shocked. The Yinyang Lake is just ahead. After walking for some time, Zhang Xian was in the midst of cultivating when he suddenly heard Pavilion Master Kang's voice and stood up. Through the window, he saw a towering mountain not too far away. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow, and a dark green palace stood at the center of it. This is the Glacier Plain Court. The Yinyang Lake is within the palace. Pavilion Master Kong pointed with his finger. Through the snowy mountains, Zhang Xian could see the words Glacier Plain Court inscribed on the plaque at the top of the palace. It was quiet and solemn. This place is covered in snow all year round. However, you might not be able to imagine that before the Glacier Plain Court was built, this used to be a blazing mountain. Even a transcendent mortal expert would have to be skinned alive if they were to pass by. Standing before the window, Pavilion Master Kong gazed at the snowy mountain not too far away. Volcano? Not only was Zhang Xian taken aback, even Ruo Huangongzi seemed to have never heard of such a thing before. The mountain before them was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. With just a look, one could tell that it was bone-chilling. How could it be a blazing mountain that even experts couldn't approach? Honestly speaking, when I first heard of this news, I didn't believe it either. Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. This is the might of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. Instead of seizing a blessed land, they changed the feng shui of the land and nurtured it. Through their hands, many originally vile environments will become places where spiritual energy gathers, making people yearn for them. Could it be that the Origin Flame Glacier Plain is a unique occupation as well? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. To be able to turn trash into treasure, turning the feared blazing mountain into a snowy mountain, other than a unique occupation, Ruo Huangongzi couldn't think of anyone else who could be so formidable. It's true that they are unique occupations, but it's also true that they aren't unique occupations either. After saying those words, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled and explained, unique occupations are set by the Mingshi Tang. The first rule is that they must have a complete heritage and a strict classification of their ranks. However, there are some unique occupations that are unable to be categorized in detail, such as herbologists. As long as one is knowledgeable, one will be able to nurture medicinal herbs. The higher one's rank, the better one's medicinal herb will be. Since there's no way to determine its rank, it can't be categorized as a unique occupation. The same goes for the Origin Flame Glacier Plain natives. They have a unique method to turn a blazing mountain into a snowy mountain or a swamp into a plain. However, their methods aren't uniform, and they don't have any heritage either. It's only related to one's talent and ability. Besides, there are only a few of them. Putting aside the League of Nations, there's only one of them in the entire Miryu Empire. How can they be considered as a unique occupation? On the other hand, they also possess abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even the Mingshi Tang is unable to come to a conclusion regarding such a matter. Zhang Xian nodded. Since it was a unique occupation, it was naturally something that others could learn and inherit. Putting aside the small number of Origin Flame Glacier Plain natives, their heritage was also a little messy. On top of that, they had to possess talent and ability as well. Naturally, they couldn't be categorized as a unique occupation. How did they do it? Xiaoya asked curiously. Hot volcanoes and cold snow mountains? I'm not too sure about the details either. All I know is that 1,000 years ago, this place was still a volcano. After 100 years of modification, the Origin Flame Glacier Plain natives ended up in this state. Furthermore, it's said that they even created the Yinyang Lake. Through the fusion of yin and yang, one's cultivation can be raised significantly. As long as one hasn't reached Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, one will benefit greatly from cultivating there. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. However, there are only a few slots for the Yinyang Lake each year. There aren't even enough slots for their own members, needless to say, outsiders. There are many who wish to obtain a slot, only to fail. It's extremely troublesome. The method of modification was a secret of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain natives. Even as a master teacher, Pavilion Master Kong was unaware of it. Perhaps they are making use of the terrain to construct a formation. Ruohuan Gongzi interjected. Formations were also capable of altering the environment. Perhaps the Origin Flame Glacier Plain natives were using a formation. It's not a formation. If it's a formation, how big would a formation need to be to cover a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers? How much spiritual energy would be required to maintain it? Pavilion Master Kong said. Even though a formation was capable of altering the environment, its area of effect was usually very small. It was impossible to alter an entire mountain, putting aside a bunch of transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivators. Even a 9-dan cultivator wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Perhaps only a transcendent 9-dan expert would be able to do so. It's indeed not a formation. Xianxia shook his head as well. Previously, when Pavilion Master Kong was speaking, he had already used his eye of insight to observe the surroundings. There wasn't the slightest trace of a formation in the entire mountain range, which meant that it wasn't modified by a formation. Otherwise, given his eye of discernment, it was impossible for him to fail to notice it. Forget it, let's not bother ourselves with it. Our goal here is to enter the Yinyang Lake, not to study their origins. Pavilion Master Kong chuckled, interrupting everyone's speculation. Then, he turned to the group and said with a grim expression, later on, when we arrive, don't act on your own accord. Listen to my instructions and try your best to obtain 3 slots. Even if we fail, we have to ensure that 2 slots clear the examination. Everyone nodded. Alright, let's go then. Following which, the aerial spirit beast flapped its wings and flew straight toward the Glacier Plain Court. The aerial savage beast landed on the ground, and the 4 alighted from it. It was snowing on the mountain, and even the weakest of them, Xiaoya, had reached half-transcension. Even though the weather was chilly, it didn't affect them much. Tidying his clothes, Xianxia turned to look at the Glacier Plain Court. From afar, he only thought that the palace looked majestic, but upon closer inspection, he realized how massive it was. It spanned over 1,000 meters, and its height reached several dozen meters, reminiscent of the residence of a giant. Before him was a 10-meter-tall door. It was hard to tell what material it was made of, but it felt heavy and heavy. Myriad Kingdom City's Konggan is here as promised. I hope that court chief Wu can meet him. Pavilion Master Kong walked up to the door and took a deep breath. Then, his voice echoed loudly. Jia. A moment later, the door opened. Opening up, a few figures walked out. They were all white-robed ladies, and one of them walked up to Pavilion Master Kong. Pavilion Master Kong, the court chief has issued an order. Please enter. Thank you. Nodding his head, Pavilion Master Kong led the group in. While walking, Xianxia glanced at the female disciples. They seemed to be in their 20s, but their cultivation wasn't weak. All of them were at Transcendent Mortal 3-dan. To possess such cultivation at such a young age, they could be considered as the cream of the crop even in Myriad Kingdom City. The lady who had just spoken was even a Transcendent Mortal 3-dan pinnacle cultivator. Her white robe reflected on the snowy ground, giving her a cold and lonely aura. Upon entering the Glacier Plain Court, Xianxia immediately felt the spiritual energy in the air becoming more active. It seemed as though it would seep into one's pores at any moment, making one's cultivation much easier. What active spiritual energy? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though the concentration of spiritual energy here was roughly the same as the outside world, it was exceptionally active. Even if one didn't intentionally guide it, it would still seep into one's pores to temper one's body and purify one's cultivation, thus increasing one's cultivation speed. This was just like how water under pressure would flow faster into a canal than stagnant water. Given how powerful these ladies were at such a young age, it seemed like they would be able to cultivate with half the effort. Even though this wasn't a place filled with spiritual energy due to the formation, it was still a blessed land for cultivation. The further in they went, the more active the spirit chi became, giving people the urge to sit down and cultivate. To have such a feeling before even seeing the Yinyang Lake, It was no wonder why Pavilion Master Kong had paid such a huge price to fly here. Inside the palace, not only were there white-clothed women, there were also some red-clothed women. They were all women, but their bodies were not as cold as the former. Instead, they were as hot as fire, giving people a strong explosive feeling. These are the young art and in art cultivators of the Glacier Plain Court, and they are imparting the purest single-attribute cultivation techniques. Noticing Xianxia's doubts, Pavilion Master Kong sent him a telepathic message. Xianxia nodded. Even without Xianxian saying anything, Xianxian was able to see through the crux of the matter with his eye of insight. The woman in the fiery red robes cultivated fire attribute or yang attribute cultivation techniques. Her true qi was scorching hot like flames, which was why she gave people a strong feeling of explosiveness. As for the woman in white who was leading them, she cultivated cold attribute cultivation techniques. She was serious in speech and manner, giving people a feeling of being thousands of miles away. Different cultivation techniques would give people a completely different feeling. The yin-yang lake can be divided into the yang lake, yin lake, and mixed area. Only those who cultivate the corresponding cultivation techniques can manage them. Pavilion Master Kong continued. Xianxian was astonished. When he heard of the yin-yang lake previously, he thought that it was just the name of a blessed land. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't that simple. After walking for a moment, the woman leading the way stopped and said, "The palace master is inside. Please come in." Pavilion Master Kong and the others walked in. It was a spacious room. The decorations in the room weren't extravagant, but rather simple. A woman was seated at the very center of the room, looking at them with a calm expression. Since the other party was looking at them, Xianxian also turned his gaze over. The woman before him seemed to be in her 30s. However, her beauty didn't leave too many traces on her face. Her jet-black hair paired with her snow-white robes made her look like a figure from a painting. Of course, even though she was beautiful, she still paled in comparison to Xiaoya. After taking a look, Xianxian began to assess her cultivation. Her aura was concealed within her body, making it difficult for others to detect it. However, Xianxian felt a sense of danger from her. This was especially so for his soul. It felt as though even the martial soul hidden within his body could be easily seen through. Could it be consonant spirit realm? Xianxian thought. The feeling that the woman before him gave him was clearly stronger than that of Alliance Head Zhao, Shui Yao, and Pavilion Master Kong. The three of them were transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle experts, and they were even more formidable than them. Most likely, they had already broken through that bottleneck. At Transcendent Mortal 5-dan Consonant Spirit Realm, one's soul would be enhanced significantly, and one's affinity with nature would be enhanced. An expert of this level would be able to wield immense strength with just a wave of his hand. Eye of Insight. Activating his Eye of Insight, Xianxian took a look, and with a single glance, he couldn't help but frown. Pavilion Master Kong stepped forward and clasped his fist with a smile. "Court Chief Wu, I trust you've been well." It seemed like even Pavilion Master Kong, as a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of her. "I trust you've been well. These are the people you've chosen to enter the yin-yang lake?" Court Chief Wu replied. Then, her eyes fell on the crowd, and she frowned. "Why are there 3 of them?" "It's like this. These 3 are the most outstanding talents of the younger generation, and I couldn't make a choice. Thus, I brought all of them here in hopes that Court Chief Wu can make an exception and allow them to enter the yin-yang lake." Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly explained. "I believe that you should understand the rules of our yin-yang lake. 2 slots means 2 slots, and that's it." Court Chief Wu waved her hands as though a cold lump of ice. She didn't care about their past relationship at all. This? All right then. Seeing how firm the other party was, Pavilion Master Kong knew that there was no point in arguing. Thus, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Turning to Court Chief Wu once more, he asked, "May I know how the examination is going to be conducted?" "I'll have them prepare for it. It's simple. As long as they can walk out of my room of ice and fire, they'll be considered to have passed the examination." Court Chief Wu replied calmly. "Room of ice and fire?" Pavilion Master Kong frowned. Even he wasn't too sure what that was. The Room of Ice and Fire is a unique examination item of our Glacier Plain Court. Just like the Will Inquisition Stone, when one drips one's blood into it, one's mind will be tormented by ice and fire. If one can withstand the torment and find a way out within 2 hours, they'll be considered to have passed the examination. If they can't, they'll be disqualified. Court Chief Wu explained. The crowd nodded. They were still wondering what kind of examination it would be, but to think that it would be a mental tempering. This kind of examination had to do with one's willpower, not one's cultivation. I hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. After explaining, Court Chief Wu continued. There's no need to make a decision. Ruo Huan, you don't have to participate in the examination. Pavilion Master Kong instructed. Yes, Ruo Huan Gongzi's face was bitter. Even though he was unwilling to accept the result, he could only nod his head in agreement. As a master teacher, one had to respect one's teacher. His teacher's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Just as Ruo Huan Gongzi was feeling despondent, thinking that he had lost an opportunity, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded, "Wait a moment." After which, he turned to the lady before him and asked, "Court Chief Wu, may I know the requirements for all three of us to participate in the examination?" Hearing the interruption, Court Chief Wu frowned in displeasure. Pavilion Master Kong, these are the juniors you brought here? Since when is it the right of a junior to interrupt the conversation of an elder? Xianxia, not expecting the other party to suddenly speak up, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but turn to Xianxia anxiously. Even though there were only 2 slots, there was still a chance. If he were to infuriate the other party, this opportunity would be gone. Even though his standing in the League of Nations was high, before the Glacier Plain Court of the entire Miryu Empire, a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert like him paled in comparison to a mere hall master of a branch. Just because one is young doesn't mean that one is a junior. Just because one is old doesn't mean that one has lived a long life in vain. How about this, Court Chief Wu, I'll give you a chance. I'll offer you my guidance in exchange for a slot. What do you think? Ignoring Pavilion Master Kang's anxiety, Zhang Xian looked at him impassively. What? Pavilion Master Kong and Ruo Huan Gongzi's vision darkened, and they nearly spurted blood. Zhang Xian had already warned them not to spout nonsense on the way here. Court Chief Wu wasn't an easy person to get along with. Didn't you see that even Pavilion Master Kong had to tread carefully around her? You're giving her a chance by offering her your guidance. The heck, putting aside the fact that you've just become a 4-star master teacher, even the 4-star pinnacle Pavilion Master Kong isn't qualified to do so. After all, the other party was a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or knowledge, she was superior to all of them. For a fellow who had just reached transcendent mortal 2-dan to speak like that. Aren't you afraid of being pummeled to death? Offer me your guidance? As expected, upon hearing those words, Court Chief Wu's eyebrows furrowed, and a powerful aura burst forth from her body, leaving one shuddering. You offer me your guidance? You're giving me a chance? That's right. You only have this one chance, so you must make good use of it. Otherwise, I won't be able to offer you any guidance in the future. Ignoring the aura emanating from the other party, Zhang Xian shook his head. Xiaoya, hurry up and persuade her. Seeing how Xianxia was getting more and more ridiculous, Ruo Huan Gongzi's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but send a telepathic message to Xiaoya. He knew that Xianxia valued this student of his, and perhaps her words might be of some use to him. All right. Xiaoya nodded. Stepping forward, she said, Court Chief Wu, my teacher is right. This is an opportunity, so you mustn't miss it. Otherwise, you'll surely regret it. The heck, Ruo Huan Gongzi nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Big sister, I told you to persuade your teacher not to spout nonsense. Why are you persuading Court Chief Wu with such a solemn expression? Don't miss it, you'll surely regret it. Aren't you putting too much trust in your teacher? For a transcendent mortal 2-dan master teacher to say such words to a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert without the slightest hint of embarrassment, where did the two of you get your confidence from? You, Court Chief Wu was on the verge of exploding from anger. Flinging her sleeves, she bellowed, Pavilion Master Kong, I'll have to trouble you to take him away. Our Glacier Plain Court doesn't welcome such an arrogant person. Court Chief Wu, Xianxia isn't a reckless person. Not expecting this Xianxia to anger the usually composed court chief Wu with just a few words, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth twitched violently. He felt as though he was going insane. He had put in a lot of effort for these 2 slots, and yet, this fellow actually offended them with just a few words. Send the guests out. Ignoring Pavilion Master Kang's explanation, Court Chief Wu bellowed. Walla, hearing this voice, the white-robed lady who had escorted them in earlier walked forward with an unfriendly expression. Guests, this way please. Court Chief Wu. Pavilion Master Kong was just about to say something when Xianxia interjected. All right, Pavilion Master Kong, there's no need to bother with this fellow. Just let us go. Jia, Ruohuan Gongzi's feet slipped, and he nearly fell to the ground. Pavilion Master Kong was also petrified on the spot. He had known Court Chief Wu for many years. Her beauty and elegance were such that even women would feel ashamed of themselves before her. Yet, she actually called such a person neither male nor female. Even if she didn't agree to give him an additional slot, 2 slots wasn't too bad either. Even if he were to be chased out, at least he would be able to leave safely. Now that he had insulted the other party, it would be strange if the transcendent mortal 5-dan expert didn't fly into a rage and beat him to death on the spot. Driving his Xianxia, Pavilion Master Kong stood before Xianxia. As long as the other party were to fly into a rage, even at the cost of severe injuries, he would send the other party out. What did you say? As expected, Court Chief Wu's face was as dark as steel. Her eyes were blazing with fury, and it seemed as though she could tear one into shreds. Don't you know what I'm saying? Must I say it out loud? Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he continued calmly, if I'm not wrong, the hair on your body should be growing very quickly, right? Pooh. Ruohuan Gongzi's vision darkened. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he nearly died on the spot. The heck, brother, are you doing this on purpose? It was already shameless enough to scold the other party for being neither male nor female. To think that you would be concerned about the other party's hair. No matter how long the other party's hair is, it's covered by his clothes. What does it have to do with you? Saying it out loud in front of everyone, if it wasn't acting like a hooligan, then what was it? Besides, even if the hair is long, how can you tell? The eye of discernment of a master teacher. What are you using it for? Pavilion Master Kong was in the same state as his student. It wasn't easy for him to gather the Xianxia in his body, and he nearly lost control of it. He was the head of Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang, one of the most respected experts in Myriad Kingdom City. As a teacher, he was a man of honor, and he was a man of few words and actions. Yet, he ended up accompanying this fellow here to provoke the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. For a moment, his face contorted, and he even felt like killing himself. However, Xianxia was brought here by him after all. He was a part of Mingshi Tang. No matter how rude he was, he could not give him up. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia was just about to endure the other party's fury when the furious court chief Wu suddenly turned to look at him with a pale face. How did you know? Ah? With another clash of Xianxia, Pavilion Master Kang's body went limp. Am I right? He called her neither a man nor a woman and said she had long hair. Not only did he not get angry, he even admitted it. Am I hearing things, or has Court Chief Wu gone mad? Simple. Your body is cold, but your acupoints are filled with yang energy. Your movements are delicate, but your words are filled with vigor. As though knowing that she would admit to it, Xianxia's expression remained calm. If I'm not wrong, your yin and yang are conflicting, and it's impossible to reconcile them. That's also the reason why you grow a beard, the pores on your skin, and your hair grows longer. This. Court Chief Wu's body jolted. The other party was right. Her yin and yang were indeed conflicting, and in the past 2 years, she had grown a beard. If not for her shaving it off daily to maintain her dignity, she would have been mocked to death by others long ago. Initially, she thought that it was just due to her inability to reconcile the yin and yang in her body, and as long as she cultivated properly, she would be able to resolve the problem. Who knew that? As time passed, the problem would only get more and more intense, and even her hair would grow thicker. This matter involved the secret of a lady, and she was too embarrassed to talk about it. She didn't dare to show it to anyone else. Yet, to think that the person before her would actually speak of it. How? Did he see through it? The hair you speak of is your beard? Court Chief Wu's body trembled in shock. On the other hand, Pavilion Master Kong and Ruo Huan Gongzi's mouths were agape. They wiped the sweat off their foreheads in embarrassment. When they heard about hair growing, their thoughts immediately went astray. How could they have imagined that a lady would grow a beard as well? You were injured by the searing sword qi, and you felt that you wouldn't be able to bring out the full might of the incomparably sharp, great ancient ascension art. Thus, you decided to cultivate a yin attribute cultivation technique. In the end, you failed to reconcile the yin energy in your body, resulting in such a state. If you can't clear it in time, you might still be able to suppress it with brute force. However, 3 years later, you'll be unable to conceal it anymore. Xianxia. The other party wasn't able to utilize battle techniques, and he wasn't able to use the Library of Heaven's path, so he was unable to see through the details. However, through the eye of insight, while Court Chief Wu might be able to fool others by shaving her beard every day, it wasn't able to fool Xianxia's eyes. Judging from the imbalance between yin and yang, and the question that Pavilion Master Kong had asked him previously, it wasn't too difficult for him to deduce the cause. The great ancient ascension art focused on sharpness. It was a yin attribute cultivation technique, and it was an extremely ferocious cultivation technique. When Xianxia first saw the problem, he thought that the other party was a male, so he didn't think much of it. When he learned that the other party was Court Chief Wu, he was already perplexed. Now that he saw the problem with the other party, how could he still not understand? She must have cultivated a yin attribute cultivation technique after cultivating the great ancient ascension art, resulting in the clash of yin energy. The best way to resolve this problem was to destroy her foundation and start all over again. But how could a court chief, the strongest expert of the Glacier Plain court, bear to do such a thing? Initially, she was still able to suppress it, but as time went by, the frequency of it relapsing increased, making it impossible for her to control it anymore. As for why a lady would cultivate a ferocious cultivation technique, Xianxia wasn't too sure either. However, it might have something to do with the yin-yang lake. Take the red-robed lady from before for example, she cultivated a fire and yang attribute cultivation technique. Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Kong and the others felt that it was a little too far-fetched, and Court Chief Wu's face paled. The other party was right. Back then, after cultivating the great ancient ascension art, she had sustained severe injuries. Even though Pavilion Master Kong had treated her, she had dissipated her cultivation in the process. Thus, she chose to cultivate a yin attribute cultivation technique to achieve a breakthrough and neutralize the searing sword qi in her body. See Pavilion Master Kang's 3 questions for more details on the solution to dissipating one's cultivation. As she had cultivated it once, her rate of improvement was extremely fast. Very soon, she succeeded in dissipating the sword qi and recovering from her injuries. But it was precisely because of this that the root of her illness was left behind, resulting in the current situation. May I ask if there's a solution? Knowing that the other party could tell with a single glance, Court Chief Wu couldn't help but ask. There's a solution, and the most direct one is to dissipate your cultivation and become an ordinary person. Xianxia. Become an ordinary person. That won't do. My lifespan has already exceeded 100 years. If I were to dissipate my cultivation, I would surely die of old age. Court Chief Wu hurriedly said. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this method before. However, her current age had already exceeded 100 years. Without the support of her cultivation, she would age swiftly, and in less than 3 days, she would die. If that was the case, what would be the point of solving her problem? She might as well just live on like this. Xianxia nodded. The other party was speaking the truth. The lifespan of a transcendent mortal was dependent on one's cultivation. Without one's cultivation, how could one possibly continue living beyond 100 years old? Is there any other solution? Court Chief Wu asked. This. How about this? Why don't you execute a battle technique for me? I can offer you some pointers to resolve your affliction. However, it's hard to say whether I'll be able to resolve it or not. Xianxia waved his hands casually. Even though he could guess the other party's affliction, without the Library of Heaven's path to analyze it, he wasn't too sure how he could resolve it. but of course, he couldn't guarantee whether he could resolve it or not. Thus, he didn't dare to speak too confidently. All right. Regardless of whether Xianxia can resolve it or not, I'll give you 3 slots for the examination. After a moment of hesitation, Court Chief Wu nodded. She was about to go crazy from being in this state where she was neither a man nor a woman. If the person before her could resolve it, she wouldn't hesitate even if she had to pay a huge price, let alone a slot for the examination. Xianxia nodded his head. The reason why he said so much was for the slots. Since the other party had agreed to it, naturally, he would do his best to resolve the other party's illness. This is enough? Seeing how the hostile Court Chief Wu, who seemed as though she would kill at any moment just a moment ago, not only did her rage dissipate, she even agreed to give him the slots. Pavilion Master Kong was dumbfounded. This was way too incredible. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Ruohuan Gongzi was so shocked that he felt frenzied. Initially, he thought that it was his bad luck that he lost to the other party in the selection round. As long as he cultivated and studied diligently, it wasn't impossible for him to turn this situation around and reclaim the title of the #1 genius of the League of Nations. However, after this incident, he realized that the other party's eye of discernment and grasp of details were far beyond his. In fact, even his teacher might be inferior to the other party. Was this fellow really a 4-star master teacher who had just passed the examination? Let's begin. Oblivious to Ruohuan Gongzi's thoughts, Xianxia waved his hands. All right. Nodding her head, Court Chief Wu flicked her wrist, and a battle technique flew out from her palm. On the other hand, Xianxia pretended to look through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path to examine the crux of the problem. Soon, Court Chief Wu stopped and turned to look at Xianxia. Is there any other way to treat my condition? Xianxia's breathing hastened as he asked. If he couldn't resolve the problem, how was he going to survive in the future? This can be solved. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Court Chief Wu with a bizarre gaze and asked, "What do you think of Pavilion Master Kang's character?" Ah? Court Chief Wu was stunned. Why are you asking me about Pavilion Master Kang when I'm asking you to treat me? Court Chief Wu was perplexed. I've known the Pavilion Master for many years, so we can be considered to be on good terms. On the other hand, Kong Gon was also perplexed. He couldn't figure out what Xianxia was thinking. That makes things much easier. Xianxia smiled. Our Pavilion Master is upright and righteous. On top of that, as a master teacher, he has a bright future ahead of him. More importantly, he's quite good-looking as well. The more the other party spoke, the more perplexed Court Chief Wu became. With a perplexed expression, she asked, Pavilion Master Kong is indeed a good person. For the sake of the Mingshi Tang Empire, he spared no expense in exchange for a slot to enter the Yin Yang Lake. But, does this have anything to do with treating my yin and yang? Of course. Xianxia looked at her impassively and said, why don't you two get married? Pavilion Master Kong choked on his saliva and nearly fainted on the spot. Ruohuan Gongzi also widened his eyes in shock. Aren't you here to treat illnesses? Why do you look like a pimp instead? Introducing Pavilion Master Kong to Court Chief Wu. You sure are daring. Get married? Court Chief Wu's body swayed, and her vision darkened. She had only asked this fellow to treat her illness, but in the blink of an eye, they were talking about marriage. Why the heck do you want me to marry this Pavilion Master Kong? That's right. As a lady, it's not a problem for you to cultivate a cultivation technique of the toughest type. However, your mistake lies in the fact that you switched to a cultivation technique of the opposite type halfway through, resulting in a clash between yin and yang, resulting in a trauma in your body. If you want to resolve it completely, you have to find a person of similar cultivation and a person with a pure grasp of Xianxia and strength. Xianxia continued, Pavilion Master Kong is only half a step away from reaching Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle, and as a 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, his understanding of cultivation far surpasses even yours. Thus, he is the most suitable candidate for the job. If the two of you are together, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to resolve your yin and yang problem. This Court chief Wu was taken aback. She didn't expect her condition to be resolved in such a manner. Ever since she started cultivating, she had been keeping her chastity. Even though she was willing to marry someone just to treat her physical condition, she still couldn't accept it. Is there no other way? This definitely won't do. While she was still hesitating, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly spoke up. Although he had never been married before, but, asking him to marry a bearded beauty, he couldn't do it no matter what. When he thought about how she shaved even more frequently than he did, his hair stood on end and he felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, there are other ways, but this is the simplest one. Xianxia said. It's fine as long as there's another way. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything. Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly said. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a vicious glare glaring at him. At the same time, a sinister voice sounded. Konggon, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Why are you in such a hurry to refuse? Even if it was for the sake of treating her illness, she did not want to marry this rotten old man in front of her. However, she should be the one to decline. This old thing, it was as if she had encountered a hot potato. What was the meaning of this? Am I that unwelcoming to you? In terms of cultivation, I'm a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert, and I'm far above you. In terms of standing, I'm the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, an existence that countless Mingshi Tang Hall masters have to fawn over. In terms of looks, even though I can't say that I'm an outstanding beauty, I'm definitely one of a kind. Even though I'm getting on in age, I'm still as ravishing as before. I haven't even said that I'm going to marry you, so why are you in such a hurry to cut ties with me? Court chief Wu must be jesting. How could I possibly mean that? I just feel that, not expecting the other party to harp on this matter, Pavilion Master Kang's lips twitched. I'm not good enough for you, I'm the one who isn't good enough for you. It's good that you know your place. Hearing those words, Court chief Wu felt a little better. Turning to the young man before her, she asked, what are the other ways you spoke of? As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything. Pavilion Master Kong was speechless. Isn't that the same as what I said? If not for your interruption, I would have already finished my words by now. There's another way. That is to find an expert with the purine body whose cultivation is on par with yours and use her blood to resolve the remaining yang energy in your body. There's no need for too much of it, just a single droplet should suffice. Xianxia continued. Purine body? Court chief Wu smiled bitterly. A unique constitution was like a grain of sand in the ocean. If it was that easy to find, everyone would be an expert by now. The reason why their origin Flame Glacier Plain had its members cultivate inattribute and inattribute cultivation techniques from a young age was so that they could groom a pure yin or pure yang cultivator. However, even after so many years, they had never succeeded. Furthermore, even if they did succeed, they would be immediately taken away by the headquarters. It was impossible for them to use the blood of such a person to resolve her affliction. This is impossible. Why don't I marry Pavilion Master Kong? With an awful expression, Court chief Wu hesitated. There's no need. There's no need for you to marry me. Isn't there a purine body here? Seeing that the bearded beauty before him was intending to marry him, Pavilion Master Kong nearly died from fright. He hurriedly exclaimed. There is? Court chief Wu was taken aback. Where can there be a purine body? Such a constitution only appears once every 1,000 years. How could there be one? Xianxia's student, Xiaoya, possesses the purine body, and she has already awakened 20% of it. Fearing that the other party would try to scam him, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly explained. You possess the purine body? Narrowing her eyes, Court chief Wu hurriedly turned to look at the young lady before her. Yes, she possesses the purine body. There's no mistake about it. After which, Pavilion Master Kong turned to Xianxia and asked, since the purine body can be resolved with a single droplet of blood, why do you want us to get married? This Xianxia was too much. Since the second method was so simple, why did he want them to get married? Xiaoya is my student, and I have an obligation to protect her. Naturally, I have to sacrifice you. Besides, isn't it a blessing for me to help you find a wife? You sure don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Xianxian replied matter-of-factly. Pavilion Master Kong staggered. You want to protect your student, so you have to make an example out of me, kind heart? Kind your sister. If you are capable, why don't you marry a bearded lady instead? While the two of them were arguing, Court Chief Wu stared at Xiaoya with a trembling body. Even now, she still couldn't believe what she was seeing. You really possess the purine body? Yes. Xiaoya's eyebrows shot up. Driving the Xianxia in her body, her constitution burst forth, and a surge of cold energy gushed into the clouds. As her cultivation reached half-transcension, she was able to bring out the full potential of her constitution. In the same cultivation realm, only a monster like Xianxia would be a match for her. Even some master teachers would find it difficult to match her. Indeed. Indeed. There's hope for the people of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. Sensing the aura emanating from Xiaoya's body, Court Chief Wu's eyes reddened. She grabbed onto Xiaoya's arm and asked, "What's your name?" Xiaoya. Seeing the impassive Court Chief Wu a moment ago suddenly turning insane, Xiaoya frowned and pushed the other party's hand away. Xiaoya Xiaojia, you, follow me back to the headquarters. As long as you agree to it, you'll be able to receive the best heritage and awaken 100% of your purine body within a short period of time. With that, you'll become the strongest expert on the continent, Court Chief Wu said agitatedly. There's no need for that. I want to be together with my teacher. Xiaoya replied calmly. Xianxia had guided her all this while, allowing her to reach where she was today. He was like a father and a brother to her, and he was the person whom she respected the most. She couldn't possibly leave him. Teacher? Who's your teacher? Overwhelmed with agitation, Court Chief Wu couldn't remember the name clearly. It's Xianxia, Xianxia. Xiaoya said proudly. Xianxia? Only then did Court Chief Wu recover from her shock. She hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, can you lend your student to our Origin Flame Glacier Plain? We really need an expert with the purine body. Lend? Xianxia shook his head. My student is a human. She has her own thoughts and decisions. If she's willing to go, I'll raise my hand and agree to it. If she's unwilling, I won't force her to go. Even though his voice was calm, it carried an unconcealable confidence. But of course, as the owner of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was destined to walk a different path from everyone else. As long as Xiaoya didn't agree to it, he could guarantee that no one would be able to force her to do so. That's not what I meant. Xianxia, please don't misunderstand. Hearing such confident words, Court Chief Wu recovered from her agitation and hurriedly shook her head. Tell me what's going on. Xianxia turned to Court Chief Wu and asked. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that Court Chief Wu was genuinely happy, and she wasn't faking it. For her to not be so agitated upon hearing that he could resolve her affliction, this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Furthermore, she had even said that there was hope for the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. This involves the secrets of our Origin Flame Glacier Plain, so forgive me for not being able to reveal it to you. Conflicted, Court Chief Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this? Since you have to enter the Yinyang Lake, regardless of whether the headquarter agrees to it or not, I'll give you an explanation. Xianxia nodded. Every occupation had its secrets and privacy, so it was normal for the other party to be unwilling to reveal them. Since you want 3 slots, it should be the 3 of you entering the Yinyang Lake, right? Court Chief Wu turned to Xianxia and asked. Me, Ruohuan Gongzi, and Xiaoya. Xianxia nodded. Alright then. The Room of Ice and Fire is just ahead. Only by clearing the examination will you be able to enter the Yinyang Lake. Court Chief Wu explained. The reason why I asked you to take the examination is due to the bizarre nature of the Yinyang Lake. The fusion of yin and yang is excruciating. If one were to fail to withstand the Room of Ice and Fire and enter recklessly, there is a high chance that one would be incinerated into ashes by the scorching yang currents or frozen into ice by the extreme cold currents of yin currents. I see. Xianxia nodded his head. He was still perplexed as to why there was still a need to take the examination after all that had been said. So, this was the reason. It was just like how one had to undergo a skin test before being injected with penicillin. If one didn't undergo the examination beforehand, one could very well die from being unable to adapt to the environment. As such, the examination was also a protective measure, a method to assess one's ability to enter the Yinyang Lake. Walking up to the room of ice and fire, Xianxia took a look at it. It was similar to the room of trust which he used to take the master-teacher examination back in Tianwu Kingdom. One had to drip a drop of blood in order to enter. "Which one of you will enter first?" Court Chief Wu asked with a smile. "I will." Before he could finish his words, Ruohuan Gongzi had already rushed to the very front with an anxious look on his face. After going through several tests with Xianxia, he had learned his lesson. If this fellow were to go first, not only would his brilliance be overshadowed, even Court Chief Wu might be implicated as well. Either she would be injured or unlucky. From Elder Wu, Elder Yun, and Elder Bai back then, they could tell that this fellow mustn't be allowed to go first. If they wanted to be safe, they would have to distance themselves from Xianxia. Rather than face all kinds of trouble later on, they might as well complete the examination first. At the very least, they would have some confidence in themselves. Drip a drop of blood on the crystal outside the door, and you will be able to enter. Seeing the other party being so proactive, Court Chief Wu instructed. Yes. Stepping forward, Ruohuan Gongzi bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood on it, and walked in. As soon as he stepped in, he could hear rumbling noises echoing from within. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying incident had happened. Court Chief Wu seemed to have expected this. Placing her hands behind her back, she stood quietly on the spot. Jia, after an unknown period of time, a charred figure with his hair standing on end walked out. Who else could it be other than Ruohuan Gongzi? At this moment, Jun Ruohuan no longer looked like an elegant gentleman. Instead, he looked like a beggar who had just escaped from a garbage dump. Charred, he looked extremely wretched. Even though your soul depth has been shattered, you were able to walk out of it within 2 hours. This means that your condition isn't too bad and you are qualified to enter the Yinyang Lake. Glancing at the incense outside and calculating the time, Court Chief Wu nodded. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi had spent close to 2 hours in there, the fact that he was able to walk out within the allotted time and was still conscious showed that his endurance and perseverance were astounding. Thus, he was qualified to enter the Yinyang Lake. Court Chief Wu, didn't you say that the room of ice and fire is a test of one's endurance and perseverance? Why? Xianxia looked at Court Chief Wu doubtfully. The room of ice and fire is a test of one's endurance and perseverance. However, once one's soul depth loses its defense, one's physical body will suffer as well. Nevertheless, to be able to walk out of the room of ice and fire under such circumstances shows that one's endurance and perseverance are exceptional. After which, Court Chief Wu turned to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, are you going to enter, or is it Zhaoye?" "I'll do it." Zhaoye stepped forward. She followed the same steps and entered the room of ice and fire of ice and fire of ice. However, in just an hour, she was already done. Seeing this, Ruohuan gaped in disbelief. One must know that regardless of age or cultivation, Zhaoye was much weaker than him. Of course, it wasn't that Zhaoye was stronger than Ruohuan Gongzi, but that her purine body granted her immunity to yang energy. What might have been a near-death experience for Ruohuan Gongzi wasn't as frightening to her. As such, even though Zhaoye walked out of the room of ice and fire of ice and fire of ice and fire of ice and fire of ice, she was still in a much better state than Ruohuan Gongzi. "Let me take a look." Since the both of them had passed the examination, Xianxia walked in as well. "Teacher, how long do you think it will take for Xianxia to come out?" Seeing Xianxia walk into the room, Ruohuan Gongzi turned to look at him. "You'll take close to 2 hours, Zhaoye will take close to an hour, and Xianxia, I think that he'll take less than 15 minutes. Pavilion Master Kong said. That fellow had created too many miracles. Even his students were able to last for an hour. Given that, Ruohuan Gongzi would probably take less than half of the time. 15 minutes? Ruohuan Gongzi shook his head. I think that he'll take at most 5 minutes. He had experienced firsthand how monstrous that fellow was. Despite thinking that it was impossible for him to succeed, he was still able to do it in an even more impressive manner. Just like this time, he also thought that the other party would be able to complete the examination within 15 minutes, but for some reason, he felt that the other party's results would be even more frightening than that. 5 minutes? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Court Chief Wu shook her head. This was the most frightening part of the Room of Ice and Fire. How could he possibly be able to come out in 5 minutes? Was he dreaming? Court Chief Wu, you don't know how incredible Xianxia is. To be honest, I sometimes wonder if I'm taking too long to estimate 5 minutes. Ruo Huan Gongzi explained. Is he really that incredible? Seeing how confident this genius master teacher was, Court Chief Wu couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Honestly speaking, it was indeed a little bizarre for Xianxia to be able to see through problems that even Pavilion Master Kong was unable to. Perhaps, he might really be able to accomplish what others were unable to do. Indeed, let's wait and see. Ruo Huan Gongzi said confidently. In fact, he was even more confident than he was in the examination himself. 5 minutes have passed. 5 minutes was a short period of time, and it didn't seem like the room was going to open soon. Perhaps 10 minutes. With an awkward expression, Ruo Huan Gongzi corrected himself. 10 minutes passed quickly, but there was still no sign of anyone coming out. Could it be 15 minutes? Having failed to guess correctly twice, Ruo Huan Gongzi was starting to doubt himself. But it was a pity that 15 minutes passed quickly, and there was still no sign of anyone coming out. 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 80 minutes. 2 hours passed quickly, and Xianxia, who had entered the Room of Ice and Fire, seemed to have sunk into the depths of the ocean. There wasn't the slightest movement from him. Time is up, but he's still not out. It seems like he failed the examination. Court Chief Wu shook her head in pity. She thought that he would be able to create a miracle, but from the looks of it, she was thinking too much. Not only did he fail to create a miracle, he didn't even pass the examination. Failed. Ruo Huan Gongzi's face warped in agitation. Every time she doubted this fellow, the other party would slap her own face in front of her. This time, it wasn't easy for her to say that he would succeed, and even exceed her expectations. Yet, in the end, he was unable to come out. Xianxia, are you trying to sabotage me? Clutching his chest, Ruo Huan Gongzi felt incredibly stifled. Pavilion Master Kang's body swayed unsteadily, and he was on the verge of tears. Xianxia's performance in the Mingshi Tang Pavilion was already so monstrous, so why was he unable to do the same here? What in the world happened inside? 2 hours ago, Xianxia walked into the room. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway that extended into the distance for an unknown length of time. Hong Long, closing the door, Xianxia immediately felt a stifling heat assaulting him. It felt as though he had fallen into an oven, and he would be roasted at any moment. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia to fend off the heat, Xianxia glanced behind him and frowned. The door that he had just closed had disappeared, as though it didn't exist at all. Do I have to walk out of this passageway in order to leave? Xianxia frowned. He had just entered, but the door had already disappeared. Could it be that this Room of Ice and Fire was an extremely powerful formation? And the way to leave was to walk to the end of this passageway. Perplexed, Xianxia walked forward. Xiong, barely after taking a few steps, the heat intensified, and a sea of flames appeared around him. If he wanted to continue forward, he would have to walk through it. Forget it, let's take a look. After searching around, Xianxia was still unable to find a way out. Thus, he could only walk forward with widened strides. With the powerful heaven's path Xianxia, even though the flames were searing his skin, bones, and flesh, it wasn't enough to hurt him. Walking up to the flames, Xianxia was just about to step into it when his vision blurred once more. It was as though he had fallen into a world of ice and snow. A bone-piercing chill surged into his body through his acupoints, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. He was about to freeze to death. As a transcendent mortal expert, as long as he had Xianxia to protect his body, he shouldn't feel the cold even if he were to sleep in an ice cavern. Yet, at this moment, he was trembling uncontrollably. It's no wonder Ruo Huan Gongzi is in such a pitiful state. It's probably due to the continuous corrosion of the flames and the frost. Driving his Xianxia to fend off the cold, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Even though transcendent mortals possessed the ability to withstand the elements of nature, the sudden change in temperature was still too much for them to handle, resulting in a mental breakdown. It was just like how one might be able to withstand placing one's hand in ice, but if one were to first soak it in hot water before placing it in ice water, even if the temperature was the same, one would still find it hard to bear. Flames and frost. No, even a 4-star pinnacle formation isn't capable of such a feat. Just as Xianxia was about to continue advancing, a thought suddenly struck him. Even a 4-star pinnacle formation wasn't capable of such a feat, so how could the Glacier Plain Court possibly accomplish such a feat? Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest change in spiritual energy before I entered. If there was a formation, I would surely have been able to see through it. As a 4-star formation master, even if there was a formation here, he would surely be able to see through it. Yet, even without a formation, the flames and frost could alternate at will, making it impossible for one to guard against it. If he wanted to leave, it wouldn't be as simple as just walking out of the passageway. Furthermore, Court Chief Wu had specifically said that it was a test of one's temperament, endurance, and soul depth. This left him even more perplexed. Let's see what's going on. Eye of Insight. With his guard up, Xianxia stood on the spot and activated his Eye of Insight. Countless lines of insight appeared before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia shook his head. So, it's a test of one's spirit, and my physical body is just an accessory. My soul and consciousness have entered an illusory realm. Through the Eye of Insight, Xianxia finally understood what was going on. The flames and snow that appeared before him were not real at all. They were illusions. Just like the trust crystal, it created an illusory realm through one's blood, making one feel as though they were experiencing a land of flames and frost. If one were to succumb to it, they would be trapped within, and there would be no one to save them. The Eye of Insight was capable of seeing through illusions. Even though the illusory realm was incredibly realistic, it was still easily seen through under Xianxia's observation. With a single glance, he could see that the door was still right before him, and his physical body was seated at the center of the room, unmoving. Even though the surrounding air was alternating between hot and cold, it didn't cause any harm to his core. In other words, the pain and torment he had just experienced were a form of tempering his will and spirit. To be able to achieve such an effect despite not being a formation, the Glacier Plain Court sure is formidable. After a moment of observation, Xianxia also realized that this wasn't a formation. However, to be able to achieve the same effect as a formation, perhaps even more so. The Room of Ice and Fire was indeed not simple. 2-in-1, 6,000 words. Final 12 hours. Requesting monthly votes. It was similar to the celestial designer mechanism he had encountered in the Soul Oracle tomb back then. There were some occupations that were not as famous as formation masters, but the artifacts they created were in no way inferior to formations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to establish their own lineage and pass it down for so long. There must be something that's affecting the mind and maintaining the alternating cold and heat in this room. That's why it gives people the illusion that this place is so real. Even though it wasn't a formation, it was still able to produce such a realistic illusion. Most likely, there was some kind of artifact or some kind of unique energy maintaining the illusion, just like how formations required spiritual energy to drive. Flaws. Understanding what was going on, Xianxia returned his consciousness back to his physical body and touched the walls and floor of the Room of Ice and Fire. Not too long later, a book materialized in the Library of Ice and Fire. I see. After reading through the contents of the letter, Xianxia nodded in realization. The origin flame glacier plane requires an origin flame and a glacier. Only by combining the two can such a bizarre phenomenon occur. Based on the coordinates, it should be here. After surveying the room for a moment, Xianxia walked over to a corner and created a fake. Then, he tapped on a few different locations. Gotcha! With the sound of a mechanism being activated, a hole appeared before his eyes. It was a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. Let's head down to take a look. It was impossible for others to dive into such a bottomless abyss even if they wanted to. However, Xianxia had the red dust heaven ascending steps, which granted him the ability to fly. Thus, he leaped into the abyss. Every so often, he would fly to slow himself down, so he didn't expend too much of his stamina. After descending several thousand meters, he finally landed on solid ground. It was an extremely spacious underground cavern, and one couldn't see the end of it. Just ahead of him was a lake with a diameter of around 2 meters. However, just like the yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram, half of it was filled with boiling lava while the other half was filled with ice. Under its influence, the spiritual energy in the surroundings was extremely lively. The palace he had been in previously was already a decent place, but compared to this place, it paled by several folds. Could this be the yin-yang lake? Xianxia thought. Could this really be the yin-yang lake? If that wasn't the case, how could there be such a bizarre phenomenon where yin and yang interacted with fire and cold? But, if that was the case, how could it be so small? With a diameter of 2 meters, it was estimated that only one person would be able to enter. 2 people would be slightly crowded. After all, cultivation wasn't the same as taking a bath. It was impossible for him to have absolute trust in the other party, and it was impossible for him to cultivate peacefully at such a close distance. If the yin-yang lake was only this big, the glacier plain court couldn't possibly be so famous. He nurtured countless disciples who cultivated yin-yang and were not weak at all. Let's see what's happening. Xianxia walked forward and placed his palm on the surface of the lake. A book appeared in his mind. The Origin Flame Glacier Plain Source Water is something that the members of the Glacier Plain Court used a unique method to seal the earth vein and fuse it with the unique substance, Glacier Plain. It's extremely rare. Weaknesses: 1. Requires maintenance by a dedicated person. Otherwise, it can be easily destroyed. It was densely packed with information. He finished reading everything recorded in the book. It really isn't the yin-yang lake. I thought I found it. He shook his head. He thought that he had found the yin-yang pond directly, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. The yin-yang pond was the most important possession of the Glacier Plain Court, so how could he possibly find it so easily? Furthermore, how could there be no one guarding it? Based on the description in the Library of Heaven's Path, the Origin Flame Glacier Plain Source Water was created by the members of the Glacier Plain Court by sealing the earth vein and fusing it with the Glacier Plain to form the Origin Flame. As for what the Glacier Plain was, Xianxia thought that it was just a plain of snow and ice. But from the looks of it now, it seemed to be something similar to the Origin Flame, a unique substance. It was the name of a unique ice attribute substance. Pavilion Master Kong said that this was originally a mountain of flames, but it eventually turned into a land covered in snow. This should be the reason. On the way here, Pavilion Master Kong had explained it in detail. It was a sea of flames, and the heat was unbearable. Not a single blade of grass could grow here. The members of the Glacier Plain Court had modified it into a land covered in snow. If Xianxia wasn't mistaken, this was the result of this small lake. The lake covered the earth vein that was releasing heat, and using the glacier plain to suppress the heat, it was only a matter of time before the mountain was covered in snow. This was similar to how a volcano was so hot that no one could approach it. Using a powerful means to seal the erupting lava, as time passed, the temperature would gradually fall. Since this lake is able to create an illusion, it must be able to affect one's soul. If my soul were to enter it, what would happen? A thought popped up in Xianxia's mind. Even though this lake wasn't the yin-yang pond, he was certain that it would affect a cultivator's soul. Since that was the case, would it be more effective if he tried using his soul? I should give it a try. There was no need for him to hesitate. In any case, this was a test, so he couldn't make a decision on his own. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Xianxia drew his primordial spirit out and headed straight for the lake. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as he entered the lake, the cold current and heat immediately gushed into his soul, making it feel as if his soul had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. However, at the same time, his soul also became clearer and stronger. Not bad. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. The Heaven's Path soul-guiding formula that Xianxia was using allowed his soul to be extremely resilient and fearless of yin and yang, allowing him to devour such powerful energy freely. If it had been any other soul oracle, they would have already been melted by the searing heat of the water. In fact, even a consonant spirit realm expert who cultivated Jinchi would find their physical body collapsing under the influence of the interchanging chilling heat and chilling heat. However, the soul was an intangible substance. It wasn't like porcelain or steel, which would expand and contract upon coming into contact with heat and cold, eventually shattering. In other words, the Origin Flame Glacier Lake was a perfect environment for him to cultivate his soul. No one else would be able to achieve such a feat absorbing energy. Realizing this, Xianxia chuckled heartily. Opening his mouth, the alternating hot and cold energy gushed into his soul. Driving the heavens path soul art furiously, Xianxia's cultivation rose swiftly. Kacha, the sound of a wall shattering echoed. In just a few breaths, his soul cultivation had risen from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Primary Stage. On top of that, as he drove the Heaven's Path soul guiding formula, the yin and yang energy beneath the lake was being extracted at a frenzied rate, causing his soul cultivation to rise at an even faster rate. Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Primary Stage, Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Intermediate Stage, 3 Dan Advanced Stage. After absorbing the yin and yang energy within the lake, Xianxia's cultivation rose swiftly. In fact, the rate at which he was cultivating was at least 2 times faster than when he was absorbing spiritual energy. This lake is a mixture of yin and yang, cold and heat, and it complements the Heaven's Path soul art. That's why I'm improving so quickly. Xianxia understood the reason for his rapid cultivation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all living beings. The Heaven's Path soul art was created by gathering innumerable cultivation techniques, and it harnessed the profound principles of the world. On the other hand, the lake before him was a mixture of yin and yang. It was the combination of the two that allowed his cultivation to increase exponentially. But even so, it wasn't of much use to him. After all, even if he were to absorb spirit stones, he could still easily raise his cultivation by a realm within 2 hours. Even if he were to absorb spirit stones, he would only be able to raise his cultivation by a realm within an hour. It wasn't as exaggerated as he thought it to be. Of course, this was also due to his monstrous cultivation speed. If it were anyone else, they would surely wake up laughing in their dreams if their cultivation was raised exponentially. Hong Long, after an unknown period of time, Xianxia's soul energy jolted intensely, and he came to a stop. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle. He had reached it. In less than 2 hours, his soul cultivation had risen from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle to 4 Dan Pinnacle. At Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm, his strength rose from 800,000 ding to 1 million ding. At this cultivation stage, his strength would increase by 200,000 ding each time he advanced. In other words, at 4 Dan Pinnacle, just the strength of his soul would be 1,600,000 ding. Clarifying Turbidity Realm Primary Stage 1 million ding, Intermediate Stage 1,200,000 ding, Advanced Stage 1,400,000 ding, and Pinnacle 1,600,000 ding. If he were to add 400,000 ding of Xianxia into the mix, he would be able to defeat Pavilion Master Kong easily. Powerful, Xianxia didn't think that he would be able to raise his cultivation so swiftly. However, since the Soul Oracle occupation had already gone extinct, it would be best to avoid using it as much as possible. Otherwise, all kinds of trouble would come one after another, and it would be extremely annoying. Time to return. Reaching the limit of his cultivation, Xianxia stopped. His soul returned to his body, and with a slight jolt, he stood up. Looking at the lake before him, he realized that the water, which had been a mixture of yin and yang a moment ago, was no different from an ordinary stream. The yin and yang energy contained within it had been sapped dry by him. At the same time, his soul was also twice as large as that of an ordinary Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle Soul Oracle. Once it left his body, it would grow to a height of more than 3 zhang. I didn't think that it would be more than 2 hours already. I should head out first. Calculating the time, Xianxia felt a little awkward. One had to leave the room of ice and fire within 2 hours in order to obtain the opportunity to enter the Yin-Yang Lake. Given that he had spent more than 2 hours here, even if he were to head out now, it was unlikely that he would be able to clear the examination. Pavilion Master Kong had gone through so much trouble, even giving up on his student to allow him to enter. Xianxia wondered if he would faint on the spot upon seeing the sight. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much into it. Xianxia was already satisfied with the massive growth in his soul cultivation and cultivation. Thus, he couldn't be bothered to think too much into it. Activating the red dust heaven ascending steps, he leaped into the air. His Xianxia cultivation had reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Advanced Stage. Compared to when he first learned this technique, he could only last a few breaths in midair. However, at this moment, he could fly for more than 10 minutes. A distance of several thousand meters wasn't too difficult for him. 10 breaths later, he returned to the room of ice and fire, and tapping on the floor a few times, the mechanism closed. After confirming that there was no mistake, Xianxia tidied up his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out. The moment he walked out of the room, he saw Court Chief Wu, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others rushing to the door anxiously. It seemed like they would barge in if he didn't appear soon. "Xianxia, are you fine?" Pavilion Master Kong asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head. "Then you." Ruohuan Gongzi was perplexed. Since he was fine, why didn't he come out earlier? Now that he had exceeded 2 hours, he was no longer qualified to enter the Yinyang Lake. Court Chief Wu was also curious about the matter. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi and Xiaoya had managed to leave the room within the stipulated time, they were in a sorry state. On the other hand, not only was Xianxia completely uninjured, his clothes were as smooth as new, no different from when he first entered the room. What was going on? Usually, such a situation would only occur on geniuses who had managed to overcome the illusory world a long time ago. Otherwise, even if one's physical body was fine, one's clothes would still be unable to withstand the assault of yin and yang energy. Oh, I felt that the yin and yang energy in the room wasn't too bad, so I decided to cultivate a little. However, in my excitement, I forgot about the time. Xianxia said awkwardly. He couldn't speak of the matter regarding the soul oracles. Thus, even though what he said was the truth, he only brushed it off lightly. However, when the crowd heard those words, their bodies trembled, and they nearly spurted blood. To cultivate in a place as challenging as the room of ice and fire, others would only think about how they could persevere after entering the room of ice and fire. Yet, this fellow actually thought that it was a good place and forgot about the time while cultivating. Are you for real? The room of ice and fire has a unique mechanism that plunges one into an illusory world. How can one cultivate? Court Chief Wu frowned. It was just a fluke. Xianxia shook his head and changed the topic. Can I be considered to have passed the test? Only by walking out of the room of ice and fire within 2 hours can you be considered to have passed the test. Even if you forgot about the time while cultivating, you can only be considered to have failed the test. Court Chief Wu shook her head. Even though she wanted Xianxia to succeed, she couldn't break the rules of the Glacier Plain Court. Regardless of the reason, if he were to walk out of the Yinyang Lake after 2 hours, it would be considered as a failure. All right then. Xianxia shook his head. He had already guessed that this would be the result when he knew that the time limit had exceeded 2 hours. However, he didn't have much expectations for the Yinyang Lake in the first place. On top of that, his soul cultivation had improved tremendously, so he wasn't too disappointed. I'm willing to give my slot to teacher. Xiaoya said anxiously. There's no need for that. Seeing the other party in such a state, Xianxia waved his hands. The Yinyang Lake isn't of much use to me. On the other hand, you possess the purine body. As long as you cultivate diligently, you'll be able to undergo an astonishing metamorphosis. But why? Are you disobeying teacher's words now? Xianxia frowned. No, it's just that. There's no but. Since you're willing to listen to me, follow Court Chief Wu to the Yinyang Lake and cultivate diligently to awaken your unique constitution. Interrupting her words, Xianxia turned to the front and said, Court Chief, since I'm not qualified to enter the Yinyang Lake, you should bring Xiaoya and Ruohuan Gongzi over. Pavilion Master Kong and I will wait here. Seeing that Xianxia didn't insist on going over despite failing the test, Court Chief Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Beckoning, she said, the two of you, follow me. Yes. Seeing that her teacher was infuriated, Xiaoya didn't dare to say anything. She quickly followed behind Court Chief Wu, and Ruohuan Gongzi followed closely behind as well. Before leaving, he glanced at Xianxia with admiration in his eyes. He didn't pester the other party endlessly, nor did he rely on their friendship to force Court Chief Wu to break the rules. As expected of a person that even his teacher admired, he possessed the demeanor and courage that a master teacher should have. Xianxia, this opportunity is truly a pity. Seeing the trio leave, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but sigh. the Yinyang Lake was a place where cold and heat clashed with one another. It was extremely beneficial to Origin Energy Realm and Yinyang Realm cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid such a huge price just to invite a master teacher who had passed the selection. Pavilion Master Kong thought that with Xianxia's capability, he would surely be able to clear the selection. But who could have known that he would fail? If he could enter the Yinyang Lake, given Xianxia's performance in the selection round, his chances of rising to the top 10 in the Master Teacher Tournament would be much higher. But now, he was only at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan primary stage. It was nigh impossible for him to succeed. Before leaving Myriad Kingdom City, Xianxia had already reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan advanced stage. However, he had been displaying it as primary stage, or else it would have been too conspicuous. As such, even Pavilion Master Kong wasn't aware that his cultivation had risen by several small realms. Actually, it's nothing much. Xianxia shook his head. Since the Glacier Plain Court has its rules, a failure is a failure. If Pavilion Master Kong wishes for me to raise my cultivation, why don't you bring me some middle-tier spirit stones? I'm willing to use an item of equivalent value to exchange for them. To someone like him who had grasped the Heaven's Path divine art, middle-tier spirit stones were more useful than the Yinyang Lake. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, raising his cultivation was a walk in the park. Middle-tier spirit stones? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. I have a few of those. If you need them, I can give them to you directly. As the head of Mingshi Tang, he had accumulated quite a number of middle-tier spirit stones over the years. However, he needed them for his own cultivation as well, so he didn't have much left. But as long as Xianxia could get a good placing in the Master Teacher Tournament, so what if he were to go bankrupt? Mingshi Tang of Myriad Kingdom City carried too much of his honor and effort. If he could break the previous record and get into the top 10, putting aside spending money, even if he were to die on the spot, he would be able to face his ancestors calmly. Give them to me? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before understanding the other party's thoughts. Impressed, he said, Pavilion Master Kong is being too polite. Don't worry, I won't take your spirit stones for free. The other party might be a noble person, but he couldn't just take the other party's spirit stones for free. Just as he was about to offer the other party some pointers to help him achieve a breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm, he suddenly felt a violent aura surging into the heavens. It seemed like a powerful expert had lost control of his emotions and released his cultivation. It's Court Chief Wu. This is bad. Sensing this aura, Pavilion Master Kong and Xianxia narrowed their eyes. They were extremely familiar with this aura, it belonged to Court Chief Wu. Why would that fellow suddenly release such a powerful aura at this moment? Could it be that she was intending to harm Ruohuan Gongzi and Zhaoye? She was a Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan expert. Even if the latter were to work together, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. The difference in their cultivation was simply too great. Let's go over to take a look. Their faces warped in shock, and they hurriedly rushed in the direction of the aura. 2-in-1 as usual. There will be updates during the day. Seeking monthly tickets at the start of the month. Stomping on the ground, Pavilion Master Kong leaped forward as though a leopard. With a jolt of his arms, the Xinqi in his body gushed into a frenzy, causing his speed to surge once more. Spirit Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Soaring Eagle. This was a movement technique. Even though it wasn't the strongest in Myriad Kingdom City, it wasn't too far from it. Once executed, one's speed would soar. Even an expert of Alliance Head Zhao's caliber would find it difficult to catch up to him. Anxious for his student's consolation, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly executed his ultimate move and said, Xianxia, I'll head over to take a look first. Just follow me. Where is he? The heck? Halfway through his words, his body suddenly stiffened, and he nearly fell from the sky due to the lack of Xinqi in his body. There was no one behind him, but a figure was sprinting ahead of him. At this point, the figure had already turned into a small black dot, about to disappear from sight. No, wait. Who was Xianxia? He thought that it would be impossible for the Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan primary stage Xianxia to keep up with him, so he said those words out of goodwill. Who could have thought that? Before he could finish his words, the other party was already gone, His speed was more than 2 times faster than him, he was a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, and he had executed his strongest movement technique. Yet, he nearly failed to catch a glimpse of the other party's shadow. Seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was that still a transcendent mortal 2-dan? Even a transcendent mortal 5-dan cultivator wouldn't be able to achieve such speed. No, he isn't a transcendent mortal 2-dan primary stage cultivator? But advanced stage? Pavilion Master Kong frowned. Xianxia was sprinting with all his Xianxia, revealing his true cultivation. He wasn't a transcendent mortal 2-dan primary stage cultivator but advanced stage cultivator. How was this possible? During the master-teacher selection, the other party had made a breakthrough on the spot, and he had seen it with his own eyes. How could it be? In just half a month, the other party had raised his cultivation by 3 small realms, reaching transcendent mortal 2-dan advanced stage. That was a transcendent mortal 2-dan. To advance from primary stage to advanced stage in such a short period of time, and from the looks of it, the other party had reinforced his cultivation, ready to make a breakthrough at any moment. How in the world did he do it? Wasn't this way too incredible? Besides, even if the other party was at Origin Energy Realm advanced stage, there was still a gap of 2 realms between him and Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. How could the other party be faster than him? Furthermore, the maneuvering and leaping at such a high speed was far superior to his Spirit Intermediate Tier battle technique, Proud Eagle soaring to heavens. Could it be that he has cultivated a spirit level high grade or even a spirit level martial skill? His heart skipped a beat, and he was startled. Only an empire was qualified to possess a battle technique of this level. Even as the head of the Mingshi Tang Hall in Myriad Kingdom City, he was unable to learn it, let alone obtain it. Xianxia, who came from an unranked kingdom, actually practiced a martial skill of this level. His background should be so strong. Su Fan and Ling Hingyu, these 2 fellows, definitely did not tell the truth. I'm afraid Xianxia's old background is not simple. I must ask him when I get back. An idea popped into his mind. It was impossible for a person's ability to be obtained out of thin air. This Xianxia was so powerful, so how could his teacher be simple? What about his family background? Su Shi and Ling Shi must have known something, but they chose to keep it to themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recommended him so wholeheartedly. Xianxia. Wait for me. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Pavilion Master Kong lifted his gaze, only to see that Xianxia had already disappeared. Thus, he hurriedly chased after him. The Glacier Plain Court wasn't large, and the aura that Court Chief Wu exuded was only several hundred meters away from them. After making a few turns, Xianxia was already standing in a vast hall. Court Chief Wu, Ruo Huan Gongzi, and Zhao Ye were present as well. There were also a few female disciples dressed in fiery red and white robes, and they were trembling non-stop. Before them was a massive lake with a diameter of 20 meters. The lake was split into 2, and spiritual energy flowed within it. It was hard to tell how many spirit stones were inlaid into it, but it was as if a lake of pure spirit essence. Could this be the Yinyang Lake? He had long heard of the reputation of the Yinyang Lake, but he had never seen it before. This was his first time seeing it with his own eyes. That's not right. I've heard that the Yinyang Lake is split into Yin and Yang. One side is as hot as fire while the other side is as cold as ice. However, even though the spiritual energy in this lake is rich, it doesn't feel any heat or cold. Pavilion Master Kong frowned. The reason why the Yinyang Lake was so famous was because it was split into Yin and Yang. One side was as cold as ice while the other side was as hot as fire. Cultivating within the lake, one would be tempered by the Yin and Yang energy, thus reinforcing one's Xianxia and improving one's cultivation. Even though the lake before them was split into 2, they were just ordinary ripples of spiritual energy. Could it be that this wasn't the Yinyang Lake? Court Chief Wu, what happened? Seeing that his students were unharmed, Pavilion Master Kong heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he turned to look at Court Chief Wu doubtfully. What could have happened to infuriate the transcendent mortal 5-dan Court Chief Wu to such an extent? There's a problem with the Yinyang Lake, Court Chief Wu explained. Turning to the female disciples before her, she ordered, repeat what you just said to me once more. Yes, one of the female disciples took a step forward and said with a trembling voice, just like before, we went to deal with the seed water. Who could have known that the yin and yang energy in the seed water had disappeared completely? It was identical to this lake. The seed water is buried deep underground, and the yin and yang energy in it is formed by connecting the earth veins and the glacier plain. How could it possibly disappear? Court Chief Wu refused to believe it. Reporting to Court Chief. We fought our way up from below. Take a look. The female disciple flicked her wrist, and a bucket appeared before her. Spiritual energy pulsated within the clear water, and it felt extremely lively. However, it was just ordinary spiritual energy. There wasn't the slightest hint of coldness or heat. The yin and yang energy has disappeared? What happened? Court Chief Wu's eyes reddened. The yin-yang lake was a symbol of the existence of the entire glacier plain court. If it were to be destroyed, her branch would be crippled as well. While she was in a frenzy, Xianxia, who was the first to rush over, felt his lips twitching. Initially, he didn't know what the seed water the other party was talking about was. However, upon seeing the thing in the bucket, he couldn't help but shudder. Wasn't this the thing he had just absorbed from the ground? Could it be related to the yin-yang lake? Court Chief Wu, what is the seed water you speak of? What happened? If you have any difficulties, feel free to speak of them. Perhaps, we might be able to help you. Seeing the state the court chief was in, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but step forward. This involves the greatest secret of the Glacier Plain Court, so I didn't intend to reveal it to you all. However, given the current situation, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep it a secret anymore. Hearing Pavilion Master Kang's question, Court Chief Wu hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Even though the group before her was an outsider, they were all master teachers. Perhaps, they might be able to do something about it. This is the Yin-Yang Lake. Pointing to the massive lake, Court Chief Wu said, aren't you all curious as to why the lake isn't divided into yin and yang, where cold and heat clash with one another? The crowd nodded their heads. This was especially so for Pavilion Master Kong. He had noticed it as soon as he arrived, so he couldn't help but be perplexed. You should be able to tell that the spiritual energy in the Yin-Yang Lake is formed from the accumulation of spirit stones. On the other hand, the yin and yang energy in the lake comes from the seed water. The seed water is formed through a unique method of the glacier plain court by fusing the heat of the earth vein and the extreme cold of the glacier plain. Under normal circumstances, it would be buried deep beneath the mountain range, and only when it is needed would the spirit essence be extracted and poured into the lake, Court Chief Wu explained. Even though it was just a simple introduction that didn't involve the Glacier Plain Court, the most fundamental secret of the Glacier Plain Court was revealed. The Yin-Yang Lake wasn't a natural phenomenon. Instead, it was man-made. Furthermore, what was more important was the seed water. Only when the seed water was poured into the lake would the quality of the lake undergo a complete transformation, creating a blessed land for cultivation. This was similar to the process of diluting the spirit essence. What was most important wasn't the diluted spirit essence but the essence before. But at this moment, the yin and yang attribute of the seed water had actually disappeared. Without the seed water, the yin-yang lake was nothing more than a pile of spirit essence. Even if it was beneficial to cultivation, it wouldn't be as effective as before. This, Pavilion Master Kang's lips twitched. He thought that it would be a simple matter that could be solved easily, but from the looks of it, it wasn't something that he was qualified to interfere in. The seed water was the greatest secret of the Glacier Plain Court. How could they possibly reveal it to him so casually? Furthermore, even if they were to reveal it to him, even someone like Court Chief Wu was unable to solve it. What could he possibly do? To be honest, his luck was really too bad. He thought that he would be able to raise the cultivation of his students by leaps and bounds after obtaining the slots. Never in his dreams did he expect to meet with such a matter instead. Right, Xianxia. Just as he was about to shake his head and tell the other party that there was nothing he could do, he suddenly recalled the miraculous Xianxia. He couldn't help but turn his gaze over. The moment he did, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Xianxia had a bizarre expression on his face, as if he had done something wrong. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Seeing the usually carefree Xianxia acting in such a manner instead of trying to solve the problem, Court Chief Wu couldn't help but turn to Xianxia. Hearing the question, the others also turned their gazes over. Xianxia's expression was indeed bizarre, and even Court Chief Wu couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Hearing the question, Xianxian's face reddened. Scratching his head, he said, "This. Court Chief Wu, didn't I say that? I cultivated for a moment in the room of ice and fire?" Seeing that the other party didn't reply to their question, Court Chief Wu and Pavilion Master Kong were perplexed. However, they still nodded their heads. Previously, he did say that he had wasted some time cultivating in the room of ice and fire, resulting in his failure to clear the examination. Scratching his head, Xianxian said in embarrassment, "Cough cough. I used too much force when I was cultivating, and I accidentally absorbed all of the yin and yang energy in your seed water. Last month, we were just a hair's breadth away from the third place. How far can we go this month?" Overexerted myself during cultivation? Court Chief Wu, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others were stunned. Ruohuan Gongzi's lips twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had been wondering why Xianxia would fail to clear the room of ice and fire when even he had been able to do so. So, it turned out that this was the reason behind it. He had directly rushed over and absorbed the seed water of the other party, turning the yin-yang lake into a pile of trash. What was the point of clearing it? It was fortunate that he was impressed by the other party's magnanimity when he admitted defeat. But from the looks of it now, he was truly shameless. "Since you have already absorbed all of the seed water, the yin-yang lake is useless. What's the use of this slot?" Ruohuan Gongzi sniffled, and tears welled up in his eyes. Ever since he met this fellow, regardless of whether it was the duels, challenges, or anything else, there was never a time when things went smoothly for him. He was either being slapped in the face or walking on the path of being slapped in the face. If not for his strong heart, he would have surely been tortured to the point of insanity. "Why you absorbed all of the yin and yang in the seed water?" Court Chief Wu also came to a realization, and she stared at the young man before her with a frenzied expression. Xianxian replied shyly. Even though he knew that the seed water was the seed water through the Library of Heaven's path, he didn't know that it was so important to the yin-yang lake. Furthermore, all he wanted to do was to cultivate his soul. He didn't expect that such a renowned resource would be so easily absorbed, disappearing right after he raised his soul cultivation from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan to Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan. After pondering for a moment, Xianxian came to a realization. The seed water was only responsible for the fusion of yin and yang, and there wasn't much spiritual energy contained within it. Take the yin-yang lake for example, its energy was provided by the innumerable spirit stones embedded in its surroundings. On the other hand, other than absorbing yin and yang energy, his soul was also absorbing the negligible spiritual energy within. Naturally, it was easy for him to devour all of it. Realizing this, Xianxian felt stifled. If he had known that the seed water would be so easily damaged, and that it was so important to the other party, he would have never touched it. Just like his Xianxia cultivation, the strength of his soul cultivation could be resolved with sufficient middle-tier spirit stones. On the other hand, the yin-yang lake was something that he couldn't do. But that wasn't to say that the seed water had the same effect as spirit stones. After absorbing yin and yang energy, his soul cultivation would become purer and more condensed. This was something that spirit stones were unable to do. The seed water is hidden deep underground, and the house of ice and fire is only connected to it so that one can feel the power of yin and yang. The seed water is thousands of meters away, so how can it be absorbed like that? Court Chief Wu was still in disbelief. This guy had only gone to the house of ice and fire once and was still thousands of miles away from the source water. How could he have absorbed all of it? That. When I entered the house of ice and fire, I discovered that there was a mechanism, so I thought of a way to open it. Xianxian said. Court Chief Wu staggered. That was a mechanism created by a 5-star celestial designer, and even she had to rely on the palace chief's token to open it. Yet, the fellow before her actually managed to open it, and he even went down along with it. How in the world did he do it? The most important thing was that it was only a hole for breathing. The reason why it was dug out back then was firstly for the house of ice and fire test, and secondly for the seed water to communicate with the heavens and earth so that it would be easier for the seed water to incubate. It was a height of several thousand meters, and there was no place for him to lean on. If he jumped down, he would fall to his death. Even if he really went down, how did he come back up? It's my fault for absorbing the yin and yang energy from your yin-yang court. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. Just a moment ago, I took a closer look at your glacier plain quartz yin formula and yang formula, and if I'm not mistaken, those who practice such cultivation techniques usually die young, right? Xianxia felt extremely guilty for crippling the glacier plain quartz greatest treasure. It just so happened that he noticed some problems in the cultivation of the yin and yang attribute disciples. Thus, he decided to help them resolve it as compensation. You, court chief who was taken aback. Those who practiced the yin formula and yang formula were formed in order to nurture the source water. Due to the pressure from the earth vein and the glacier plain, they usually didn't live long. Even if they reached transcendent mortal realm, 60 years was still a huge hurdle for them. However, this was the secret of their glacier plain court. How could this Xianxia see through it with just a glance? I can improve your cultivation techniques to remove this problem. Take it as compensation for the loss of your glacier plain court. Xianxia. Improve our cultivation techniques? Court chief Wu's body trembled. This flaw was something that the glacier plain court hadn't been able to remove even after countless years. If it could be improved, it would be a huge contribution to the entire origin flame glacier plain. Putting aside destroying a single branch, the headquarters wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Just that, could it really be improved? Not to mention, it came from a young man who wasn't even 20 yet? The greatest problem with your two cultivation techniques lies in the accumulation of yang and yin energy in the cultivator's body, making it difficult for them to circulate their energy smoothly. Even though yang and yin energy are the most authentic energy in the world, the cultivator doesn't possess the corresponding constitution. If the accumulation of energy for too long, it could easily damage one's foundation. It's just like how even though ginseng is beneficial, most people aren't able to consume it. Due to the difference in one's constitution, even nourishing herbs can turn into poison. Understanding the other party's concerns, Xianxia turned to her and said, if you can solve this problem from the root, it won't be too difficult for you to restore your lifespan. Court chief Wu didn't practice the yin-yang formula, but since the cultivation of these disciples wasn't too high, it wasn't too difficult for him to find their flaws using his eye of insight. Through his observation, Xianxia could tell that these disciples had hidden injuries in their bodies. If they didn't find a way to heal them, their lifespan would be severely damaged, and it would be difficult for them to even live past 60. A transcendent mortal had a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. If they couldn't even live past 60, they could be considered as dying prematurely. Court chief Wu's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she flicked her wrist and passed 2 books over. Xianxia, please modify the cultivation technique. Initially, she was still a little doubtful that the other party was trying to make use of this opportunity to look at the cultivation technique of their glacier plain court. However, after hearing the other party's explanation, she realized that she had underestimated the other party. Since the other party was able to see through their cultivation technique, this meant that the yin-yang formula and yang formula weren't a problem at all. If he really wanted the cultivation technique, why would he resort to such underhanded means? Taking the cultivation technique, Xianxia touched it, and a book immediately appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Lowering his head, Xianxia browsed through the book, and just like what he saw through the eye of insight, the cultivation technique would indeed cause one to die prematurely. However, under the illumination of the library of Heaven's Path, the flaws of the cultivation technique could be seen clearly. As such, it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to modify the cultivation technique. Not too long later, Xianxia opened the book and took out a brush. After modifying the flaws of the cultivation technique, he passed it over once more. Taking the cultivation technique and taking a look at it, Court Chief Wu's body couldn't help but tremble. As a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert who had been in charge of the Glacier Plain Court for many years, it wasn't too difficult for her to discern whether the other party's modifications were effective or not. As long as she cultivated according to the cultivation technique, it wouldn't take long for the afflictions afflicting the members of the Glacier Plain Court to vanish. To modify the cultivation technique just by taking a look. How formidable was this young man? Even Pavilion Master Kong was incapable of such a feat. Thank you, Xianxia, for saving the lives of the members of the Glacier Plain Court. knowing that this cultivation technique would surely cause a huge uproar when it was passed back to the headquarters, and countless people would go crazy over it. It could save the lives of countless disciples who cultivated the yin and yang attribute. Thus, Court Chief Wu couldn't hold herself back anymore and kneeled onto the floor. Sigh. Court Chief Wu, what are you doing? Not expecting the other party to bow so deeply, Xianxia was taken aback. He hurriedly rushed forward and tried to pull the other party up. Court Chief Wu waved her hands and said with a solemn expression, I'm thanking you on behalf of the entire Glacier Plain court, not me. Xianxia, please don't turn down my gratitude. Due to the limitations of the cultivation technique, there were at least several 100,000 members of the Glacier Plain court who couldn't live past 60. With this cultivation technique, their lives were guaranteed. In other words, Xianxia's action had saved several 100,000 people. Her kneeling down wasn't for herself but for these people. Alright, seeing that the other party was insistent, Xianxia could only allow her to do as she wished. On the other hand, Pavilion Master Kong and Ruohuan Gongzi's vision darkened, and they nearly spurted blood. Knowing that he had devoured the other party's seed water dry, they suspected that Court Chief Wu would kill him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she actually knelt down. Xianxia, just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeves, to modify a cultivation technique to solve a problem that even the members of the Glacier Plain court were unable to solve? This wasn't something that an ordinary master teacher could do. In fact, Pavilion Master Kong even suspected that even a 5-star master teacher wouldn't be able to do a better job than him. After respectfully accepting the 3 kowtows from Court Chief Wu, the latter stood up and bowed deeply to the young man before her. Even though the other party had destroyed the seed water, he had saved the lives of countless members of the Glacier Plain court. His merits outweighed his faults. The reason why we came here was to enter the Yin-Yang Lake to cultivate. Now that the Yin-Yang Lake is gone, you're unable to advance your cultivation. How about this? I'll offer you some pointers so that you can reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle within a month as compensation. After dealing with Court Chief Wu, Xianxia turned to Ruohuan Gongzi and said. That fellow came here excitedly, intending to make use of the Yin-Yang Lake to advance his cultivation. Yet, he ended up devouring the seed water dry instead, leaving him unable to cultivate anymore. Naturally, he had to make up for it. You want me to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle within a month? Ruohuan Gongzi was taken aback. He was a master teacher, and his teacher was the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion. He had tried all kinds of means, but even so, it was impossible for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle within 10 to 20 years. Yet, a month, you must be dreaming. When you cultivate, do you feel that your dantian is extremely congested, as though you've entered a narrow passageway? Xianxia asked. Yes. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded. The reason why his cultivation was progressing at a snail's pace wasn't because of a lack of resources or because he didn't know how to cultivate. Rather, it was because the zhenqi in his body seemed to be congested, causing it to wriggle uncontrollably. It was just like running a long distance. No matter how formidable a world champion was, his speed would slow down after reaching a certain limit. It was impossible for one to maintain a constant speed all the time. It was as though he had reached his limit, and every single step forward was difficult for him. Simple. Eat this pill, and you'll be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle within a month. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a fist-sized red pill appeared in his palm. Ruohuan Gongzi's body staggered, and his face warped. This is the Grade 2 aphrodisiac pill for savage beasts? Author's note, don't forget to vote at the start of the month. As a 4-star master teacher, Xianxia possessed a sharp eye of discernment. Even though the pill in the other party's hand looked impressive, it was actually an aphrodisiac pill meant for savage beasts. The more powerful a savage beast was, the lower the chances of it surviving. For the sake of better reproduction, beast tamers would usually feed this pill to the other party. After consuming it, the body of a savage beast would show a reaction, and it would not rest day and night, thus ensuring its fertility. This medicine was a size larger than a fist, and it was specially used to stimulate the emotions of savage beasts. Yet, he wanted him to consume it. Ruohuan Gongzi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right, this is a medicine meant for savage beasts. However, it happens to be useful for your current condition. Hurry up and consume it. Oh, right, you have to swallow this whole pill. You can't chew it slowly. Xianxia instructed. Swallow it whole? Ruohuan Gongzi staggered. How was he supposed to swallow a pill the size of a fist? Even if he could stuff it in his mouth, he wouldn't be able to swallow it down. Big brother, what enmity do I have with you? You're not trying to help me raise my cultivation, but to kill me, I have to swallow it whole. There can't be any mistakes, or the effects will be gone. Casually tossing the pill to Pavilion Master Kong, Xianxia instructed, as his teacher, you should help him swallow it. Me? Seeing the aphrodisiac in his hand, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth twitched. Lifting his head, he asked, can this really help Ruohuan improve? Of course. Xianxia nodded. Alright then, Pavilion Master Kong gritted his teeth and said, Ruohuan, come over and eat your medicine. Ah, don't run away. With a low growl, Xianxia grabbed Jun Ruohuan and pressed him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stuffed the pill into the other party's mouth before driving his Xianxia furiously into the other party's throat. Cough, cough, Ruohuan Gongzi coughed nonstop, his tears and mucus flowing down his face. He didn't look like a young master at all. He looked more like a beggar. The so-called demeanor and temperament were all thrown out of Java at this moment, thrown beyond the highest heavens. Don't talk nonsense. Concentrate and cultivate according to the cultivation method. Seeing that Xianxia still had the energy to run his nose, Xianxia bellowed. Yes. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi was dismayed, he knew that if he didn't do this, he might even feel like dying if he were to be fed another one. Thus, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Just as he sat down, he felt an indescribable heat burning on his body, and the pores all over his body opened up. Rumble, under the stimulation of the medicine, the originally narrow meridians that blocked the flow of Xianxia began to expand. The previously turbid Xianxia seemed to clear up in an instant, and with a resounding boom, it passed through smoothly. Crack! Crack, with a crisp sound, Xianxia's cultivation, which had been stuck at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dam primary stage, reached intermediate stage. Really, succeeded? Pavilion Master Kong leaped in shock, and Court Chief Wu also widened her eyes in shock. Initially, they thought that Xianxia's method was inconceivable, but after witnessing Ruohuan Gongzi's breakthrough, they realized that the other party was truly capable of doing so. Furthermore, he had found the crux of the problem. The Xianxia in his body is blocked, and there are two ways for him to pass through it. Firstly, he has to expand his meridians. Secondly, he has to purify his Xianxia. Seeing the shock on the duo's face, Xianxia chuckled. That passion aphrodisiac pill is effective even on savage beasts. It can increase their blood circulation and expand their meridians. Naturally, it would have the same effect on a human as well. Back then, when Ruohuan Gongzi fought with him, he had used his ability as a master teacher, and the Library of Heaven's Path had recorded his flaws. Even though half a month had passed, the other party's cultivation hadn't changed. Thus, it didn't take Xianxia long to find the crux of the problem. Other than that, what he had just said was only part of the reason. More importantly, he had secretly infused a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia into the pill. After consuming it, not only did the other party's meridians expand, his Xianxia became purer as well. As such, it was much easier for him to achieve a breakthrough. However, the Heaven's Path Xianxia was simply too important. It was hidden in the pill, and it could be easily detected if one were to chew it slowly. Thus, Pavilion Master Kong forcefully stuffed it into the other party's mouth. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, the Heaven's Path Xianxia also fused with his Xianxia, causing the other party's Xianxia to become undetectable. Pavilion Master Kong was stunned. Even though he didn't think that it was that simple. His student had achieved a breakthrough right before his eyes. Other than this, he couldn't think of a better explanation. Then, what happens after the breakthrough? The effects of the pill should still be present, right? Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but ask. Even though this method could allow one to achieve a breakthrough, what would happen after the breakthrough? Such a huge pill should still be present. How could one resolve it? Oh, this. I've never thought of it before. Xianxia shook his head matter-of-factly. You've never thought of it before? Pavilion Master Kong staggered. Ruohuan Gongzi, who was cultivating cross-legged, felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and his cultivation nearly went berserk. What do you mean by never thought of it before? You want me to eat such a huge passion aphrodisiac? And then die on my own? Don't worry, it's just a savage beast's passion aphrodisiac. It's one thing for savage beasts to be unable to withstand it due to their low intelligence, but Ruohuan Gongzi can't possibly be weaker than a savage beast. Xianxia continued, firstly, this will allow him to achieve a breakthrough. Secondly, it'll test his mental fortitude. For a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert to be unable to control even this little bit of desire, isn't he a little too weak? Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. Transcendent mortal experts possessed incredible control over their bodies. Even though their desires were intense, they were still able to suppress them. Compared to achieving a breakthrough, it was indeed insignificant. Ruohuan Gongzi's tears flowed once more. He thought that there would be a way to resolve this problem, but to think that he would really die on his own. For a moment, Ruohuan Gongzi felt incomparably upset. It was hard to tell whether it was due to his heart being stifled or his physical reaction. Thank you, Xianxia. After a long period of time, Ruohuan Gongzi finally managed to reinforce his cultivation and suppress his desires. Then, he walked up to Xianxia and bowed deeply. Even though the process was long and cruel, he was truly convinced by the other party before him. At the same time, the resentment he felt from devouring the seed water had also vanished without a trace. Honestly speaking, even if the Yinyang Lake was in perfect condition, he would only be able to advance from clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to intermediate stage within a month. Yet, he was able to achieve a breakthrough in the blink of an eye. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Your meridians have widened, and your Xinqi circulation is swift. As long as you have sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, it won't be a problem for you to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle within a month. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. With the assimilation of the Heaven's Path Xinqi into the other party's body, the viscous Xinqi in the other party's body had become thinner. With this, the other party would be able to cultivate much more easily. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had profited from his misfortune. I am deeply grateful to Xianxia for helping my disciple improve. Here are 5 middle-tier spirit stones as compensation. After examining his student's body carefully, Pavilion Master Kong confirmed that the latter had undergone a complete transformation. He knew that it wasn't as simple as consuming a passion aphrodisiac pill. Flicking his wrist, he took out a jade box and passed it over respectfully. The guidance of a master teacher had to be paid as well. The other party's means were unfathomable, and he was already on par with a 5-star master teacher. Even though 5 middle-tier spirit stones was a hefty sum, it was still insufficient as compensation. However, this was already all he had. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't take out any more than that. Pavilion Master Kong, you're being too polite. It's my fault for rendering the Yinyang Lake useless. Taking the jade box, Xianxia took out a pill and tossed it over to Luo Huan. Cultivate diligently and assimilate this pill. With it, you should be able to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. After which, he took out another pill and passed it over to Xiaoya. After which, he turned to Court Chief Wu and asked, Court Chief, since the seed water has been destroyed, may I borrow the Glacier Plain Court's Glacier Plain Court for a moment? Even though the yin and yang energy in the seed water had been completely absorbed, the earth vein and the glacier plain were still intact. What are you doing? Court Chief Wu asked warily. The glacier plain was the lifeblood of the people of Origin Flame Glacier Plain, and they rarely took it out. It's nothing. Xiaoya possesses a purine constitution. If she fuses with the icy plains, she will be able to improve her cultivation quickly. If nothing goes wrong, she should be able to solve the problem within your body within half a month. If we were to get her to cultivate properly, I'm afraid that it would take at least half a year. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying. He thought that the Yinyang Lake would be able to help Xiaoya raise her cultivation swiftly, but now that it had been destroyed, he could only think of another way. It was fortunate that the glacier plain was still around. If he were to use it, the effects would be much better than the Yinyang Lake. this? Court Chief Wu was taken aback. She didn't expect the other party to be thinking of resolving her illness. Suppressing her breath, Court Chief Wu said, "She possesses the Purine body, and she is of great importance to us Origin Flame Glacier Plain. Putting aside a portion of the glacier plain, even if we were to give her all of it, it wouldn't be a problem at all. I'll go get it now." After which, she turned around and left. Not too long later, she returned with a jade box. Opening it lightly, an object reminiscent of a spirit stone appeared within. It emanated an intense chill, and it felt as though it could freeze one into a block of ice the moment it appeared. While others would feel a bone-piercing chill upon seeing this object, Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she felt her blood boiling. "Xiaoya, cultivate according to the cultivation technique I've imparted to you. If there's anything that you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Passing the jade box to Xiaoya, Xianxia instructed. "Yes." Xiaoya nodded her head. "Alright, I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate as well." After everything was settled, Xianxia took a look around. Pavilion Master Kong had given him 5 middle-tier spirit stones, 1 for Ruohuan and 1 for Xiaoya, leaving him with 3 middle-tier spirit stones. It should be sufficient for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle. Court Chief Wu had someone prepare a few clean rooms for everyone to stay in. Zhangxian, Ruohuan, and Xiaoya began cultivating diligently. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the help of 3 middle-tier spirit stones, Zhangxian managed to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle on the very same day, and he had been reinforcing his cultivation ever since. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi finally reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Advanced Stage 2 days ago. However, of the 3 of them, the one who had improved the most wasn't him but Xiaoya. In half a month's time, with the aid of the glacier plane, she had successfully awakened 30% of her unique constitution, and her cultivation had advanced from half Transcendent Mortal to Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan. Her cultivation was even higher than that of her teacher, Zhangxian. With the advancement in her cultivation, her disposition had become even more transcendent. From afar, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens, an otherworldly existence. Ruohuan Gongzi couldn't help but feel a surge of adoration for her. However, recalling how powerful Xianxia was, he could only retract his thoughts. How could he be so pitiful if he didn't harbor any improper thoughts? If he really did, he probably wouldn't be able to live until the Master-Teacher tournament. Xiaoya's cultivation was on par with Court Chief Wu's. In just a single day, Zhangxian was able to resolve the problem that had plagued her for many years through his blood, earning her immense gratitude. "Zhangshi, an envoy from the headquarters wishes to meet you." After finishing his cultivation, Zhangxian felt that it wouldn't be long before the Master-Teacher tournament. Just as he was about to leave with Pavilion Master Kong and the others, he saw Court Chief Wu walking over. She had already reported the matter regarding the lifespan of the Yin formula and Yang formula to the headquarters, and due to this matter, the envoy had rushed over. "All right." Zhangxian nodded before following Court Chief Wu to the main hall of the Glacier Plain Court. The main hall of the Glacier Plain Court was where Court Chief Wu had received them back then. Upon seeing the 2 of them, they saw a middle-aged lady standing at the very center of the hall. Upon seeing the 2 of them, she turned to look at them. "Envoy, this is Zhangshi." Court Chief Wu stepped forward. "Zhangshi, I am Lu Xian from the headquarters of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain." The envoy clasped her fist and looked at Zhangxian with compliments in her eyes. When she received the news, she was in disbelief. However, when she saw the modified cultivation technique, she was astonished. She thought that the other party would at least be a master teacher in his 40s. Who could have thought that the other party would be so young? "Master Teacher, Zhangxian." Zhangxian clasped his fist to return the greeting. At the same time, he began examining the person before him, and with a single look, his eyes narrowed. The other party's strength was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. Even with his current eye of discernment, he was unable to discern anything at all. In other words, the other party's strength was at least beyond Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan. In fact, he might even be more fearsome than Mo Hunsheng. Mo Hunsheng had already reached Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. To be even stronger than him, what kind of realm was he at? It was no wonder why he was able to rush over from the headquarters within half a month. fearsome. As expected of a young hero. Seeing how the other party remained unfazed despite knowing of her strength, Lu Xian nodded her head in satisfaction. With a smile, she said, "Actually, I came from the headquarters for 2 matters." "Oh?" Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. "Firstly, Xianxia has modified our cultivation technique, allowing us of the origin flame glacier plain to avoid an early death. On behalf of the entire glacier plain court, I would like to express our gratitude to you and sincerely invite you to our headquarters as a guest. We of the glacier plain court are willing to treat you as an elder." "Elder?" Court Chief Wu's body trembled. The headquarters of the glacier plain court was one of the most renowned powers on the master-teacher continent, so she knew very well just how powerful it was. To be treated as an elder of the glacier plain court was something that she would never be able to achieve even after countless years of hard work. In fact, not to mention countless years, even if he spent his entire life, he would not be able to accomplish it. "What are the conditions?" Xianxia asked. Since the other party had given his conditions, he would naturally have his own demands. It was impossible for him to give him a free lunch out of nowhere. Xianxia is a straightforward person. Seeing that Xianxia didn't get carried away with joy and went straight to the crux of the matter instead, Envoy Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle in approval. "Simple. I hope that Xianxia can solve the cultivation technique problem of the Glacier Plain Court in the future, and become a permanent resident of the Glacier Plain Court." "Become a permanent resident of the Glacier Plain Court? Am I not allowed to leave?" Xianxia frowned. The heritage of an occupation was mainly focused on the cultivation technique, so it wasn't common for others to view it. Since the other party wanted him to solve the cultivation technique problem and become a permanent resident of the Glacier Plain Court, the meaning behind her words was clear. In order to prevent the cultivation technique from being leaked out, he would have to remain in the Glacier Plain Court. Without permission, he wouldn't be able to leave. How was this any different from imprisoning him? "Xianxia, please don't misunderstand. It's fine for me to leave, but the Glacier Plain Court will have to test your loyalty first to ensure that you won't betray us. You should also know that the heritage of an occupation isn't allowed to be leaked out." Envoy Lu Xian felt a little awkward upon hearing the other party's words. "I understand. You all have your own considerations, and I can choose not to go as well." Xianxia waved his hands. "Imprisonment? What a joke." He didn't have any masochistic tendencies. Seeing that the other party had rejected her outright, Envoy Lu Xian explained, "Actually, joining our Glacier Plain Court isn't a bad idea either. The members of the Glacier Plain Court are all ladies, and as long as Xianxia is willing, you can marry as many of them as you want." The Glacier Plain Court was filled with beauties, and there were many powerful men who coveted their beauty and chose to stay there. "Let's talk about the second matter then." Xianxia shook his head. He had to become a 9-stars master teacher before 30 to ensure that he wouldn't die. He wasn't interested in women or elders at all. This was also the reason why Princess Mou, Shenbairu, and the others weren't interested in him at all. It was impossible to tell when one would die. Under the pressure of death, how could one have the leisure to think about the affairs between men and women? "The second matter is about your student. Xiaoya." Envoy Lu Xian revealed a hint of disappointment upon hearing Xianxia's rejection. However, she quickly adjusted her state of mind and looked at him. Xianxia frowned. "Court Chief Wu should have told you about the importance of the purine body to our origin flame glacier plain," Envoy Lu Xian said. "She did mention it a little, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. Previously, Court Chief Wu only said that the purine body concerned the survival of the glacier plain, but she didn't go into detail. The heritage of the origin flame glacier plain originates from an old ancestor who possesses the purine body, and only those with the purine body are qualified to take over the position of the court chief. It has been 1,000 years since the death of the previous court chief, and no one with the purine body has been found. Currently, the Glacier Plain Court is suffering from the oppression of many powers, and it is on the verge of collapse." Envoy Lu Xian sighed and shook her head. "If we can find someone with the purine body to inherit the position of court chief, our Glacier Plain Court might be able to avert this crisis and rise again." "Court chief?" Xianxia was taken aback. He was still wondering why they were looking for Xiaoya, but to think that it was this. "That's right. Envoy Lu Xian looked at Xianxia. Thus, the second matter is simple. I hope to bring her back to the headquarters and find a way to awaken her unique constitution so that she can inherit the position of court chief as soon as possible. I can awaken her unique constitution too. Xianxia waved his hands casually. Even though his cultivation was still lacking, and he didn't have many resources at the moment, he had helped Xiaoya achieve consecutive breakthroughs in her cultivation from Tianxian Kingdom. It was only a matter of time before she awakened her unique constitution. I have heard of Xianxia's matter, and I know of your capabilities. If she were to stay by your side, it is possible for her to awaken her unique constitution. However, has Xianxia thought about how long it would take? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Perhaps 100 years? 200 years? Envoy Lu Xian looked at Xianxia. The further one awakens a unique constitution, the more resources it will consume. Even if Xianxia is able to provide it to Xiaoya endlessly, will she be willing to accept it calmly? This, Xianxia was unable to refute her words. The more unique constitutions were awakened, the more difficult it would be to awaken the remaining constitutions. Just like cultivation, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be for one to achieve a breakthrough. Even if he could gather countless resources to help Xianxia achieve a breakthrough in the future, what about Xiaoya? She couldn't possibly live under his protection forever, right? If he were to prepare everything for her, how could she possibly grow and become a true expert? Even her teacher wouldn't be able to accept it calmly without any conditions. The grace of a teacher was a form of guidance and concern from an elder. It wasn't something that could be done blindly. If she were to come to the Glacier Plain Court, we would definitely offer her the best heritage and the most abundant resources. With that, she would be able to awaken her unique constitution within a short period of time and become a figure whose name would shake the entire master-teacher continent. Since Xianxia is concerned about his student, I believe that he would also hope for her to make a name for herself as soon as possible instead of running around with you. Envoy Lu Xian continued. Xianxia fell silent. Parents would always plan for their children in the long run. As her teacher, Xianxia shared the same thoughts as well. While he could ensure that Xiaoya would become a true expert in the future, awakening all of her unique constitutions, it was impossible for her to catch up to the speed of the Glacier Plain Court. After all, it was impossible for the Glacier Plain Court to provide her with sufficient cultivation resources. Besides, the successive court chiefs of the Glacier Plain Court had all possessed the Purine body, and they possessed the complete heritage and the method to awaken their unique constitutions. Compared to him, it was much better. My opinion doesn't matter. What's important is her decision. I'll support her regardless of what decision she makes. Xianxia shook his head. He was only a teacher, and he couldn't make a decision for his student. If Xiaoya was willing to follow him, he would do everything in his power to bring her to the top of the world. If she wasn't willing, no one could force her, not even the Glacier Plain Court. Teacher, I'm willing to follow her. Right after Xianxia said those words, a voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoya walked over with determination in her eyes. You're willing? Yes. All along, teacher has done so much for me, and I hope that one day, I'll be able to do something for teacher as well. Xiaoya walked up to Xianxia and clenched her fists tightly. And this is an opportunity for me. She knew how much effort her teacher had put in for her, and she had never been able to repay him. As long as she agreed to the other party's request, she would gain control over the Glacier Plain Court in the future, and she would be able to help her teacher instead of being a burden. More importantly, she still had some selfish thoughts in her mind. Perhaps, she might be able to fulfill them as her standing rose. How about this? I'll give you 3 days to consider. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. Xianxia sighed. There's no need to consider. I've already made up my mind, and I've already made up my mind. Xiaoya's eyes reddened, and she kneeled to the floor. Xiaoya is grateful for teacher's guidance and support. No matter where I go, I'll always be your student, and I'll always listen to your words without any regrets. Get up. Knowing that the other party had already made up her mind, Xianxia nodded and helped her up. An eagle had to be tempered so that it could soar freely. This was the same for students as well. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to let her soar freely. Only by letting her experience trials and tribulations would she be able to become a true hero. Yes. Xiaoya stood up. Envoy Lu Xian, I hope that what you said earlier is true. If I learn that there's any falsehood in your words and that you harm my student, not only will I kill you, I'll destroy your entire Glacier Plain court. Since he had already made up his mind, Xianxia turned to look at the envoy not too far away, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Even though his current strength was lacking, if the other party dared to lie to him, he didn't mind charging all the way to the Glacier Plain court and annihilating this occupation. Adding an update for the 31st Alliance leader of this book, Ji Mei. Also, I'd like to recommend my good friend, God Chongfeng's new book, Throne of Vanguard. In the future world, the spark of a king of soldiers is ignited. Lastly, I'd like to request for 2 monthly tickets. Everyone has a guaranteed monthly ticket. Destroy the Glacier Plain court. Envoy Lu Xian was taken aback. That's right, I'm a man of my words. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. This. If it had been anyone else, Envoy Lu Xian would have surely thought that the other party was insane. After all, the might of the Glacier Plain court was well known throughout the entire master-teacher continent. Putting aside a newly promoted 4-star master teacher, even the strongest 9-star master teacher might not be able to achieve such a feat yet. A figure whom she could crush with a snap of her fingers actually dared to spout such arrogant words. Under normal circumstances, she would have mocked the other party for overestimating himself, but for some reason. Looking at the determined gaze of the young man before her, her heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be a part of her that was saying that the other party's words might really come true. Don't worry, the Glacier Plain court is a man of his word. We won't go back on our words. She couldn't help but promise. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xiaoya and said, if you feel dissatisfied after the meeting, you can look for me at Mingshi Tang. Don't worry, if you follow me, you'll still be able to become one of the strongest experts in the world. Yes. Xiaoya nodded. Alright, I'll be leaving as well. Knowing that it was impossible for her to leave with him, Xianxia had no reason to hold her back. Thus, he turned around and walked out of the room. Teacher. Watching as Xianxia walked away, Xiaoya knelt down once more and kowed out 8 times. With determination in her eyes, she said, don't worry, I'll become an expert, and I won't let you down. You're a good student. Helping the kneeling Xiaoya up, Envoy Lu Xian looked at Xianxia's departing back and sighed. He's a good teacher as well. He's the best teacher, but I'm not a good student. Xiaoya shook her head. Her teacher had worked so hard for her, and yet, she had chosen to leave at such a time. It's nothing much. As long as you awaken your unique constitution and become the court chief, it'll be easy for you to help him. Continuing to follow behind him would only affect his progress and development. All good things must come to an end. It is a necessary step for a student to leave his teacher. It is impossible for him to stay behind his teacher forever and live under his wings. Envoy Lu Xian said, if he were to force you to stay, he wouldn't be a good teacher. Humans had to grow. Even if a teacher was the strongest expert, it was impossible for them to take care of their students for their entire lives. Students also couldn't rely on their teacher. Only by truly experiencing trials and tribulations would they be able to stand on their own and become a peerless expert. I know. It's just that I can't bear to part with her. Xiaoya's eyes reddened. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked back. Envoy Lu Xian knew that she would feel terrible for a period of time, but, as long as she could adjust to it, the pain of parting would become motivation for her to improve, making her stronger and stronger. His state of mind would also become stronger and stronger. Xiaoya's departure was unexpected, but also expected. In fact, Xianxia also had the intention to let his students train alone. It was just that he was worried. Now that there was such an opportunity, it was naturally for the best. Sitting cross-legged in the room on the back of the aerial spirit beast, Xianxia remained motionless, reminiscent of a statue. Teacher, Xianxia, has been like this for 5 days already. Is he fine? Ruo Huangongzi asked. Ever since the trio left the Glacier Plain court, it had been 5 days since Xianxia sat motionlessly. Even Ruohuan Gongzi found it bizarre. I don't know either, Pavilion Master Kong shook his head worriedly. Knowing how much Xianxia cared about his students, could it be that he was grieving over Xiaoya's sudden departure? Wait, could it be? Perplexed, Ruohuan Gongzi took another glance, and his eyebrows suddenly twitched in disbelief. Teacher, what's wrong? Ruohuan Gongzi asked anxiously. He isn't grieving, but soul depth enlightenment. Pavilion Master Kong said. Soul depth enlightenment? Ruohuan Gongzi was perplexed. He had never heard of this term before. Cultivators have their own soul depth, and master teachers rely on their state of insight to see through the flaws and problems of others, thus guiding them in their cultivation. Even though Xianxia is sitting silently, there isn't any fluctuation of spiritual energy. In other words, he isn't cultivating. For him to be able to sit motionlessly for 5 days straight without cultivating, he must have entered some kind of unique state. Pavilion Master Kong explained. 5 days was a simple matter. Even though there wasn't any fluctuation of spiritual energy on the surface of Xianxia's body, he was still able to sit motionlessly. This meant that there was a change in his soul depth. And the most direct change was soul depth enlightenment. Soul depth enlightenment is an extremely rare state of one's soul depth. Once one succeeds, one's soul depth will increase significantly. As Pavilion Master Kong spoke, a hint of envy flashed across his face. Given how the other party was able to beguile him with impartation of heaven's will, it could only mean that the other party's soul depth was on par with his. Once he succeeded in his breakthrough, how powerful would he be? The stronger, the better. It's about time for the rise of the League of Nations. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes glowed in excitement. The stronger Xianxia was, the better Myriad Kingdom City's results would be, and the more glorious it would be for him as the Pavilion Master. The Myriad Kingdom City had been silent for too long. It was about time for them to wipe away their previous humiliation and earn the respect of the other powers. Don't disturb Xianxia. You should hurry up and cultivate as well. Before returning to Myriad Kingdom City, you must reach Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. Otherwise, don't call me teacher. Excited, Pavilion Master Kong turned to Ruohuan Gongzi. What? Ruohuan Gongzi was taken aback. What does his soul depth enlightenment have to do with me? Why do you want me to cultivate so desperately? However, knowing that his teacher was doing this out of goodwill, he could only sit down and continue cultivating with the middle-tier spirit stone that Xianxia had given him. Unlike Xianxian, middle-tier spirit stones were extremely useful. A single one was sufficient for him to raise his cultivation from Clarifying Turbidity Realm primary stage to pinnacle. As such, even though he had been using it since he was at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dam primary stage, the spirit stone was still filled with spiritual energy. Just as Pavilion Master Kong had guessed, Xianxia had indeed entered a state of soul depth enlightenment. Parting with Xiaoya had left him feeling awful, but at the same time, he understood the true meaning behind the separation of teacher and student, and he gained a deeper understanding of the occupation of a teacher. Sitting quietly on the spot, everything that had happened since his reincarnation flashed through his mind like a movie. At the same time, his soul felt more and more empty, as though a polished piece of jade, becoming more stable and radiant. Only through a storm could a rainbow appear. While Xiaoya's departure was a trial for her, it was the same for Xianxian as well. Along with the soul depth enlightenment, Xianxian's soul depth slowly rose from 14. 1. Unlike the Book of Heaven's Path or the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, soul depth could be raised by leaps and bounds in an instant. It was a meticulous and gradual process. 14.1. 14.2. 14.3. In the past 5 days, Xianxian's soul depth had risen by 2.0 points, reaching 16. 1. Xianxian opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, bringing with it a sense of vertigo. With a soul depth of 16. 1. He was already on par with a 5-star master teacher. Previously, he still had to say a lot of things to beguile Pavilion Master Kong. But now, with just his impartation of heaven's will, he could easily win the other party's admiration. With the change in his soul depth, not only did his impartation of heaven's will grow stronger, his eye of insight had also grown stronger, allowing him to see more details. In the past 5 days, not only had his soul depth improved, his cultivation had also been reinforced. At this moment, as long as he willed it, he could easily reach transcendent mortal 3 Dan Yin Yang realm. Time to continue cultivating. With the increase in his soul depth, his understanding of cultivation had become clearer. Even though he didn't have sufficient middle-tier spirit stones at the moment, it was still sufficient for him to raise his cultivation. The Master-Teacher tournament was about to begin, so there was no need for him to waste any more time. While Xianxia and the others were flying back, an elder wearing a conical bamboo hat walked up to the city gates of Myriad Kingdom City. Lifting his head to look at the majestic city walls, he clenched his fists tightly, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Myriad Kingdom City. I'm finally here. In this Master-Teacher tournament, I must make good use of this opportunity to take back what I lost. Furthermore, I want him dead. Gritting his teeth tightly, the elder's face contorted in savagery. This elder only had a single arm, and his eyes were reminiscent of a wild wolf, filled with intense hatred and madness. If Xianxia were here, he would surely recognize the other party as the old ancestor of Xianyuan Kingdom, Ding Hong. Back then, he had burnt his blood essence to escape, and after 3 months, he had finally arrived at Myriad Kingdom City. The core of the alliance, he wanted vengeance. The other party had killed his descendants, destroyed his kingdom, and left him like a stray dog. How could he possibly accept this? I mustn't go to the Alliance head residence. Even the envoy is biased toward him. If I go there, I'll be walking right into a trap. Even though Ding Hong was filled with hatred, he knew the situation he was in. Back then, the envoy wielding the Shangfang sword didn't care about the destruction of his kingdom at all. In fact, he even supported a lady to govern the country. If he were to seek justice from the Alliance now, he would surely be caught in a trap. This Xianxia is a master-teacher, so naturally, he mustn't go to Mingshi Tang. The other party was a master-teacher, and in the past month, news of him passing the 4-star master-teacher examination and representing the League of Nations in the master-teacher tournament had spread far and wide. Even though Ding Hong wasn't well informed, he had still heard of it. As a 4-star master-teacher representing Myriad Kingdom City, on top of that, Mingshi Tang. If he were to seek trouble with Mingshi Tang, wouldn't that be equivalent to courting death? If I can't rely on Myriad Kingdom City, then I can only rely on other powers. Ding Hong's eyes lit up, and a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the Alliance head residence or Mingshi Tang, neither of them would stand up for him. But wasn't the Master-Teacher tournament about to begin? Since the Alliance couldn't stand up for him, he could look for Mingshi Tang from other powers. Given how monstrous this Xianxia was, if the other powers were to learn of it, they would surely make a move. By then, not only would he be able to exact vengeance, he would also be able to ruin Xianxia's reputation and make him wish for death. Of the 28 powers participating in the tournament, Mingxia Empire, Henghai Empire, and the League of Nations are roughly on par. However, Cascading Sand Sect and Frigid Gale Sect are much stronger. And the strongest among them is Fleeting Cloud Sect. Ding Hong fell into deep contemplation. As the former emperor of a conferred kingdom, he was well aware of the distribution of powers around the alliance. Even though the Fleeting Cloud Sect was just a sect, it had a total of 5 5-star master teachers. In the 77 master teacher tournaments, they had won the championship 36 times. On the other hand, the best result the League of Nations had achieved was only 23rd place, 5th from the bottom. Back when he was the emperor, he had already looked into this matter. This was precisely the reason why Ding Mu was so determined to join the Fleeting Cloud Sect. As long as they are willing to help me, putting aside vengeance, it won't be a problem for me to become the alliance head. A glint flashed across Ding Hong's eyes. If he could convince the Fleeting Cloud Sect to help him, putting aside vengeance, even becoming the alliance head wouldn't be a problem. However, I'm just an ant. Without sufficient compensation, I won't be able to convince Liu and the others to help me. Ding Hong also knew that it was impossible for the other party to help him for no reason. Without sufficient compensation and benefits, it would be impossible for the other party to help him. Besides, if he wanted to deal with Xianxia, he would have to get through Mingshi Tang of Myriad Kingdom Alliance. He couldn't afford to offend another power just for him. Back then, when he was still a transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator, the other party might still have been interested in him. However, his cultivation had fallen to Jizuan realm. With his current strength, he was no different from an ant before a major power. Unless I used that information as a bargaining chip. Ding Hong's eyes turned cold as he recalled what Ding Mu had told him back then. After Ding Mu returned from the incident, he had a discussion with him. The reason why he had a conflict with Xianxia was because the other party had a treasure that all master teachers would go crazy for. There's no master teacher who wouldn't be tempted by Kongshi's handwriting. If I were to leak this information to the Fleeting Cloud sect, they would surely make a move on him. Ding Hong gritted his teeth. To a master teacher, Kongshi's handwriting was the best treasure. No one would be able to resist its allure, not even the quasi-5-star master teachers of the Fleeting Cloud sect. As long as the news were to be leaked, Xianxia would definitely become the target of attacks from the underworld, and he wouldn't even know how he died. No, given how powerful the Fleeting Cloud sect is, once they learn of this information, they will surely silence the other party and take it for themselves. Just as he was about to look for the Flowing Cloud sect's encampment to inform them of the news, his heart shuddered. This sect was so domineering. If they were to kill him and take the news for themselves, there was nothing he could do. After all, Kongshi's handwriting was too shocking. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Furthermore, a 4-star great teacher was involved in this matter. How about this? I'll send a letter to the Flowing Cloud sect, Mingxia Empire, Henghai Empire, Cascading Sand sect, and Frigid Air sect at the same time. I'll ask their leaders, Mingxia Tang, to come out. With so many forces keeping me in check, even if they want to kill me, they won't dare. As someone who had once been an emperor, Ding Hong's thoughts were meticulous. He quickly came up with a solution. As for who gets Kongshi's handwriting in the end, it has nothing to do with me. His purpose was to kill Xianxia for revenge and find a chance to restore his country. As for something like Kongshi's handwriting, it was useless even if he got it. It was better to use it as an exchange. Let's do that then. After deliberating over the matter several times, Ding Hong felt that there was no problem with it. Not only would he be able to ensure his own safety, but he would also be able to exact his revenge. Nodding his head in satisfaction, his silhouette disappeared amidst the crowd. In Myriad Kingdom City, in a spacious residence that looked no different from any other ordinary residence, the participating powers knew that it was the residence of the most popular contender for the championship, the Fleeting Cloud sect. The Fleeting Cloud sect was founded by quasi-5-star master teacher Mo Luyun. Even though it was known as a branch of Mingxia Tang, and it was under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, in truth, it was an independent organization. In the Fleeting Cloud sect, only master teachers were qualified to become the head of the sect. However, other than master teachers, there were many other occupations as well. There were quite a few Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle and even Transcendent Mortal 5-dan experts. This was precisely the reason why the Fleeting Cloud sect was ranked first among the 27 powers in the vicinity of the League of Nations. Luo Xian, the strongest genius of the Fleeting Cloud sect, was the most likely champion of this master teacher tournament. Even though he was only 29 this year, his cultivation had already reached Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle. Stretching his back lazily, Luo Xian walked out of the room. Senior. Before he could walk out of the door, he saw a young man rushing over. What's wrong? Luo Xian frowned. Reporting to Senior, someone has just delivered a letter to the sect leader, the young man reported. Do you think that just anyone can receive a letter from my teacher? Luo Xian flung his sleeves. The sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, Luo Huang, was his teacher. A quasi-5-star master teacher, a transcendent mortal. 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle. If he were to receive a letter from just anyone, he wouldn't be worthy of being called an expert. Where's the letter? Luo Xian stretched out his hand. It's here. The young man passed the letter over. Luo Xian took it, and just as he was about to tear it open, the young man hurriedly said, the person who delivered the letter said that there's a unique mark on the letter. If it isn't the sect leader who tears it open, it will be destroyed. How can you believe this kind of nonsense? If there's a mark on the letter, as a master teacher, I should be able to tell. Luo Xian harumphed coldly. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, his eyes were sharp. If the other party had really left something on the letter, he should have been able to tell. However, there was nothing on the letter at all. See La, tearing open the letter, there was only a single card inside. Lowering his head to take a look, Luo Xian frowned. There was a line of words on it: 3 days later, sea-gazing gazebo, regarding Kongshi's relic. There was no signature, and there was no name. Even the handwriting was a little messy. With a single look, it was clear that it wasn't his handwriting. Who sent it here? Luo Xian put the card away and frowned. It was a person dressed in a black robe. I didn't get a good look at his appearance. The young man hurriedly said. Where is he? He has already left. The young man replied. So be it then. Don't tell anyone about this matter. I'll go look for my teacher right now. Luo Xian instructed before heading to the residence at the very center of the residence. Not too long later, he arrived at his destination. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently executing a fist art. His movements were slow, but every single one of his punches carried a powerful pressure. The sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, Luo Huang, he was the strongest expert of the 28 powers in the vicinity of the League of Nations. Upon seeing the other party enter, sect leader Luo Huang retracted his fist and smiled. You're here. Teacher. Luo Xian clasped his fist. Someone just delivered a letter. Delivered a letter? Wiping the sweat off his forehead with a towel, sect leader Luo Huang asked. He knew his student's personality well. It was impossible for him to come personally unless there was something important. For a letter to interrupt his cultivation, it must be something important. Yes. Luo Xian passed the card over. Kongshi's relic? Taking a look at it, sect leader Luo Huang frowned. What do you think of it? I think that Kongshi wouldn't lie about this matter. Besides, it's better to believe it than not. Luo Xian hurriedly said. Emperor Kongshi didn't leave many relics behind. If it's true, no matter what it is, its value is immeasurable. It's sufficient for me to become a 5-star master teacher easily. Sect leader Luo Huang nodded. Kongshi was the founder of Mingshi Tang, the first master teacher in history. Even the smallest relic he had left behind would be imbued with the essence of the world. Even if it were to be obtained by the later generations, it would still be invaluable. Since the other party had left behind such a letter, it was likely that it was true. Besides, regardless of whether it was true or not, this was an opportunity that he couldn't afford to miss. Teacher, you mean? Luo Xian asked. Naturally, we'll head over to take a look. Sect leader Luo Huang nodded. Right, what is the sea-gazing gazebo? It's the most famous tavern in Myriad Kingdom City, as well as the most bustling place. That fellow probably chose this place as a backup plan, Luo Xian said. As a 4-star master teacher, how could he not see through the other party's intentions? I'm afraid that's not all. Sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. Not only that? Teacher, what do you mean? Luo Xian was perplexed. Simple. Since the other party can deliver a letter to us, he can definitely deliver one to others as well. The reason why he invited us to a tavern is probably to wait for a good price. Sect leader Luo Huang said. Wait for a good price? Damn it, I'll send my men to capture that fellow right now. Luo Xian's eyes narrowed. The Fleeting Cloud sect wasn't afraid. As one of the strongest powers, they had a quasi-5-star master teacher backing them. They didn't lack money at all. What they were afraid of was that this piece of news wasn't the only one. If the other powers were to learn of it, they would be forced into a disadvantageous position. In fact, if the headquarters were to hear of it, no matter how fiercely they fought over it, it would be futile. There's no need to go, it's already too late. Sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. Putting aside whether the person who delivered the letter is the other party or not, even if he is, you can't guarantee that we'll be the first to be delivered. Perhaps, the other powers might already know of it. Then, what should we do? Luo Xian asked anxiously. Suppress the news and don't tell anyone else. 3 days later, bring me to the sea-gazing gazebo. I want to see who that person is and what kind of relic of Kongshi is. If it's a lie and you're purposely making fun of us, I don't need to do anything. The others will tear you to pieces. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands. Yes. Luo Xian nodded. The same scene was occurring in the other powers as well. Mingxia Empire, Henghai Empire, Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, White Helio Sect, Spiraling Qian Sect, the dozen or so top-ranking powers who had come to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament received the letter simultaneously. As the leaders of the groups, their sect leaders and pavilion masters also saw the contents of the letter. In an instant, all of the powers were in an uproar. All of them were looking forward to the arrival of the letter 3 days later. They wanted to see who the person who delivered the letter was and what kind of relic of Kongshur was. At this moment, Xianxia was standing by the window on the back of the spirit beast, looking at the white clouds and mountain range beneath him with a depressed look on his face. Even a student of mine was snatched away by them. I should have asked for more spirit stones for that envoy Lu Xian. Even if she refused to give it to me, I could have earned quite a bit by offering her some pointers. What a failure. Offer envoy Lu Xian pointers? Seeing the remorseful look on Zhang Xian's face, Pavilion Master Kang's body stiffened. Zhang Xian really regretted it. Envoy Lu Xian had exuded a powerful aura just by looking at her, not to mention that she had come from the headquarters. To Zhang Xian, every single middle-tier spirit stone was an invaluable treasure. However, to someone like her, they were no different from trash, and she could easily take out several thousand or even tens of thousands of them. It was a pity that Xiaoya had left back then, feeling a little guilty and a little arrogant. He didn't want others to think that he was exchanging his students for spirit stones, so he didn't think too much into it. There was no need for the students to switch, they could still give them pointers. Under the heavenly Tao, there were no flaws that could be hidden. It was entirely possible for him to provide guidance in exchange for a certain reward. With these rewards, their future cultivation paths would be smooth, and they wouldn't have to worry anymore. Even Xingyang and the others would be able to obtain the best cultivation conditions, but the opportunity was missed just like that. Forget it, there's no point in worrying about it, knowing that it would be a long time before he could meet an expert of envoy Lu Xian's caliber. Zhang Xian turned to Pavilion Master Kong and asked, Pavilion Master, may I know who in our myriad kingdom city has more middle-tier spirit stones? Mid-grade spirit stones? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback for a moment before replying. Most powerful clans would prepare 1 or 2 of these cultivation essentials, but there aren't many of them. In terms of quantity, only the major sects and powers who are participating in the Master Teacher Tournament will have them. Sects? Forces? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Indeed. The League of Nations is one of the weaker powers of the same tier. As such, the amount of middle-tier spirit stones that can be exchanged from the Miryu Empire is extremely low. On the other hand, the Fleeting Cloud Sect, White Helio Sect, Spiraling Qian Sect. These powers are powerful, and they have half 5-star master teachers guarding them. It's already not bad for me to be able to take out 3 of them. Their hall master or sect master could easily take out a dozen or even dozens of them. Pavilion Master Kong pondered for a moment before saying, so many? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain a dozen or 20 of them, he would be able to push for a breakthrough to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle easily. With such strength and soul energy, he might even stand a chance against a Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan expert. Looks like I have to find a chance to plunder from them. Stroking his chin, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Seeing the other party's expression, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth twitched once more. That's a big sect. Who knows who they want to plunder? You want to plunder them? Cough cough, Xianxia is a half 5-star master teacher, and his cultivation has reached consonant spirit realm. Furthermore, he isn't on friendly terms with our myriad kingdom city. Afraid that the other party would get into some trouble that even he couldn't afford to offend, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but advise against it. At the consonant spirit realm, one's soul and body would be one, and one's fighting prowess would be several times stronger than that of a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator. It was already a blessing that they didn't cause trouble for the myriad kingdom city, and yet, you were still coveting their spirit stones. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhang Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, he started calculating in his heart. Even though Xianxia's cultivation had soared recently, he knew that he was still a long way off from reaching consonant spirit realm. If he used all of his means, he might still be able to put up a fight against a consonant spirit realm primary stage cultivator, but for intermediate stage cultivators, he would have no choice but to flee. From Pavilion Master Kang's tone, it seemed like there were plenty of middle stage and advanced stage cultivators in those sections. Xianxia wouldn't be a match for them, but just because they were weak didn't mean that they couldn't earn some money. Back then, when he was still in Tianxian Kingdom, when he was still poor, didn't he manage to convince countless experts to willingly acknowledge him as Xianxia? It seems like I'll have to think of a way to earn some middle-tier spirit stones by offering pointers and treating others. Zhao Ye's departure had left him feeling pressured once more. If he was strong enough and had sufficient cultivation resources, he wouldn't have allowed his students to follow others. In the end, it was all due to his lack of cultivation. Without sufficient strength, no matter how good one's words were, it was all just an illusion. Thus, he had to gather middle-tier spirit stones as soon as possible to raise his cultivation. While Xianxia was planning on how to plunder some spirit stones from the various sects, sect leader Luo Huang and the others had already arrived at the sea-gazing gazebo. Sect leader Luo, why are you here? Before they could enter the gazebo, they heard a surprised exclamation. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged man standing not too far away. The sect leader of White Helios sect, Bai Kaiji. A consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert and a half 5-star master teacher. Oh, sect leader Bai, you're here as well. Sect leader Luo Huang had already guessed that the other party would inform the others. Thus, upon seeing the other party's appearance, sect leader Luo Huang chuckled lightly. You were the one who informed me? Seeing the other party's confidence, sect leader Bai asked doubtfully. Me? I'm not that bored. If I really have Kongshir's relic, I would have hidden it somewhere. Why would I waste my time talking to you? Sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. I don't know who it is, but let's go in first. Most likely, he didn't just inform the two of us. Sect leader Bai was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. The two of them walked into the gazebo together. Upon entering, they saw quite a few familiar figures. Of the 27 powers that had come to Myriad Kingdom City, 14 of them were here. Furthermore, it seemed like the other party had done their homework. These 14 powers were all ranked highly. In other words, of the 27 powers around the League of Nations, 14 of them had been invited. Through asking around, Xianxia found that each of them had received a letter with the words Kongshir's relic written on it. As for the rest, none of them knew who the person who had delivered the letter was or what the relic was. Could it be that someone is toying with us? Someone doubted. That's impossible. Even though our roots aren't in Myriad Kingdom City, it isn't too difficult for us to find the culprit if we were to be toyed with. A sect leader harumphed. Unless he really doesn't want to live anymore. Even though they hadn't seen the person who had sent the letter, given how the Tianwu Kingdom's Lin clan was able to take out a seeking mouse, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to track down the other party. The reason why they didn't do so was because they didn't want to scare the other party away and lose track of Kongshir's relic. Indeed, let's wait and see then. Understanding this, the crowd fell silent. They were all master teachers, and even the weakest among them was a 4-star pinnacle master teacher. They possessed sufficient patience and willpower. I was the one who invited you all here. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a deep voice to ring out, and a one-armed old man walked over. Ding Hong didn't conceal his appearance at all. He looked to be in his 60s, and his cultivation was only at Jizuan realm. His complexion was extremely pale, and with a single look, it was clear that he had sustained severe injuries. Everyone turned their gazes over. They thought that the other party would at least be a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle cultivator to gather so many of them at once. Yet, it was only a Jizuan realm cultivator. Everyone frowned. The reason why I invited all of you here is the same as what I have written in my letter, for Kongshir's relics. Ding Hong scanned the surroundings. He knew that no matter how good his disguise was, he wouldn't be able to fool the eyes of these half 5-star master teachers. Thus, he decided to face them with his true appearance. In any case, with a secret in his hands, he didn't have to fear being silenced. Congsher's relic? Do you know what kind of person you are talking to? If you lie to them, you will have to bear the consequences. Flinging his sleeves, sect leader Luo Huang harumphed. Ding Hong clasped his fist and said, "Of course I know. I dare not lie to any of my words. The relic that I am talking about is Congsher's personal letter." Congsher's personal letter? Everyone was astonished. Even though there were treasures among Congsher's relic, they couldn't compare to a personal letter to a master teacher. Every single word in the handwritten letter contained the essence, energy, and spirit of the writer. If one were to study it, it would be able to improve one's soul scale and cultivation base. It was something that other treasures couldn't compare to. Indeed. Back then, the ancestor of a small clan saved the lives of Sage Min and Minshur, and in gratitude, Congsher wrote a letter to the ancestor. Ever since then, it has been passed down as a family heirloom. Ding Hong said. Sage Min? You mean Minshur, one of the 72 sages under Congsher? He is one of the founders of Mingshur Tang, and his descendants can be found all over the world. If what you said is true, the value of this personal letter is immeasurable. Putting everything aside, as long as we can find Sage Min's descendants with this, they will surely treat them well. Indeed. Hearing the explanation, everyone's breathing hastened. Congsher had 3,000 disciples, and the most formidable of them were known as the 72 sages. Sage Min was one of them, and he had participated in the founding of Mingshur Tang. To have saved such a person and even received a personal letter from Congsher. Putting aside the value of this personal letter, just the story behind it was enough to send countless people into a frenzy. State your conditions. Suppressing his breathing, sect leader Luo Huang raised his head and looked at Ding Hong. Hearing his words, everyone calmed down. Indeed, the other party must have a motive for gathering them here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rest easy. Sect leader Luo Shore is straightforward. Ding Hong chuckled lightly. My motive is simple. Firstly, I want to become the alliance head of the League of Nations and reach Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. Secondly, I want you to kill a person for me. Don't worry, this person's cultivation isn't too high, only at Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan primary stage. Whoever can promise me these two conditions, I'll tell them the whereabouts of Congsher's relic. The alliance head of the League of Nations is supported by Mingshur Tang of Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Even though we're unable to interfere in this matter, Pavilion Master Kong still has to respect me. It shouldn't be a problem for him to change the alliance head without harming his foundation. Sect leader Luo Huan turned to Ding Hong and said, as for raising your cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle, as long as you follow my instructions, there's an 80% chance that you'll be able to do so. As for killing someone, I can promise you that as well. Sect leader Luo, there's no need to be in such a hurry. If you can do it, so can I. I believe that no one here is willing to give up on Congsher's relic. Indeed. This friend over here, our spiraling Qian sect, promises you that not only will you become the alliance head of the League of Nations, you'll also become an esteemed guest of our sect and enjoy the privileges of an elder. Our Frigid Gale sect agrees to this condition as well. On top of that, we'll add on 5 middle-tier spirit stones and 15 Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan female disciples as concubines. Hearing the other party's conditions, a huge uproar broke out. Updated in advance. Requesting for 2 monthly tickets. On top of that, there's an event on Qidian today where you can claim the border of the world emblem. Feel free to claim it. Just search for Sweeping the World's Edge on the event page to claim it. They thought that the other party's demands would be high, but to think that it would be so simple. Killing a Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan primary stage cultivator as the head of the Alliance of Nations, anyone would agree to such a condition. This was no different from giving it away for free. Everyone, calm down. Just as everyone was about to vie for a slot, Ding Hong glanced at the crowd and said, "Let me finish my words first before making a decision." Everyone turned to look at Ding Hong. Even though the person I want to kill isn't too strong, he has a unique identity. He's a master teacher, and he's one of the participants from Myriad Kingdom City. Ding Hong said. A master teacher from Myriad Kingdom City? Are you talking about Master Teacher Xianxia, who has risen to fame recently? Everyone was taken aback. Even though Myriad Kingdom City didn't attract much attention, they had still heard of Xianxia's name. Despite not being in his 20s, he had emerged victorious in the selection round and passed the 4-star master teacher examination. Kill this person? The crowd, who were still shouting a moment ago, fell silent. Master teachers couldn't be killed easily. Otherwise, if the headquarters were to investigate this matter, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Not to mention, this was a fellow who had recently risen to fame. If they were to make a move, the powers they belonged to could very well be questioned and investigated. What grudge do you have with Xianxia? Frowning, sect leader Luo Huang asked. Master teachers couldn't be killed easily, but that didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. To do so, one had to fulfill one of the following conditions. First, the grudge between the two parties had reached an irreconcilable level. Second, the master teacher had done something that went against the ethics of a teacher, resulting in him being despised by the masses. Third, the master teacher had shown disrespect to a high-ranked master teacher. These were the rules of the Mingshi Tang sect. Those who disobeyed, die. Those who disobeyed, die. Those who disobeyed, die. Even if one was a master teacher, one couldn't go against their ethics and etiquette. Otherwise, even the Mingshi Tang sect wouldn't be able to protect them. He killed my kin and destroyed my kingdom. Our grudge is irreconcilable. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hong roared furiously. As the old ancestor of a country, he was like a stray dog, not daring to return to his own home, not daring to go to crowded places. All because of this fellow. Hatred is irreconcilable. That's good. Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't faking it, sect leader Luo Huang heaved a sigh of relief. I can think of a way to raise your cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan as soon as possible so that you can exact vengeance on him personally. What do you think? Since he had an irreconcilable grudge with this Xianxia, he had fulfilled the first condition of killing a master teacher. He could allow the other party to raise his strength so that he could exact his vengeance. Both sides had a deep grudge against each other. Even the Mingshi Tang could not say anything if he was killed in a fair competition. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Sect leader Luo's reaction is still faster. Hearing those words, the crowd slapped their foreheads. As long as they didn't do anything, they wouldn't be held responsible. In the future, when the headquarters investigated, they wouldn't be able to find any trouble. That's a good idea, but that fellow is very strange. I'm afraid that I won't be a match for him. Ding Hong shook his head. Although what the other party said was very tempting, he had once fought with that fellow, and his methods were so strange that it was hard to believe. Even with his Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan cultivation, he was defeated by a half-transcension. Even if he were to reach Yin-Yang realm, he might not necessarily be a match for the other party. Honestly speaking, only after fighting with that fellow did he realize how fearsome he was. If he couldn't defeat the other party, it would be impossible for him to escape. Not a match for him? You mean that we have to kill him? Luo Huang frowned. That's right. Ding Hong replied. This? The crowd fell silent. If the other party was just a nameless figure, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill him. However, the other party was a participant in the master-teacher tournament. If they were to make a move, the Mingshi Tang of Myriad Kingdom City would surely retaliate. If they were to report this matter to the headquarters, putting aside the other powers, even the strongest Fleeting Cloud sect wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. I'll tell you the truth then. Kongshir's letter isn't in my hands but someone else's. Regardless of who it is, as long as they agree to help me complete the 2 tasks after obtaining the letter, I'll tell them where the letter is right away. Seeing that no one was speaking, Ding Hong continued. It isn't difficult for you to become the head of the Alliance of Nations and raise your strength. However, Xianxia's matter is a huge matter. Even our Fleeting Cloud sect won't agree to it easily. Sect leader Luo Huang hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this? Tell us where the treasure is first, and we'll discuss how we should proceed. If it's worth it, we'll make a move. Even if it's not, we'll still help you complete the other 2 tasks. Even they wouldn't dare to make a move on a 4-star master teacher. Thus, it was better for them to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. That's right. With so many powers here, we won't lose our credibility over such a small matter. Another sect leader said. Since the letter isn't in your hands, the value of your information will be lowered. Another person said. If Kongsher's letter was in his hands, even if he had to bear the risk of being criticized by the headquarters, he wouldn't mind killing Xianxia. However, the letter was in someone else's hands, and all he did was provide a piece of information. A piece of information was worth so much that it wasn't worth it. After all, it was one thing if only a single power knew of this news. However, with so many people knowing of it at the same time, if something were to happen to Xianxia, it would be easy for the news to leak. At that time, Kongsher's letter would be a huge problem for the entire sect. I believe in the credibility of all of you. To be honest, Kongsher's letter is in the hands of Xianxia and Xianxia. He was the one who snatched it from me, and he was the one who chopped off my arm. As long as you can kill him, you'll be able to obtain the letter. Ding Hong's eyes gleamed as he spoke the words that he had prepared beforehand. Xianxia snatched your letter? He was the one who chopped off your arm? Everyone was stunned for a moment before rejoicing. Even though they were all master teachers and they could tell that this fellow wasn't speaking from his heart, and there were even some contradictions in his words, this wasn't important. What was important was that as long as he admitted that the letter was snatched away by Xianxia, this reason alone was enough to warrant the death penalty. Tell us the details of the situation. If that's really the case, this Xianxia has violated the code of conduct as a teacher. Even if he isn't a member of our branch, as a master teacher, we'll help you exact vengeance and eradicate this scum of the master teacher race. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands and declared righteously. Indeed. If you have any grievances, feel free to speak them out. All of us here are righteous master teachers. If the other party uses his identity as a master teacher to bully the weak, we'll stand up for you. Mingshi Tang, we won't allow such a person to exist. Another two master teachers bellowed. Among the crowd, there were also master teachers who felt that the matter wasn't that simple. However, seeing the resolute attitude of sect leader Luo Huang and the others, they sighed and shook their heads. Even they couldn't resist the temptation of Kongsher's letter. Since everyone wants to hear it, I'll explain it in detail. Ding Hong's eyes reddened. This artifact belongs to the Chu clan. Our Ding clan and the Chu clan have been on good terms for generations, and we even share a kingdom. However, the Chu clan isn't very prosperous. 3 years ago, the last successor passed away, and he passed this artifact to us for safekeeping. At this point, Ding Hong's voice was filled with rage and resentment. Who could have thought that Xianxia would find out about this matter, and he would rush to my kingdom and kill my grandson during his inauguration ceremony? Not only that, he stole the letter and even destroyed my kingdom. If I hadn't fled in time, I might have been killed on the spot as well. In order to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, he intentionally came up with all sorts of excuses. In truth, he was just trying to cover up the news of Kongsher's letter. It's fortunate that I'm still alive. Otherwise, this news would definitely disappear from the world, and no one would be able to restore justice. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hong roared. The other party was a master teacher. Even if he wanted to make a move, he would need a suitable reason. And this reason was one that he came up with. Even though the Ding clan failed in their robbery, it became Xianxia's disregard for justice. This way, all the blame would fall on the latter. Even if they were to make a move on him, they wouldn't feel guilty at all. Damn it, to think that there would be such a person in Mingshi Tang. He doesn't care about justice and his identity as a master teacher. We have to teach such a person a lesson and let him know what the dignity of a master is. It's no wonder Myriad Kingdom City's Mingshi Tang has always been ranked at the bottom. It's time to rectify this situation. After hearing Ding Hong's words, the master teachers were filled with indignation. Sect leader Luo, I suggest that we look for that Xianxia, and get him to clarify this matter. That's right. We have to get him to hand over the letter for safekeeping. Otherwise, it would be an insult to Kongsher if such a person keeps holding on to it. Indeed, I have such thoughts as well. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered on sect leader Luo Huang. What you all said makes sense. A master teacher has to be righteous in order to guide the masses. Of course, we can't just listen to this friend's side of the story. We have to listen to Xianxia's explanation as well. If he really did something that goes against the principles of a master teacher, even if Myriad Kingdom City's Mingshi Tang protects him, we won't let him off. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands and declared. Alright, let's go and confront him now. Seeing that he had agreed, everyone nodded in agreement. This friend, you should come along as well. Don't worry, before the truth is revealed, you are the most esteemed guest of our fleeting cloud sect. No one will do anything to you. Seeing the attitude of the crowd, sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. Yes. A glint flashed across Ding Hong's eyes. That Xianxia lives in the vicinity of the Alliance head residence. I've sent someone to look into it previously, so I can bring you all there. A master teacher called out as he led the way. After coming to a decision, the crowd walked out of the sea-gazing pavilion and headed straight for Zhang Xian's residence. Seeing the crowd leaving furiously, Luo Xian, who had followed along, couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone knew that Kongshir's letter was in Zhang Xian's hands. How could it be fair for them to interrogate him? Regardless of whether Zhang Xian admitted to it or not, there was no way he could keep this treasure. In Zhang Xian's residence, a beautiful figure walked in. It was the princess of the Alliance, Zhao Feiwu. Your Highness, our young master isn't back yet. Upon seeing her, Sun Chang hurriedly walked up with a bitter smile. Ever since the young master left, Princess Zhao had been coming by once every 2 to 3 days. She was already treating this residence as her own residence. I know, I'm just here to take a look. Hearing that the young master wasn't back yet, Zhao Feiwu's expression dimmed slightly. Your Highness, rest assured. The moment the young master returns, I'll send someone to inform you. Knowing that this princess might be interested in his young master, Sun Chang hurriedly said. All right. Nodding her head, Zhao Feiwu was just about to speak when another person walked in from outside the residence. It was the garden owner of the Southern Herb Garden, Shui Yao. This garden owner was known for her eccentric personality. She didn't even pay much attention to the Alliance head residence, so why was she here all of a sudden? Perplexed, Zhao Feiwu asked, May I know the reason why garden owner Shui is here? Xianxia, you have saved the Earth Vein Spirit Vine and saved all of the medicinal herbs. I have come here to express my gratitude to you, garden owner Shui hurriedly said. After the past few days of recuperation, the new spirit had already fused with the Earth Vein Spirit Vine, and the withered medicinal herbs had regained their vitality. At this moment, she was certain that Xianxia's means were effective, so she decided to pay a visit personally to express her gratitude. Even though she had given him quite a number of spirit herbs as compensation, it was still insignificant compared to the medicinal herbs in the garden. In order to prepare for the master-teacher tournament, Xianxia has gone out to cultivate, and he hasn't returned yet. Sun Chang explained. Before Zhang Xian left, he didn't mention that he was heading to the Yinyang Lake. Instead, he instructed everyone to go out to cultivate so that they could avoid a lot of trouble. Cultivate? Garden owner Shui was taken aback. Alright, I'll pay Xianxia a visit once he returns. Since Xianxia wasn't around, there was no need for her to stay. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a powerful aura pressing down on her. A group of people appeared outside the residence. Is Xianxia here? Sect leader Luo Huang of the Flowing Cloud sect, sect leader Bai Kaiji of the White Sun sect, sect leader Huang Qi of the Cascading Sand sect, 14 sect leaders and His Majesty of the Empire have arrived. Ask him to come out immediately. A clear shout soared into the sky. Not many people knew that Zhang Xian had left the Myriad Kingdom City. These powers didn't view the rising master teacher as a threat, so they didn't pay too much attention to him. As such, they didn't know that he wasn't in the residence. 14 sect masters and His Majesty? What are they doing? Xianxia is a master teacher of our Myriad Kingdom City. Why are you looking for him? His voice echoed in all directions, and the guards and soldiers who heard it were all stunned. Xianxia was a master teacher participating in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance tournament. Why would these people come looking for him? Sun Chang, Zhao Feiwu, and garden owner Shui glanced at one another, feeling that something was amiss. Even if they wanted to look for Xianxia, they would have to come one by one. There was no way that it would be that simple to deal with 14 of them at once. Everyone, our young master isn't in the residence. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Chang took a step forward and stood before the crowd. He isn't in the residence? I think he must be hiding somewhere. Get him to come out, or else don't blame us for sending men to search for him. An elder waved his hands grandly. The implications of Kongshi's handwritten letter were too great. What if that fellow were to learn of it and escape? Search? Sun Chang frowned. Our young master is a 4-star master teacher representing the League of Nations in the Master Teacher Tournament, and his residence is under the protection of Mingshi Tang. May I ask if he has violated his duties as a master teacher, or has he done something that is detrimental to the reputation of the Master Teacher Pavilion for you to mobilize such a large force to search his residence? Besides, even if he is to be searched, it should be Mingshi Tang of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. What rights do you have? Do you have a search warrant? As a competent butler, he was well aware of the authority of a master teacher. As a 4-star master teacher, Xianxia was a respected figure. Without Mingshi Tang's warrant, who would have the right to search his residence? Even though we don't have a search warrant, given that so many master teachers of a higher rank than him are here, as a junior, a 4-star primary master teacher, he should come out to welcome them. That's right. Get him out to welcome us. Is he going to violate the etiquette of a master teacher? The 2 middle-aged men bellowed. They had come all the way here just to ask about Kongshi's handwritten letter. If that fellow were to continue hiding, how could they interrogate him? Welcome him? Hearing the arrogant words of the other party, Sun Chang felt rage surging up his face. His face darkened, audacious. What? Zhao Feiwu and garden owner Shui's body swayed. The audacious one seems to be you. These are the heads of the various sects, experts, and half 5-star master teachers who have come to the Master Teacher Tournament. You, a mere transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator, how dare you berate them? Our young master is the direct disciple of Master Teacher Xianxia. A bunch of trash who haven't even reached 5-star yet. What are you doing here? Sun Chang waved his hands haughtily. What are you waiting for? Scram. The old master, Xianxia, was a 6-star master teacher. As his butler, he had to display the bearing and pride of a master teacher of that level. For a bunch of trash who hadn't even reached 5-star to ask the young master to welcome them, who gave them the guts to do so? Sect leader Luo Huang and the others were stunned. They stared at one another with their mouths agape. They thought that after revealing their identity, Xianxia would surely piss his pants in fear and rush out to welcome them. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to be blocked by the butler at the entrance. Even saying that they were audacious and asking them to scram, the heck, did they hear wrongly? What did you say? Say it again? Sect leader Luo Huang's eyebrows shot up. He was the sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle expert. To be chased out by a small fry from nowhere, he felt as though his lungs were going to explode. What did I say? Are you deaf? Master teacher. Pooey. How did you manage to get into the sect with such poor hearing? Sun Chang waved his hands grandly. All right, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Since you didn't hear me clearly, I'll say it once more. This butler is asking you to scram. Don't cause trouble here. You're courting death. Seeing his teacher being humiliated, Luo Xian's face turned green. His body swayed, and he raised his hand to slap Sun Chang. Boom, a massive palm print descended from the sky, and a violent aura swept up the dust on the ground. Chiao, but before the palm could land on Sun Chang, a shrill cry echoed in the sky. Before Luo Xian could react, a massive shadow fell from the sky. Due to the incredible speed, a shrill cry sounded in the air, threatening to pierce one's ears. The heck, Luo Xian's face warped in horror, and before he could even exclaim in shock, he was already pinned to the ground by a massive butt. His body was twisted to such an extent that it looked as though it would snap at any moment, and a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. Demon Sink Beast, back then, before Xianxia left, he had instructed this fellow to protect everyone. Thus, upon seeing that Luo Xian was going to make a move on Sun Chang, how could it possibly hesitate? Thus, it immediately descended from the sky. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, it was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough at any moment. Its strength was significantly higher than Luo Xian's, and on top of that, it possessed incredible speed and an invincible defense. Before the latter could even react, he nearly died. At this moment, Luo Xian was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The most popular genius in this master-teacher tournament, an existence on the verge of achieving a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm, was nearly killed by a spirit beast. Just the thought of it left him frenzied. "Beast, how dare you!" Sect leader Luo Huang bellowed furiously. He was the sect leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, the strongest expert in the 28 regions. Yet, his student was actually pinned to the ground and nearly killed. Infuriated, he prepared to make a move. Why? As a half 5-star master teacher, you are going to make a move on an ordinary person? May I ask, what have I done wrong? What has Xianxia done wrong? Sun Chong stepped forward. As master teachers, they wouldn't make a move on ordinary people as long as they didn't commit any grave mistakes. All he did was stop the other party from entering. If this fellow were to really make a move on him, he would be the one to embarrass himself. Even though he was confident that the other party wouldn't lower himself to such an extent, he still felt uneasy. Upon being questioned, sect leader Luo Huang's palm abruptly halted. The other party was just a servant. To kill him for offending him was simply too ungentlemanly. I'll say it once more. The young master isn't in the residence. Regardless of whether you are here to acknowledge him as your teacher or to do something else, please leave. Seeing that the other party didn't make a move, Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief and harumphed. Acknowledge him as my teacher? Hearing those words, the crowd felt lightheaded once more. Acknowledge your head. Have you ever seen a person coming to acknowledge a teacher with killing intent? Besides, this Zhang Xian was only a 4-star primary master teacher. What right did he have for them, who were experts from the 27 powers, to acknowledge him as their teacher? Sect leader Luo, what do we do now? Seeing the awkward situation, an elder walked over. With so many top-notch experts from the various powers, they couldn't possibly barge into the other party's residence to wreak havoc and even torture his servants. If they were to do so, even if the headquarters were to investigate this matter, they wouldn't be able to face anyone. But, if they didn't do so, how could they determine whether Xianxia was around or not? Let's return first. Sect leader Luo Huang's face darkened and he waved his hands. Return? Everyone was taken aback. Were they really going to end up like this? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? What else can we do? Sect leader Luo Huang harumphed. Actually, he was feeling a little troubled as well. From the looks of it, Zhang Xian wasn't around. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not appear even after causing such a huge commotion. Since the person he was looking for wasn't around, he couldn't afford to argue with a mere butler. More importantly, this butler was a little idiotic. When others heard that they had so many experts, they would be scared speechless. Yet, this fellow didn't think much of them at all. It was hard to tell whether this fellow had a big heart or he had some sort of backing. He was afraid that he might just die from anger if this continued. Let's return first and send someone to keep an eye on this residence. The moment Zhang Xian returns, report it to me immediately and we'll arrest him. After a moment of hesitation, sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands. Rather than continuing to embarrass himself here, he might as well leave first. Yes. Even though the crowd was indignant, they didn't have any better ideas. If this matter were to blow up, Mingshi Tang of Myriad Kingdom Alliance would surely make a move. Perhaps, before Zhang Xian could arrive, the headquarters would arrive first, and that would put them in a disadvantageous position. Voila, they left as quickly as they came. Seeing that they had all left, Sun Chong's legs caved in, and he fell to the ground. As the butler of master teacher Yang Xian, he couldn't allow himself to lose face. However, his cultivation was only a transcendent mortal one Dan. Facing so many experts, he still felt immense pressure. Aren't you afraid of death? Recalling the danger from before, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but step forward. Even her father wouldn't dare to order so many consonant spirit realm experts to scram. Where in the world did this plump butler get his confidence from? After a long while, Sun Chong finally recovered from his shock, stood up, and shook his head. Of course I'm afraid. If you're afraid, then why did you? Even garden owner Shui was perplexed. Not only was he afraid, he still dared to say such words. If sect leader Luo Huang had really made a move, he would have been pummeled to death before he could even retaliate. Even if Xianxia were to return and seek justice for him, what use would it be? He would already be dead. I am indebted to the old master. He allowed me to rise from a Jinqi realm cultivator to where I am today, earning the respect and trust of countless people. As long as I am the butler, I have the right and responsibility to protect the old master's dignity, even if I have to die. Sun Chang's eyes were filled with determination. If not for the old master, he would still be a small merchant in a trading firm. How could he possibly have met so many master teachers? How could he possibly have a status that even the princess of the League of Nations wouldn't dare to look down on? The old master had given him a second life. As a butler, if he couldn't even uphold the old master's dignity, it would be a dereliction of his duty. This was his conviction, and it was also his determination. This was precisely the reason why he was able to stand at the forefront fearlessly in times of danger. It was fine if his cultivation was lacking, but he mustn't lose his dignity as the butler of a high-ranked master teacher. This. Zhao Feiwu was filled with admiration. This fatty looked a little wretched and unreliable. Who would have thought that he would have something that he was determined to believe in? Moreover, it seemed that the people around Xianxia were all weirder than the last, but they were able to unite together without any reservations. There was no conflict or scheming. Perhaps, this was the so-called charisma. The old master you speak of, are you referring to Xianxia? Where is he? Zhang Xian thought as he turned his gaze back to Zhang Xian. She had long heard of Xianxia as well. He was Xianxia's teacher, but she had never met him before. Master has always been elusive. I don't know where he is either. Speaking of Yang Xian, Sun Chang was filled with admiration. I wonder where he is? Zhao Feiwu was perplexed. Then, isn't Xianxia participating in the master-teacher tournament? This was the first time his disciple was participating in a competition between so many great teachers. Could it be that the teacher wouldn't appear? This? I don't know either, but they should come. Sun Chang was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. So many people had come to look for Xianxia all of a sudden, and it was clear that they harbored malicious intentions. If Xianxia didn't appear, he might really be unable to hold on. But, old master, where are you? Achoo, Zhang Xian rubbed his nose. Naturally, he didn't know that Ding Hong had already arrived at Myriad Kingdom City, and that he had even beguiled the strongest experts of the 14 powers to come to his residence to look for him. At this moment, he was standing on the back of an aerial spirit beast. Looking at the buildings below, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. After half a month of flight, he had finally arrived at Myriad Kingdom City. I'm finally back. The Soulrouse grass is almost ready. I should be able to forge the Soulrouse incense tonight and wake Lu Chong up. As the Soulrouse grass couldn't be kept in his storage ring, he didn't bring it along. Now that he had been away for nearly 50 days, under Wang Ying's care, it should have matured by now, and he should be able to forge the Soulrouse incense. With this, Lu Chong should be able to come back to life, and he would be able to resolve a huge worry in his heart. Boom, not too far away, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation could be felt, and a powerful aura could be felt. He has achieved a breakthrough? Turning his head over, Ruo Huan Gongzi opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were clear, and his aura was reminiscent of a ferocious dragon and a ferocious tiger. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. Under Zhang Xian's guidance and the aid of a middle-tier spirit stone, he managed to reach Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle within half a month. Thank you, Xianxia, for your guidance. Standing up, Ruo Huan Gongzi could feel that he had grown much stronger than before, and he clasped his fist in gratitude. If not for the other party, he might still be at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan primary stage. It's my pleasure. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. After fusing a surge of his Jinqi with the other party's turbid Jinqi had become pure, allowing him to break through several small realms easily. If he couldn't even do this, he wouldn't be qualified to be called a genius. Xianxia, your cultivation. Pavilion Master Kong asked. Seeing Ruo Huan Gongzi's improvement over the past few days, Pavilion Master Kong was delighted, but at the same time, he was perplexed. Since Xianxia was able to improve so quickly by offering pointers to others, why didn't he do the same for himself? At the moment, he was still at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle. With his current strength, he would surely be at a disadvantage in the Master Teacher tournament. Don't worry, I'll try my best to reach Yin Yang Realm Pinnacle and even clarifying Turbidity Realm before the tournament. Knowing what Pavilion Master Kong was worried about, Xianxia waved his hands casually. He required middle-tier spirit stones to achieve a breakthrough, but he didn't have any at the moment. It would be too difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough just by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Since that was the case, he might as well go to the capital and earn some spirit stones first. Hearing Xianxia's promise, Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Lowering his head, he said, "We're at your residence." I'll be taking my leave here. Don't look for me for the time being. I'll appear during the Master Teacher tournament. Arriving at the entrance of his residence, Xianxia turned around and instructed. He was intending to head out to gather some middle-tier spirit stones for the next few days, and he would probably appear as Xianxia. Given that he wasn't around often, and these 4-star Master Teachers were familiar with him, it would be easy for him to expose himself if they were to look for him. All right. Thinking that Xianxia was intending to go into seclusion to cultivate, Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head and had the spirit beast descend. After which, Xianxia leaped off the back of the spirit beast and bade farewell to Pavilion Master Kong and the others. As soon as he returned to the residence, he saw Sun Chang rushing up to him. Young Master. Noticing that there was something amiss with the other party's expression, Xianxia asked, "Did anything happen while I was away?" "The fleeting cloud sect and 14 other powers came to look for you." Sun Chang recounted the matter to Xianxia. "Why are they looking for me?" Xianxia frowned. He had never met these people before, and he didn't even know them. What were they up to? "The next time they come, inform me in advance." Just as Xianxia was thinking about how he could scam some spirit stones from these people, they actually came first. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yes. Seeing that the young master wasn't nervous at all, Sun Chang heaved a sigh of relief. Turning to Xianxia, he asked, "Young master, may I know where the old master is at the moment and when he will be coming?" "Teacher?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Teacher has informed me, and he might be coming in the next few days." "Alright, I have something to discuss with Wang Ying." "Where is she?" Xianxia waved his hands casually. He had to appear as Xianxia in the next few days, so he had to take precautions. "She's still looking after the Soulrouse grass." "Young master. Are you intending to save young master Luchong?" Recalling something, Sun Chang's eyes lit up. As the butler, he knew that Wang Ying was looking after the Soulrouse grass. Since the young master was looking for her as soon as he returned, it was likely that he was intending to save Luchong. Xianxia nodded his head. Saving Luchong involves his soul, so it requires absolute silence. No one is to disturb him. Sun Chang nodded his head. After which, he turned to look at Xianxia doubtfully. "Right, young master, didn't Xiaojia leave with you? Why isn't she back yet?" "Xiaoya and Xianxia left together, so why was he alone this time around?" "She went somewhere else, and she won't be back anytime soon." Xianxia waved his hands casually. Without explaining anything, he walked toward the room where the Soulrouse grass was grown. "Teacher." Upon entering the room where the Soulrouse grass was grown, Wang Ying walked up to him. Xianxia nodded his head and looked at the Soulrouse grass at the center of the room. Swaying along with the wind, it had already grown to the height of half a human, and it emanated an intoxicating aura. It felt as though one's soul would be drawn into it with just a glance. The Soulrouse grass harnessed soul energy, causing one to feel intoxicated. "It has been hard on you for the past few days. Go and rest first." Seeing that the Soulrouse grass was able to grow so vigorously without the slightest damage, Wang Ying's contribution was undeniable. Upon hearing Xianxia's compliment, Wang Ying's face reddened, and he turned around to leave. Begin. After such a long time, the Soulrouse grass finally matured. With a thought, Xianxia drew his soul out from his body. Grabbing the Soulrouse grass lightly, he drove his Xinqi and began to assimilate it. In the past, Xianxia would have had to make all kinds of preparations and means to assimilate the soul-rouse grass. However, after being cleansed by the yin and yang energies, his soul had grown stronger and more corporeal. Even without relying on other means, he was able to assimilate the soul-rouse grass easily. Soon, the entire soul-rouse grass transformed into a flowing pool of liquid. With a flick of Xianxia's finger, the liquid slowly fused together to form a concentrated fragrance. Soul-rouse incense, upon igniting it, it could awaken a dormant soul and allow it to gather. Based on Imo Huanxing's introduction, in order to awaken Lu Chong, I have to ignite a portion of my soul and fuse it with it. In order to enhance the might of the soul-rouse incense, one had to drive one's soul energy, and the soul energy had to be fused with the incense beforehand before it could be released. Split. With a grim expression, Xianxia separated a small portion of his soul from his body. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's face paled. Even though his soul cultivation had reached transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle, it was still a little too much for him to forcefully separate a portion of his soul. However, as long as he could save Lu Chong, the sacrifice was worth it. The separated portion of his soul swiftly fused with the incense, and not too long later, a long incense appeared before Xianxia. Soul-rouse incense, done. Great, let's begin. Seeing that the incense was successfully forged, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Returning his soul to his body, he walked up to Lu Chong. Placing the incense on Lu Chong's glabella, Xianxia lit it up. A melodious voice sounded from the smoke of the soul-rouse incense. It was as though a god was dancing, singing an intoxicating song. Staring at the smoke, one could vaguely see a figure dressed in a long robe dancing a unique dance, summoning one's soul. Return of the soul. Go to the east, why do you care so much? Leave the joy of the king, and leave the other side inauspicious. Return of the soul. Can't the east be a little more? Grow 1,000 feet tall, but the soul is a little more. Rise on the 10th day, flowing gold nightmare stone a little more. The voice sounded from Lu Chong's soul, and it slowly seeped into Lu Chong's glabella, nourishing his dormant soul. Whether I can wake him up or not depends on this step. Hearing the melodious voice of the soul-rouse incense growing louder and louder, Xianxia took a deep breath. With a jolt of his mind, his soul left his body and morphed into a shadow before charging into Lu Chong's mind. Following which, a vast ocean appeared before his eyes. Why is it so huge? Upon seeing the ocean of consciousness before him, Xianxia was taken aback. The ocean of consciousness before him was reminiscent of a real ocean, and it felt deep and profound. Even with his transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle soul, he couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. The consciousness of an ordinary cultivator was usually only the size of a pond. Even he found Lu Chong's appearance inconceivable. Where's Lu Chong's soul? Astonished, Xianxia hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Those who had fallen into a deep slumber usually had their souls hidden in a corner of their consciousness, preventing them from waking up. With the help of the soul-rouse incense, Xianxia should be able to wake Lu Chong up. Traveling along the vast sea of consciousness, Xianxia flew for a moment, and as expected, he saw a massive figure lying in the midst of the mist. It felt as though a massive mountain was lying before him. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was unconscious. Isn't this a little too huge? Xianxia blinked his eyes in astonishment. Not only was Lu Chong's consciousness huge, even his soul was so majestic as well. In fact, it was even stronger than his transcendent mortal four-dan soul. How could this be? One must know that when he fell into a deep slumber, he was only at Xianxia realm. How could he possibly possess such a powerful soul? Could it be acquired soul physique? A name popped up in Xianxia's mind. There were innate soul constitutions in the world that, upon awakening them, would allow one's cultivation to surge exponentially. Naturally, there was also an extremely formidable soul oracle technique, the acquired soul oracle physique. As such, not even master teachers were able to discern the difference between the two of them. It was a change that would only appear after undergoing some kind of special transformation. It was just like how some people would fall and become yin-yang eyes, allowing them to see ghosts and gods. There were also some people who were struck in the head and thus awakened the memories of their previous lives. They memorized the entire scripture and gained special abilities that were unknown to others. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the case for Lu Chong. He used to be an ordinary person, but after the upheaval in his clan, his temperament had changed. Then, in order to save him, he fell into a coma. The two special experiences had caused his soul to undergo a metamorphosis. If that's really the case, with such a massive soul, once it wakes up, it should be able to surpass even my current cultivation. His eyes lit up. He thought that it would take years for Lu Chong to recover from his injuries. Who could have thought that he would encounter such a fortuitous encounter? However, if Xianxia didn't understand soul oracle techniques, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now, as long as he was awake, he could impart the heavens path soul art to him, and his cultivation would surely soar. Lu Chong, I am Xianxia. Hurry up and wake up. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked up to the massive figure and called out softly. While Xianxia was saving Lu Chong, sect leader Luo Huang and the others received news that Xianxia had returned to the residence. Since he's back, we should go and question him. Indeed, Congshi's handwritten letter is something that a mere 4-star master teacher like him has. What right does he have to possess it? If he were to hand it over obediently, we'll have to interrogate him on the spot to find out the origin of the handwritten letter. If he were to violate the ethics of a teacher, he would have to be punished. Voices sounded one after another. Congshi's handwritten letter was a treasure that no master teacher could reject. As the head of a power, no matter how soft-hearted he was in the past, as time passed, he would eventually become incomparably resolute. That was because he wasn't backed by a single person but a huge group of people. If sacrificing Xianxia could bring about the rise of their power, they were willing to take the risk. Everyone, calm down. That butler doesn't fear us in the slightest. In fact, he even looks down on us. Don't you suspect anything? Sect leader Luo Huang interrupted the agitation of the crowd and looked at them calmly. The agitation of the crowd subsided. They had gone to look for Xianxia with such authority, only to be chased away by a mere butler. They were all infuriated by this matter. However, they were curious as well. Was that fellow not afraid of death, or did he have some sort of backing? That fellow must be relying on the Mingshi Tang from Myriad Kingdom City, right? He doesn't know that the matter regarding Congshi's handwritten letter has been leaked, so naturally, he would be so confident. However, if he were to learn of it, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing anymore. I think that he's relying on the demon sink beast. That fellow is indeed powerful, being able to match even a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm primary stage cultivator. With such a powerful tamed beast in Myriad Kingdom City, if he doesn't have the slightest bit of confidence, he wouldn't be fit to be the butler of a master teacher. Discussions broke out. Even though the overall strength of the Mingshi Tang from Myriad Kingdom City couldn't match up to them, it still had the authority of the host. Even though the crowd had charged over aggressively, they were bound by the rules of the master teacher, so they didn't dare to go too far. It was probably because the butler had seen through this that he dared to act so arrogantly. Hearing the words of the crowd, sect leader Luo Huang shook his head and said, "It seems that everyone doesn't know much about Xianxia. I've been looking into it for the past few days." These sect leaders had always been wary of Fleeting Cloud sect, Cascading Sand sect, and Frigid Gale sect. They didn't think much of the League of Nations, so they had never paid any attention to Xianxia. As such, they didn't know much about the other party. It was just like how a human wouldn't care about the thoughts of an ant. If they needed anything, they could just ask for it. They had never considered the possibility that the participant from the League of Nations wasn't as weak as they thought. Oh? Seeing the grim expression on sect leader Luo Huang's face, everyone turned to look at him. It said that Xianxia isn't even 20 yet, and he has only just passed the 2-star master teacher examination 2 months ago. His rate of improvement is truly astounding. Sect leader Luo Huang said slowly, "Of course, this isn't important. It's possible that he has been concealing his strength from the start so as to shock the masses." There were many master teachers who had never passed the 2-star master teacher examination before, but they were able to advance to 4-star or even higher. As such, it wasn't too shocking for a 2-star master teacher to reach 4-star. What's more important is that to be able to allow such a young person to become a 4-star master teacher and even defeat Pavilion Master Kang's direct disciple, Junruo Huan. Don't you think that there's something amiss about his background? Sect leader Luo Huang revealed his thoughts. This. Everyone fell into deep thought. Previously, they didn't think much of Xianxia. They thought that a mere 4-star primary master teacher would obediently hand over the item without any hesitation. A 4-star primary master teacher might possess some standing in Myriad Kingdom City, but to their sex and powers, he was nothing at all. Now that they thought of it, there was indeed something amiss. The resources of Myriad Kingdom City were lacking, and there weren't any half 5-star master teachers or consonant spirit realm experts. As such, there weren't any long-distance tutelage jade tokens. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to groom a 4-star master teacher. Under such circumstances, it was indeed extraordinary for a 4-star master teacher to reach such a level under 20. Based on the news I've received, Xianxia's teacher is Xianxia, a half 5-star master teacher. Without beating around the bush, sect leader Luo Huang scanned the surroundings and reported the news that he had just received. Based on what he knew, Xianxia had only appeared a few times, and most of his appearances were in low-tier kingdoms. Those who knew the news were limited by their eye of discernment, so they weren't able to accurately gauge the other party's cultivation. Based on the strength Xianxia displayed at the start, he was only at the level of a 3-star or 4-star master teacher. Given his strength, it was impossible for him to nurture a genius like Xianxia. And the basis for his judgment was that Su Shi and Ling Shi had paid a visit to him before leaving respectfully. For a 4-star master teacher to treat Xianxia with such respect, it was likely that the other party was a half 5-star master teacher as well. That was the limit of a half 5-star master teacher. If he was any stronger, he would have left a small place like the League of Nations to head to a higher empire. Furthermore, for an expert of that level to leave Mingshi Tang and head to a low-tier kingdom, he would surely report it. It was impossible for there to be no news at all. More importantly, those who had come into contact with Xianxia didn't notice that he was capable of spirit-gathering words and lotus words. Since he was unable to do so, it meant that he hadn't reached 5-star primary stage yet. Half 5-star? If he's on par with us, there's nothing to fear. Indeed, so what if he possesses such strength? Conchure's handwritten letter is of utmost importance. Even a 5-star master teacher wouldn't hesitate to ask about it, needless to say, a half 5-star master teacher. As a half 5-star master teacher, not only did he not hand it over, he even kept it for himself. If he were to report this matter to the headquarters, he would be in deep trouble. They were still wondering how powerful Xianxia would be, but upon hearing that he was on par with them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Sect leader Luo Huang, what do you think? One of the elders asked. Based on my sources, that Xianxia doesn't seem to be in Myriad Kingdom City. However, in order to avoid trouble, I think that we should head there directly and obtain the handwritten letter before deciding on the distribution of the spoils. Before that, it would be best for us to remain united. Otherwise, I fear that all of our efforts will be for naught. Sect leader Luo Huang said grimly. Regardless of whether they were going to cook or stir-fry it, they had to capture the wild goose first. The wild goose was still flying in the sky, and it was too early for them to discuss such matters. Conchure's handwritten letter would still end up in the hands of all of them. At the very least, they would have to wait until they saw the real thing first. Otherwise, even if they weren't afraid of a half 5-star master teacher, they would still be able to stand on equal footing with them. If they were to face a half 5-star master teacher head-on, they wouldn't dare to go too far. Sect leader Luo, rest assured. We aren't 3-year-old kids, so we understand the rules. A treasure of Conchure's caliber isn't something that a single power can take for themselves. We know that as well. Let's obtain the treasure from Xianxia first. Everything else is just empty talk. Everyone nodded. As an overlord of a region, even if they didn't say anything, they understood the importance of such matters. Thus, they nodded in agreement. Since everyone is in agreement, I'll start assigning the tasks. Seeing that everyone had agreed, sect leader Luo Huang nodded. When we arrive, I hope that sect leader Hu and sect leader Bai will be able to suppress the demon sink beast so that it won't retaliate. The rest of you, follow me. We'll capture Xianxia first and retrieve Conchure's handwritten notes before deciding what to do next. Otherwise, if we delay any further, it will be too late for him to move the object. All right. Everyone nodded. Since they were going to make a move, they had to do it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, no one could guarantee what would happen. Let's go. After setting the rules, sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands and the group headed straight for Xianxia's residence. In the spacious courtyard, Sun Chang frowned. Even though the young master wasn't worried about those people, he was still worried. Previously, they were so aggressive, and it was clear that they were up to no good. Previously, when the young master wasn't around, he could still avoid them. However, now that they were back, it would be difficult for him to stop them once more. Where's Xianxia? Garden owner Shui walked up. Xianxia had done her a huge favor, saving her herb garden from disaster. Knowing that those people were here to cause trouble, he volunteered to stay behind and guard the courtyard for the past few days. The young master is currently treating young master Lu Chong, so we can't disturb him for the time being. Sun Chang nodded. Oh. Hearing that they couldn't disturb him, garden owner Shui shook her head. Then, she looked at Xianxia worriedly and said, since Xianxia isn't around, those people haven't made a move either. I fear that they might be unable to hold themselves back after learning that you're back. That's right. Sun Chang sighed. If only Master was here. These demons and monsters are nothing to be afraid of. Xianxia. How many stars is he? Seeing how confident Xianxian was in the old master, garden owner Shui couldn't help but ask. I don't know either, but there's nothing that he can't solve. Previously, I heard from Sushir and Lingshir that he seems to be at least a 6-star master teacher. Sun Chang said. At least a 6-star master teacher? Garden owner Shui narrowed her eyes. The minimum cultivation requirement for a 6-star master teacher was Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. If he was at least a 6-star master teacher, didn't that mean that his cultivation had surpassed that level? Indeed. Even though I haven't known the old master for long, there's nothing that he can't solve. Take your soul for example, as long as the old master is willing to help, he'll be able to treat it easily. Sun Chang said confidently. He had seen the old master's means with his own eyes. Being able to see through the root of the problem with a single glance, no matter how difficult the problem was, it was nothing to him. Over the past few days, garden owner Shui had heard of the matter regarding her soul being damaged. Thus, he remarked. My soul can be treated? Garden owner Shui's face reddened, and her breathing hastened. Her soul had been damaged for so long, and there was no way to treat it. She even went as far as to consume the spirit of medicinal herbs in an attempt to heal it. But in the end, she still failed. If it was really possible to heal her soul, she was willing to do anything. She was willing to pay any price. However, you shouldn't harbor too much hope. Given the old master's standing, he won't make a move easily. Sun Chang shook his head. You're right. Garden owner Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. Who was this Xianxia? There was a good chance that he was a 6-star master teacher or above. If she wanted such a person to make a move, she would have to pay an immeasurable price. At the very least, it would be difficult for her to take out a treasure of that caliber. Don't think too much about it. We don't even know where the old master is. If he's here, I can plead on your behalf. Even though the old master holds a high position in the empire, he is an amiable person. Sighing deeply, Sun Chang was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt a powerful aura gushing toward them. In an instant, the entire courtyard was sealed within. Xianxia, Fleeting Cloud Sex Luo Huang, White Helio Sex by Kaiji, Cascading Sand Sex Huang Qi. 14 sect leaders and the emperor of the empire are here. Hong Long, a resounding voice sounded. Following which, dozens of figures appeared in the courtyard. Every single one of them wielded immense strength, and they carried a strength reminiscent of a raging river. Sect leader Luo Huang and the others. We're here, Walala. Upon hearing the voice, Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the others rushed out of their rooms as well, and they stared at the crowd warily. Our young master is currently in seclusion, so it's inconvenient for him to meet guests. Please return. Gritting his teeth, Sun Chang stepped forward. Seclusion? I think He must have done something against his teacher's ethics, so he doesn't dare to meet anyone. A middle-aged man harumphed coldly as he stepped forward. A formless pressure gushed forth, and Sun Chang immediately felt as though a mountain had appeared before him. Given his strength, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move it at all. Consonant spirit realm expert, such strength was sufficient to exert pressure on one's soul. Putting aside him, even Pavilion Master Kong wouldn't be a match for the other party. Xianxia is an upright and righteous person. How could he have done something against his teacher's ethics? I hope that you won't spout nonsense. Seeing how the other party was trying to frame her, garden owner Shui frowned and stepped forward to block him. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Frowning, the middle-aged man raised his palm and struck. This is bad. Not expecting the other party to be so forceful, making a move without a single word, garden owner Shui narrowed her eyes and hurriedly raised her hands to face the other party. Boom! Before garden owner Shui could even react, she felt a stifling sensation in her chest. A powerful surge of energy was rushing straight for her chest. Pooh, spurting fresh blood, she was sent flying more than a dozen meters away. Even though she was one of the strongest experts in Myriad Kingdom City, she was still far from matching up to the other party. There was an entire realm between Consonant Spirit Realm and Clarifying Turbidity Realm. Roar! The demon sink beast guarding the courtyard roared furiously as it charged forward. Beast, how dare you act so viciously? Harumphing coldly, sect leader Bai stepped forward together with the middle-aged man and clenched his fist. Voila, a fishing net formed from Xianxia immediately appeared in the sky, and it flew straight for the demon sink beast's head. Roar! Trapped by the fishing net, the demon sink beast roared furiously. It tried to struggle free, but to no avail. This Xianxia net was as tough as steel. Even with its strength, it was unable to break free from it. The demon sink beast was an invincible spirit beast in the League of Nations. However, compared to the heads of these sects, be it in terms of treasures or value, it paled in comparison. Not to mention, the two of them were making a move at the same time. What are you all up to? Seeing how decisively these people were, injuring garden owner Shui and sealing the demon sink beast in just a few breaths, Sun Chang's face darkened, and his heart sank. We're finally home. Let's do a 2-in-1 first. There will be more updates tonight. Tonight, Xianxia will make a grand entrance. Hee. My recent recommendation votes aren't working so well. Do you still have any? Also, at 8:30 p.m. tonight, I'll be posting the photos of Zhao Feiwu on my official account. Feel free to take a look. Search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and add me as your follower. Previously, the other party was still fearful of him, and they were forced to back down with just a few words from him. However, from the looks of it now, they no longer cared about him. What in the world could have happened for them to disregard even the young master's identity as a 4-star master teacher? What are you doing? Stop feigning ignorance. Sect leader Luo Huang sneered coldly. Where's Xianxia? Get him to come out right now, or else don't blame us for getting nasty. Indeed. Even though Mingshi Tang has a rule that forbids us from making a move on ordinary people, given our standing, crippling a butler and a few students. Even if the headquarters were to investigate this matter, they wouldn't say anything. Sect leader Bai's eyebrows shot up in disdain. Master teachers weren't the kind bunch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have destroyed the Soul Oracle occupation without batting an eyelid and even chased the otherworldly demonic tribe out of the master teacher continent. Just these two factors alone were enough to prove that they had been through a lot of bloodshed. If these people refused to cooperate, crippling them or even killing them wouldn't be a big deal. As master teachers, they had certain privileges. It was just that their reputation would be affected a little. The young master is currently in seclusion, and we mustn't disturb him. If you really wish to look for him, come back tomorrow. Knowing that the other party was speaking the truth, Sun Chang still gritted his teeth. The young master had instructed him not to disturb the other party. Unless he were to die before the other party, he mustn't barge in before the other party. Since you're courting death, don't blame us. Not expecting this fellow to be so stubborn, sect leader Bai's eyebrows shot up, and he flicked his finger. Pung, a surge of sword chi flew towards Sun Chang, and before he could even react, he was struck in the chest. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and he was severely injured. Even the demon sink beast and Shui Yao were unable to withstand it, so how could he possibly withstand it? If not for the consideration of his identity, he would have been dead by now. Damn it! The eyes of Xingyang and the others reddened in fury. Roaring furiously, they charged forward. However, they hadn't even reached half transcension yet, so how could they possibly withstand the other party's might? With just a few flicks of sect leader Bai's finger, they were already lying on the ground. Only when they realized that they were unable to harm the other party in the slightest despite using their full strength did they realize how insignificant they were. All along, under the protection of their teacher, they had been able to cultivate without any worries. But now, they realized that without their teacher, they were nothing at all. In the face of true danger, there was nothing he could do other than hold them back. Our patience is limited. Ask him to come out quickly, and we can spare your lives. With his hands behind his back, sect leader Luo Huang's eyes flashed like lightning. I told you that the young master is in seclusion, and no one is to disturb him. Sun Chang struggled to stand up, while Xingyang and the others stood in front of him. Even though he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand it, he wouldn't back down. Xianxia was their young master, their teacher, and their lives. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to step over their corpses. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see if he can still hide after killing a few people. Seeing how these ant-like fellows dared to disregard his authority and try to resist, sect leader Luo Huang's face darkened and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Aren't you hiding and refusing to come out? Fine, let's see if you can still endure it after I kill a few people today. Putting his index and middle fingers together, a surge of sword chi shot out. Just as sect leader Luo Huang was about to slash down on the crowd, two figures suddenly rushed over. The one in the lead was an old man who exuded a powerful aura, and anxiety could be seen on his face. Sect leader Luo, what do you mean by this? Before the old man could even arrive, a bellow reverberated across the entire courtyard. Xianxia is a master teacher of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance. You came to his residence and injured his subordinates and students. Are you declaring war on the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? His voice was filled with rage, as though a sharp blade. Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Mingshi Tang Pavilion Master, Kong Gon, the middle-aged man behind him had a dignified look on his face. With a single look, it was clear that he had been in a high position for a long time. Alliance head Zhao of the League of Nations, Zhao Feiwu's father. Given how huge the matter was, it was impossible to hide it from them. Just that, neither of them could have imagined that sect leader Luo would send so many experts to find trouble with a 4-star master teacher who had just passed the examination. The two of them could be said to be completely unrelated to one another. Even though Zhang Xian had performed outstandingly in the selection round, he was still only at the level of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. There was no need for so many experts to come together to deal with him. Declare war? Seeing Pavilion Master Kong arrive, sect leader Luo Huang chuckled lightly. Retracting the sword chi on his fingertip, he placed his hands behind his back and said, Pavilion Master Kong, you're overthinking things. The reason why we're here is because we've received an unfair complaint, and we're here to deal with the scum of the master teachers. This has nothing to do with your Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Deal with scum? What do you mean by that? Narrowing his eyes, Pavilion Master Kong frowned deeply. Sun Chang and the others were confused as well. These fellows came to look for Xianxia as soon as they arrived, and yet, to deal with scum. What scum? It's simple. Someone told us that Xianxia stole the treasure that belonged to him, killed his kin, and destroyed his kingdom as well. Sect leader Luo Huang raised his eyebrows. As master teachers, how dare you wreak havoc on a power without seeking Mingshi Tang's permission? Why, do we, as half 5-star master teachers, not have the right to question you? This, Pavilion Master Kong was bewildered by the situation. He had been busy preparing for the master teacher tournament, so there were many things that he wasn't aware of. Besides, the matter regarding Xianyuan Kingdom had been suppressed by Zhao Feiwu, so no one dared to leak it. On the other hand, Luo Qianhong and the others felt humiliated that they hadn't reported the matter to the higher-ups yet. Even he wasn't too sure what was going on. Stole his treasures? This matter isn't as simple as it seems. Alliance head Zhao had heard a little about it from his daughter, but he wasn't too sure about the details. It's not as simple as it seems? I have a witness here, so I can point out the matter personally. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands, and a single-armed elder walked out from the crowd. Ding Hong, upon learning that Xianxia lived in this residence, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. My grandson, Ding Mu, was killed by this Xianxia, and my Shanyuan kingdom was forcefully taken over by him. In fact, even this arm of mine was severed by him. Due to this, I was forced to live like a stray dog, unable to return to my country, unable to return to my home. Roaring furiously, Ding Hong continued, the reason why he acted so viciously is because of a single treasure. Kongshi's handwritten letter. Kongshi's handwritten letter? Pavilion Master Kang's eyebrows twitched. Even though he had no idea what it was, as long as it was related to Kongshi, it was incomparably valuable. Indeed. Because of a single Kongshi's handwritten letter, he destroyed my entire clan. Is this the doing of a master teacher? Ding Hong roared. His words were extremely misleading. Those who didn't know the truth would think that Zhang Xian was the culprit behind Kongshi's handwritten letter. Actually, his words weren't wrong. It was indeed because of a single handwritten letter that Ding Hong ended up in such a state. You. Nonsense, it was your grandson who forcefully snatched it. Hearing the other party distort the truth, Xingyang was so furious that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. He bellowed furiously. Audacious! Do you think that an insignificant figure like you can interrupt our conversation? Before Xingyang could finish his words, sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands grandly. Who? A surge of energy gushed toward Xingyang, Sun Chang, and the others, sealing their mouths. No matter how they tried to speak, they were unable to do so. What are you doing? Pavilion Master Kang's face darkened. It's nothing much. I just don't want to hear other people's words when I'm explaining things. Sect leader Luo Huang glanced at Pavilion Master Kang impassively. Why? Did Pavilion Master Kang not hear what I said earlier? As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, you should be able to tell whether this Emperor Ding Hong is lying or not. Master teachers had the ability to discern the truth from one's expression. This was especially so for a 4-star master teacher whose cultivation didn't exceed that of a 4-star pinnacle master teacher. It was impossible for one to lie without being noticed. This was precisely the reason why everyone present believed Ding Hong's words without a doubt after hearing about the matter regarding Kongshi's handwritten letter. They could easily tell that this fellow wasn't lying at all on this matter. This, Pavilion Master Kang was unable to refute Ding Hong's words. Even though the one-armed Emperor Ding Hong spoke fiercely. He had paid close attention to the other party's words, and his rage came from the bottom of his heart. There was no way he was faking it. Xianxia killed his grandson and destroyed his kingdom, because he wanted to snatch Kongshi's handwritten letter. After all, he had known Xianxia for quite some time now, and he had some understanding of Xianxia's character. To be able to casually give a middle-tier spirit stone to Ruo Huan Gongzi, it was clear that the other party wasn't a greedy person. But the implications of obtaining Kongshi's handwritten letter were simply too great. There was no master teacher who could reject it. Could it be that it was because of this? Zhang Xian disregarded the etiquette of a master teacher and plundered the other party's handwritten letter, even going to the extent of killing and destroying a kingdom. Furthermore, when we, half 5-star master teachers, paid a visit to him in the usual manner, not only did he refuse to come out, he even had his subordinates insult us. Just this point alone is enough to prove that he has no respect for his teachers. Thus, we can strip him of his master teacher rank and hand him over to the disciplinary hall. Seeing the doubt in Pavilion Master Kang's eyes, sect leader Luo Huang stepped forward and declared. His tone carried the sole interference of a consonant spirit realm expert, making it hard for one to believe that he was speaking the truth. This matter isn't that simple. It's best for us to investigate it thoroughly first. Pavilion Master Kang still couldn't believe that Xianxia would do such a thing. Investigate it thoroughly? Is there a need for that? As long as you get him out and check if he has Kongshi's handwritten letter on him, won't everything be clear? Sect leader Luo Huang flung his sleeves. This, Pavilion Master Kang was speechless. If Xianxia really had Kongshi's handwritten letter on him, there was no way he could explain this matter. Alright, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand Xianxia over. Are you going to let us waste our time here? Frowning, sect leader Luo Huang was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura soaring into the clouds. Following which, a cold and emotionless voice echoed in the air. To think that you would use such a dignified reason to snatch him in public. The master teachers of the Miryu Empire have truly opened my eyes. Following which, a figure walked through the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. Flying? A saint? Sect leader Luo Huang and the others narrowed their eyes. The third chapter has arrived. Adding a chapter for the 32nd Alliance head of this book, father of the lecherous emperor, and requesting for a monthly vote. 3 chapters, more than 8,000 words, 1 vote, you are worth it, hee hee. Only transcendent mortal 8 Dan ethereal treading realm cultivators would be able to tread upon the air and float in the air. However, they would only be able to remain in the air for a short period of time, and there was a limit to their height as well. Thus, it couldn't be considered as flight. To truly be able to fly, one would have to be at least a half-saint. Beyond Fighter 9 Dan was transcendent mortal. Beyond transcendent mortal 9 Dan was half-saint. But even half-saint cultivators were only able to traverse through the air, unable to move freely. The person before them was walking on air, using the air as a flight of stairs, as though a deity floating in the sky. With just a single look, one would feel fear rising from the depths of one's heart. More importantly, the aura he emanated felt as though endless waves, exerting immense pressure on one's soul. Subconsciously, one couldn't help but submit to him, unable to raise their head. This wasn't just a pressure on one's aura, one's soul was subdued as well. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on one's head, leaving one unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. To possess such strength, most likely. He had already surpassed half-saint and reached nascent saint or even saint, even the Miryu Empire didn't have an expert of such caliber. Why would one appear here, furthermore? From the looks of it, he was speaking up for Xianxia. Sect leader Luo Huang and the others felt their hearts turning cold. Their faces paled in fright, and the arrogance from before vanished without a trace. They thought that this Xianxia was just an insignificant figure from a remote place. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would turn into a ferocious beast who could tear them apart with ease? Old Master. While the crowd was trembling in fear, Sun Chang's eyes reddened. Who else could the person emanating such a powerful aura be other than the Old Master, Xianxia? He thought that he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, but who could have thought that the Old Master would appear, not to mention, he carried with him a powerful aura. That is Xianxia? Upon seeing the middle-aged man in the air, the severely injured Shui Yao's heart jolted, and her face flushed in agitation. It was no wonder why Sun Chang was so confident. It turned out that Xianxia was actually that powerful. With such strength, as well as being a 6-star master teacher, he might really be able to resolve her soul problem and heal her. Su Fan and Ling Hingyu pay respect to Xianxia. The courtyard was completely silent. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared. They were Su Shi and Ling Shi. Even though they had received the news at the same time as Pavilion Master Kong, their speed was slower than the latter's. As soon as they arrived, they saw Xianxia standing in midair, emanating a powerful aura. Their hearts jolted in shock, and they clasped their fists respectfully, not daring to utter a single word. Back then, when he saw the eye of insight in the other party's eyes, he could already tell that the other party was a 6-star master teacher. However, he didn't think that the other party would be so fearsome. It made people unable to even think of resisting. Senior, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Calming himself down, sect leader Luo Huang clasped his fist. However, halfway through his words, he suddenly felt a powerful aura crushing down on his soul, threatening to tear him apart. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated 7 to 8 steps. In just a moment, he knew that his soul had been severely injured. The soul was different from the physical body. The latter could be healed with the nourishment of Xinqi by consuming pills, but the soul required a long period of time before it could be healed. Given the severity of the injury, it would probably take at least 100 years for it to fully recover. On the other hand, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to live another 100 years. To be able to suppress him with just his soul, causing him to spurt blood and be unable to advance his cultivation for the rest of his life. Could this be the strength of a saint? Sect leader Luo Huang's face paled, and his body trembled. After entering sect leader Luo Huang in a single move, the middle-aged man in the air glanced at the crowd coldly. I, Xianxia, am a recluse who stands aloof from worldly affairs. I don't take the initiative to provoke others, and I can't be bothered with the matters of my juniors. Why? Do you think that I'm a pushover because of my good temper? Yet, you dare to provoke me. Who gave you the guts to do so? His voice was emotionless, but it carried an irresistible pressure. It was as if anyone dared to resist would be crushed on the spot. We dare not. Sect leader Luo Huang and the others hurriedly clasped their fists in fear. Their eyebrows were twitching uncontrollably, and they were on the verge of tears. Could this be Xianxia's teacher, who said that he was just a half 5-star master teacher? Even a 6-star master teacher couldn't possibly be that powerful, dare not. I think that you are quite daring. Xianxia flung his sleeves furiously. Since you've already come knocking on my door, are you going to kill my butler and my few disciples if I don't show myself? The crowd shuddered. To be honest, they did have such thoughts. But, if they had known that Xianxia's teacher was so fearsome, they wouldn't have dared to come here. We didn't know that they were elders' descendants. We apologize for our offense, sect leader Luo Huang gritted his teeth. You didn't know? Didn't you come here with a domineering aura? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Yes. Ding Hong came to find us and said that his family's heirloom had been snatched away by Xianxia. Sect leader Luo Huang hurriedly explained. At this moment, he had already cursed Ding Hong countless times in his heart. If not for the fact that this fellow had mentioned Congshi's handwritten letter, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. If they hadn't provoked Xianxia, how could they have met with this fellow before them? You're talking about Congshi's handwritten letter, right? It's with me. Why, do you want it? Xianxia glanced at sect leader Luo Huang. We dare not, sect leader Luo Huang's body trembled. Congshi's handwritten letter was a valuable item, but one had to be able to withstand it first. Snatching it from this fellow? You must be joking. Congshi's handwritten letter belongs to my disciple, Chu Chong. In order to steal it, Ding Hong's grandson, Ding Mu, injured him, causing him to fall into a coma. My disciple, Xianxia, killed him and destroyed Xianyuan Kingdom. In order to abide by the rules, he trespassed into the Mingshi Tang Kingdom and passed all of the tests. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Why, are you saying that he didn't abide by the rules? Under normal circumstances, master teachers weren't allowed to destroy countries as they pleased. However, Xianxia had abided by the rules and trespassed into the Mingshi Tang Kingdom. Even if the headquarters were to investigate this matter, they wouldn't be held responsible. Sect leader Luo Huang was stumped. After all, he was an outsider. Even Pavilion Master Kong wasn't aware of this matter, so how could he possibly know? However, given that the other party was a saint, the fact that he had explained the matter meant that it was true. As a master teacher, you have no sense of propriety. For the sake of a treasure, you dared to lay your hands on fellow master teachers of the same occupation, disregarding the weak and your honor. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia glared at sect leader Luo Huang coldly. I sentence you, guilty. Sect leader Luo Huang's body stiffened. Sect leader Bai, for laying your hands on my butler and spirit beast, as well as disrespecting the authority of a high-rank master teacher, guilty. Xianxia continued. Sect leader Bai's body swayed. He was the one who had made the most move previously, and he was the one who had injured Sun Cheng and the others. Even if he wanted to refute the other party's words, he couldn't. One had to look at the owner before beating a dog. No matter how weak the fatty lying on the ground was, he was still a subordinate of a saint. Wouldn't slapping him be equivalent to slapping the face of a saint and disrespecting the authority of a high-rank master teacher? All of you were beguiled without any analysis or judgment. For your own selfish desires, you chose to go on a rampage, guilty. Looking at the crowd, Xianxia declared. Everyone's lips turned pale. To be judged guilty by a person suspected to be a saint, there was no way for them to make a comeback. After determining everyone's guilt, Xianxia turned to garden owner Shui, who was lying on the ground. You aren't bad. At the crucial moment, you chose to disregard your authority and focus on repaying your debt. I saw that your soul was damaged previously, and you're unable to achieve a breakthrough. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, I can help you resolve the issue. I can acknowledge you as my teacher? Garden owner Shui's face reddened. How could she possibly hesitate? She immediately kneeled on the ground and said, I am Shui Yao, and I am willing to come under Yangshi's tutelage. I dare not disobey your orders. Yangxian nodded. Stretching out his finger, he tapped lightly on the air. Garden owner Shui immediately felt a will gushing into her mind. It was the cultivation technique for recovering one's soul. Over the years, she had been researching how to recover one's soul, so she had a deep understanding of the soul. Even though she couldn't match up to the soul oracles, she was still significantly stronger than ordinary clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle cultivators. As such, with just a look, she could tell that not only would the cultivation technique heal the internal injuries on her soul be healed, it could even help her to reach consonant spirit realm. Thank you, Yangshi. Agitated, she kowtowed to the ground once more. Could this be soul importation? Seeing how Yangxian casually imparted a cultivation technique to her, sect leader Luo Huang and the others trembled in fear. Soul impartation meant that one's control over one's soul had reached an extremely high level. Other than the legendary soul oracles, one had to be at least a 7-star master teacher in order to achieve such a feat. The person before them was able to fly freely, and the aura he exuded was reminiscent of a dragon. Without a doubt, he wasn't a soul oracle. In other words, there was a high chance that he was a 7-star master teacher. A master teacher of this level could be considered as an expert even among saints. They thought that the other party might be able to make an exception if they were to talk nicely to a 6-star master teacher. However, a 7-star master teacher. This was beyond their imagination. Zhangxian's teacher was actually that powerful? Demon Sink Beast, you're loyal to your master. Not bad. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Yangxian turned to the Demon Sink Beast and nodded. Stretching out his finger, he flicked it lightly, and a surge of Xianxia immediately flowed into the other party's body. Hong Long, in the next instant, the Demon Sink Beast, who was trapped at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle, suddenly let out a sharp howl. Not only did its strength surge swiftly, its soul underwent a transformation as well. It didn't take long for him to stabilize his strength, and it felt as if he was on par with sect leader Luo Huang and the others. Transcendent Mortal 5-Dan. Consonant Spirit Realm. After receiving a surge of Yangshi's Xianxia, the Demon Sink Beast, who had been trapped at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle for innumerable years, suddenly achieved a breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm. This fellow possessed the dragon bloodline, granting it unparalleled strength and defense. Back when it was still at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle, it was already able to fight evenly with a Consonant Spirit Realm primary stage cultivator. Now that it had achieved a breakthrough, even a Consonant Spirit Realm intermediate stage or advanced stage cultivator would find it difficult to defeat it. To achieve a breakthrough just by receiving a surge of Xianxia, how pure is that Xianxia? Could it be that he's an 8-star master teacher? Sect leader Luo Huang, who was already in despair, suddenly felt even more despair. Legend had it that 8-star master teachers would be summoned by the headquarters and given a chance to purify their Xianxia once more. As such, the Xianxia of 8-star master teachers was exceptionally pure, reaching the level of top-tier Xianxia. Infusing Xianxia of this level into the body of a spirit beast would allow it to undergo bloodline evolution and achieve a breakthrough. This Yangsher was able to induce a breakthrough in the Demon Sink Beast with a surge of Xianxia, allowing it to reach the first bottleneck of Transcendent Mortal Realm, Consonant Spirit Realm. This wasn't something that a 7-star master teacher could achieve. Most likely, he was already an 8-star master teacher. That was a figure that even conferred empires didn't have. He was an existence that could cause the collapse of the Miryu Empire with just a stomp of his feet. All of the sect leaders who had rushed forward to snatch Kongshir's letter also realized this fact. Their faces twitched, and they burst into tears. What the heck was this? They thought that Zhangxian was a rookie whom they could bully as they pleased. Never in their dreams did they expect that his teacher would actually be an 8-star master teacher. even if a 5-star or 6-star master teacher were to come here, they would have to kneel before him. While these people were shocked beyond words, not too far away from the residence, an elder's lips were trembling in fear, and he didn't dare to step forward. Hongshi, Hong Qian, was a 5-star master teacher from Hongfeng Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire. He had been invited here to preside over the master teacher tournament. He had been resting in the residence when he learned of the matter, so he hurriedly rushed over to advise against it. Never in his dreams did he expect to see such a sight. 8-star master teachers. Even in the entire master teacher continent, there were only a handful of them. Every single one of them was a formidable figure who had dominated the world. Why would they come to such a remote place? I have to report this to the headquarters as soon as possible. With a thought, a palm-sized jade token appeared in his hand. Reaching out, he finished writing the message, and with a flash of light, the words disappeared. A low-tier kingdom required a massive communication wall, but 5-star master teachers already possessed a communication jade token. Through this, they were able to contact the headquarters. Even if they were tens of millions of li away, they would be able to reach the headquarters in an instant. It wasn't that he wanted to reveal the news, but an 8-star master teacher was simply too shocking. Even as a 5-star master teacher, he didn't dare to conceal the news. Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, Mingshi Tang Empire. Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan, 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher. At this moment, he was in the midst of a lecture, and spiritual energy was gathering around him. All of a sudden, he frowned. Flicking his wrist, he took out a jade token. A master teacher who is suspected to be above 6-star. Xianxia? Pavilion Master Mo frowned. Even though Hong Qian felt that Xianxia was likely to be a 7-star or even an 8-star master teacher, given his current strength, he wasn't able to deduce anything. Thus, he could only report that the other party was above 6-star. He didn't write down his judgment, but he did write down everything that he had seen. Soaring through the air, imparting a cultivation technique through one's soul, and allowing a spirit beast to achieve a breakthrough with a surge of Xinqi? After reading through the report, Pavilion Master Mo's face turned livid. Based on the two descriptions, there was a good chance that the other party was an 8-star master teacher. But, why would such a high-ranked master teacher appear in the Alliance of Nations, which was only comparable to an unranked empire? Mo Chen, bring the master teacher booklet over. Pavilion Master Mo turned to a middle-aged man behind him. His student, 5-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, Mo Chen. Yes. Mo Chen turned around and left. Not too long later, she returned with a jade booklet. The Master Teacher booklet recorded the names of countless master teachers across the entire continent. It was a secret of the entire Mingshi Tang Empire, and only the Pavilion Master was qualified to view it. Furthermore, there was a unique formation in the booklet that prevented even those with exceptional memory from forgetting the contents. This was to protect the secrets of the master teachers from outsiders. Casually flipping through the booklet, Pavilion Master Mo soon finished browsing through the entire booklet. All of the master teachers above 6-star are recorded in the booklet, but there is no one named Xianxia. Pavilion Master Mo frowned. If what the other party said was true, this Xianxia was definitely much stronger than him. Even if he wasn't an 8-star master teacher, he was at least a 7-star master teacher. But there was no record of such a name in the master teacher booklet. Either the name Xianxia isn't his, or he hasn't taken the Mingshi Tang Empire's higher master teacher examination. The master teacher booklet only recorded the names of those who had taken the master teacher examination. If the other party had used a fake name, naturally, it wouldn't be able to find it. The other possibility was that he hadn't taken the Mingshi Tang Empire's master teacher examination at all. There were many master teachers who preferred to cultivate by themselves. Even though they had reached a high rank, they had never taken the master teacher examination. Sometimes, even though the emblem they carried was a 5-star or 6-star master teacher, their actual strength had already reached 7-star or 8-star. Perhaps, this Xianxia was such an expert. Regardless of the situation, I should head over to take a look. Frowning, Pavilion Master Mo stood up. Regardless of which the other party was, given how powerful the other party was, it was worth paying a visit to him personally. Mo Chen, bring the Langius Saint Beast over. I'll be heading out for a long trip. Flinging his sleeves, Pavilion Master Mo kept the master teacher booklet before instructing. The Langius Saint Beast was his tamed beast. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it could fly several million kilometers a day. The League of Nations was simply too far away from them. Even if he could fly, it was impossible for him to outrun the Langius Saint Beast. Teacher, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? Soon, the Langius Saint Beast was brought over, and Master Teacher Emochin couldn't help but ask. I'm heading to the League of Nations. Since you wish to tag along, why don't you tag along? After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Mo nodded. This student of his was just a step away from becoming a 6-star master teacher. Since he wanted to head over, he might as well bring him along. Perhaps he could offer him some pointers along the way, and perhaps he might be able to break through his bottleneck and become a 6-star master teacher. Both of them had storage rings, so there wasn't much for them to prepare. Leaping onto the back of the Langius Saint Beast, they determined the direction and flew off in the direction of the League of Nations. Knowing that it was impossible for a 6-star pinnacle master teacher from Han Yuan Empire to escape, sect leader Luo Huang clenched his jaws tightly. Elder, we plead guilty. Please punish us. Since the other party had declared them guilty, they should just plead guilty. It would depend on how they were going to punish them. It's fine as long as you plead guilty. Everyone present, hand over 20 middle-tier spirit stones, and you can leave. Sect leader Luo and sect leader Bai, you insulted my butler and injured my descendant. I can't be bothered to do anything about it. You can just commit suicide. Xianxia's voice was as calm as an ancient well. Commit suicide? Sect leader Luo Huang and sect leader Bai Kaiji's eyebrows shot up. They thought that the so-called punishment would just be a lecture or even severe injury. Since they had offended such a formidable master teacher, they didn't dare to refute the other party's words. But, if they were to commit suicide, there would be nothing left of them. You want me to commit suicide? Dream on. Even if I, Bai Kaiji, am weak, I won't commit suicide. Since you aren't willing to make a move yourself out of consideration for your standing, I'll be taking my leave then. Roaring furiously, sect leader Bai Kaiji abruptly stood up and dashed out of the residence. His thoughts were simple. You are a high-rank master teacher, so you can't possibly make a move on us. Since that's the case, even if I can't defeat you, I should be able to hide from you. As long as you don't make a move, I'll be able to leave this place freely. Do you think that you can find me? Sneering coldly, Bai Kaiji dashed forward. Utilizing the most formidable movement technique of the White Helios sect and his transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm advanced stage cultivation, he moved as swiftly as a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the residence. This? Sect leader Luo Huang and the others didn't expect sect leader Bai to turn around and flee. They were stunned. To flee from the sight of an 8-star master teacher. He sure was gutsy, but then again, this was indeed the best solution. If he didn't flee, he would surely die here. Since that was the case, he might as well flee, as the other party was an 8-star master teacher. He couldn't possibly disregard his standing and make a move on him. Just as they were feeling impressed by sect leader Bai's decisiveness, their vision blurred. Hong Long, an incomparably powerful might descended from the sky, and before the fleeing sect leader Bai could react, he was smashed into a meat patty. A huge crater with a diameter of 10 meters appeared on the ground. Following which, a calm voice sounded. I only said that I couldn't be bothered to make a move. Who said that I wouldn't make a move on you? This. How powerful. Hearing this voice and seeing the huge pit in front of them, everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. They couldn't say a word. Even though sect leader Bai wasn't the strongest among them, he wasn't the weakest either. This was especially so in terms of speed. Even sect leader Luo Huang would have to travel several hundred kilometers to catch up to him, but despite his incredible speed, he was killed in less than half a breath. Especially so for Xianxia, who didn't move at all. Not only did he kill sect leader Bai, he even created such a massive crater in the ground. Looking at the might of this move, not to mention sect leader Bai, even if all of them were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Powerful, unimaginable, fearsome, everyone couldn't stop trembling in fear from the bottom of their hearts. When they heard Xianxia speak politely, they had relaxed a little. Only at this moment did they realize that. Even though they were half five-star master teachers, in the eyes of the other party, they were nothing more than ants, putting aside a half five-star master teacher, even if he were to destroy the entire Miryu Empire, Mingshi Tang headquarters wouldn't say a word. Rules were meant for the weak, true experts only believed in their fists. As long as they possessed strength, no one would be able to do anything to them. Rules and regulations were all bullshit. Take this 8-star master teacher for example. It was one thing for him to listen to his words, but if he didn't, he would be killed on the spot. Who would dare to refute him? Mingshi Tang couldn't possibly judge an 8-star master teacher for an ant who wasn't even a 5-star master teacher. Besides, this ant had already violated the rules by disobeying the words of a high-ranked master teacher. The dignity of a master teacher couldn't be sullied. Every word of an 8-star master teacher was like an imperial edict. If they ordered you to die, you had to die. Yet, you actually dared to escape. Putting aside killing you, even if you were to be exterminated. If news of this were to spread, no one would feel the slightest bit of sympathy for you. If master teachers didn't even have this bit of authority and standing, how could they possibly impart their knowledge to the world? Is that a battle technique or an artifact? Pavilion Master Kong, Alliance Head Zhao, and the others also shuddered. Staring at the massive crater and sect leader Bai, their lips twitched. The speed at which Xianxia had made his move was simply too fast. Even with their eye of discernment, they were unable to see how the other party had made his move. Vaguely, Xianxia could vaguely see a golden book materializing in the air and smashing right towards Xianxia. However, he was unable to tell whether it was a golden book or not. After all, he had seen people using swords, spears, and even the more unorthodox ones, such as meteor hammers, 9-section whips, and crocodile shears. But he had never heard of anyone using a book as a weapon. This thing. No matter how thick it was only as thick as a brick. Furthermore, it was extremely soft. Against the powerful physical body of a transcendent mortal, it was completely ineffective. How could it possibly kill someone, if it was really a book, to be able to crush a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert to death on the spot, not even allowing him to retaliate at all, and to create so many deep pits in the ground? Just how powerful must the book be? No matter which one it was not something that low-level fellows like them could easily figure out. Everyone was shocked to see Xianxia killing sect leader Bai in a single move. Only Wang Ying's body trembled slightly. She had a weak personality, and she didn't stand out among the many disciples. However, she was extremely observant, and she was never careless in her actions. This was also the reason why she was able to stand out despite her lack of talent. This was because she had a deeper understanding of the cultivation technique that Xianxia had imparted to her. In the eyes of Xingyang, Sun Cheng, and the others, Xianxia had also executed this move back then. As the teacher of their teacher, it wasn't surprising for Xianxia to be able to execute it as well. But she could clearly see that this move was exactly the same as when Xianxia executed it back then, just that it was much faster. That day, Lu Cheng sacrificed his life to save her teacher, and in a fit of rage, Xianxia tossed out a golden book and smashed the latter into meat paste. Then, he killed Lin Long as well. The method that he used was identical to the one before her. Even if it was an inheritance between a teacher and a student, the method that each person executed was different, and it was impossible to replicate it. It was just like how it was impossible for the students of a chef to cook the same dish, but the taste of the dish was different. Given how powerful Xianxia was, there was only one possibility for it to be identical to Xianxia's. And that was that the both of them were the same person. Wang Ying couldn't help but turn to look at Xianxia, and with just a single glance, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. The Xianxia in the sky was completely different from Xianxia, and their clothes were also different. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to tell anything, but she could clearly see that there was a faint gray mark on Xianxia's lower jaw. Back then, in the Soul Oracle tomb, when Mo Hunshin grabbed Xianxia by the neck, there was a gray mark on it. Even though it had been 2 months since then, and the gray mark had already faded to the point that it was almost indiscernible, it could still be seen clearly. Just a while ago, when she met Xianxia, she also saw. And the mark on Xianxia was exactly the same as the one on Xianxia's lower jaw. Both Xianxia and Xianxia had the same mark, and for them to execute the same method to kill the enemy. Furthermore, it seemed that when Xianxia appeared, Xianxia hadn't appeared at all. In other words, the two of them had never appeared at the same time. Could it be that Xianxia was Xianxia? It wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen. Back then, Xianxia had impersonated Luxia, and none of them had been able to tell the difference. Wang Ying's heart jolted in shock, and her body swayed weakly. No one noticed the trembling of a mere disciple. Even if they did, they would have thought that it was due to Xianxia's incredible means. At this moment, everyone's faces were drained of all color, and they didn't dare to utter a single word. I was blinded by greed. After hearing Kongshir's handwritten letter, I lost the sense of propriety that a master teacher should have. Even if I die today, I deserve it. Looking at sect leader Bai, whose corpse was nowhere to be found, sect leader Luo Huang's eyes were filled with despair. Since Xianxia could make a move on sect leader Bai, he could easily make a move on him as well. Rather than being killed by the other party, he might as well commit suicide. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head and said with a determined gaze, I hope that Xianxia won't make things difficult for my fleeting cloud sect and my student after I commit suicide. After all, they are innocent. It wasn't a big deal for him to die alone. As long as the fleeting cloud sect remained standing, its foundation wouldn't be shaken. What he was afraid of was that the other party might destroy the fleeting cloud sect. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. Teacher. Hearing that his teacher was pleading for them despite his imminent death, Luo Xian panicked. Back then, he was severely injured by the demon sink beast, and after a few days of recuperation, he had recovered from his injuries. Thus, he had followed along as well. He didn't expect to witness such a shocking sight, and on top of that, he had personally witnessed a person who could possibly be an 8-star master teacher. There's no need to say any more. After my death, let Elder Wang inherit the position of the sect leader. Knowing that he was doomed, sect leader Luo Huang remained calm. He waved his hands and passed down his final instructions. Teacher. Seeing that the other party was on the verge of committing suicide, Luo Huang gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Xianxia, since we can leave after paying the spirit stones, can our fleeting cloud sect pay 100 middle-tier spirit stones? In exchange for teacher's life? What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing his disciple say such words, sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. The other party was an 8-star master teacher. The reason why he spoke up previously was to spare the lives of the world and to spare Mingshi Tang's life. Do you really think that a powerful expert like him would be interested in a few middle-tier spirit stones? Putting aside middle-tier spirit stones, even high-tier or pinnacle spirit stones might not be enough to tempt him. You want to use spirit stones to exchange for my life. How is that possible? The words of an 8-star master teacher were absolute. Even if a 7-star master teacher were to plead on his behalf, it would still be futile. To use some useless spirit stones. If this matter could be settled that easily, sect leader Bai wouldn't have risked his life and ended up being reduced to meat paste. Just as he was about to dissuade his student from acting childishly at this crucial moment, the figure in the sky said calmly, 150 middle-tier spirit stones, and I can spare his life. What? Sect leader Luo Huang's body swayed. He thought that he had heard wrongly. My life is only worth 150 middle-tier spirit stones. Middle-tier spirit stones might be valuable, but given the fleeting cloud sect's background, it was still within their means to fork it out. After all, as the champion of the master teacher tournament so many times, just the reward itself was already a fearsome sum. On top of that, half 5-star master teacher long-range tutelage jade tokens were worth a fortune as well. Middle-tier spirit stones might be valuable, but compared to his life, it was far from enough. But was the exchange done just like that? Why? You don't have it? If you don't have it, just kill yourself. Just as he was in disbelief, Xianxia's displeased voice sounded in the sky. Yes, yes. Only at this moment did he confirm that it was true. How could he dare to hesitate any longer? With a flick of his wrist, a pile of middle-tier spirit stones appeared before the crowd. The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged like a majestic ocean. 150 middle-tier spirit stones, not a single one more, not a single one less. In the sky, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the middle-tier spirit stones flew into his storage ring before turning to Luo Huang. There's no need for you to kill yourself now. Hand over the spirit stones of the others and scram. Yes. Gathering the crowd of Fleeting Cloud sect leader Luo Huang handed over the quota of 20 middle-tier spirit stones each before rushing out. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of killing them, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he glanced at the massive pit not too far away, and a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Cough cough, sect leader Bai's death was too unjust. If only he knew that spirit stones could be used to buy his life, he would have never fled. Now, he was reduced to meat paste on the spot, and he wouldn't even know how he died. For a sect leader to be worth 150 middle-tier spirit stones, that was even lower than a consonant spirit realm spirit beast. What in the world was this? However, from this, it could be seen that Xianxia truly didn't care about their lives. That's right, what does it matter to him whether an ant-like person lives or dies? It was just like how he didn't care about the life and death of a one-star master teacher. Inform all of our disciples to not offend Xianxia, his students, or even anyone in Myriad Kingdom City. After leaving the area, sect leader Luo Huang heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to his disciple, Luo Xian, and said, Xianxia, not only can we not afford to offend him, even the Miryu Empire and Hongyuan Empire can't afford to offend him. Putting aside his identity, just based on his cultivation. Within the borders of a conferred empire. Invincible. Adding an update for the 33rd Alliance leader of this book, JC Go. End of the 5th volume, Invincible. From the very start, this volume had been planned out. In order to put on a show, there were more than 150 chapters, which amounted to close to 500,000 words. It was fortunate that he didn't deviate from the main outline, and he was extremely satisfied with it. The title of this volume was, I Am Invincible in the Unhindered Alliance, Suppressing 20 Countries Single-Handedly. In other words, from today onward, the name of Xianxia would resound throughout the empire, and Zhang Xian would have an even more incredible standing. No one would dare to find trouble with him anymore. Alright, the first volume is over, and the next one is about to begin. Tomorrow, the 6th volume, Are You a Teacher? Will begin the prologue for everyone. In this volume, our Zhang Xian will leap out of the novice village known as the League of Nations and enter an even more majestic empire, unleashing even greater prowess. At the same time, I implore my fans on my official WeChat account to search for Sweeping the World and follow me. Also, I will announce 2 chat groups, Ordinary Chat Group, 4341655507, and VIP Chat Group, 2997354404. Once you pass the verification, you will be able to enter the VIP chat group. Lastly, I implore you for 2 monthly tickets. If everything goes as expected, tomorrow will still be the 3rd chapter. Laowa has been so diligent recently, shouldn't I commend him? Hee. Invincible in a conferred empire? Luo Xian's body stiffened. The faces of the Fleeting Cloud sect disciples also warped in shock. The Fleeting Cloud sect was similar to the League of Nations, an unranked empire. Above them was the Tier 2 Miryu Empire, followed by the Tier 1 Hanyuan Empire, and finally, the Conferred Empire. In other words, this Xianxia had surpassed them by an entire 3 Tier 1 empires. They weren't even on the same level as him. It was no wonder why he didn't care about their lives and didn't care about the rules at all. An expert of this level did have the qualifications to disregard the rules. Teacher, that Kongshir's letter. After recovering from his shock, Luo Xian asked. They were here to snatch Kongshir's letter, but given how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for them to obtain it. What should they do next? Keep the matter regarding Kongshir's handwritten letter to yourself, and don't reveal it to anyone else. Even if a master teacher of Xianxia's level possesses Kongshir's legacy and is a descendant of Kongshir, I will still believe it. It's best not to get involved in the affairs of high-ranked master teachers. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Sect leader Luo Huang instructed with a grim expression. One must know one's limits. If this Xianxian was only a half 5-star master teacher or even a 5-star master teacher, even if they couldn't obtain the letter, they would surely spread news of it. However, the other party was likely to be an 8-star master teacher, and that was a terrifying thought. If an expert of his caliber dared to speak recklessly, even without him making a move, the master teacher pavilion would find a way to silence him. Those who had reached this level of strength were all top-notch figures in the Mingshi Tang sect. Unless one was tired of living, it would be unwise to gossip about such a person. Yes. The crowd hurriedly nodded their heads. Subordinates shouldn't speak of their superiors, and subordinates shouldn't gossip about their emperors. Ordinary people should have the self-awareness of an ordinary person. Speaking of the emperor casually was a breach of etiquette, and they wouldn't feel wronged even if they were executed. Also, from today onwards, don't interact with those from the White Helios sect. This sect is finished. Sect leader Luo Huang instructed once more. The White Helios sect was a superpower that was on par with the Fleeting Cloud sect. In fact, the White Helios sect had the potential to replace the Fleeting Cloud sect as the overlord of the surrounding 28 powers. However, it was a pity that it offended Xianxia, and its sect leader was killed in a single blow. Even if Xianxia didn't make a fuss over it, the other sects would surely keep a respectful distance from it. In fact, they might even try to take advantage of the situation. It wouldn't be long before the other sects swallowed it up and disappeared in the annals of history. This was the influence of a high-tier master teacher. Every move he made could cause a chain reaction. In fact, even if Xianxia didn't have to make a move, all he had to do was say, "Destroy the Fleeting Cloud sect," and the other powers would surely rush forward to slaughter them. It was precisely for this reason that he was willing to commit suicide in order to preserve his sect. As long as Xianxia agreed to it, the other sects wouldn't dare to make a move on them due to Yangshir's promise. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to openly defying Xianxia. If that wasn't courting death, what else could it be? The same thing happened to the other sections. Yangshir's appearance had given them too much pressure. Putting aside the fact that they didn't dare to talk about a suspected 8-star master teacher, even the Miryu Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire would definitely issue a gag order. Silence fell upon the courtyard once more. In the end, the several dozen experts from the 14 powers who came to cause trouble had to pay 20 middle-tier spirit stones each before leaving dejectedly. Xianxia. Looking at the expert in the air, Pavilion Master Kong, Sushir, and the others bowed respectfully. Not bad. I'll head to your branch to conduct a lesson when I'm free. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Thank you, Xianxia. Hearing this promise, Pavilion Master Kong and the others were overjoyed. This was a suspected 8-star master teacher. A single lesson from him would definitely be more effective than a year of hard work. All right, you can leave now. After promising them, Xianxia waved his hands casually. Yes. Nodding their heads, Pavilion Master Kong, Alliance Head Zhao, and the others were just about to leave when Xianxia suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Release the seals on them first before leaving." Previously, Xingyang, Sun Chang, and the others had tried to explain, but sect leader Luo Huang had sealed them with his Xinqi. Thus, they were unable to speak a single word. Not expecting the formidable Xianxia to ask them to solve such a simple problem, Pavilion Master Kong and the others were taken aback for a moment. Then, they stepped forward and released the seals on the few of them. At the same time, they took out recovery pills and fed them. After everything was done, they clasped their fists and said, "We'll be taking our leave." Xianxia nodded his head. Tilting his head slightly upward, he glanced at the sky, as if recalling something. Then, placing his hands behind his back, he walked into the distance. Expert, this is a true expert. Looking at the other party's disposition and means of leaving through the air, Pavilion Master Kong and Alliance Head Zhao were filled with admiration once more. What was an expert? This was the expert. What was an expert? This was the expert. Despite being a high-tier master teacher, he had always kept a low profile. Even when the other party tried to bully him, all he had to do was pay a few spirit stones and leave, concealing his accomplishments and fame. Other than admiration and shock, they couldn't think of any other words to describe it. After sending the other party off, they were just about to raise their heads when they suddenly heard the sound of something falling. Pudong. Aya. It sounded as if someone had fallen from the sky. They hurriedly turned their gazes forward, but Xianxia had already disappeared. There wasn't a single trace of him in sight. Did Xianxia fall from the sky? The few of them stared at one another and blinked their eyes. Hearing someone fall from the sky, it couldn't be Xianxia, could it? However, as soon as this thought popped into their heads, they immediately shook their heads. You must be joking. Xianxia was a powerful existence suspected to be an 8-star master teacher. He could fly for an entire day without rest, so how could he possibly fall from the sky? It must be that his speed was too fast, causing him to disappear before their eyes. Understanding this, they didn't dare to think too much into it. Thus, they turned around and left. I didn't expect the old master to be so formidable. Grand Teacher is so powerful. After the few of them left, the courtyard fell silent. Sun Chang, Xingyang, and the others recalled Yangxi's prowess previously, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Only Wang Ying hurriedly walked into the courtyard. While the others were focused on neutralizing the medicinal energy in their bodies, she had been keeping her eyes on Yangxia the entire time. She had seen with her own eyes how the other party's face paled, and he eventually succumbed to the pressure and fell from the sky. If he was really an 8-star master teacher, how could he possibly succumb to the pressure and fall from the sky? Without a doubt, Xianxia must have used some kind of unique means to resolve the crisis today, regardless of the cost. Walking into the courtyard, she took a look at the spot where Xianxia had fallen. There was a small hole in the ground, and it seemed to have been created by a head collision. Most likely, he had fallen from the sky and landed face first. However, there wasn't a single person on the ground. Where is he? Since he had used some kind of special means and fell from the sky, he should have been injured. How could he disappear in an instant? Wang Ying was worried. Wang Ying, what are you doing here instead of neutralizing the medicinal energy and recovering from your injuries? Just as she was about to continue searching, a calm voice sounded. She hurriedly turned around and saw Xianxia looking at her with a frown on his forehead. Teacher, just now. I saw Xianxia falling from the sky. I was worried that he might be injured, so I came over to take a look. With a reddened face, Wang Ying hurriedly explained. Injured? You must be joking. Teacher is a peerless figure, how could he possibly be injured? Frowning, Xianxia waved his hands and said, All right, you can leave now. I'm currently discussing with teacher how to treat Lu Chong, so I don't want anyone to disturb us. You can leave now. Yes. Seeing that the other party was fine and didn't seem to have fallen from the sky, Wang Ying could only clasp her fist and leave. At the same time, she was perplexed. Could she have seen wrongly? Xianxia was Xianxia, and Xianxia was Xianxia. Could it be that they weren't the same person? Otherwise, how could he not be injured at all after falling from the sky, and his aura still be so stable? Even if I'm wrong, the mark that Mo Hunching left on teacher's neck can't be wrong. Gritting her teeth, Wang Ying was filled with confidence once more. Even if her guess was wrong, it was impossible for there to be a problem with the mark. She had seen it with her own eyes and confirmed it several times. How could she be wrong? The next time Xianxia appears, I should look for teacher. I should be able to see through it. A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind. Since Xianxia refused to admit to it as his student, it wasn't appropriate for her to question him directly. She might as well look for Xianxia when Xianxia appeared. As long as the two of them didn't appear at the same time, it would mean that they were definitely the same person. At that time, it would be impossible for her to deny it. With a plan in mind, Wang Ying walked out of the room. Shortly after she left, she saw Xianxia hurrying back to his room with a bitter smile on his face. If Wang Ying were here, she would definitely be able to confirm that the other party was the same person as Xianxia. Because the back of Xianxia's head was covered in dust, and he didn't have the time to change out of his pants. If not for the stone pillars in the courtyard blocking his view, it would have been obvious. After returning to his room and changing out of his clothes, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ying's guess was right, the Xianxia who had appeared previously was indeed him. If he had appeared in his original form, he wouldn't have been able to avoid a fierce battle. Furthermore, given his current cultivation, it was clear that he wasn't a match for so many experts. Left with no choice, he could only use Zhang Xian. As for the powerful aura, it belonged to Mo Huncheng. Trapped in the Nine Hearts Lotus, that fellow was unable to exert his full strength. Thus, he could only release his aura, which Zhang Xian could borrow from. His soul aura, which had been accumulating for many years, was incomparably powerful, comparable to that of a half-saint. Furthermore, he was floating in the air, causing the crowd to mistake him for a saint from the very start. This was why they didn't expose him. As for using his soul to injure sect leader Luo Huang, that was because he had used the ability of a soul oracle. His soul cultivation had already reached transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle, so it was difficult for him to injure a consonant spirit realm expert like sect leader Luo Huang in terms of fighting prowess. However, in a battle of souls, the latter was simply too weak. After all, a transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm expert had only just begun tempering his soul. He was still a long way off from drawing his soul out. Needless to say, Xianxia, who had been tempered by the Yinyang Lake, was no match for him. Even so, the reason why he was able to subdue the other party was due to Xianxia. If it had been Xianxia himself, he would have been knocked out with a single slap before he could even use his soul energy. Sect leader Luo Huang knew that Xianxia was a saint, so he didn't dare to retaliate. Thus, he was subdued and severely injured. As for the soul impartation technique, even though it seemed formidable, it was actually quite simple. Back then, Mo Hunxing was able to impart cultivation techniques to him using his soul energy. After learning this technique, it wasn't too difficult for him to impart it to Shui Yao as well. On top of that, he had also helped the demon sink beast achieve a breakthrough before. Everything was perfect, but the only flaw was that the red dust heaven ascending step still consumed a huge amount of Jinqi. Even though Xianxia had raised his cultivation and Jinqi storage during this period of time, he was still only able to stay in the air for 10 minutes at most. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell from the sky. It was fortunate that no one noticed it, or else all of his hard work would have been for naught. Sigh, what is this? It was just a moment ago that he was still acting so majestically, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Yet, in the next moment, he plummeted to the ground, nearly spurting blood. Xianxia felt deeply stifled. While the red dust heaven ascending steps was indeed formidable, and flight was exhilarating, but to fall from the sky without any warning after exhausting all of one's Jinqi was too much. It was fortunate that Xianxia had been cultivating diligently over the past few days, so he had sufficient Jinqi to last until the end. Otherwise, if he were to fall from the sky while he was threatening everyone, he would have been pummeled into a pulp by the crowd. It seems like Wang Ying saw through my disguise. Recalling how Wang Ying had chased after him with a doubtful look on his face, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. If Wang Ying could see through his disguise, there was a good chance that others could as well. If others were to find out that the supermaster teacher Xianxia was just a figment of his imagination, those people from before would surely make a comeback. It would be a blessing if they didn't pummel him to death. It seems like I have to form a clone as soon as possible. With a clone, I'll be able to appear in both identities simultaneously, and no one will dare to doubt me anymore. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He had learned the soul-splitting technique from Mo Hunxing, and with the 9 Hearts Lotus as the foundation, it wasn't too difficult for him to form a clone. However, it required a huge amount of spiritual energy. The reason why he hadn't done so previously was because he didn't have enough middle-tier spirit stones. However, with the 600 middle-tier spirit stones he had extorted from the various powers, it was more than enough for him to squander. I should raise my cultivation first. The 9 Hearts Lotus hadn't matured yet, and it required sufficient Heaven's Path Jinqi to nourish it. However, with so many middle-tier spirit stones in hand, it was a simple matter. With a flick of his wrist, the formation plate of the spirit-gathering formation appeared before him. Sitting cross-legged at the center, Xianxia casually tossed out a dozen middle-tier spirit stones before driving his Heaven's Path divine art to absorb the concentrated spiritual energy in the surroundings. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy gushing into his acupoints, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure, and tears welled up in his eyes. For the past 2 months, he had been on a tight budget for his cultivation, spending 1 spirit stone at a time. When did he become so extravagant? It seemed like he would have to blackmail those fellows a few more times in the future. If he wanted to hasten his cultivation, spirit stones were a necessity. Hung Long Long, with sufficient spiritual energy, Xianxia swiftly replenished his depleted Jinqi. Not too long later, with a resounding boom, he reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle. Even with the increase in his cultivation, Xianxia didn't stop to rest. Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle, Yinyang Realm Primary Stage. Yinyang Realm Pinnacle. 2 hours later, Xianxia had reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. His Xinqi cultivation had also reached 1 million ding, which was 200,000 ding more than other cultivators. With this, he was already comparable to a Clarifying Turbidity Realm Primary Stage cultivator. For ordinary Yinyang Realm Primary Stage cultivators, their cultivation would be 500,000 ding, Intermediate Stage 600,000 ding, Advanced Stage 700,000 ding, and Pinnacle 800,000 ding. Clarifying Turbidity Realm Primary Stage cultivators would be 1 million ding, Intermediate Stage cultivators would be 1,200,000 ding, and so on. Adding in the 1,600,000 ding of his soul energy, Xianxia's current strength would reach 2,600,000 ding. With this strength, he would be able to match even a Consonant Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage cultivator. Consonant Spirit Realm Primary Stage 2 million ding, Intermediate Stage 2,400,000 ding, Advanced Stage 2,800,000 ding, and Pinnacle 3,200,000 ding, fearsome. 9 Hearts Lotus, grow. Without sufficient Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan cultivation technique manuals, Xianxia couldn't advance his cultivation further. Flicking his wrist, he took out the 9 Hearts Lotus and infused his Xinqi into it frenziedly. Ah! Don't kill me. As soon as his Xinqi entered the lotus, Mo Huanxing's howl sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot about you. Xianxia was so focused on the growth of the lotus that he forgot about the other party's fear of the Heaven's Path Xinqi. Mo Huanxing burst into tears. It was just a moment ago that he nearly died for you, and yet, you forgot about me so quickly. Do you have to be so heartless? Don't worry, I'll get you out first before accelerating the growth of the lotus. Knowing that Mo Huanxing was in there, Xianxia knew that he couldn't use his Heaven's Path Xinqi recklessly. As a 6-star soul oracle, as long as he could escape from the lotus, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive in the air for a long time. If worse came to worst, he could still lend the soulless metal humanoid to him. As for how to get him out, Xianxia had already thought of a solution in the past few days. Since the other party needed a soul to replace him in order to escape, he would have to find a soul to replace him. Soul division. Sitting cross-legged, Xianxia drew his soul out of his body and floated in the air. Using the method that Mo Huanxing had taught him previously, he separated his soul. Since he couldn't find another soul to replace his soul, he would just have to use his own. It just so happened that Xianxia wanted to forge a clone of his as well. Since his soul had entered the lotus before him, it wouldn't affect his soul at all. Spiritual energy gushed into the surroundings, and his soul began to absorb it while splitting it. Soul division was the process of splitting one's soul into two. It was no different from splitting a person into two, and the pain that one had to endure was immense. The slightest mistake could result in the dissipation of one's soul. If not for the fact that Xianxia had compiled this method into a Heaven's Path divine art beforehand, he wouldn't have dared to practice it. After all, the success rate was simply too low. Back then, Mo Huanxing had only succeeded due to luck. After an unknown period of time, the 3-meter-tall soul that Xianxia had condensed in the Yinyang Lake was finally split into two. It's done. After separating his soul and allowing a portion of it to return to his body, Xianxia exhaled deeply. His face was ghastly pale. I'm afraid that I won't be able to use my soul for at least a month. Unlike when he was treating Lu Chong, he only had to split a small portion of his soul. Even if his soul was damaged, he would be able to recover swiftly. Given that his soul had been split into two, it would take at least a month or two for it to return to its original state. In other words, it would be best for him not to use his soul for the next month or two. Otherwise, his injuries would worsen. 2 in 1, one more. A new chapter has begun. But even so, it was worth it. Splitting his soul into two made him feel as though there were two of him. Even though his fighting prowess wouldn't increase at the moment, once he fully recovered, he would be able to double his strength in an instant. More importantly, the two of them would be able to communicate with one another through telepathy. This wasn't something as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It could even be 3, 4, or even more. Furthermore, the split soul would be able to cultivate like an ordinary person, and as time passed, it would grow stronger and stronger. Let's begin. The soul glanced at the main body, and with a faint smile, it charged straight for the Nine Hearts Lotus. As soon as it arrived, it felt a powerful suction force pulling it in. In the next instant, it was pulled into a dark space. Master. Standing firmly, it saw a middle-aged man shrouded in black aura standing not too far away. The middle-aged man clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. Mo Hunching, Xianxia had thought that as a six-star soul oracle who had lived for so many years, the other party would have the appearance of an old man. Who could have thought that the other party would have a fair, beardless face and a frail body, reminiscent of a scholar? After signing the soul contract, even if he were to escape, he would still be Xianxia's subordinate. Thus, he dared not disobey the other party's orders. Otherwise, the other party could easily crush him with a thought. Is this your original appearance? The clone asked doubtfully. Souls were unstable, and they could change freely. Thus, it was possible that the appearance before him was an intentional one. Yes, the soul of a soul oracle can maintain the appearance it takes when drawing it out. Back then, this was my appearance. Even if I were to live for another 10,000 years, it wouldn't change. Mo Hunching hurriedly said. The soul could transform into thousands of different forms, even changing its shape. However, it would always maintain the appearance of the soul when it was drawn out of the body, never changing even after 10,000 years. I'll take your place now. You can leave now. The clone waved his hands. However, since I can't find a suitable body for you at the moment, you can stay in the soulless metal humanoid for the time being. Once I find a suitable body, I'll let you possess it immediately. Even though Mo Hunching was powerful enough to stay in the outside world for a period of time, as time passed, he would still suffer from the 5 soul declines. In order to prevent this, he would have to find a suitable body. As a master teacher, it was impossible for Xianxia to allow the other party to possess him freely. Thus, he could only enter the body of the soulless metal humanoid for the time being. In any case, this artifact was forged by the soul oracles to possess one's body. It was extremely easy for one to enter it, and it wouldn't result in the possession curse. Yes, as long as I can get out, I don't mind staying there. Mo Hunching hurriedly nodded his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After being trapped here for tens of thousands of years, Xianxia was already on the verge of going insane. Putting aside entering the soulless metal humanoid, as long as he could get out, he would be willing to shorten his lifespan by a few hundred years. Furthermore, Xianxia had already promised to help him find a body to possess, so there was nothing to be conflicted about. I'll go out first. Gritting his teeth, his body glowed with a special light as he charged out. Sensing that Xianxia was about to leave, a powerful force seemed to come from the dark space, trying to stop him. Xianxia's clone harumphed lightly and stood in front of Xianxia. When the energy stopped, Mo Hunching made use of this opportunity to leap out of the 9 Hearts Lotus embryo and land outside. He's out. Xianxia looked over from outside. Yes. Feeling that he had regained his freedom, Mo Hunching scanned his surroundings in agitation. Let's go in first. With a slight smile, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a coffin containing the soulless metal humanoid appeared before him. Mo Hunching nodded. He opened the coffin and dived in. The next moment, the eyes of the soulless metal humanoid opened, and it stood up. The soul returned to its body. Master. The towering soulless metal humanoid walked up to Xianxia like an armored general. Just call me young master like everyone else. Xianxia waved his hands. Yes, young master. The soulless metal humanoid clasped its fist. Looking at the soulless metal humanoid before him, Xianxia asked calmly, how much of your current strength can you wield? There was a limit to the strength of the soulless metal humanoid, but Mo Hunching's cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's. I personally forged these soulless metal humanoids back then, so I can wield about 100% of their strength. Mo Hunching said. 100%? Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Mo Hunching was a 6-star soul oracle, and his cultivation had reached Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan pinnacle when he was alive. He was just a step away from reaching half-saint. Even though he had expended quite a bit of his strength over the years, there was no doubt that he would still be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. Didn't this mean that he would have a Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan subordinate by his side in the future? With such an expert by his side, even without the threat of Xianxia, no one would dare to cause trouble for him. Mo Hunching nodded. Indeed. Stand guard outside and don't allow anyone to enter. I'm forging my clone, so don't disturb me. Xianxia instructed. Mo Hunching replied and turned around to leave. On the other hand, Xianxia stared at the lotus before him with a grim expression. Let's begin. With a flick of his finger, a surge of Xianxia gushed into the lotus. Mo Hunching was extremely fearful of Heaven's Path Xianxia, but his clone didn't care about it. As more and more Xianxia gushed into the lotus, the black color of the lotus gradually turned whiter and whiter. It gradually matured. The Xianxia consumption of the lotus was immense, but Xianxia had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones to spare, so he didn't mind it. After an unknown period of time, with a slight jolt, the entire lotus turned milky white, reminiscent of a firefly, and a warm glow emanated from it. As expected of a god artifact. With just a single glance, Xianxia felt his body jolting, as though his entire being had been drawn in by it. The previous lotus was as black as ink, and it was incomparably bizarre, reminiscent of a demonic artifact. However, the current one felt as though it had descended from the 9 heavens, making it inviolable. It was indeed extraordinary. If others were to learn of it, they would surely vie for it. Even a 6-star, 7-star, or even 8-star master teacher wouldn't be able to escape the temptation. Master teachers were humans as well, and they had emotions and desires as well. Even if they came across a treasure, they would try to claim it for themselves. They couldn't possibly be like saints, who had no desires at all. Besides, even Xianxia was a person who was protective of his disciples. He had once destroyed an entire country in a fit of rage for his disciple, let alone others. Assimilate it. Knowing that this was an incomparably precious artifact, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. Grabbing the lotus, he infused a surge of Xianxia into it. Mo Hunching had already imparted the method to forge a physical body to her, so it wasn't too complicated. Her Xianxia wrapped around the lotus, allowing it to fuse perfectly with her soul. The lotus gradually fused together with her soul, forming a clean and flawless physical body. After a long period of tempering, the soul and body fused together perfectly, and she slowly opened her eyes. It's done. Seeing his clone stand up, Xianxia smiled. The two of them stared at one another, and in an instant, Xianxia felt an indescribable sensation. It was as though he was looking into a mirror, and at times, he would feel as though he was the other party. A clone was a split of the main body's soul. Regardless of whether it was in terms of thoughts or thoughts, it was identical to the main body. In fact, the knowledge and battle techniques that the two of them cultivated could be shared as well. In other words, as long as the clone was reading books, the main body would be able to obtain the knowledge easily. But of course, that was all. The cultivation that the clone absorbed was different from that of the main body. The current clone is just an embryo. Even if it possesses cultivation, it comes from its soul energy. I should raise its cultivation first. His clone was formed from the 9 hearts lotus, so it didn't possess any cultivation at all. Even if it did possess strength at the moment, it came from the soul energy that had fused into his body. Thus, he had to raise his Xianxia cultivation as soon as possible. Putting on his clothes, Xianxia sat at the center of the spirit-gathering formation. Jai. With a thought, the Heaven's Path divine art began to circulate according to the instructions in his head. A moment later, a frown appeared on Xianxia's forehead. He had already cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art once, so it should be easy for him to circulate it. Yet, why was he unable to do so with his clone? As soon as he started to circulate the Heaven's Path divine art, he felt an immense pressure pressing down on him, threatening to crush his body into dust. Could it be that no one other than my main body is able to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art, not even my clone? An idea popped up. Previously, he had tried to impart the complete Heaven's Path divine art to his students, but it was a pity that none of them were able to cultivate it. Left with no choice, he could only modify the Heaven's Path divine art, leaving some flaws in it. He had thought that only the others were like this, but now it seemed that even his doppelganger was the same. I'm afraid it's related to the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The Library of Heaven's Path accompanied him in his rebirth and appeared in his body. Perhaps it was because of the existence of this thing that he could cultivate. On the other hand, even if his clone possessed his soul, it would not be able to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art without the Library of Heaven's Path. The heavenly Tao could not be pried into, and the great Tao could not be flawless. With the Library of Heaven's Path, one could hide from the heavenly mysteries and not be discovered. One could cultivate however they wanted, but without it, it would be impossible. Since it doesn't work, let's modify it. Since Xianxia was unable to cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art, he decided to leave some flaws in it. In any case, Xiaoya and the others were already familiar with it. Gugugugu, following the flawed cultivation technique, Xianxia's Shenqi flowed smoothly, and his aura gradually grew stronger. His cultivation continued to rise. As expected of a physical body forged from a god artifact. The cultivation speed of Xiaoya and the others paled in comparison. In just 3 short days, he had advanced from Fighter 1 Dan Jiushi realm to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Yin Yang realm pinnacle. His cultivation was on par with his main body. Even though it was because he had plenty of spirit stones, his speed was still shocking enough to scare countless people to death. Since my cultivation has reached a certain level, I don't need to cultivate battle techniques anymore. I can just share my soul with my clone. Cultivation techniques required one to cultivate, but battle techniques were unnecessary. As long as one shared one's soul, one would be able to do so. In other words, even if this clone didn't cultivate battle techniques, its Heaven's Path sword art, fist art, movement technique would be on par with the main body. Let's see how strong I am. Come, punch me. With a smile, Xianxia turned to his clone. There was no strength measuring rock pillar in the room, so it was impossible for him to determine the other party's cultivation. However, he was well aware of how strong his main body was. Thus, he should be able to easily determine the other party's strength with a single punch. As his clone charged forward with a punch, Xianxia chuckled softly and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided. Pung! Before Xianxia could process what was going on, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, as though he had been struck by a mountain. His head smashed through several walls before crashing into the rocky ground of the courtyard. The heck? What is going on? Xianxia burst into tears. The third update is for the 34th Alliance leader, Misty Rain of Red Dust Rain. My apologies, but our young master is still in seclusion, so it's inconvenient for him to meet you. In the courtyard of the residence, Butler Sun Chong looked at the two people before him apologetically. Ever since Xianxia returned, Elder Hu and Master Teacher Song Chao had been visiting him almost every day. No matter how hard he tried to chase them away, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I know, but the tournament is starting tomorrow, so I thought that Xianxia would be coming out of seclusion today. Elder Hu said with an awkward smile. Even though the 14 powers had suppressed the news of what had happened that night, the other powers participating in the tournament still knew a little about it. To be able to force so many powerful powers to back down without daring to speak a single word about it, Xianxia's background was bound to be as great as the heavens. Thus, his intention to purchase the soulless metal humanoid became a daily occurrence. His motive was simple, to forge a good relationship with this Xianxia. I have no idea when the young master will be coming out of seclusion. Sun Chong shook his head. Ever since the young master returned, he hadn't shown his face at all, and it had been half a month since then. Moreover, the old master had only appeared once and never appeared again. Even he was not sure if the two of them were still in the mansion. Then, as soon as Xianxia comes out of seclusion, can you send someone to inform me immediately? You should be able to tell that I'm sincere about purchasing the soulless metal humanoid. Elder Hu said. This. Frowning, Sun Chong waved his hands and revealed the disposition of a high-tier master teacher butler. This isn't up to me. I'll have to consult the young master first. If he doesn't wish to meet you, I won't dare to make a decision on my own. Ever since that day, his standing as the butler rose exponentially. Even if Alliance head Zhao and Pavilion Master Kong wanted to meet him, they would have to come over personally. As time went by, he began to carry himself with an air of elegance. Why yes, a genius like Xianxia isn't someone that anyone can meet just because they want to. Elder Hu said. Of course. Young Master's talent is unparalleled, and your identity is top-notch. Even sect leader Luo Huang of the Fleeting Cloud sect was chased out by me. Sun Chong said with a prideful look. In the past few days, sect leader Luo Huang had also paid a visit. However, before he could even reach the entrance, he was chased out with a rod. Are you kidding me? Why didn't I think of this day when I attacked you? He knew that old master was amazing and wanted to apologize. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Yes, Xianxia's temperament is elegant and his posture is as high as the clouds. How could it be so easy to meet him? I only hope that Steward's son can put in a few good words for me. Elder Hu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly spoke. Before he could finish his words, he heard a violent explosion. Then, he saw a figure lying on the ground in front of him, twitching non-stop. How dare you? You dare to cause trouble in Xianxia's residence? Seeing how that fellow dared to make a move here, even going as far as to tear down the walls, Elder Hu bellowed furiously. Just as he was about to step forward to show off his strength, Butler's son suddenly rushed forward and asked, Young Master, what's wrong? Young Master? Xianxia? Elder Hu's vision darkened and his body staggered. He felt a mouthful of blood welling up in his mouth, threatening to spurt out at any moment. That filthy, beggar-like fellow who was lying on the ground, was Xianxia, elegant temperament, elegant posture. This person who was lying on the ground, twitching coquettishly, and his head plunged into the ground. What did this have to do with elegance? He had just cooperated with Butler's son to praise this master teacher to the skies, and in the end, he ended up appearing in such a manner. Elder Hu felt as though he was on the verge of tears. He wasn't the only one. Even Song Chao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Having interacted with the other party several times, he could tell with a single glance that the fellow before him was Xianxia. In the past, the other party had always been a righteous person, exuding a dignified aura. But now, this was really subverting his image. Cough, cough, cough. Pulling his head out from the ground, Xianxia felt stifled. They were both transcendent mortal 3-dan pinnacle cultivators, and he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art whereas the other party cultivated the simplified version. Yet, despite possessing the same level of strength, he nearly lost to the other party. What in the world was this, for the main body to be unable to defeat the clone? Wasn't this way too pathetic? Even though he felt stifled, he soon came to a realization. His clone was forged from the 9 Hearts Lotus, a treasure that surpassed even saint artifacts. Even if the other party's cultivation technique was inferior to his, in terms of physical strength, he was still invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Unless he continued cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body to a higher level, he would probably be crushed by his clone for a long period of time. Forget it, I'm just myself anyway. There's no need to feel aggrieved. Xianxia soon calmed down. Regardless of whether it was his clone or his main body, they were both him, so there was nothing for him to feel stifled about. I'm fine. I just met with some problems during my cultivation. It's nothing much. Seeing Butler's son looking at him worriedly, Xianxia patted his clothes and said, Oh. Hearing that it was a problem during his cultivation, even though Sun Chong was perplexed, he suppressed his doubts and hurriedly clasped his fist. Young Master, Elder Hu, and Master Teacher Song Chao from Azure Frost Sect have been waiting for several days now to buy your soulless metal humanoid, Song Chao. Soulless metal humanoid? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he recalled the matter. Back then, at the Southern Herb Garden, he had tricked Song Chao into spending a spirit stone to buy a coffin. He had promised him that as long as he had the money, he would be able to sell 3 soulless metal humanoids to him. To think that the fellow would really come. However, he was unable to find a suitable body for Imo hunching in the short term. Thus, he could only rely on the soulless metal humanoids to survive. If he were to be injured in battle, he would have a few more on hand to replace him. If he were to sell all of them, it would be nigh impossible to find another one. After all, the occupation of soul oracles had already disappeared in the annals of history. Soulless metal humanoids were extremely rare. It was simply too difficult to find a 5th one. Besides, Xianxia didn't lack middle-tier spirit stones either. Thus, his mindset had already changed, and he didn't feel like selling them anymore. Xianxia, I am Elder Hu of the Azure Frost sect. I believe you should be acquainted with Master Teacher Song Chao. Just as Xianxia was hesitating, Elder Hu and Song Chao walked up to him. Oh, paying respects to Elder Hu. Upon seeing the other party, Xianxia clasped his fist and scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies, I did have 3 soulless metal humanoids with me previously. However, you came too late. I have already sold them, and I don't have a single one with me now. I've troubled you for making a wasted trip. Regarding Mo Huanxing's matter, Xianxia couldn't say much about it. Thus, he could only say that he had already sold the soulless metal humanoids. Sold out? Not expecting such an outcome, Elder Hu was taken aback. Indeed. As you know, the soulless metal humanoids are tied to the secrets of the soul oracles. There are simply too many people who wish to buy them, and I only have a few of them. Just as Xianxia was waving his hands apologetically, the ground rumbled, and a towering figure rushed out from the inner sanctum. Young master, what happened earlier? Are you all right? Mo Huanxing asked worriedly. He had been guarding the inner sanctum to ensure the young master's safety, but the young master was sent flying with a single punch. Thus, he immediately rushed over to see what was going on. This is a living soulless metal humanoid, Elder Hu's vision darkened. Brother, didn't you say that the soulless metal humanoids were sold out? This living one. What in the world is it? Cough cough. Not expecting this fellow to appear right after he said that it wasn't sold out, Xianxia said awkwardly, this isn't a metal humanoid. It's one of my guards. He cultivated a bizarre martial art, and that's why he ended up like this. Bizarre martial art? Elder Hu and Song Chao staggered once more. Do you think we're blind? This is clearly a soulless metal humanoid, alright? As master teachers, no matter how poor their eye of discernment was, they were still able to differentiate between a guard and a metal humanoid. Alright then. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak of it, it wouldn't be good for them to pursue the matter. After all, the soulless metal humanoid was a small matter. What was more important was to befriend this Xianxia. After chatting for a while longer, seeing that Xianxia had no intention of selling the soulless metal humanoid, Elder Hu and Song Chao could only leave. Before they left, they were instructed not to spread the matter regarding Mo Huanxing. Shortly after the duo left, Xianxia glared at the huge man before him furiously. Are you hoping that others won't recognize you by running out in this state? Soulless metal humanoids were a sensitive topic in the first place. For a living one to run around freely, it would be troublesome if news of it were to spread. Mo Huanxing also knew that he had gotten into trouble, and he felt embarrassed. Is there any way to conceal your aura and appearance? Knowing that he couldn't blame the other party for this, he harumphed and asked. There's a way, but it might take a few days. Mo Huanxing hesitated for a moment before replying. That's good. Don't appear for the next few days. Seeing that there was a way to conceal his aura and appearance, Xianxia nodded. Turning to Sun Chong, he asked, Butler son, did anything happen while I was in seclusion? It had been half a month since he returned, so many things must have happened during this period. Reporting to young master, ever since the old master appeared, the other sects have been keeping a low profile. No one came to cause trouble for you. These few days, Pavilion Master Kong, Alliance Head Zhao, and Princess Fei Wu came daily, but upon learning that you were in seclusion, they left in disappointment. Sun Chong said. Under the deterrence of the old master, the myriad kingdom city fell into an unprecedented silence. The arrogant disciples of the various sects were now as obedient as house cats, not daring to act recklessly for fear that they might accidentally offend Xianxia and cause the destruction of the entire sect. After pondering for a moment, Sun Chong continued, also. Ding Hong, who tried to sow discord among the other sects, was killed by sect leader Luo Huang of Fleeting Cloud sect on the night young master returned. That day, Xianxia disguised himself as Xianxia to kill this threat. However, if he were to make a move, his strength would surely be revealed. Furthermore, given Xianxia's esteemed status, how could he possibly make a move personally? Thus, he didn't make a move. However, it seemed like the sect leader of Fleeting Cloud sect was a sensible person. Knowing Xianxia's intentions, he killed Ding Hong in advance. Other than that, is there anything else? Xianxian asked. Young Master Lu Chong should be waking up in a few days, and the Master-Teacher tournament will be starting soon. Just as Sun Chong was about to continue speaking, a faint voice sounded from outside. Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher Mo Gaoyuan seeks an audience with Xianxia. 6-star Master Teacher? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in shock. Didn't they say that the most formidable Master Teachers in the League of Nations were 4-star Master Teachers? 6-star Pinnacle. Where in the world did it come from? The prerequisite to becoming a 6-star Master Teacher was to be at Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, and 6-star Pinnacle was probably a true saint. To think that a saint would be paying a visit, Zhang Xian felt his goosebumps rising, and he felt like spurting blood. Even disguising himself before a half 5-star Master Teacher put him under immense pressure, and he could be exposed at any moment. If he were to disguise himself before a true saint, the slightest carelessness could easily cause him to be exposed. More importantly, it was one thing for him to be exposed, but to disguise himself as a high-ranked Master Teacher to intimidate the other party was a breach of ethics. The other party could easily kill him on the spot. In other words, if he were to be exposed, he would be dead meat. The news of Xianxia's appearance must have been leaked. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. There was only one possibility for such a formidable Master Teacher to pay a visit to Xianxia, and that was, someone had already spread the news to a Tier 1 empire like Hongyuan. If he was a little stronger, his disguise might not have been able to see through. However, the other party was already standing at his doorstep. He couldn't possibly turn the other party away. What should he do? This won't do. I'll just say that teacher isn't around. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian was just about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded beside him. What are you making a ruckus for? Are you trying to show off your loud voice? Don't. You know the rules at all? Wait at the entrance, I'll report this matter to the old master. Turning around, he saw Sun Chong standing by the side with a look of disdain. What the heck are you? 6-star Master Teacher? Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to send a telepathic message? Who cares if you are a 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher or a Pavilion Master? If you want to meet the old master, hand over your name scroll obediently and wait at the entrance. Are you trying to rebel? Putong, Zhang Xian's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He was just fretting over how he should deal with the 6-star Master Teacher outside when these words came out of his mouth. This time, it was impossible for him to find an excuse anymore. More importantly, no matter what, the other party was still a 6-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, an existence who stood at the very top of Tier 1 empires. Yet, the other party's words did not give him any face at all. Sun Chong, my dear brother Chong, are you trying to defy the heavens? Just as Zhang Xian was at a loss for what to do, Sun Chong suddenly turned to look at him expectantly. Young Master, isn't the old master discussing young Master Lu Chong's condition with you? Young Master is about to wake up. Where is Master? Lu Chong's soul was simply too powerful. Even though he had awakened it, it would still take some time for it to fully fuse with his body. However, after half a month of recuperation, it should be about time for him to awaken. Hearing the question, Zhang Xian was speechless. Previously, he had told Wang Ying that he was discussing with Xianxia about treating Lu Chong, and then there was nothing else. Lu Chong was already on the verge of waking up, but Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that the young master was silent, Sun Chong continued, is he in the inner sanctum? I'll go and ask if we should meet this so-called 6-star Master Teacher. Cough cough, there's no need for that. I'll go and ask for instructions. Bring this Pavilion Master Mo to the lounge first. Seeing that the other party was asking more and more questions, Zhang Xian knew that there was no way he could avoid the other party's questions anymore. Yes. Sun Chong nodded before walking out. Watching as the other party walked into the inner sanctum, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella as he walked. With this fellow's interference, Xianxia had no choice but to show himself. However, even if Zhang Xian hadn't interfered, Xianxia would still have been suspected if the other party didn't show himself. Thus, even if Zhang Xian hadn't said anything, Xianxia would have appeared sooner or later. But, How could he disguise himself before a 6-star pinnacle master teacher so that the other party would believe him? An expert of that level might have cultivated the eye of insight, allowing him to see through all falsehoods. No matter how well he pretended, it would be useless. It was just like how he made use of Mo Huansheng's aura to fool others into thinking that he was a saint. However, if he were to appear with the same aura, the other party would be able to tell that he was a fake. Furthermore, he was using the red dust heaven ascending steps to fly. It might be possible for him to fool 4-star and 5-star master teachers who were incapable of flight, but to fool a saint who was capable of flight, it was impossible. The flight method of a battle technique was different from that of a saint. Since I'll be exposed no matter what I do, I might as well not do it. Walking into the room in the inner sanctum, Xianxia paced around the room twice before gritting his teeth. Since he couldn't borrow his aura, he couldn't fly either. Since that was the case, he might as well not do it then. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia swiftly changed into Yangshi's clothes before walking to the lounge. Mo Gaoyuan sat on the seat in the lounge while Mo Chen and Hong Qian stood obediently behind him. Upon arriving at Myriad Kingdom City, Xianxia immediately went to look for Hong Qian and asked him about the happenings that day. When he heard that Yangshi had caused the demon sink beast to achieve a breakthrough with a single finger, he couldn't help but tremble in shock. As he was unable to ascertain the other party's cultivation realm, he brought the two of them here to pay a visit. Sitting in the room, Mo Chen surveyed the surroundings and frowned. The layout of the residence was extremely ordinary, unlike the residence of a high-tier master teacher. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was extremely thin, no different from any other residence. Under normal circumstances, even if an 8-star master teacher didn't set up a formation in the residence of an 8-star master teacher, the strength of the master teacher alone would be sufficient to turn the wilderness into a pure land. Powerful master teachers were highly compatible with nature. Wherever they went, they would form a spiritual energy field around them, nourishing and improving the environment. This was precisely the reason why the Mingshi Tang headquarters was filled with dense spiritual energy. Even the most ordinary of cultivators would become cultivation geniuses if they were to enter the headquarters. Yet, the environment before him didn't seem to have changed at all. It was as if an 8-star master teacher had never been here before. What was going on? Just as Mo Chen was perplexed, a middle-aged man walked over slowly. The middle-aged man's footsteps were light, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of Xinqi in his body, making him look no different from an ordinary person. Just as Mo Chen was about to ask where this fellow came from, Butler's son suddenly rushed forward and greeted, "Old Master." Master teacher Hong Qian also shuddered and sent a telepathic message to Mo Chen, "Pavilion Master Mo, this is Yangshi." Him? Mo Gaoyuan was stunned. Even though he had never seen an 8-star master teacher before, he had seen a 7-star master teacher. Every movement of a 7-star master teacher was in harmony with nature, exerting an incredible pressure on others. If not for the fact that the middle-aged man before him was a master teacher, he would have thought that he was just an ordinary person. 8-star, was he seeing things? Frowning, Mo Gaoyuan shot a glance at Hong Qian, and after confirming that the other party was Yangshi, he stood up and clasped his fist. "I am Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang Pavilion of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, 6-star pinnacle master teacher Mo Gaoyuan. Paying respect to Yangshi." After which, he discreetly observed the other party. Hearing his name, Yangshi didn't seem to mind it at all. Instead, he turned around and sat down on the main seat. Looking at Mo Gaoyuan impassively, he asked, "What business do you have with me?" Not expecting the other party to ask him so directly, Mo Gaoyuan was at a loss for words. After all, he couldn't possibly say that he couldn't find Yangshi's name in the master teacher register, so he came over to take a look. "I heard that Yangshi has come to the League of Nations, and I was worried that I might be lacking in your care, so I came over to take a look," Mo Gaoyuan said awkwardly. But before he could finish his words, the impassive voice of the middle-aged man opposite him sounded, "Are you done?" "I'm done." "Then let's go." After which, Yangshi placed his hands behind his back and walked out slowly. Mo Gaoyuan's mouth twitched. What was going on? Could they still have a pleasant conversation, even if you are an 8-star master teacher? Surely you can't look down on me like that, no matter what. I am the head of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion in Hanyuan Tier 1 Empire, and I have come all the way here to pay you a visit. To chase me away like that. Isn't that a little too rude? To tell you the truth, not only am I worried that I might be lacking in care, I also have some doubts regarding my cultivation that I would like to consult Xianxia on. Gritting his teeth, Mo Gaoyuan stood up. He had come here to see whether Xianxia was the real deal or not, but if he were to leave without seeing anything at all, he would feel bad. Rather than testing the other party, he might as well consult the other party directly. If the other party was able to solve the problem that he found difficult, the other party was bound to be a master teacher who surpassed him. If the other party was unable to solve the problem, then this so-called 8-star master teacher was truly worth pondering over. Speak. Xianxia said nonchalantly without turning his head. It's a problem that occurred in the cultivation of Saint Wendan. Mo Gaoyuan hurriedly said. Saint Wendan? Zhang Xian, who was disguised as Xianxia, frowned, and he nearly fainted on the spot. You want me to explain the cultivation of transcendent mortal 1 Dan, 2 Dan, and 3 Dan, and I can still explain it logically. Saint, he had only heard of this realm not too long ago, and he wasn't even aware of it previously. How could he possibly know the cultivation of such an expert? Putting aside offering pointers, he hadn't even seen a secret manual before. If he were to speak, he would surely be exposed. It's about how to open the Zhukong acupoint to prevent one's cultivation from leaking out, and at the same time, increase one's cultivation. Oblivious to the dilemma Xianxia was in, Mo Gaoyuan spoke of his doubts. This question had perplexed him for a very long time, and he had browsed through innumerable books before he finally found the answer. If the other party's words were the same as what he knew, then the other party was a high-tier master teacher. May I know if Xianxia has any good ideas? After which, he turned to look at Zhang Xian expectantly. Zhukong acupoint? Prevent one's cultivation from leaking out? Increase one's cultivation? Zhang Xian felt a headache coming on, and he nearly spurted blood. He had never heard of this acupoint before, so how could he know that one's cultivation would increase without leaking out? If he couldn't even understand it, how could he possibly have any good ideas? He was done for. Xianxia. Seeing that the other party was standing motionlessly on the spot, Mo Gaoyuan turned to look at him doubtfully. Just as he was about to ask, a cold harumph sounded. Are you really a 6-star pinnacle master teacher? Xianxia turned to look at Mo Gaoyuan with displeasure in his eyes. That's right. Mo Gaoyuan was taken aback. He was a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, the number 1 master teacher of a Tier 1 empire in Hanyuan. How could he possibly not be a 6-star pinnacle master teacher? Is that so? Then why do you need my guidance when you can't even answer such a simple question? Placing his hands behind his back, deep disappointment flashed across Xianxia's eyes. It seems like I haven't been traveling for many years, and my 6-star master teacher title is starting to fall short. Recommending Lao's old book Boundless Dantian. Those who haven't read it yet should do so. It's just as interesting as this book. Unworthy of his reputation, saying that Mo Shi is unworthy of his reputation, Hong Qian and Mo Chen trembled. Mo Gaoyuan was the strongest master teacher of a Tier 1 empire in Hanyuan. To say such words was no different from doubting his capability as a teacher. As expected, upon hearing those words, Mo Gaoyuan frowned in displeasure. I completed my examination under Sky Rainbow conferred Empire's Mingshi Tang. I have been a 6-star master teacher for 37 years, and I have guided 2 6-star master teachers, 12 5-star master teachers, and countless 4-star and 3-star master teachers. I have led Hanyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang to get into the top 10 of the master teacher tournament 3 times in a row. Unworthy of my reputation? Xianxia, please enlighten me. This was a matter of professionalism. Even if the other party was an 8-star master teacher, he wouldn't back down. Those who wish to be enlightened must first be enlightened. Those who wish to be enlightened must first be enlightened. The same goes for a teacher. Faced with Zhang Xian's doubt, Xianxia did not panic in the slightest. With a nonchalant expression, he said, if you want to guide your students so that they don't walk down the wrong path, you have to first ensure that you aren't walking down the wrong path yourself. If you are already walking down the wrong path yourself, the higher your achievements, the greater the harm you will be inflicting on your students. the slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. As a teacher, he was responsible for imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. If he were to misunderstand, the more students he had, the greater the error would be, and the more people he would harm. The question you asked earlier is one of the simpler ones. To be unable to understand such a simple question, it shows how lacking your understanding of cultivation is. Under such circumstances, how can you possibly teach your students well? Xianxia shook his head. How about this, execute a few punches for me to see. If I'm not wrong, to be unable to understand such a simple question means that you have already gone down the wrong path in your cultivation. Gone down the wrong path? Mo Gaoyuan's face darkened. Anyone would be displeased to be mocked in such a manner. Besides, he knew the answer to that question, and he was just testing the other party. It's fine even if you don't want to. Seeing that Mo Gaoyuan was silent, Xianxia waved his hands, and the disappointment on his face deepened. Sun Chang, send our guest out. All right. Sun Chang hurriedly nodded. He walked up and said, Mosher, please leave. We don't welcome you here. You. Mo Gaoyuan was already in a bad mood from the very start, and now that a mere butler actually dared to mock him, he nearly spurted blood. It was one thing for the other party to be an 8-star master teacher, but, who do you think you are? You should be thankful that the old master is willing to offer you pointers. Hurry up and execute your punches. This is the first time I've seen such a foolish master teacher. Sun Chang revealed a look of deep disdain. Bah! Clang, Hong Qian and Mo Chen felt their vision darken, nearly fainting on the spot. Big brother, do you know how respected this person is? How dare you speak like this, the #1 expert of Hongyuan Empire, a 6-star pinnacle master teacher on the verge of achieving a breakthrough at any moment, someone whom even the emperor of Hongyuan Empire had to treat as a student. Yet, a transcendent mortal one-dan fatty like you actually spat disdainfully at him. Pei. Your sister, do you think you're qualified? You. While the duo was frenzied, Mo Gaoyuan also nearly fainted on the spot. In the 37 years since he became a 6-star master teacher, no matter who it was, he had to treat them with respect, not daring to utter the slightest arrogant word. Yet, today, when he came to test Xianxia, he was first doubted and then looked down on. More importantly, the one who looked down on him was a subordinate, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Mo Gaoyuan suppressed his rage and said, Xianxia, I happen to have some doubts regarding a battle technique. I hope that you can enlighten me. Even though Mo Gaoyuan was furious at this fatty, he was still Xianxia's subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to vent his anger on him. Thus, he decided to test the other party first before making a decision. After which, without waiting for the other party's reply, Mo Gaoyuan threw a punch. As expected of a saint, the entire room seemed to be shrouded in a powerful light. Everyone felt as if they had been placed in a cage controlled by the other party. No matter where they tried to escape to, they would be struck by the other parties. Punch. In other words, escaping from a saint was impossible. To seal the space with a single punch, leaving them no choice but to face him head-on. Fearsome, disregarding the strength of the punch, a book appeared in Zhang Xian's Library of Heaven's Path. Reading through the detailed content, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but glance at Sun Chang with a smile. To be able to make a saint, a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, lose his composure, this fellow's ability to infuriate others was truly extraordinary. Mo Gaoyuan stopped and clasped his fist. Xianxia, please enlighten me. Glancing at Zhang Xian, Xianxia walked over slowly and said, Your dual Azure Dragon Helios Fist should have reached minor accomplishment. If I'm not mistaken, you should have cultivated this battle technique for at least 20 years, right? Mo Gaoyuan was taken aback. Even though there weren't many people who cultivated the dual Azure Dragon Helios Fist, it wasn't an uncommon technique. It was normal for the other party to recognize it, but how many years had he cultivated it? How did he see through it? Some people could reach minor accomplishment in a battle technique within 3 days, but there were also some who spent their entire life cultivating it, unable to advance any further. Mo Gaoyuan's battle technique was only at minor accomplishment, and he was still a distance away from major accomplishment. Anyone who saw it would think that he hadn't cultivated it for long. Yet, the other party was able to tell that he had cultivated it for 20 years. This eye of discernment was way too incredible. Shocked, Mo Gaoyuan's attitude became respectful. Indeed, it has been 20 years and 1 month since then. Knowing that Mo Gaoyuan would reply in such a manner, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and gazed at him impassively. You have cultivated this battle technique for 20 years, but you have been stuck at minor accomplishment, not even reaching major accomplishment. Do you know the reason? I don't, Mo Gaoyuan shook his head. He was able to reach major accomplishment in all other battle techniques swiftly, but he hadn't made much progress in this fist technique. He had browsed through many books, but none of them were useful. When the other party asked him to execute the fist technique, he had intentionally executed it so as to allow the other party to observe and see if he could figure out the crux of the problem. The strength of the dual azure dragon Helios fist lies not in the dragon Helios but the dual azure. Seeing that Mo Gaoyuan didn't understand, Xianxia explained, the fist fears the young, and the rod fears the old. Not only does the fist technique require sufficient strength, more importantly, one's spirit, and mind must be at their peak. As such, the so-called dual azure refers to one's body and one's heart. If you were only 100 years old when you started cultivating this fist technique, it wouldn't have taken you too long to reach major accomplishment. However, it's a pity that you only started cultivating at 120 years old. Your body is no longer youthful, and your aura has become turbid. It isn't that easy for you to execute a fist technique that only youths are capable of. Of course, if you were still youthful, it wouldn't have been too difficult for you to reach major accomplishment in this fist technique through your comprehension of battle techniques. It's a pity that you met with a mishap when you were trying for a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm, resulting in a trauma in your heart that prevented you from comprehending the true intent of the battle technique. How did you know that I met with a mishap when I was trying for a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm? Startled, Mo Gaoyuan lost his composure. Saint One Dan Void Pursuit realm was named after the intent of void. Upon reaching this realm, one would be able to soar freely in the sky. How did you know? Xianxia chuckled lightly. The dual azure dragon Helios fist is known as a fist technique, but in truth, it relies on the strength of one's feet gripping the ground, spreading from one's lower limbs to strike with all of one's strength. Superior fist techniques relied on the strength of one's entire body, not just the muscles of one's arms. Hearing those words, Mo Gaoyuan, Hong Qian, and Mo Chen nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing that they had agreed to it, Xianxia continued, but, when you were executing the fist technique, your aura seemed to be unstable. Even though it seemed as if you were exerting your entire strength, in truth, your strength only flowed from your calves, not through your feet. The bottom of your feet is where the Zhukang acupoint is located. Combining that with your previous question, it isn't too difficult to deduce that you met with a problem during your breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm. Mo Gaoyuan's previous question was how does one open the Zhukang acupoint to prevent one's Xianxia from leaking out while raising one's cultivation? Considering that Xianxia wouldn't flow through the feet with the Zhukang acupoint, it wasn't too difficult to deduce this. A problem occurred in your cultivation, causing the Xianxia in your Zhukang acupoint to leak out, making it difficult for you to raise your cultivation. Even when you were practicing the dual azure dragon Helios fist, you still couldn't resolve the problem. Thus, in order to prevent your Xianxia from leaking out, you intentionally avoided your feet. Even though you managed to find a way to raise your cultivation once more, it's a pity that the dual azure dragon Helios fist has already become a habit, and you are unable to raise your cultivation anymore. Xianxia continued. This. Mo Gaoyuan's body stiffened, and he was rendered speechless. The other party's words were spot on. Back then, when he was trying for a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm, an accident occurred, resulting in a problem in his acupoint, causing his Xianxia to leak out. It took many years before he was able to resolve the problem, and this dual azure dragon Helios fist was the exact reason why he was practicing it. He was certain that the other party was able to deduce all of this with just a single look when he was executing the fist technique. How incredible must his eye of discernment be? At the very least, he wasn't able to do it. Even a 7-star master teacher wouldn't be able to do it. Could the other party really be an 8-star master teacher? Previously, Mo Gaoyuan still harbored some doubts about the identity of the middle-aged man before him, but at this moment, he was already 70 to 80% convinced. If I'm not mistaken, when you were trying for a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm, you must have met with some kind of danger or been in the midst of a battle, right? While Emo Gaoyuan was still in shock, Xianxia continued asking. That's right. Emo Gaoyuan nodded. Back then, he was being pursued by his enemies, and even though he managed to kill his enemies, his Zhukong acupoint was damaged due to the forceful breakthrough. This was the reason why so many things happened after that. As a 6-star master teacher, you should have known that a breakthrough to Void Pursuit realm requires absolute tranquility and nourishment from your Xinqi. Yet, you put yourself in a life-or-death situation, leaving you no choice but to make a breakthrough. Lacking control over one's cultivation, lacking understanding of one's opponent. Lacking understanding of oneself, lacking judgment of others. Is this how a high-ranked master teacher should behave? I'm already letting you off lightly by saying that you don't live up to your name. Why, do you have any objections to my words? Or perhaps... Frowning, Xianxia spoke authoritatively, do you think that, my reputation as a high-ranked master teacher is fake? Emo Gaoyuan's face flushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Xianxia. I was wrong. Monday, update in advance. Please give me 2 recommendation tickets. It was true that he had doubted the other party's abilities previously, and he had intended to test the other party. Now that it was pointed out, he felt incredibly awkward. To think that such a formidable master teacher would think that it was fake. It was fortunate that the other party had a good temper. Otherwise, if a master teacher were to fly into a rage, countless corpses would be laid to the ground. Putting aside him, the entire Hongyuan Empire would be in deep trouble. Pavilion Master Mo admitted his mistake? Doesn't this mean that Xianxia's words are correct? Hong Qian and Emochen glanced at one another. To be able to deduce so much from a single punch, Xianxia's eye of discernment was truly fearsome. In other words, the other party was an 8-star master teacher. The duo shuddered. A master teacher of this caliber, not just in terms of rank, but in terms of cultivation, would be able to subdue the entire world. Initially, as soon as he appeared, he seemed no different from an ordinary person, so I couldn't help but feel doubtful. It seems like only an expert of this level is able to achieve such a feat. Even Pavilion Master Mo was unable to see through it. Others are willing to display their strength so as to make others fearful and respectful of them. Probably, only those who have reached the pinnacle would be able to maintain such a calm demeanor, no different from an ordinary person. Hong Qian thought, and his admiration for Xianxia deepened. This was what it meant to be an expert. Even though he looked no different from an ordinary person, he was actually an expert at the pinnacle of the world. His calm disposition, his confidence, was something that no one could imitate. If you don't believe me, take a look. From head to toe, the other party was no different from an ordinary person. No one would be able to recognize him even if he were to walk into a crowd. It was no wonder why the butler dared to act so arrogantly. The butler of a prime minister was a grade 7 official, and as an 8-star master teacher, it wasn't surprising for him to look down on a 6-star master teacher. In fact, it might even be possible that the strength everyone saw was a disguise, and his true cultivation was far beyond transcendent mortal one Dan. Otherwise, how could an 8-star master teacher, a saint expert, regard an ant-like fellow so highly? Even entrusting him with great responsibility, with such thoughts in mind, cold sweat trickled down their backs. It was fortunate that they hadn't been disrespectful to Butler Sunday. Otherwise, if he had really made a move, they would have been lying on the ground. There's no need to apologize to me. It's right for a great teacher to have a questioning spirit. There are indeed some people who impersonate high-tier master teachers to scam others. We have to investigate them thoroughly lest they tarnish the reputation of our Mingshi Tang. Despite Mo Gaoyuan's apology, Xianxia had no intention of pursuing the matter. Instead, he turned to Mo Gaoyuan and lectured him with the tone of an elder lecturing a junior. Xianxia is right. Mo Gaoyuan quickly cupped his fists and stood up. All right, you can leave now. I don't want anyone else to know that I'm here. You should know how to deal with this, Xianxia said with a wave of his hands. Yes. Mo Gaoyuan nodded and led Hong Qian and Emochen out with a bow. As soon as they left the courtyard, they felt their bodies loosen up. They looked at each other and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Even though Xianxia did not exude a frightening aura, nor did he berate them loudly, his eyes seemed to be able to pierce through their disguises. They felt as if they were standing naked before the other party, and there was nothing they could hide from him. "Teacher, what should we do?" It took a long time for Imochen to recover, and she turned to look at Xianxia. "Let's return." Emo Gaoyuan waved his hand. "Return?" Imochen was taken aback. They had flown for nearly half a month before arriving. Wasn't it a little too fast for them to leave after exchanging a few words with Xianxia? "I've already confirmed that Xianxia is a master teacher who far surpasses me. Since that's the case, what's the point of staying here?" Emo Gaoyuan shook his head. "This?" Imochen was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Indeed, they were here to verify the other party's identity. Since they had already received the news, it would only incur the other party's displeasure if they were to remain here any longer. "The Master Teacher Tournament will begin tomorrow. Since Pavilion Master Imo and Imosher are here, can you stay behind to oversee the tournament?" Hearing that they would be leaving, Hong Qian clasped his fist. The tournament was about to begin. If he could invite these two over to oversee the tournament, the scale of the tournament would surely multiply. "Forget it, this is the matter of your Miryu Empire's Mingshi Tang. We won't interfere in it." Emo Gaoyuan shook his head. The Miryu Empire was only a Tier 2 kingdom beneath the Han Yuan Empire. If Emo Gaoyuan were to oversee the tournament personally, he would be overstepping his authority. To tell you the truth, Xianxia's direct disciple, Xianxia, will be participating in the tournament as well. Hong Qian hurriedly said. "Xianxia's direct disciple?" Emo Gaoyuan frowned. Eventually, he shook his head and said, "I think I won't be participating." Since Mingshi Tang was in charge of the tournament, he couldn't overstep his authority. Otherwise, if the other branches were to look for him as well, wouldn't he be overworked? "Even though I won't be staying behind, since Xianxia is participating in the tournament, I'll give you a reward." After which, Emo Gaoyuan flicked his wrist, and a jade box appeared in his palm. With a light chuckle, he said, "This is a high-tier spirit stone. You can give it to the champion of the tournament as a reward." "High-tier spirit stone?" Hong Qian's breathing hastened. A high-tier spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones each. Even he had never seen such an item before. Yet, Pavilion Master Imo was willing to take one out as a reward. Even he couldn't help but feel agitated. Since Xianxia had his student participate in the tournament, it's clear that he's trying to temper him. Since that's the case, why don't I add a little more fuel to the fire? Let's see what kind of standard Xianxia can display. Emo Gaoyuan chuckled. Since Xianxia wanted to temper his student, he might as well add a little more fuel to the fire. A high-tier spirit stone might not mean much to a high-ranked master teacher like Xianxia, but to the master teachers of the Miryu Empire, it was a priceless treasure. Using this as a reward would surely stir the hearts of the geniuses participating in the tournament, thus tempering Xianxia. "Yes." Hong Qian nodded, and he carefully kept the jade box. "All right, host the tournament well. Inform me of the results as soon as possible." Emo Gaoyuan chuckled softly before leaping onto the back of the Saint Beast together with Imochen. After which, he turned around and instructed, "Also, regarding the matter regarding Xianxia, it would be best for you to keep it to yourself. Also, warn the powers participating in the tournament that if anyone dares to gossip about this matter, I'll investigate the matter personally and destroy their sect." At the end of his words, his tone was stern. Since Xianxia didn't want others to know of his matter, he had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if even he couldn't handle it, the others wouldn't be able to. "Yes." Hong Qian hurriedly nodded. After which, Emo Gaoyuan flapped its wings and disappeared into the horizon. Emo Gaoyuan and the others left fearfully, but little did they know that Xianxia had also heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing them leave the room. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was too tiring to put on an act before a 6-star master teacher. It was fortunate that the other party didn't use his eye of insight or that he hadn't comprehended it yet. Otherwise, he would surely have been exposed. I should be safe this time. Now that he had successfully fooled the other party, even if he were to discover that something was amiss in the future, his strength should be sufficient to deal with the situation. After this, no one would dare to cause trouble for him for the time being. "Grand Teacher, may I know where Miss Zhang is? I have an urgent matter that I need to speak to her about," Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia was still contemplating what he should do next when he suddenly heard an anxious voice. Raising his head, he saw Wang Ying standing before him. What happened? Xianxia frowned. Yes. This matter needs to be handled by Miss Zhang personally. Wang Ying said. Even though Mo Gaoyuan had a troubled look on her face, her eyes were staring intently at her grand teacher. Based on her previous analysis, she was at least 80% certain that Xianxia and Zhangxia were the same person. Thus, she intentionally requested to look for the latter. As long as Xianxia didn't appear, she would be able to confirm her suspicions. You want me to handle it personally? Wang Ying, what's the matter? Why are you acting so mysterious? Just as Xianxia was staring intently at Xianxia to see his reaction, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded in the air. Turning around, he saw Xianxia walking in from outside. Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted, Teacher. Xianxia nodded. This, Wang Ying widened her eyes in shock. What was going on? Xianxia and Zhangxia appeared at the same time? Shouldn't the two of them be the same person? Otherwise, how could the marks on their chins be identical? Mo Gaoyuan was completely dumbfounded. She was confident that the two of them were the same person, but now that they had appeared before her at the same time, no matter how fast her brain was, she had no idea what to do. Wang Ying. Zhangxia turned to look at her. Only then did Wang Ying realize what was going on, and her face reddened in embarrassment. It seemed like she had really let her imagination run wild. Zhangxia was Xianxia's student, so how could they be the same person? Perhaps, she had really seen wrongly due to her injuries that day. Reporting to teacher and grand teacher, Lu Chong has awoken. Embarrassed, Wang Ying clasped her fist. After half a month of recovery, Zhangxia had finally awoken after using the soul-roused grass. He's awake? Zhangxia's eyes lit up. Yes. Wang Ying nodded her head. You can head over first, I'll be right there. Zhangxia waved her hands. Yes. Wang Ying backed out of the room. The moment she left, Zhangxia and Xianxia stared at one another for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the appearance of the female student, he knew that the other party would surely doubt his identity. Thus, he hurriedly sent a message to his clone. With the appearance of his clone, Xianxia and Zhangxia would be in the same room. Even if she was doubtful of his identity, she would be at ease. Alright, you should head to your room to rest. I'll go and take a look at Lu Chong. After gesturing for his clone to return, Xianxia changed his clothes and reverted to his original appearance before heading to Lu Chong's room. Teacher, as soon as he entered the room, he saw a young man kneeling on the floor. Who else could it be other than Lu Chong? It's good that you're awake. Xianxia nodded his head. In order to save him, the other party had nearly lost his life. It was fortunate that he had woken up. Otherwise, he would surely blame himself for the rest of his life. At least his efforts hadn't gone to waste. Your cultivation. Xianxia was just about to speak when he lowered his head to take a look at Lu Chong's cultivation, and he froze on the spot. The young man before him was still at the Zhangxia realm, and there was not much of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Furthermore, there was not the slightest ripple of soul energy emanating from his body. It was as if everything he had seen in his mind was fake. That's not right, Xianxia frowned. He had once entered the other party's mind, and not only was it vast and boundless, the other party's soul was also as massive as a mountain. Strictly speaking, the other party's soul could only be stronger than his. He had thought that the other party would be on par with him in terms of soul cultivation after awakening, but why, was there no change at all? Is it because he didn't draw his soul out of his body? A thought popped up in his mind. It was very difficult to tell the strength of one's soul power when one was awake. Only when one's soul left the body could one take a peek. Allow me to impart a soul cultivation method to you. From now on, you should focus on cultivating your soul instead of Xinqi. Xianxia guessed in his heart. Xianxia tapped the other party's glabella with his finger. Buzz, the simplified Heaven's Path soul art appeared in Lu Chong's mind. Lu Chong's Zhangxia realm cultivation didn't stem from his Xinqi but his Heaven's Path physical body, which was enhanced by the poison, complemented with his soul energy. As such, his cultivation was much smoother than that of a Xinqi cultivator. Thank you, teacher. After browsing through the cultivation technique in his head, Lu Chong turned to look at his teacher in gratitude. Although he was in a deep sleep, his soul was trapped in his sea of consciousness. His ears could hear and his skin could still feel. In other words, ever since he fainted, his teacher knew everything that he had done for him. Despite being a Jizuan realm cultivator, he was able to stand against a transcendent mortal expert in Xianyuan kingdom, to purchase the soulless metal humanoid and risk his life to enter the soul oracle tomb. To cultivate the soul rouse grass, he split his soul and entered Xianxia's consciousness. His kindness was as great as the heavens, and he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Not only so, he even gave such a valuable cultivation technique to Xianxia without any reservations. Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely cultivate properly and not let you down. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Chong's gaze turned resolute. In the past, he was a reckless and flamboyant person. But after the upheaval in his family, he became taciturn. Even if he was grateful now, he wouldn't say it out loud. He would only work harder to prove himself. After going through the cultivation technique in his head twice and memorizing it, Lu Chong exhaled deeply and sat cross-legged on the floor. Xianxia didn't leave either. He sat on the side and guarded them. It was very dangerous for the soul to leave the body for the first time. A little carelessness and the soul would be blown away by the wind in the room. Back then, when Xianxia first left his body, he was in the sealed underground tomb. On top of that, he was cultivating the complete version of the soul-guiding formula, so it didn't affect him much. However, Lu Chong had to be careful. With a thought, Xianxia drew his primordial spirit out of his body and began cultivating while observing the surroundings. After an unknown period of time, Lu Chong's eyes glowed brightly, and an identical silhouette struggled to emerge from his body. Drawing out his soul. You're still too weak. Xianxia frowned again. The soul that had emerged from Lu Chong's body wasn't as powerful as Xianxia had imagined. It was as weak as a cultivator who had just drawn his soul out of his body. It was so weak that even a gust of wind could dissipate it. What was going on? His sea of consciousness and soul were both so powerful, so why was his soul power so weak after drawing his soul out of his body? Teacher. Lu Chong's soul had left his body, and the world he saw was vastly different from what he saw with his eyes. Your soul is still too weak, so make sure to avoid emotions. Absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone and cultivate quickly. Xianxia casually tossed a middle-tier spirit stone to Lu Chong, and the simplified version of the Heaven's Path soul art entered the other party's mind. It was difficult for a soul that had just left the body to withstand external pressure. Not just the wind, even the emotions of joy and sorrow would cause one's primordial spirit to waver. At such a moment, it was best for one to cultivate as little as possible. However, with Xianxia by his side, the cultivation technique, and sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, Lu Chong's cultivation conditions were much better than before. Yes. Stabilizing his emotions, Lu Chong's soul sat before the spirit stone, absorbed the spiritual energy within, and began cultivating. His cultivation speed isn't too fast either. Is there something wrong with him? Xianxia scratched his head. Lu Chong's cultivation speed wasn't too fast either. It could be said that the world he saw in his mind was completely different from what he saw in his mind. Initially, Xianxia had guessed that Lu Chong possessed the acquired soul constitution. As long as Lu Chong cultivated, with the powerful soul in his mind, Lu Chong would surely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. But now, Lu Chong's cultivation seemed to be progressing at a steady pace. Could it be that Xianxia didn't possess the acquired soul constitution? But if that wasn't the case, why would his mind be so vast, and why would his soul and body be so huge? Perplexed, Xianxia saw that Lu Chong's cultivation had already stabilized, so there was no need for him to continue guarding the other party. Thus, he walked out of the room and looked for Imo Hunching to voice his doubts. Even though the 6-star soul oracle had imparted him the means and cultivation method of the soul oracle, in terms of understanding of the occupation, Xianxia was still far from matching up to the other party. After all, the other party was a 6-star soul oracle, and he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Regardless of which, it would surely shock the world if word were to spread. This. I'm not too sure either. How about this? After young master is done cultivating, I'll head over to take a look. Mo Hunching couldn't figure out what was going on, so he eventually shook his head. No matter how many rumors he heard, it was still better to see it for himself. Xianxia nodded. Deciding not to dwell on this matter, he returned to his residence. It didn't feel like a long time had passed while he was helping Lu Cheng cultivate, but in truth, an entire night had passed. Today was the day of the master-teacher tournament, so it was about time for him to make some preparations. Even though middle-tier spirit stones were no longer able to interest him, participating in the tournament was a good opportunity for him to raise his reputation. He mustn't miss it. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult for him to become a higher-ranked master-teacher in the future. From today onward, you'll be my clone, and I'll be your main body. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the room, he saw his clone cultivating. The clone nodded. I'm going to participate in the master-teacher tournament, so you can't be here. Otherwise, if someone were to be discovered cleaning the room, it would be hard to explain. Zhao Feiwu was the one who found their living quarters, and there were people from the Alliance head residence from the League of Nations in charge of cleaning the place. It was one thing for him to be here, but if he were to be absent, wouldn't the cleaners be frightened to death if they saw Xianxia in the room? As for disguising as Xianxia, even if his clone could disguise himself as Xianxia, without the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be exposed before a high-tier master teacher. The clone also thought of this problem and said, I'll enter the storage ring. You can enter? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on his face. A storage ring was a vacuum. Any life form that entered it would be reduced to jerky. Putting aside a transcendent mortal expert, even a saint would be unable to withstand it. However, his clone was different. His body was forged using the 9 Hearts Lotus, so he didn't need to breathe. He was impervious to fire, water, and sabers. As such, entering the storage ring wasn't a problem at all. Xianxia was used to not being able to store any life forms in his storage ring, so he quickly came to a realization. Keep. Knowing that his clone could enter the storage ring, there was nothing for him to worry about. Thus, he stretched out his hand and activated his consciousness. His clone disappeared from sight and entered the storage ring. As long as he carried it with him, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. As for what he would do if Xianxia wasn't in the courtyard. You must be joking. It would be a miracle if a master teacher of his caliber were to be seen so easily. Walking out of the room and into the lounge, Xianxia saw Pavilion Master Kong, Ruohuan Gongzi, and the others waiting for him. At this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi had already reinforced his transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle cultivation. His eyes were glowing brilliantly, and it felt as though he was brimming with vitality. It seemed like not only had his cultivation risen, his understanding of master teachers had improved tremendously as well. The master teacher tournament will be held in the square outside the Alliance head residence. Xianxia, let's head over. Upon seeing Xianxia, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled. All right. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to follow behind Pavilion Master Kong, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Eldest senior brother, let me go with you. Senior brother? Xianxia was taken aback. Turning around, he realized that garden owner Shui was standing in the room as well. At this moment, garden owner Shui's aura was stable. Her soul and physical body were perfectly fused together. She had already reached Transcendent Mortal 5-dan, Consonant Spirit Realm. It was due to the damage to her soul that she had been stuck at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle for many years. Half a month ago, Xianxia imparted her the solution to her problem, and her years of accumulation allowed her to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, just like the demon sink beast, she successfully became a Consonant Spirit Realm expert. On top of that, her aura had already reached Consonant Spirit Realm Primary Stage Pinnacle, and she would reach Intermediate Stage at any moment now. Initially, Xianxia was perplexed, but after some thought, he came to a realization. In order to treat her soul, she had been absorbing the spirit of the herb garden every single day, and over the years, she had accumulated a massive amount of spirit energy. If Xianxia's guess was right, her cultivation would surely soar within a short period of time, and it wouldn't be impossible for her to reach Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Indeed. I'm Xianxia's direct disciple, and you're Xianxia's direct disciple. Naturally, I'm of a higher rank than you, so how should I address you? Garden owner Shui clasped her fist. Ah, that's true. Only then did Xianxia come to a realization. That day, when the situation was dire, he knew that it was impossible for him to scare the other party. If necessary, he would have to intimidate her. Thus, he accepted Shui Yao as his student and imparted her the solution to her soul. This way, he would be able to earn her gratitude. Just as he had expected, a golden book formed in the library of Heaven's Path, and that was how he managed to smash sect leader Bai into a meat patty. Taking her in was just an expedient measure, and he had no choice but to forget about it. He didn't expect her to take it seriously. But then again, she was Yangshi's direct disciple, and he was Yangshi's direct disciple. Naturally, a direct disciple would be his senior. There won't be any danger in the master-teacher tournament, so there's no need for you to worry. Just stay here and guard the area. Knowing that the other party was saying this out of goodwill, Xianxia waved his hands. The master-teacher tournament was an event organized by Mingshi Tang, and anyone who dared to cause trouble would be equivalent to going against Mingshi Tang. As such, there shouldn't be any issues with their safety. This. Garden owner Shui hesitated. There's nothing to worry about. Waving his hands, Xianxia ignored the other party and followed behind Pavilion Master Kong and the others. Master-teacher tournament, I, Xianxia, am coming. The main reason he came to Myriad Kingdom City was for this tournament. Even though the final prize, a middle-tier spirit stone, was no longer attractive to him, as long as he could become the champion and gain the favor of Mingshi Tang, it would be much easier for him to find a transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivation technique. Furthermore, at his level of cultivation and strength, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had already become a hindrance to him. He would have to enter a higher power in order to advance further, and if he could enter the top 10, he would be sent to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to study. As such, he was looking forward to the tournament. Xianxia, this is the name list of the top contenders that I've compiled over the past few days. Take a look. Pavilion Master Kong passed a book over. He hadn't been slacking off in the past half a month. He had his men look into the names of the candidates, and he had finally compiled this so that the candidates on his side would be able to prepare themselves for the upcoming tournament. Thank you. Knowing that the other party must have put in a lot of effort into this, Xianxia nodded and flipped it open. Number 1 in potential, Luo Xian, the direct disciple of Fleeting Cloud sect leader Luo Huang. He's a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, and his cultivation is at Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle. His supporting occupations are 4-star physician, 4-star formation master. This fellow is the number 1 in potential? Xianxia was perplexed. Others might not recognize this fellow, but he had met him before. Half a month ago, he had requested 150 middle-tier spirit stones from Yangshi in exchange for sect leader Luo Huang's life. Furthermore, based on what Sun Chang had said, that fellow was once smashed into the ground by the demon sink beast, and he nearly died on the spot. How could such a fool be the number 1 in potential? Cough cough. Seeing the bizarre expression on Xianxia's face, Pavilion Master Kong knew what the other party was thinking. Thus, he coughed and said, actually, Luo Xian isn't as weak as you think he is. Even if I were to compete with him, it's hard to say whether I would be able to defeat him. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, the demon sink beast possessed the dragon bloodline, so it was normal for him to be unable to defeat it. As for the other day, even a half 5-star master teacher dared not utter a word under the pressure of Yangshi. Naturally, a 4-star pinnacle cultivator wouldn't stand out at all. In truth, Luo Xian was indeed powerful. At the very least, he wouldn't be a match for a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle cultivator. Of course, this first in potential is just a ranking. The top 10 are all about the same. No one can be sure who will be the first in the end. Pavilion Master Kong continued. Xianxia continued browsing down the list. Just as the other party had said, those in the top 10 were all 4-star master teachers and clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle experts. It was hard to say who would emerge as the final victor between 2 master teachers of the same cultivation realm and master teacher rank. Soon, he finished flipping through the book. The 28 powers had sent out a total of 56 candidates, And even the weakest of them was a 4-star primary master teacher, which was equivalent to Xianxia's level. Thinking back to the previous selection round, Ruohuan Gongzi was the only 4-star expert there. It was no wonder Myriad Kingdom City was unable to obtain a good placing. Their foundation was simply too weak. Only by obtaining a good ranking in the Master Teacher Tournament would one be able to earn respect and obtain more resources. With resources, one would be able to groom more and more formidable master teachers, and vice versa. Under such circumstances, the good would only grow stronger and the bad would worsen. It could be said that if the League of Nations were to continue failing to obtain a good ranking, the entire organization would weaken, and eventually, it would be swallowed up by other powers, vanishing into the annals of history. This was precisely the reason why the Master Teacher Tournament was of utmost importance. No one dared to let their guard down. Song Chao? Flipping to the 20th place, Xianxia saw a familiar name, Song Chao. To think that the fellow whom he had been fooled every time he saw would actually be ranked quite high on the board of potential as well. Flipping through the book, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the powers participating in the tournament. Xianxia's understanding of master teachers and supporting occupations is unparalleled. It's just that his cultivation is slightly lacking. As long as he's lucky, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 10. Pavilion Master Kong consoled. This Xianxia's performance in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance and Mingshi Tang was extraordinary. However, placed among so many geniuses, he didn't stand out at all. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of strength, that was his greatest flaw. It was just like how the wooden planks that formed a wooden barrel could only hold the most water. If a wooden plank was short, it would be useless no matter how long the other planks were. The Master Teacher Tournament was a test of one's overall strength. If one were to perform well in all aspects, one would become the target of attacks from others. If so, it would be nigh impossible for one to advance to a higher rank. Knowing what Pavilion Master Kong was worried about, Xianxia asked, "Has the test been decided yet?" Pavilion Master Kong pondered for a moment before replying, "It should have been decided long ago. However, I'm not too sure what the test will be. It was designed by Hong Qian and Hong Shi personally, and it's said that it's extremely fair. As one of the participating powers, he didn't have the right to know the details of the test. Otherwise, if news of it were to leak out and the participants of the tournament were to get used to it, the tournament would become unfair." Hong Qian and Hong Shi were the master teachers of Hongfeng Empire's Mingshi Tang. They didn't belong to any of the 28 powers participating in the tournament, and on top of that, they had reached the level of a 5-star master teacher. Hongfeng Empire was a subordinate empire of the Miryu Empire, and it was much stronger than the Fleeting Cloud sect, White Helio sect, and the League of Nations. It could be considered as one of the top empires among the unranked empires. Even though I don't know what the test will be, news of the reward has been released. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes lit up. Reward? Isn't it a middle-tier spirit stone and an opportunity to study at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Xianxia asked doubtfully. This reward had been announced previously, so there was nothing much to be surprised about. That was indeed the case previously, but this time, the reward has been increased. Even I can't help but be tempted by it. Pavilion Master Kong said excitedly. Last night, the representatives of the various powers suddenly received a message from Hong Qian and Hong Shi, informing them that the reward for the tournament had been increased. Upon seeing the content of the reward, even though he was a top-notch expert of a power, Pavilion Master Mingshi Tang, his breathing still hastened in disbelief. In the past competitions, the rewards were generous enough, but compared to this one, it was nothing at all. It was like child's play. Oh? What kind of reward is there? Xianxia looked at Pavilion Master Kong with interest. The reward for the champion is a high-tier spirit stone. Pavilion Master Kong said. A high-tier spirit stone? Wasn't it supposed to be a middle-tier spirit stone previously? Why was it changed to a high-tier spirit stone? A high-tier spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones, and there's no market for it. Its value is immeasurable. Pavilion Master Kong explained, fearing that the other party was unaware of it. 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones? Xianxia's breathing hastened. He had worked so hard and almost died, pretending to vomit, to extort about 600 mid-grade spirit stones from the Sky Cloud Martial School and the other 14 martial schools. To be able to get a high-tier spirit stone for the champion, that was equivalent to 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones. This was way too exaggerated. Indeed. Not only so, there's also the opportunity to study at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and cultivate in the Cleansing Lake for 3 days. Pavilion Master Kong continued. Cleansing Lake? What's that? Xianxia asked. It's the most precious treasure of the Miryu Empire's royal family, as well as the foundation of the empire. Pavilion Master Kong said enviously. Those who have cultivated to clarifying turbidity realm should understand that turbidity refers to one's physical body and purity refers to one's soul. The Cleansing Lake is a place that nourishes one's soul. Cultivating there, one's soul will undergo a metamorphosis, increasing the chances of one reaching consonant spirit realm by several-fold. If I were to cultivate in there for 3 days, my chances of reaching consonant spirit realm would be above 50%. However, the Cleansing Lake is the most precious treasure of the Miryu Empire, and there's a limit to the number of people who can enter it. Even the Decennial Master Teacher Tournament only provides a few slots. Upon hearing that it was a place to cultivate one's soul, Xianxia nodded in astonishment. To be able to increase Pavilion Master Kang's chances of reaching consonant spirit realm by 50%, the Cleansing Lake, was truly incredible. A high-tier spirit stone, an opportunity to study at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and 3 days in the Cleansing Lake. Any one of them could drive countless people into a frenzy, but to have 3 of them gathered together was truly fearsome. What about the second place? If this was the reward for the first place, what about the second place? The second place is far behind. It's 300 middle-tier spirit stones, an opportunity to study at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and 2 days in the Cleansing Lake. Pavilion Master Kong said. Even though it was just a difference of a single place, the reward was more than halved. Putting aside the loss of a day in the Cleansing Lake, just in terms of spirit stones, the difference was simply too huge. A high-tier spirit stone and 300 middle-tier spirit stones, the difference was more than 30 times. The third place is 100 middle-tier spirit stones and a day in the Cleansing Lake. As for the 4th to 10th place, they won't be given a chance to enter the Cleansing Lake, and they will only be given 10 high-tier spirit stones each. It's fortunate that the top 10 will be given the opportunity to study at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Pavilion Master Kong explained the rewards for the top 10. It seems like I have to get the first place. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Previously, he thought that it would be fine as long as he could get into the top 10. But from the looks of it now, he had to get the first place. Putting everything aside, just a high-tier spirit stone was already too tempting. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones even when he reached Transcendent Mortal Pinnacle. Indeed, I have to get the first place. However, how can it be that easy? Hearing Xianxia's words, Pavilion Master Kong smiled bitterly. Everyone wanted to get the first place. Countless cultivators had racked their brains for it, but how could it be that easy? Even though Yangshi's name was resounding throughout the Master Teacher Academy, news of his existence was only known to the leaders of the 14 powers. The participating geniuses were completely unaware of it. As such, no one would go easy on you just because you were Yangshi's student. While there was nothing much to be said about the other aspects of the tournament, when it came to cultivation, the difference was simply too great. Even though Pavilion Master Kong had high hopes for Xianxia, he didn't think that the latter would be able to clinch the first place. We're here. Hearing Pavilion Master Kang's words, Xianxia was just about to speak when Ruo Huangongzi's voice sounded. Lifting his head, the trio had already arrived at the square in front of the Alliance head residence. At this moment, the square was packed with people. After going through countless trials and tribulations, the Master Teacher Tournament was finally about to begin. Walking along the crowd, Xianxia saw a massive platform at the center of the vast square. It was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see what was going on. Most likely, some kind of formation had been intentionally set up to prevent others from peering into the contents of the platform. Countless master teachers dressed in robes were seated around the platform. Xianxia turned his gaze over. as expected of the Master-Teacher Tournament. There were several thousand Master Teachers here from the 27 powers and the League of Nations. Every single one of them wore an emblem representing their rank, and the light reflected off the emblem was dazzling. For several thousand Master Teachers to be gathered in one place, this was a rare occasion. It was no wonder why the citizens of Myriad Kingdom City would go into a frenzy over it. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, the Alliance head residents had already sent out their strongest soldiers to guard the area. If anything were to happen, they would be prepared to deal with it immediately. So this is the Master Teacher Tournament. There are so many Master Teachers here. Usually, Master Teachers are so arrogant that they can't even see a single one of them. Yet, there are several thousand of them here. To be able to witness so many formidable Master Teachers competing with one another, I would have no regrets even if I were to die here. Discussions broke out everywhere Xianxia passed by, and everyone was filled with agitation. The Master Teacher Tournament was held once every decade, so it was rare in the first place. On top of that, the venue of the tournament was randomly chosen. Most people wouldn't be able to witness such a grand event even once in their entire lives. This was precisely the reason why Mingshi Tang intentionally set the venue of the tournament here. Not only could he display the might of Master Teachers to the world, he could also make more people fall in love with the occupation, thus providing a steady stream of fresh blood. Look, it's Ruo Huangongzi. How dashing. The person beside him should be Xianxia, right? That should be the case. I've heard of his affairs, and I'm his loyal fan. Me too. Out of the 5 tests in the selection test, he was able to come in first despite forfeiting one. There's no one else who can match up to him. Upon seeing the trio walking over, some people recognized them and cheered. Even though Xianxia's participation in the selection was held internally by Mingshi Tang, after 2 months of ferment, almost everyone in Myriad Kingdom City knew about it. A 4-star Master Teacher who wasn't even 20 yet, a supporting occupation that made the Physician Hall, Formation Master Hall, and the Beast Hall make an exception to apply for him, a selection that only required 4 tests to defeat Ruo Huangongzi and the others in the Master Teacher selection. Every single one of these feats was a legend, and he had won the respect and admiration of countless youths. Xianxia is so handsome. Handsome? Why do I feel like it looks a little wretched? Wretched? Even if he's wretched, I still want to marry him and bear his children. Some of the young women were captivated by Xianxia's deeds. Many of them mustered up their courage and shouted at the top of their lungs. Wretched? Give birth? Xianxia was speechless. What was this all about? It seems like Xianxia's reputation has already surpassed mine. Pavilion Master Kong smiled as he stroked his beard. 2 months ago, he didn't even know who this Xianxia was. But now, he was a household name in the entire capital. The Master Teacher Tournament was indeed capable of boosting one's reputation. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to squeeze through the crowd. Just as he arrived at the area where Mingshi Tang and the others from the League of Nations were gathered, a beautiful figure walked up to him in agitation. You're out of your seclusion, the second princess of the League of Nations, Zhao Feiwu. After returning from the Yinyang Lake, Xianxia immediately went into seclusion. It had been 2 months since they last met. At this moment, Zhao Feiwu was dressed in female clothes. Her figure was light, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She carried the unique disposition and gentleness of a princess, and from afar, she looked like a fairy. Nodding, Xianxia turned to look at the young lady before him. It had been 2 months since they last met, and to think that she would start cultivating as well. Her aura was already at Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm. Even if the Alliance chief residence did not lack resources, his talent was still frightening. For him to reach such a level of strength after cultivating for such a short period of time, even if the Alliance chief residence did not lack resources, his talent was still shocking. Xianxia. Jin Songhai, who was in charge of protecting her, stepped forward. Take a seat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group took their seats, and not too long later, an elder walked up the round stage. This is the host of the tournament, Hongshi, a 5-star Master Teacher. Pavilion Master Kong said. Xianxia turned his gaze over. This Hongshi had a tall stature, and his limbs were extremely long. His aura was constantly in perfect harmony with the surroundings, and it was as if there was a massive bridge within his body that allowed him to connect with the surroundings, allowing spiritual energy to nourish his body and soul. Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan, Cosmos Bridge Realm. This was the most basic requirement for one to become a 5-star master teacher. At Cosmos Bridge Realm, one would be able to form a bridge between the heavens and earth. Even if one didn't cultivate, spiritual energy would flow through the bridge to nourish one's body, allowing one's cultivation to rise. At this realm, one's Xianxia and soul would grow at a frightening pace, granting one the strength to move mountains and fill oceans. To think that he would be so formidable. Xianxia had met this Xianxia yesterday. Back then, he was standing behind Mo Gaoyuan, acting as timid as a quail. Xianxia didn't think that the other party would be so fearsome. Given his current strength, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for him. His Xianxia cultivation was at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle, and his soul cultivation had reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle. In total, he possessed a strength of 2,600,000 ding, giving him a fighting strength comparable to a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator. But against a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert, he was still completely helpless. For an expert of that caliber to possess 4 million ding at primary stage, putting aside his deep understanding of the world, just his strength alone would be sufficient to deal with him. Everyone. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, on the stage, Xianxia suddenly stopped, and his thunderous voice echoed in the surroundings. Upon hearing those words, the square, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, immediately fell silent. Impartation of heaven's will was imbued in the words of a master teacher, inducing respect in the hearts of others. It's my honor to be the host of the decennial master teacher tournament. Waving his hands grandly, Xianxia scanned the surroundings. I believe everyone should be aware of the rewards for the tournament. In order to save time, I'll skip the pleasantries and go straight to the rules of the tournament. Seeing how straightforward the 5-star master teacher was, the crowd held their breaths, fearing that they would miss a single word. The master teacher tournament was filled with countless means, and there were thousands of them. If the rules weren't explained, it would be hard for the master teachers present to figure it out. Xianxia also turned his gaze over. He had always been curious as to what kind of competition the other party would come up with to ensure fairness and harmony. Becoming a 4-star master teacher means that one has already stepped into the ranks of the middle-tier master teachers. Regardless of whether it is one's identity or standing, it has been raised significantly. If one wishes to stand out among the master teachers, one must first have to take on soul depth, cultivation, knowledge imparting, understanding of one's cultivation, and pointing out flaws. I believe that the various powers have already conducted tests on these subjects during the selection. If we were to test on these subjects as well, it would be too repetitive, and it would be hard for you to display your true strength. Xianxia smiled as he looked at the crowd. If we don't test on these subjects, what else will we be testing on? Everyone was taken aback. Soul depth, cultivation, and the ability to impart knowledge to others were the most basic of what a master teacher should possess. These were also the most fundamental aspects of the master teacher examination. If the master teacher tournament didn't test on these, what else could it be? Calm down, let me finish what I have to say first. Seeing the doubtful looks on everyone's faces, Xianxia continued, the examination this time is divided into 2 stages, the selection and the duel. The meaning of the selection is simple. I have set up 4 stages, and only those who can clear all 4 stages will be qualified to participate in the duel. If you fail, I'm sorry. You will be eliminated. Selection? Duel? A grim expression appeared on everyone's face. They thought that the tournament would be a test of one's soul depth and cultivation, just like the selection. They didn't expect it to be so complicated. Everyone should know about duel, so I won't go into the details. Let's talk about the selection first. Xianxia continued, to be selected by the various powers to participate in the tournament, I'm sure that all of you are the cream of the crop among the 4-star master teachers. There's a high chance that you will be able to reach 5-star or even higher. However, the higher the rank of a master teacher, the harder it is to become a master teacher. It isn't a matter of talent or strength. Temperament, courage, wisdom, and intelligence. There are certain requirements for each of these. Only by surpassing your peers in these aspects will you be able to stand out and amaze the world. Thus, I have set up 4 tests in this selection today, and they will be based on these 4 aspects. Temperament, courage, wisdom, and intelligence? How will these 4 aspects be tested? I don't know, but since Xianxia has spoken of the rules, it should be fair. Indeed. With so many master teachers watching, it's impossible for it to be fake. I'm just curious about how these 4 aspects will be tested. Upon understanding the content of the test, everyone was astonished. As master teachers, they had heard of tests that tested one's comprehension of cultivation techniques and knowledge, but they had never heard of tests that tested one's temperament, courage, and intelligence. These were things that couldn't be seen or quantified, so it was difficult to compare them. Alright, I'll have the participants of the tournament come up. Paying no heed to the discussions of the crowd, Xianxia explained the details of the test and gestured grandly. Let's go up. Zhang Xian and Ruohuan Gongzi glanced at one another, stood up, and walked up together. At this moment, the participating master teachers from the other powers also walked up. They were all geniuses below 30, and the 4 stars pinned on their chests reflected their talent and rank. Zhang Xian glanced at them and realized that he didn't recognize any of them. Only Luo Xian and Song Chao could be considered as acquaintances. The age requirement for the tournament is to be below 30. At the entrance of the round stage, there is a crystal ball. When you come over, touch it, and the crystal ball will determine your true age based on the aura of your soul. Seeing that the crowd was walking over, Xianxia said. Zhang Xian turned to look at the entrance of the round platform and saw a crystal ball standing there, emitting a warm glow. In order to determine one's age, the Master Teacher Tournament would use a unique method to check one's age. This crystal ball was capable of detecting one's soul. As long as one touched it, one would be able to determine one's age accurately. End of chapter 577. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.